Multiple female leads, pure love, no harem elements, no scheming, no violence. Not a single female lead. Light 90 slice of life, light fantasy slice of life, spiritual energy, revival background. Years later, facing groups of smiling, beautiful girls, Su Ning'an will remember that hot, bright afternoon. It was then that he encountered his first possession, a beautiful girl with many problems. One day, Su Ning'an suddenly possessed the body of a wealthy, beautiful girl. The girl was paralyzed in both legs and had a terrible personality, but she was gentle only towards him. Originally, he decided to live his life alone, but suddenly changed his mind. At the same time, another beautiful girl with superpowers, whom he met at school, revealed a corner of the world's mysteries to him. There are superpowers in this world, the girl said. And so, he possessed bodies and grew up. His youthful fantasy romance story thus began rather hastily. Reincarnated into a parallel world, everything is on track. Is it a little too late to get a system at almost 18? The system is rudimentary, refreshing to a new possessing target each month. After possessing someone, one can acquire some of their talents, knowledge, abilities, and of course, emotions. But why are all the possessed characters beautiful girls? Chapter 1. System activating. Activation successful. Welcome to the possession system. Please call up the panel to use. A cold, mechanical voice sounded, and Su Ning'an, who was writing notes at the table, paused. A semi-transparent screen popped up in front of him, then gradually blurred and disappeared. Su Ning'an looked up, pondering. He repeatedly pressed the tip of his pen, the clicking sound incessant. It was 3:32 p.m. in early September. He was in a cramped, simple rented room in Xia City. Outside the window, waves of heat surged, hot and bright. A breeze rustled the deep green ginkgo leaves outside. He was certain this was reality. Reincarnated in a parallel world for nearly 18 years, the cheat code may be late, but it's here. He, Su Ning'an, was originally an earthling. One day, while walking down the street, everything suddenly went black. When he opened his eyes again, he was being held by a doctor. He was born. He had little attachment to his past life. He was just one of millions of overworked office workers. Being able to start over in a parallel world was a wish fulfilled. In this world, the technology was only slightly more advanced than in his previous life. He was born in the countryside, handsome and healthy from a young age, with excellent grades. He was also precocious, sensible, and gentle, making him very popular in his rural hometown. When he was 8, his parents died in a car accident, leaving him an orphan. After completing 6 years of primary and 6 years of middle school, spending a period in his hometown that was far from memorable, he was admitted to Qingxue High School in the big city. Afterwards, he came to Xia City alone to study. Although life was difficult, he managed to get by with subsidies, scholarships, and part-time jobs. Now, less than a month before school started, a cheat code arrived. If this system could alleviate his financial burden, that would be excellent. But what does the name possession system mean? It sounds rather unserious. System? Su Ning'an murmured to himself, and the screen popped up again. Begin possession? Only this one option? System panel? Begin possession? It seems it only knows this one sentence. Okay, it seems the system is rudimentary, not intelligent enough, and its functions need to be explored independently. Su Ning'an got up, confirming his surroundings were safe. He locked the door and drew the curtains, plunging the room into complete darkness and eeriness. He sat back in his chair, taking a deep breath. Begin possession. He felt a chill on the back of his head, and then most of his consciousness, or rather, his mental energy, was drained away. Strangely, he gained 2 perspectives. One perspective was of himself sitting in the cramped rented room. He retained only his 5 senses, but couldn't control his body, like a vegetable. The other perspective was that he had become a pure white sphere of light. That sphere of light wandered automatically in a space as dark as the universe. In the boundless space around him, other orbs of light of various colors flickered, like stars. He was like a lonely comet, wandering in the void, seemingly searching for a destined star. He sped past several orbs of light. A powerful repulsive force indicated they weren't suitable targets. Searching for a suitable possession target. Please wait patiently. A suitable possession target? Did it refer to those orbs of light? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a strange pulling force suddenly struck. He turned uncontrollably, crashing headfirst into a deep blue orb of light. From this perspective, all he could see were shimmering white and blue lights. Possession successful. Maintaining possession requires mental energy. Please act according to your capacity and return to your body when appropriate. You can return at any time. A mechanical voice sounded, and his vision cleared. Before him was a half-finished canvas. Further away, a kind-faced middle-aged woman sat behind another canvas. She was still explaining the key points of painting. She seemed to be a teacher. Looking around, the room's interior was rather luxurious, clearly belonging to a wealthy family. Through the window, an unbelievably azure sky could be seen. A meticulously manicured flower bed was partially obscured by the sky. A gentle breeze from the window stirred the textured, pure white curtains. It gave the impression of a luxurious villa. It seemed he had possessed someone extraordinary. But if it was possession, where was the original owner? Disappeared? Could it be that he had unintentionally killed someone? Miss, are you listening? A middle-aged woman's questioning voice came from across the room. Miss. Hearing this, Su Ning'an seemed to wake from a dream, instinctively raising his hand. Sure enough, it was a pair of slender, white hands belonging to a young girl. She was actually a girl? Was this considered a suitable possession target? For no apparent reason, a feeling of unease and confusion arose within him. It was as if he was already in a fog, and now even his vision had vanished. Strange. Before he could figure out how to answer, Su Ning'an calmed himself and pretended to be lost in thought. He felt uncomfortable sitting and was about to adjust his posture. Suddenly, he lost his balance and fell off the chair. Bang! He landed on the soft carpet, so it didn't hurt much. No, that's not right. It wasn't because of the carpet. Miss, are you all right? The teacher seemed panicked, approaching him as she asked, trying to help him up. Before he could respond, Su Ning'an slumped to the floor, his expression blank, unable to move. He touched his own thin legs, but there was no sensation whatsoever, as if he were touching an inanimate object. It wasn't that it didn't hurt. It was that he felt absolutely nothing. He had possessed a girl who was paralyzed in both legs. Mississippi, are you feeling unwell anywhere? The woman helped Su Ning'an back to his seat, her tone unease. She was a painting teacher hired by the Jiang family, and her social status was far lower than that of the Jiang family's eldest daughter. If the latter were to suddenly fall ill during her class, even if he were only slightly implicated, his fate wouldn't be good. Su Ning'an remained calm, sitting silently. He then realized that he had been sitting in a high-end, mechanical wheelchair. No, I'm fine, just a little tired. His tone was flat, his voice clear and melodious, a sweet, girlish voice. He also covered his forehead, indicating that he was indeed very tired. Then, shall today's class end early? Shall I go and call the maid? The teacher asked somewhat nervously. A maid? This was indeed a wealthy family. He couldn't afford to offend them. Yes, thank you. Su Ning'an didn't know where the original owner of this body was. It was best not to reveal anything now. A maid with a worried expression entered the room. Miss, are you feeling unwell? Should I go call the doctor? The woman was tall, but had a simple and kind face, and seemed quite familiar with the young girl. She was probably the type of personal maid. Su Ning'an didn't look at her, only staring at the easel in front of her, on which was a half-finished painting of a sea of flowers. The colors of the flower painting were cool, with blue-purple blossoms spreading across the paper, conveying a sense of loneliness. No, I feel fine, just a little tired. Let me rest for a while. Then all right. Miss, if you have any problems, please call me. Although still somewhat worried, the robust maid obediently withdrew. This is no ordinary wealthy individual. In the expansive room, only Su Ning'an remains. At present, he is unaware of the original occupant's whereabouts and has resolved to explore the surroundings in hopes of uncovering clues to ascertain the true identity of this body he inhabits. Surveying the environment, it appears to be a study. A wall is entirely lined with gilded books, which seem genuine rather than mere decorative facades. Awkwardly maneuvering the wheelchair, Su Ning'an casually retrieves a heavy tome. The title is in an unfamiliar foreign language, and upon flipping through the initial pages, he finds them densely filled with text. Hello. A melodious female voice suddenly resonates, causing Su Ning'an to fumble. The weighty book thuds onto his lap. Fortunately, his legs feel no sensation, nor do they register any pain. I apologize. The voice takes on a tone of sincere contrition. Yet, Su Ning'an appears to disregard the utterance. Nonchalantly, he returns the book to its place. Hello? Can you hear me? Hey, hello? The persistent voice continues to inquire in a variety of languages, having switched at least 6 times in the brief span. Su Ning'an circles the room, affirming that the voice emanates from within his mind rather than from the external environment. In other words, he is the sole recipient of this auditory phenomenon. Should he respond immediately, it might raise suspicions. Who knows if there are surveillance devices in the room? Ignoring the voice echoing in his thoughts, Su Ning'an steadily maneuvers his wheelchair towards the window, attempting to discern his location. This must still be Blue Star, he muses. His previous assumptions are slightly mistaken. Upon seeing a flower bed outside, he had anticipated merely a garden, but instead, he is confronted with an extravagant sea of blossoms. As far as the eye can see, it exceeds 100 acres. Beyond, there are even well-defined hills and streams, sunflowers, cosmos, marigolds, and a plethora of other flowers he cannot name flourish in splendid array, dancing gracefully under the sun. With every summer breeze, waves of blossoms rise and fall, and petals are sometimes swept into the air. At the edge of this floral expanse lies a beautifully paved stone path. Several maids, dressed uniformly in black and white with lace trimmings, busily tend to the pathways, cleaning and pruning. Such a sight is something a person of his humble means would hardly ever witness in a lifetime. Is all of this the young lady's family estate? Sun Ningin's heart quickens. This is no ordinary wealthy household. It demands his utmost attention. A moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. Oh, are you concerned that there may be surveillance in the room? Fear not. You can visit my chamber. Just turn left at the end of the hall. There are no cameras there. The young lady's tone is cautious, yet her words boldly invite him into her private space. Sun Ningin falls silent. Mind reading? How could she articulate his thoughts the moment he considered surveillance? If this young girl possesses the ability to perceive his thoughts, the situation becomes exceedingly precarious. What if personal information flashes in his mind, and she captures it? While he has yet to reveal himself, Sun Ningin decides to withdraw from the possession state. Just as he prepares to retract his mental presence, the young lady speaks again. Ah, you must think I can read your mind, right? But that is not the case. I can only sense some of your emotions, which leads me to make educated guesses. Her tone resembles that of a child being reassured, with a hint of playful affection. After I said that, I noticed you seemed a bit surprised, so I knew I was right. So please, don't worry, okay? Upon hearing this, Sun Ningin temporarily abandons his intention to return to his own consciousness. So that is how it is. After possession, both parties can somewhat sense each other as emotions. No wonder he felt inexplicably irritable and disoriented earlier. It must have been the emotions transmitted from the girl. Sun Ningin responds ambiguously, as if in acknowledgement. The young lady, pleased by his response, exclaims, "Really? You can even hear me? I thought I was developing a second personality. This is unfortunate." He has unwittingly been deceived. The young lady had not confirmed whether he could hear her at all. How insidious. Your wheelchair has buttons. You don't need to push it manually. Just a few presses, and it moves effortlessly, she suggests enthusiastically. Ignoring her exuberance, Sun Ningin explores the controls. He opens the protective panel and tentatively presses a few buttons. There are controls in all directions. A long press continues movement, and double tapping accelerates. Aside from jumping and sneaking, it resembles a modified game controller. Quickly mastering the movement, Sun Ningin prepares to head to the young lady's room. Wonderful. You've learned much faster than I did, she praises, still brimming with enthusiasm. He is no child. Does she think that simple compliments can ease his guard? Oh, I sense you were somewhat pleased. Is it because I just complimented you? Sun Ningin replies, thank you, but that is somewhat overstepping. Curse that system. It must not transmit anything that should remain private. If you wish, I can offer you compliments from different angles. Sun Ningin maintains a stoic expression, shaking his head to convey his refusal. Is she not the least bit fearful of having her body commandeered by a stranger? Following the young lady's directions, he locates her room. It is situated on the second floor of the villa, facing south with ample natural light. The September sun streams through the floor-to-ceiling windows, warmly illuminating the light gray carpet. Beside the window stands a large wooden desk, neatly arranged with a laptop, several half-read books, and a blue-green porcelain pen holder. He has seen that laptop online. It would take him at least a year of labor to save enough to purchase one. The overall color scheme of the room leans towards the cool side, with light gray, cream, and pale blue forming the primary palette. Occasionally, green plants and warm-colored decor add vibrancy, preventing the space from feeling too stark. So what do you plan to do? The young lady finally inquires. Her words brim with curiosity, devoid of any anxiety or confusion. Even the earlier sense of irritation he had perceived from her has nearly dissipated. It is surprising that she only now poses the question and seems unguarded. Sun Ningin nonchalantly replies, I am researching new magic. A minor mishap led to this situation. Ah, are you a magician? May I ask how old you are? She actually believes it. Nearly 50, he responds. Considering his past life, he certainly approaches that age. Really? Does that make you an uncle or an aunt? The young lady appears skeptical. Indeed, and when did I claim to be human? Not human. After his offhand remark, the stunned young lady falls into silence. Sun Ningin approaches a lavish full-length mirror to inspect himself. The young lady possesses a strikingly ethereal beauty, reminiscent of early autumn mist, vague yet unmistakably captivating. Her skin is pale, almost sickly, exuding a fragile delicacy. Her features were exquisitely delicate, with eyes resembling the soft hue of amber honey. Her long, ebony hair cascaded like silk over her shoulders. At first glance, she was an unparalleled beauty. Had her legs not been paralyzed, one might have questioned whether she was indeed a cat rather than a human. "What are you, then?" "I am a cat," came the unexpected reply. The girl was taken aback. "Indeed," Su Ningen said, stroking his smooth chin and unapologetically borrowing the words of Natsume Soseki. "I am a cat." As she seemed to process this information, she fell silent. Su Ningen called upon the system in his mind. After much contemplation, he found no apparent benefit to his possession of this beautiful girl. What was the purpose of inhabiting her body? Was it merely a twisted form of amusement? What he truly desired was a system that would enable him to earn money swiftly and safely, without the risk of imprisonment. Why then? Was he simply occupying the body of a young lady? Was he meant to manipulate a wealthy girl into providing financial support for his original self? Surely, such actions would lead to dire consequences. The system remained unresponsive, and the girl stayed silent as well. Bored, Su Ningen maneuvered his wheelchair in circles around the expansive bedroom. After a while, it seemed she had organized her thoughts, and her voice emerged. "Are you really a little cat? Can a cat live to be nearly 50 years old?" "Oh, right, you can perform magic. Why did you choose me? What other magic can you do? What is your name?" How could one person utter so many questions in succession? However, he seemed to discern the source of her voice. Su Ningen's consciousness sank deeper, revealing a small dark room in his mind where a pure white orb of light resided, now accompanied by a cerulean orb. The two orbs were positioned like pilots controlling a mech. The white orb represented him, lying still and undisturbed, while the blue orb, which he had collided with earlier, appeared to symbolize the girl. The blue orb pulsed gently, and the girl's voice echoed in his mind. "By the way, my name is Jiangmu Li. What about you?" "As for my name, feel free to choose one," he replied nonchalantly. "Wow, you've lived for so long and still don't have a name?" Jiangmu Li's tone turned skeptical. Su Ningen maintained a calm expression, gazing out the window at the swaying sea of flowers. "I simply do not wish to tell you. In truth, he found it too tedious to fabricate a name." "Why is that?" she asked, her voice tinged with a mix of pouting and vulnerability. He was utilizing a possession system, not a girlfriend simulator. Su Ningen felt a twinge of exasperation. "Aren't you afraid of me?" "Why would I be?" He explained. "A stranger has taken over your body, and you cannot resist, leaving you vulnerable to his misdeeds." "Oh, so that's how it is," she replied, as if struck by sudden enlightenment. "Yes. Not only might he commit wrongdoings, but he could also conduct perilous experiments with your body, leading to irreparable consequences if not handled with care. Could you please be gentle?" she requested meekly. "I dislike pain." Su Ningen was taken aback. "You really aren't afraid at all? Are you going to be captured and devoured by an evil sorcerer?" he probed, trying to convey the treachery of the human heart. "Will you protect me?" Her tone was hopeful. What was her thought process like? Su Ningen pressed his lips together, his hands folded over his forehead, allowing the breeze to lift his long black hair. What was this? He had come to experiment with the system's capabilities, but instead encountered someone with an unusual mindset. At a loss for words, Jiangmu Li grew anxious. "Could you please not be afraid of me?" Su Ningen responded. "You can do whatever you desire. I will assist you." How peculiar. His body had been overtaken. Yet she was not only unopposed, but also eager to help. Su Ningen began to grasp the system's definition of a suitable possession target, someone willing to lend assistance. "Why do you wish to help me?" Although not particularly curious, he felt it was only reasonable to inquire. "When you are present, I feel wonderful and at ease." As if. "Is it because of emotional transmission? You enjoy my emotions?" "Yes. It's like a sudden burst, akin to a black and white television receiving its first color signal." Connecting this to the previously transmitted feelings of anxiety and confusion, Su Ningen quickly recognized a crucial point. It seemed the girl harbored depressive tendencies. Did the system specifically target those with such inclinations? He thought he understood. Yet, should she not be receiving treatment for this condition? He refrained from voicing this thought. "How wonderful it is that you can understand," Jiangmu Li exclaimed, elated by the acknowledgement of her feelings. "Very well then," Su Ningen replied ambiguously, his emotions somewhat mixed. Jiangmu Li cautiously asked, "What do you plan to do? How can I assist you?" "I haven't decided yet." "Oh, take your time." The two fell into a lengthy silence. Suddenly, the blue orb representing Jiangmu Li began to move, swirling around the white orb like a playful slime in the small dark room. Su Ningen was initially startled, but soon discovered that he could also move. He simply had not noticed it before. Feeling relieved, he watched as Jiangmu Li's orb leaped and playfully settled atop his orb. The two orbs were now stacked, with him beneath and the girl above. It was an oddly peculiar sensation, akin to having one's hair pressed down, though it felt unreal. Seeing no reaction from Su Ningen, Jiangmu Li let out a long hum. She appeared to have made a decision. Little cat, esteemed cat, may I truly give you a name? Feel free. A name is merely a designation, a reference that does not affect meaning. Oh, your manner of speaking is quite peculiar, but also intriguing. May I name you now? Yes. Su Ning'an yawned through the girl's body, ultimately growing weary. Glancing out the window, he noted it was around 4 in the afternoon. His mental energy was waning, and it seemed he could last another 3 or 4 hours, yet he intended to withdraw early. At present, the act of possession seemed to serve no purpose aside from indulging certain morbid curiosities. It was a pure waste of time. His original self remained alone in the rented room, and it was best not to linger too long. Moreover, he needed to work. To continue exploring the system's functions, he would have to return later in the evening. Do you like flowers? Jiang Mu Li asked suddenly. They're fine. The vast sea of blossoms was indeed stunning at first sight, but after a while, it lost its allure. Beautiful things, no matter how mesmerizing, could become tiresome with prolonged exposure. Then may I call you Huahua? She asked, her tone filled with inexplicable nervousness and anticipation. Sure, he responded nonchalantly, preparing to withdraw his mental energy. Trust level increased. The system's notification chimed, yet that was all. Su Ning'an paused for a moment, but did not alter his intention to retreat. Are you male or female? She suddenly inquired. I am female. She was utterly astonished. You truly are a little cat. Initially, there was no belief at all. I am leaving. Jiang Mu Li, astonished and anxious, inquired, you are leaving? Will you return? When will you come back? I do not know. It depends on the circumstances. After speaking, Jiang Mu Li uneasily noticed that the white sphere beneath her began to dim swiftly, gradually fading into nothingness. Control over her body returned to her. A gentle summer breeze swept into the room, causing her black hair to dance alongside the pure white curtains. Rubbing her cheek, Jiang Mu Li was convinced that what had just transpired was indeed real. A blue sphere lingered in her mind, slowly gathering energy. After a while, she regained her senses and lifted her gaze towards the tumultuous sea of flowers outside the window, her eyes reflecting a sense of desolation. Upon Su Ning'an's return, his emotions could no longer be shared with Jiang Mu Li. An overwhelming sense of loneliness and agitation rolled over her like a thick fog. As the world once again succumbed to darkness, Su Ning'an, feeling the return of his consciousness to his body, was inundated by a wave of soreness. After all, he had been in a vegetative state for quite some time, immobile. He thought to himself that next time he should lie down before initiating possession. Rising, he stretched in the cramped space, and upon sharply shifting his perspective, he realized just how small his living quarters were. The scant area of a dozen square meters was occupied by a bed, 2 tables, and a separate, enclosed bathroom and kitchen, leaving barely enough room for a person to walk. Though small, it was relatively clean. The walls were free of mold, the roof did not leak during rain, and there was some sound insulation. Downstairs, there was a delivery station. Given his financial constraints, he could not ask for more. In contrast, Jiang Mu Li's bedroom was nearly the size of their classroom. Their school was renowned as a leading institution in the district. Cursed capitalists. Suddenly, Su Ning'an's stretching motion froze, not because he felt his thoughts were excessive, but due to a warm current that surged from the light sphere in his mind, flowing into his limbs. The fatigue and soreness vanished instantaneously, and he felt an immense enhancement in his physical capabilities. His auditory and visual faculties seemed to have improved, and the previous mental fatigue dissipated significantly. Normally, if he didn't take a nap, he would feel drowsy at this hour, but now he felt invigorated. Gripping the edge of the table with slight force, he effortlessly lifted the laden desk. Had he grown stronger? He glanced at his reflection in the mirror, a figure radiating elegance and charm, like a beam of morning light piercing through mist, nearly transparent in its purity, still. Without a doubt, a handsome young man. It seemed that his appearance had not changed much. Did he gain enhancements each time he returned from possession? Or was it only when his trust level increased? At this rate, he would soon become superhuman. Fortunately, along with the increase in strength, his control had also improved, preventing him from crushing a cup while merely trying to sip water. Seated at the table, sipping the now lukewarm water, Su Ning'an contemplated the source of this newfound power. Where did this strengthening energy originate? Was it a gift from the system? Surely, it could not be directly siphoning the life energy of the possessed. Otherwise, it might risk draining the beautiful girl dry. Delving deeper into thought, he found himself in an endless, shadowy expanse. The white sphere was slowly charging, having established a connection with a blue sphere, allowing him to expend mental energy to possess it at any moment. A system panel displayed a message. Time remaining until the next possession object retrieval, 7, 911, 239 seconds. Converted, that was nearly a month. Did his possession targets refresh monthly? Then would he drain each one completely? If this were a malevolent system, surely it would be sought after by the authorities once discovered. After a chaotic bout of contemplation, Su Ning glanced at the alarm clock by his bedside. It was nearly time to work, and he prepared to head out. The specifics of the system remained unclear, yet he still needed to work. Next month he would come of age, and the orphan subsidy would cease. Relying solely on his scholarship would make life exceedingly difficult. As it stood, the immediate advantage of the possession system was its ability to enable him to work longer hours. After dressing and gathering his belongings, Su Ning stepped out towards the convenience store where he worked. Navigating through the narrow, dim corridor, he emerged into an old neighborhood. Summer City, bustling and vibrant overall, still bore areas that were relatively underdeveloped, with affordable rent. However, residing in such places came at the cost of increased commuting expenses. The ginkgo leaves beside the building shimmered green, rustling softly. Su Ning opened his umbrella, preparing to make his way to the subway station, typically a 10-minute walk. Approaching evening, while the sun was less intense, it still managed to be bothersome. Without an umbrella, by the time he reached the subway station, he would be left sticky and damp, one of many lessons he had learned over the past 2 weeks. Upon reaching the subway station, it was not yet peak hours, and the train was neither overcrowded nor too sparse. Su Ning could often feel lingering stares, occasionally noticing someone attempting to sneak a photo. He had gradually grown accustomed to it, leaving behind the familiar faces of his rural hometown for the throngs of strangers in the city. Su Ning gained a newfound awareness of his own allure. Indeed, there were those who would engage in rather forward behavior merely to converse with him or to obtain his contact information, even after only a brief encounter. Without any incidents, Su Ning arrived successfully at the convenience store where he worked. Although the store was quite far from his residence, it was conveniently close to his school, allowing him to come directly after classes. The female clerk on duty greeted him warmly, and he responded as he entered the changing room to don his work attire, a green jacket and an orange apron. Although the outfit appeared somewhat outdated, on Su Ning it shone like fashionable apparel. The admiring gaze of the female clerk, reminiscent of a wolf eyeing a beauty, was indicative of this. At his workstation, he assisted the clerk with the scant responsibilities, and for the moment, the shop was empty. His working hours spanned from 5 to 10 in the afternoon, totaling 5 hours without any breaks on weekends. Such a meager wage barely covered his rent. With still some time before peak hours, the store was empty, and the clerk casually approached him to strike up a conversation. "Su, are you from out of town, attending Xiaogao?" she asked, turning to observe Su Ning's profile with curiosity. Xia City Advanced Youth Academy, abbreviated as Xiaogao. "Yes," he replied. She displayed a look of admiration. "That is truly impressive. Which university do you aspire to attend in the future?" "I haven't decided yet." "I see." The clerk was a college student, her future still uncertain, but she was rumored to be a high-achieving student at Xia City University. With a beautiful face and a commendable figure, complemented by her clean silver-framed glasses, she likely had many admirers on campus. However, during work hours, she incessantly bombarded Su Ning with repetitive and uninspired inquiries, either about his future plans or probing into his household registration. Some questions were so foolish that he couldn't help but wonder if she had only gained admission to Xia University through familial donations. "What do you think of Xia University? It must have been easy for you to get in, right? Moreover, with such a statement, you would indeed be my junior." The female university student could not continue her conversation as the evening rush hour commenced. A torrent of customers surged into the convenience store, leaving both of them too preoccupied to engage in idle chatter. Su Ning, however, felt a sense of relief. The female student worked the afternoon to evening shift, while Su Ning worked from evening until night, their overlapping hours confined to those 2 bustling hours. As the evening rush gradually subsided, the female student, burdened with evening classes, could no longer pester Su Ning. After changing her attire and shouldering her satchel, she bid him a reluctant farewell. "Goodbye, Su classmate. I still have classes tonight. Goodbye." Once she departed, Su Ning finally found solace in the quiet. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, he decided to review his studies and finish the notes he had left incomplete from earlier. He occasionally attended to customers at the register, squeezing in moments of study during quieter intervals, and time flew swiftly. It is worth noting that the scholarship at Xiaogao was quite substantial. The higher one ranked in exams, the more generous the scholarship. With a total of 300 students in the grade, Su Ning ranked approximately 150th. The scholarship awarded at this tier equated to the cumulative wages from several months of work. If he could embody Jiangmu Li and manipulate his own body to sleep, wouldn't that allow him to study around the clock, thus breaking into the top 100, or even the top 50 or 20, would seem entirely feasible. The scholarship at that level would be a significant sum, alleviating much of his financial burden. Very well, it is decided. Tonight, Jiangmu Li shall be employed for studying. As the store welcomed another wave of customers, Su Ningyan glanced at the clock. Indeed, it was past 7. Typically, the school day concluded at 3:30 in the afternoon, with club activities commencing at 4 and the school gates closing after 7. The customers entering now were primarily students participating in weekend club activities. During transactions, many students would steal curious glances at him, their interest piqued mostly by his appearance. For students in this world, working part-time was commonplace. In fact, some extracurricular practice scores required consideration of hours worked at part-time jobs. Perhaps the students were still shy, as few dared to take photos, and most only glanced discreetly. Su Ningyan feigned ignorance, engrossed in scanning payment codes. 14 yuan, thank you. 5 yuan, thank you. 8 yuan, thank you. Just as he thought he was finished with the last customer, the individual before him lingered. Ah, a somewhat familiar male voice called out, and Su Ningyan looked up. A tall boy stared at him in astonishment, his voice incredulous, as if he had witnessed a colossal iceberg melting away. Su Ningyan, he articulated slowly, as if reading a criminal's name from a list. Indeed, that would be me, Su Ningyan sighed. The large boy leaned over the counter, his tone somewhat unfriendly. Didn't you say you had something important to do? This boy was Qian Juanhao, Su Ningyan's neighbor and his first friend at Xiaogao. Previously, Qian Juanhao had exerted considerable effort to persuade him to join the comic club, which Su Ningyan had declined, citing pressing matters. Su Ningyan retorted, "Am I not currently engaged in something important?" Qian Juanhao responded skeptically, "Working? For extracurricular practice scores?" This statement revealed Qian Juanhao's affluent background, illustrating his disdain for the less fortunate. Of course, it is for money. How peculiar. The purpose of working for monetary gain seemed a question that warranted no response. Well, can you guess what I experienced today? Su Ningyan turned away, dismissing the foolish inquiry. I attended an event for the comic club, if that wasn't obvious. Qian Juanhao displayed a foolish grin, mocking him. I told you, you would regret not joining the comic club. Su Ningyan feigned surprise, as if he had just uncovered a monumental secret. Oh, so I regret it? I had no idea until now. With no customers at that moment, he figured he might as well entertain him. Hey, what tone is that? Are you teasing a child? Speaking of teasing, today, he had indeed been treated like a child by Jiangmu Li several times. So, are you quite satisfied with the club activities? Qian Juanhao continued, like a kindergarten teacher, persistently posing questions that, while seemingly silly, could spark the imagination. Yes, the comic club has intriguing seniors who share their favorite comics, engage in discussions and ratings, and even teach comic drawing. More importantly, haha, are there cute girls? Hey, you actually thought of that too. I never expected you to be that kind of person. It seemed he possessed a modicum of self-awareness. No, I was merely reading your expression. What? Does my expression seem perverse? Not just that, it's even more perverse now. How infuriating. Rubbing his face in an attempt to manage his expression, Qian Juanhao continued, that's not important. What matters is there are indeed stunning girls. But not in the comic club, in the literature club. Literary girls? Precisely. Qian Juanhao stood tall, typically embodying an athletic persona, yet now appearing as an enthusiastic otaku. Do you know? She possesses a faint melancholy, yet an inner strength, with a face so beautiful it resembles a work of art. When others gaze upon her, she occasionally recoils, like a charming and clingy sister emerging from a comic, one that you can hardly imagine if you've never seen her. Su Ningyan curiously glanced behind him. Does she wear a white star-shaped hairpin? Qian Juanhao, wide-eyed with amazement, nodded vigorously. Exactly. I can't believe it. You've been paying attention to Su Weiniing? Alas. To be honest, I envy your looks. I bet you have girls confessing to you regularly, right? Qian Juanhao began to speak, only to abruptly sense something amiss. Su Ningyan's gaze seemed focused behind him. Stiffly, he turned to see the very girl he had just described. She stood there, clutching her items, nervously waiting in line, head bowed and silent. She was stunning, her skin nearly snow-white, ethereal yet fragile, as though she were moonlight frozen in time. One gentle touch would shatter her radiant glow. Qian Juanhao felt as if he had perished at that moment, succumbing to his own excessive chatter. Stumbling, he stepped aside, allowing the girl named Su Weiniing to approach. Su Ningyan swiftly and naturally rang up her items. 16 yuan, thank you. She replied softly, her voice crisp yet distant. As she reached for her items, she appeared somewhat anxious, inadvertently brushing against Su Ningyan's hand. Both their hands reached for the same product, following the elegant contours of his long fingers. Su Weiniing instinctively glanced up, their eyes meeting. In an instant, she recoiled as if burned by a hot iron. Su Ning'an assisted her in placing her items into a bag. "Thank you." She hastily expressed her gratitude, clutching the bag and departing in a flurry. Near the entrance, Qian Juanhao, still crouched and lamenting, suddenly turned with a face full of despair. "Why, when I have done nothing wrong, must fate be so cruel to me?" In hushed whispers, they discussed the girl, only to be overheard by the very subject of their conversation, shattering his image irreparably. Su Ning'an felt a mix of disbelief and exasperation. Is it really that serious? You simply do not understand. Why didn't you warn me earlier? It was only after her description that he realized the gravity of the situation. Initially, he hadn't even known her. Upon hearing this, Qian Juanhao understood that his fate was sealed, unattainable to alter. His expression was one of profound sorrow, yet he managed a resigned smile. How infuriating. No matter what, it seems I will always be a step behind. Is this truly my destiny? Indeed, one might say he was steeped in melodrama. At 10 o'clock, after a shift change with the incoming staff, Su Ning'an changed back into his regular clothes and returned to his rented apartment. In the cramped kitchen, where turning around was a challenge, he prepared a simple late-night snack. After finishing his meal, he extinguished the lights and lay down in bed. As his consciousness sank, the ethereal white and blue orbs of light re-established their connection, draining most of his mental energy. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself gazing at a pure white bed curtain. Had Jiang Muli already fallen asleep? "You're here," she exclaimed cheerfully, looking quite awake. "Are you going to sleep now?" Confirming that she hadn't weakened due to his enhancement, Su Ning'an inquired softly. "Not yet. What do you plan to do?" Her tone resembled that of a brave knight eagerly asking a king what is required to win the hand of a princess. It seemed Jiang Muli was quite reliant on his emotional transmission and genuinely willing to cooperate with him. "Can I do anything with your body?" he asked quietly, lying on the vast, soft bed. "Yes, you can do anything," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper, tinged with a hint of shyness. "It might be tiring." "Well, that is fine too," she added, her blue orb of light beginning to tremble slightly. "All right, I shall commence my studies. Where are the books?" Despite his paralyzed legs, Su Ning'an propped himself up and declared, "I study while my body sleeps at night. Whose scholarship would it be if not mine?" The azure orb in his mind suddenly stilled. "I didn't expect possession to have such an effect." "Oh, you mean studying?" Her tone bore a hint of disappointment. What was she anticipating? "If you wish to read, you can use my computer. All the books can be found there." "Thank you. But how do I get down from the bed? Should I call for my maid?" He remembered that she was in a state of paralysis, making movement difficult. "The phone is on the bedside. You can directly call Aunt Qin." "Ah, Aunt Qin is my personal maid." Following her instructions, Su Ning'an successfully returned to his familiar wheelchair. He concocted a casual excuse to send Aunt Qin away and approached the desk, opening the expensive laptop. Su Ning'an paused. The laptop screen was lit but locked, requiring a fingerprint for access. "Is there something private that hasn't been dealt with?" No. The girl hesitated, seemingly guilty about something. "I checked on you earlier." Did she actually seek to uncover his identity? "How did you find out?" "Just some magical cat superpowers," she replied. Intrigued, Su Ning'an asked, "What did you discover?" Sensing he wasn't angry, Jiang Muli breathed a sigh of relief. "I did manage to uncover some information." Now it was Su Ning'an's turn to be astonished. "You really could find that out?" "A magic cat is merely a whimsical identity I conjured." Realizing his surprise, she added, "I've compiled the information into a folder on the computer. If you wish to see it, you can." Without needing further encouragement, Su Ning'an unlocked the laptop and began perusing the information she had gathered. Jiang Muli was clearly extraordinary. Her family wielded significant influence. Her channels for information surpassed his. And perhaps she had unearthed something of genuine significance. After briefly skimming through the files, Su Ning'an fell into a contemplative silence. He leaned back, stroking his silky hair. It seemed that there truly were individuals with extraordinary abilities in this world. After 18 years of reincarnation, he had not encountered any particularly bizarre occurrences and had assumed this was a world governed by normalcy. However, based on the affluent girl's information channels, he now understood that peculiar beings indeed existed, such as mediums, fortune tellers, and those who could turn stone into gold. Yet, their powers were often inconsistent, typically dismissed as mere charlatanry. Following the Industrial Revolution, their influence had nearly vanished. In essence, there were superhumans, but they were weak, incapable of significantly impacting society, and could almost be disregarded. Hua, how could you not know this? Is there a possibility that I am not a cat of this world? Which would make my ignorance perfectly reasonable. Su Ning'an considered this, successfully silencing the girl. Ignoring Jiang Li, he prepared to delve into his studies earnestly. She was of similar age, having just begun her high school journey, and thus their textbooks were likely quite similar. The computer contained folders with accompanying exercises and lectures from distinguished teachers, which appeared quite enticing. However, Su Ning'an was not foolish enough to dive straight into those folders, as that would blatantly reveal to her that he, too, was just starting high school, inviting her to seek him out. Jiang Li indeed needed him, and he intended to cultivate her into a long-term, stable vessel. He wished to keep his true identity concealed, necessitating some indirect strategies. I'm not familiar with what your world finds interesting. Could you enlighten me? For instance, what books do you usually read? Even if she didn't attend school, she must have had a tutor, and thus should have been exposed to similar texts. Though this indirect approach might consume time, it was time he had in abundance, and wasting it would not cause him distress. Well, if I were to recommend something, how about topological structure analysis of polyphonic composition? It's not dull to read. What is that? A blend of music and mathematics? That sounds incredibly tedious. Let's choose another. Mathematical modeling and improvisational logic of jazz harmony? This book has been quite enlightening for me. I detest books related to music. This was the truth. Although he could recite related knowledge flawlessly and score near-perfect marks in written exams, his practical scores remained abysmal. I apologize. I didn't realize you disliked this. Jiang Li seemed to feel she had committed a grave error, her voice tinged with a hint of a whimper. It's all right. I'm not upset with you. Please suggest another. Okay, by the way. What is it? Aren't you supposed to be able to sense my emotions? That's right. Jiang Li feigned ignorance. So, just now, you clearly knew I wasn't angry, yet you still appeared as though you were on the verge of tears from my bullying? Oh no. As she spoke, there was undeniably a hint of laughter in her voice. He could sense her joy, akin to listening to the gentle whispers of the wind across a vast plain. Forget it, continue on. All right. The girl cheerfully elongated her tone. What about postmodern color psychology, social emotions, and spectral metaphors? The author is quite renowned. I also despise art. This was genuine. If music and art assessments were to be relegated to the annals of history, he would certainly rank within the top 50 of his summer high school class. Su Ning'an understood that some things simply require innate talent, and if one lacks it, they must focus on their strengths. Otherwise, would it be like the dandelion stole my shoes, or the seventh snowflake is mute? Both of these were tales he cherished in his childhood. Had he truly transitioned so abruptly from abstract academic theories to fairy tales? He was well past the age for such stories. They seemed too juvenile. They're not juvenile, truly. The girl attempted to defend. Juvenile, came the verdict of the second review. Jiang Li's voice was puffed up, resembling a small motor humming in irritation. If the emotions conveyed by the other party were not pleasant, Su Ning'an might have genuinely believed her. No, that wasn't he right. Su Ning'an queried. Are you toying with me? Indeed. Perhaps this advanced mathematics is more to your liking? He chuckled, attempting to divert the conversation. Although this book did align with his objectives, if he thought that this would allow him to evade scrutiny, he was mistaken. Behind the exercises lay the contact information of renowned instructors. If Hua didn't understand, she could reach out to them directly, available 24 hours a day. Given her sincere attitude in admitting her mistake, he decided to forgive her. What background did this wealthy girl have to possess such services? The thought of a bored girl at 3 in the morning whimsically clicking on a link, rousing a math teacher from sweet slumber to teach, while he could not display any annoyance, gave Su Ning'an a clearer understanding of the influence Jiang Li wielded. Soon, he entered a state of deep study, dedicating an hour and a half to his work. As he stretched, listening to the girl teasing him intermittently, he realized that she had likely guessed he was still a student. So be it. Let her leverage her connections to uncover his identity. When the time came, he would simply deny it. With nothing else to do, he opened one of Jiang Li's previous music books. To his surprise, he found himself engrossed in it. Jazz chords, he pondered, merely chiseling a few holes into the coffin of the 7th chord, smuggling the 9th and 13th notes in like contraband gold bars. And the dominant 7th chord required a B9 dagger tucked in his pocket, ready to pierce the belly of tonalities if needed. Why was he thinking this way? He should have despised such things. How could he find them so captivating? Sensing something, Su Ning'an turned a few more pages, navigating his wheelchair to the training room. He lifted the lid of the sleek, expensive black grand piano. He played a few notes, marvelous jazz chords. He was astonished by his own prowess. This talent did not belong solely to him. Hua is amazing, almost half as skilled as I am. This statement could be misconstrued, so he added, well, the teacher said I am a once-in-a-century piano prodigy. Su Ning'an chose to interpret this as a compliment. However, What mattered was that he seemed capable of channeling Zhang Yuli's innate talent. In other words, while embodying her, he was akin to half of Zhang Yuli, a musical genius born once in 50 years. Excellent. It now appeared that ranking within the top 50 in the summer exams was entirely within reach. Upon discovering his ability to enhance Zhang Yuli's talent, Suningen began to develop an interest in music and the arts. In his previous life, when music and art were not included in the examination subjects, he had still cherished them. For instance, during university, he had saved up a few thousand from working part-time to buy an electronic keyboard, learning to play despite lacking natural talent. Even in society, the pieces he enjoyed most were piano compositions. Unfortunately, when passion transformed into work, the dynamics shifted, much like how affection evolves into love, only to become wearisome once the initial thrill fades. However, to return to the original point, sometimes the shelf life of interest surpasses that of love. Suningen paused his piano playing, relaxing his slightly sore hands. May I ask you a question? Go ahead. His tone was casual, yet he felt a renewed sense of caution. While he could easily refuse to answer, the girl would inevitably glean some information. It would be better to disclose controlled information, perhaps even cloud her judgment. Can cats play the piano? Zhang Yuli's tone was innocently curious, seemingly devoid of ulterior motives. All right, I will tell you the truth. At this, the girl's heart raced, and her nervousness transmitted to Suningen. I am unclear about the exact effects of this possession magic, as it is experimental. However, I recently made a new discovery. When I embody you, your talent partially transfers to me. The implication was clear. He would not possess the skill naturally. But since Zhang Yuli could, he could as well. The information Suningen revealed was not what she had anticipated, yet it filled her with joy and excitement. So, Hua, you really do need me? Her exhilaration resembled that of a person realizing their secret crush reciprocated their feelings. Suningen replied with composure, yes, I truly need you. Zhang Yuli felt a sense of fulfillment. The anxiety that had plagued her dissipated. However, if he merely required a body to learn, he could easily possess someone else rather than her. But if he needed her talent, her confidence surged. In Blue Star, who else possessed such exceptional talent and was willing to collaborate with Hua? Surely it was only her. They were irreplaceable, and only through this mutual need could their relationship endure. After resting, Suningen prepared to resume playing. Once endowed with extraordinary talent, effort transformed from a struggle into a source of fulfillment and achievement. Practicing could indeed become addictive. Is there anything else I can assist you with? He inquired regarding the enhancement aspect. Perhaps he had overstepped. It seems that the more trust you have in me, the better the enhancement effect? He spoke vaguely, uncertain himself. Yes, I will do my best. The girl affirmed with determination, lapsing into silence. How else could one strive? Suningen played through the practice piece smoothly before experimenting with the enhancement of his drawing skills. Sitting before a mirror, sketching his reflection, he felt as if aided by divine inspiration. Previously, his sketches in class were not so much poor as they were a mess. He could manage objects decently, but when it came to portraits, he often drew them resembling apes. Now, however, he was a drawing prodigy. Even Zhang Yuli, an otherworldly beauty, could find her essence captured through her talent and his accumulated knowledge. Upon completing the sketch, Suningen sensed a consolidation of knowledge within his mind. The techniques that once seemed lifeless now thrived. He was convinced that with nightly practice, internalizing these skills, his original self could also become a genius. Is Hua useful? Zhang Yuli's voice brimmed with anticipation, akin to a child eagerly awaiting their parents' return with gifts. Suningen, perplexed, pondered the utility of it all. Did trust levels truly fluctuate? He instinctively cast a glance at the system panel, which displayed no overlooked notifications. Not at the moment, he replied. The young girl, deeply disappointed, exclaimed, but I have been trying so hard to like Hua. Was her silence earlier a testament to her effort in nurturing this affection? Although he wished to commend her dedication, Suningen remained skeptical of its efficacy. He reassured her, it's all right, such feelings must arise naturally. Just as one may rationally appreciate a person, yet emotionally find it impossible to cultivate affection, it cannot be forced. Upon hearing his consolation, Zhang Muli instinctively retorted, but I like you. That is not a lie, it's genuine. What an unexpected confession. Yet, he concluded that her affection did not stem from romantic inclinations. After all, his character was merely that of a magical female cat. After soothing Zhang Muli for a while, Suningen resumed his exploration of talent enhancements. Practicing tirelessly until the latter hours of the night, he resembled a child who had been gifted an entire toy store, eager to experiment with everything and ascertain its enjoyment. Relishing every moment, It must be said, Jiangmu Li was an authentic genius, particularly in the realm of the arts. How remarkable was her talent? For instance, she could effortlessly capture random inspirations from her mind, producing artworks and melodies that possessed a mesmerizing whirlpool-like enchantment, akin to a black hole drawing in attention, immersing one in an exquisite experience that compelled repeated savoring. Su Ning'an excelled only in natural sciences and language arts, surpassing her marginally. It is worth noting that he had diligently pursued these subjects since birth, or rather, since his previous life. After a prolonged period of play, exhaustion began to weigh on Su Ning'an, his mental energy nearly depleted. As he prepared to return to his bedroom for rest, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his limbs growing weak. Had he succumbed to illness? Or could there be side effects from utilizing talent enhancements? Regardless of the cause, neither scenario boded well for him. Jiangmu Li's hesitant voice broke through. Clearly, she too was affected by her physical discomfort. And it seemed she harbored an unspoken concern. What's wrong? Is it a serious illness? Jiangmu Li, her tone blushingly shy, confessed, I didn't have dinner. What? She explained further, I was looking up Huahua earlier and forgot to eat. Just as I was about to, you arrived. Oh, so it was merely low blood sugar. Su Ning'an sighed in relief and inquired how to procure food. Jiangmu Li suggested, you can simply call the chef using your phone. Su Ning'an complied and prepared to descend for a meal. Shortly thereafter, the chef from Jiangmu Li's household arrived at the villa with an impassive demeanor, quickly preparing an extravagant feast that rivaled that of a high-end restaurant. Given the hour, his promptness and skill, coupled with his lack of complaints, likely indicated that Jiangmu Li's family compensated him generously. Without hesitation, Su Ning'an began to indulge in the meal. After all, he was currently inhabiting Jiangmu Li's body. His consumption was equivalent to hers, and neither owed the other anything. Under the watchful eyes of onlookers, Su Ning'an devoured his food with a fervor reminiscent of a whirlwind, yet his overall demeanor remained graceful. Does Huahua enjoy it? Jiangmu Li's voice conveyed a sense of delight, suggesting that the pleasure of taste was reciprocated. If you like it, you can come every day? With the chef and maid lingering nearby, Su Ning'an found himself unable to speak. He could only subtly nod and murmur in agreement. To outsiders, this gesture appeared as an affirmation of the meal. Aunt Chin, the maid, expressed her joy, saying, Mrs. had such poor appetite lately. I didn't expect her to improve so much now. The chef, somewhat taken aback, thought to himself, although he often had to rise from rest to prepare meals due to his employment and could not show displeasure, he had begun to doubt his culinary skills as the young lady typically only ate a few bites before stopping. This had led to mild depressive symptoms. However, seeing her relish the meal now reassured him that his skills remained intact, prompting a smile to spread across his face. Upon returning to his own body, it was precisely 3 a.m. The surroundings were silent and shrouded in darkness. He sensed no trace of the invigorating warmth from before. It seemed he indeed needed to enhance trust levels to achieve further empowerment. He pondered how to bolster Jiangmu Li's trust in him. Surely she already held considerable faith in him. What more could he do? Rising from his resting position, he turned on the light and resumed his reading. Although his mental energy was exhausted, his physical body remained vibrant and could continue absorbing knowledge. A seamless 24-hour learning cycle promised a bright future ahead. Yet, it was merely the routine of school life. The next morning, Su Ning'an prepared breakfast and, after eating, took the subway to school. It was a refreshing morning, with lush greenery in the lawns and trees, and the sun's warmth was pleasant, devoid of oppressive heat. Arriving at the expansive playground of Xiaogao, he began his morning run. The school's long-distance running team and various sports clubs were also present. Some had become familiar with his routine since the semester began. He declined breakfast invitations from a few classmates who had been lying in wait, completing his usual training before heading to class. The previous surge of warmth had proven more potent than he had anticipated. Under normal training conditions, he barely broke a sweat. To maintain training efficacy, he would likely need to increase his intensity. However, if he overdid it, he risked drawing attention to his enhanced physical condition. Very well. He would wait for the right moment to test the limits of his strengthened body. At the classroom door, Qian Juanhao appeared to have been waiting for him. He waved to Su Ning'an, signaling him to approach. What's up? Su Ning'an inquired as he neared. Qian Juanhao stood beside the student storage lockers, positioned directly in front of the one marked with Su Ning'an's name. Ignoring Qian Juanhao's gestured hints, Su Ning'an cast a puzzled glance in return. Qian Juanhao leaned against the locker, making exaggerated facial expressions for some time. When Su Ning'an remained unresponsive, Qian Juanhao sighed. Is there truly no tacit understanding between us? How dull. You're the one being boring. Just get to the point. Su Ning'an replied. Qian Juanhao sighed. You don't use your locker at all? In truth, Su Ning'an was too financially constrained to even consider purchasing textbooks. He relied solely on electronic books stored in his laptop for classes, and all other supplies were borrowed from the school, leaving no surplus items to store. To outsiders unaware of his economic situation, this might seem like a peculiar quirk. Did someone stuff something in there? He had spent the weekend studying at home, absent from school, while Qian Juanhao had participated in weekend club activities and possibly witnessed something. Approaching the locker, Su Ning'an used his fingerprint to unlock it. Indeed, the previously empty locker was now cluttered with a dozen envelopes. Most of these envelopes bore flirtatious designs, such as red hearts, ensuring no one could misinterpret the nature of the letters. While it was curious that a storage locker equipped with a fingerprint lock still had a vent allowing for the insertion of envelopes, one could hardly dismiss the notion that this was a manifestation of the school's peculiar sense of humor. Wow, so many? Qian Juanhao had anticipated this accumulation, but was astonished that merely a single weekend had yielded such a collection of love letters. Last Friday, right under his nose, Su Ning'an had just tidied his locker. Qian Juanhao's astonishment attracted the attention of passing classmates, who whispered or took photographs from a distance, while familiar faces approached to exclaim how popular he was. After rummaging through a pile of envelopes and confirming there was nothing else, Su Ning'an closed the locker and walked towards the classroom. Qian Juanhao followed, exclaiming, Hey, you didn't even take a look? If you read them all, do you wish for my demise? Love letters are a cumbersome affair. One either ignores them entirely or reads them all. Otherwise, one risks being accused of favoritism, diminishing one's character while giving some the illusion of having a chance. Reading them all would waste time and elicit reviews that one would always pay attention to love letters, leading to more letters and further time wasted. Thus, it is imperative to establish a facade of indifference in public settings. He also intentionally waited for passing classmates to take photos, ensuring the news would spread before entering the classroom. Ah, so you are flaunting your popularity, overwhelmed by love letters? I concede, you've outdone me, he remarked with a hint of self-awareness. No, I'll just be modest. If you truly dislike them, why not block the slot? You're not like others who would reserve a locker for a pet. Do you truly relish the process of collecting love letters? Is that who you are? Su Ning'an was taken aback to learn such individuals existed. He couldn't fathom what type of pet could be kept in that limited space. Perhaps a fish tank for a turtle? The world is indeed full of wonders. Don't evade the point. If you block it, my desk will be stuffed, and I still need to use it. Isn't it better to allow for some flow? Qian Juanhao appeared as if he had a sudden epiphany, excitedly bowing to him, radiating enthusiasm as if he had deciphered a profound martial arts secret. This guy sometimes displays an inexplicable level of teenage angst. Once seated, Su Ning'an began to study earnestly, and Qian Juanhao ceased to disturb him. After reviewing his previous lessons, Su Ning'an occasionally glanced up at the classroom gradually filling with students, including Qian Juanhao, who could converse with anyone. Reflecting on the beginning of the semester, although many expressed a desire to befriend him, most were girls, and such close relationships could lead to complications, prompting him to decline in various ways. Perhaps as a result, he was perceived as reclusive, with Qian Juanhao, whose extroverted nature and quirky demeanor led him to become his friend. Individuals who are abstract yet approachable tend to attract numerous friends, as occasional boundary-crossing behaviors are often perceived as playful banter. By 8 o'clock, the first class commenced, mathematics. The instructor was a gentle middle-aged man, impeccably dressed with a meticulously groomed beard. Occasionally, he interspersed his lecture with dry humor, which elicited laughter from the students. Outside, the summer scenery evoked nostalgia for youth, with clear white clouds against a blue sky. Inside, the harmonious atmosphere fostered pleasant interactions among students who engaged willingly. As for the lecture content, there is no need to elaborate. Su Ning'an had mastered advanced mathematics after 2 lifetimes, consistently achieving near-perfect scores on exams. The second class was music, one of the subjects Su Ning'an previously detested. Just as he was about to follow the crowd to the music room, Qian Juanhao tapped his shoulder. Turning, he was met with a mischievous grin. Ah, it's that time again, your favorite music class. He was aware of Su Ning'an's lack of practical skills. Should live performance be required, it would surely be an embarrassment. Su Ning'an gathered his belongings and stood up, stating, You don't need to remind me every time. Oh, this time is different, Qian Juanhao replied, his expression suddenly serious. What's the matter? Su Ning'an continued walking, seemingly unconcerned. Today, we're playing the piano, and our class has a new teacher. Her surname is Een, a notoriously strict woman rumored to have endured mistreatment from a scoundrel. She has high expectations for her students and is very stringent with grades. Why mention being mistreated by a scoundrel? Suning mused. Does that imply she might call on someone to perform? Who would that be? Difficult to guess, Qian Juanhao teased, insinuating it might be Suningen. I bear her no grudge. Correct. Qian Juanhao snapped his fingers, and other classmates shared the same thought. However, past experiences taught them she relished the sight of handsome boys squirming in class, occasionally mocking them, hinting at a peculiar penchant. Suningen dismissed it as flattery. He remained unfazed. Perhaps it's just a rumor? Haha. In the music room, students formed a circle around a piano and an elderly woman. The woman had fixed her gaze on Suning, and since he entered, her voice was somewhat hoarse. This student, please come up and demonstrate. Performing well will earn you extra credit. Thus, performing poorly would result in deductions. Everyone turned to him, and the female students seized the opportunity to admire his appearance. Beside him, Qian Juanhao bit his lip, his face flushed, struggling to suppress laughter while patting his shoulder in encouragement. Suning sighed, realizing the rumors were true. Sitting at the piano bench, the woman named Een pulled out a book. Flipping through a few pages, she placed it on the music stand. Exuding an air of challenge, just this excerpt, play it. Suning recognized it, reaching to turn the page, spotting the cover, mathematical modeling and improvisational logic of jazz harmony. The very book he had perused the previous night? Remarkable. Observing him turn the page, the elderly woman raised an eyebrow. Do you have any questions? No, none, he sighed, extending his hand over the black and white keys. The lesson continued. Next to Suning in S vacated seat, Qian Juanhao continued to chuckle. A bespectacled boy whispered, "Why are you still laughing?" He, just now Suning said he wouldn't be called on. Thought I was tricking him, Qian Juanhao replied. The boy nodded. But judging by his demeanor, he doesn't seem unprepared. Qian Juanhao laughed. You don't understand. Even if he has never seen a piano, if called upon to play, he would still maintain that nonchalant attitude. Can't you tell? Suddenly, Qian Juanhao's words halted. Not just him, the entire class, including the stern woman, fell silent. The exquisite sound of the piano captivated everyone. The initial melody resembled a nimble fawn emerging from the mist under moonlight, its delicate hooves touching the dew. Awkward yet unexpectedly vibrant. Chords cascaded from his fingertips, and the mist took on form. The bass resonated like a deep pool, while the upper register shimmered with fragmented light under the moonlit night. The tension of the seventh chord felt like the fading glow of sunset, while the ninth and 11th notes transformed into flickering fireflies. The music room was enveloped in silence, as if night had descended upon them. The stern woman's eyes widened, revealing her astonishment. Qian Juanhao pointed at Sun Ningen in disbelief. Know this? He looked around in confusion, but no one paid him any attention. Sun Ningen found his rhythm and suddenly shifted keys. The hearts of everyone present momentarily skipped a beat, as if they had abruptly halted at the edge of a precipice. His conclusion was a suspended chord, unresolved and lingering. The elderly woman beside the piano closed her eyes, absorbing the rough edges of the dissonant intervals. She felt as though she were observing wet oil paints in an impressionistic masterpiece, slightly clumsy, yet more reflective of reality than perfection. She could discern that, without a doubt. Sun Ningen was no seasoned performer. However, the vibrancy of his melody was undeniable. He was a prodigy. There could be no other possibility. Sun Ningen rose, and teacher Een led the applause. The enthusiasm of the entire class transformed into thunderous clapping, especially fervent from the girls. He breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that he had whimsically practiced this piece yesterday. Had the teacher chosen a different book, without the advantage of talent, and without having fully internalized the corresponding techniques, he might have exposed himself. The elderly woman seemed less harsh now. She smiled warmly and asked, "What is your name?" Sun Ningen. A girl shouted without restraint, prompting her classmates to cheer. She covered her blushing face with her hands, yet her fingers parted slightly to sneak a glance at Sun Ningen's expression. Unfortunately, he remained inscrutable. The bespectacled boy sighed. I truly envy him. If only I could play that well one day. You are mistaken, Qian Juanhao retorted. Even if he played like he had diarrhea, do you believe there wouldn't be a crowd of girls encouraging him? Perhaps even a beautiful girl would approach him, offering to teach him hand in hand. It has little to do with how well he plays. The bespectacled boy was left speechless. The elderly woman named Een nodded in approval. Not bad. You've passed, Sun Ningen, right? I will give you full marks for your performance. Thank you, teacher. What a delightful occurrence. Returning to his seat, a pleased teacher Een continued her lecture. One must admit, despite her somewhat acerbic demeanor, her teaching prowess was commendable. It was no wonder the school tolerated her peculiarities. Midway through, she called several students to perform, both boys and girls, their skills varying widely, and she frowned, unable to refrain from sharp criticism. Those targeted felt a wave of trepidation. The standard of summer high school students is truly deteriorating. Such a classic line. However, Sun Ningyan surveyed the room and noticed that most of his classmates had shamefully lowered their heads. They must have always been exceptional, unaccustomed to hearing such harsh words, leading them to take it to heart. That student, Sun Ningyan, possesses a talent far beyond yours. Just a moment. Isn't this inciting resentment against him? Feeling uneasy, Sun Ningyan exchanged glances with several classmates and discovered that their eyes held no envy or discontent. Rather, they were filled with admiration. A few gazes even brimmed with determination. As if spurred on. Well, one must say, are they not truly the students of summer high school? Yet, do you think that such talent as Sun Ningyan is considered the pinnacle? No, no one thinks that. At a prestigious school in Haicheng, though I cannot disclose its name. Those who understand will know. I was fortunate enough to meet a girl. Have we entered the phase of elevating and belittling? The woman continued. She is paralyzed from the waist down, unable to even press the pedals. Yet her talent on the piano is nothing short of extraordinary, a once-in-a-century phenomenon. What? Paralyzed? A once-in-a-century talent? Could it be? Jiang Muli attends school in Haicheng? No wonder the book he was looking at yesterday was also with the teacher. Perhaps Teacher Yin had taught Jiang Muli before? Who knows? They might still be in contact. He couldn't afford to slip up. Sun Ningyan's thoughts raced. A girl glanced at him, thinking he was disheartened. Gritting her teeth, she raised her hand to ask, Teacher, are you suggesting that Sun Ningyan's talent is inferior to hers? Teacher Yin shot her a glance, of course. The classroom erupted in murmurs. She added, Sun Ningyan's talent is perhaps only half that of that girl's, but that is already an astonishing level. Certainly, you all pale in comparison. Upon hearing this, the room was in uproar. They were the creme de la creme, selected from the first district, unable to fathom that such superior talent existed in the world. Qian Juanhao, feeling somewhat displeased, poked Sun Ningyan. Hey, she's belittling you. What are your thoughts? Do you believe what she said is true? Sun Ningyan replied calmly. I have no thoughts. She speaks the truth. Indeed, it was the truth, as Sun Ningyan, who could embody a beautiful girl, could personally attest. The way you say it, it's as if you've seen her. Wait, have you really met that girl she mentioned? What does she look like? Is she beautiful? I have not seen her in person. This was also the truth. He was not lying. TCH. As the morning class concluded, Sun Ningyan headed to the cafeteria for lunch. Most students were either napping in their classrooms, participating in club activities, or reading in the library, or simply enjoying the air conditioning in their classroom. As he entered his class, he spotted a familiar figure just exiting from the adjacent room. It was the stunning Su Weiying, as beautiful as moonlight. Sun Ningyan recalled that she was among the top 20 in the grade, an absolute genius. After all, being in the top 20 was something he could only aspire to after acquiring the system, highlighting just how rare it was. Noticing Sun Ningyan's gaze, she lowered her head and quickly walked away. During lunch, attempting to rest, Sun Ningyan still felt invigorated, despite having risen at 3 in the morning. That rush of warm energy truly was a marvelous thing. Throughout the afternoon, Sun Ningyan pondered over a physics problem, becoming increasingly energized. His thoughts flowing much more freely than before. Until physical education class in the afternoon, he was still contemplating a particularly challenging physics question. On the summer high school's large playground, the sun was not too intense, but it was still warm, with the cicadas buzzing noisily. The sky was a brilliant blue, with fluffy white clouds drifting like ancient fortresses. Qian Juanhao approached swiftly, attempting to bump into him. Sun Ningyan, who was looking down while walking, sidestepped, causing Qian Juanhao to nearly stumble. Struggling to maintain his balance, he recalled Sun Ningyan's impressive performance in class that day and sighed. It's your favorite sports class again. Sun Ningyan nodded. His physical fitness was generally excellent, likely due to the fact that rural individuals often possess better health than those in cities. The entire class assembled, separating by gender for the lesson. The burly physical education teacher, resembling a water buffalo, with a stopwatch around his neck and clad in a black uniform, led the boys' team. Today, would you like to run 1,000 meters? At this, the group immediately lamented. Can we skip it? Sun Ningyan was indifferent. Right now, solving that physics problem was far more pressing. He felt he was on the right track with his thoughts. The physical education teacher chuckled. If we don't run this week, we'll have to run next week. There's no escaping it, and we'll be keeping track of scores. The weather is nice today, why not run early? The students looked disappointed. Then let us run today. The long run next week before the monthly exam would be even more dreadful. All right, everyone, head to the starting line. Suning followed the crowd to the starting line. While his classmates felt their hearts racing, he remained indifferent, confident that even relying on instinct, he would place among the top. Go. pondering over the questions. Suning dashed forward, running as comfortably as possible. Qian Juanhao and his bespectacled friend ran alongside, gazing blankly at Suning, who was charging ahead. Could he have misheard? Was this not 1,000 meters, but rather 400? No matter, this time he would finally surpass him. But something felt off. Why wasn't he slowing down? Was he lapping the others? As Suning continued to run and solve problems, he felt a surge of inspiration. When he arrived at the finish line, the PE teacher was waiting just beyond it, encouraging him with excitement. Keep going. Is this the final stretch? Feeling he still had plenty of energy, Suning accelerated. Crossing the finish line, the teacher patted him on the shoulder with satisfaction. Well done. You've just broken the district's youth record for the 1,000 meters and are nearing the world record. Huh. He turned back to see his classmates still struggling on the track, casting bewildered glances at him. The girl seemed puzzled, finding an excuse. Suning politely declined the teacher's invitation, stating that he prioritized his studies and wasn't interested in competing at the moment. Such a shame. If you train more, you could have made a name for yourself in the district or even the world. It would only be a matter of time. Suning smiled shyly, relieved that no one suspected he had awakened a system. All right, once the girls finish running, you may all engage in free activities. If you need equipment, have the sports representative fetch it. Qian Juanhao and his bespectacled companion obstructed Suning's path. Holding a microphone, he thrust it towards Suning. May I ask, how did you manage to run so fast without breaking a sweat? Suning pondered for a moment before replying. Perhaps it's because I come from the countryside? Nonsense. Does that mean country folk have better physiques than city dwellers? You could try riding a bicycle to school every day with someone on your back. Your body would also become strong. Qian Juanhao seized upon this point. Someone on your back? You don't mean you have a childhood sweetheart back home, do you? If you're referring to a girl I grew up with, then yes. Unbelievable. Beside them, the bespectacled boy observed the scene. Suddenly, a soft and sweet voice chimed in from behind. Hello? He turned swiftly. The girl's high ponytail sparkled in the dappled sunlight beneath the trees. Her radiant smile and sparkling eyes, paired with her fashionable short skirt, accentuated her fair and slender legs. Are you talking to me? The bespectacled boy felt his heart race. Overwhelmed, the girl tilted her head and moved closer, causing his heartbeat to quicken. Excuse me, is Suning here? As she spoke, the shadows beneath her lashes seemed to dance, mirroring his trembling heart. Yes, right there. His pointing hand trembled slightly. Thank you, Li Yizhou. The girl smiled, revealing adorable dimples, and he felt as if he were gazing upon an angel. She remembered his name. Instantly, the bespectacled Li Yizhou was lost in a daydream. Qian Juanhao continued chattering. So why did you give up on your childhood sweetheart? What's behind me? Learning from previous experiences. Qian Juanhao quickly turned to see the beautiful girl approaching. She drew near, curiously leaning towards Suning, gazing up at him. Suning looked down, meeting her gaze. In the sunlight, her face resembled sweet honey, utterly enticing. Are you Suning? Her voice was gentle, infused with curiosity and a hint of anticipation. The kind that could easily captivate any boy. Yes, she smiled, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, her tone soft and laced with laughter. Great. Now, do you know my name? I know. You're a classmate named Shirhuani. It was indeed difficult to remember the names of classmates who had a week presence shortly after the start of term, but Shirhuani was not one of them. Oh. She displayed a pleasantly surprised expression, covering her mouth coyly. I didn't expect you to notice me. It wasn't so much noticing as it was her overwhelming presence. Nevertheless, Suning replied, yes. If you say you didn't notice me, what do you think I would say? Shirhuani asked, turning her back to him playfully. Lifting her skirt. What a boring question. You'd say, I'm very disappointed. She seemed amused, covering her mouth as she laughed softly. She turned back, sunlight illuminating her amber eyes. Almost magical, I say, but I have been paying attention to you. Suning fell silent, pondering whether her turning back had been an intentional play for the sunlight, crafting a radiant moment. He nodded, I see. Suddenly, Shirhuani leaned closer, walking beside him, and asked with a smile, would you like to play badminton with me? Qian Juanhao watched this unfold, secretly amused. Suning, he knew all too well. Even if she was an exquisite beauty, meticulously dressed, the outcome would ultimately be. Sure, Suning replied, and Shirhuani beamed. Let us head to the gym. All right. The two walked side by side, leaving Qian Juanhao bewildered behind them. Wait, bro, are you really going? What about your aloofness? As they walked, Shirhuani kept close, her snowy arm occasionally brushing against his. Whenever he glanced her way, she tilted her head, displaying an adorably puzzled expression. Even so, he made no effort to create distance, leading to curious glances from other classmates. Generally, Su Ning'an avoided too much contact with girls to steer clear of trouble. However, he agreed this time because the person was Shi Huani. There were two unique girls in class, and she was one of them. Unlike most girls who harbored fervent admiration for him, she exhibited a friendly demeanor toward everyone, including the boys. Beautiful, fashionable, cheerful, gentle, and approachable. She always leaned in close while speaking, seemingly interested in everything about you. Boys often found themselves entranced by her casual glances and smiles, mistakenly believing they were special. Su Ning'an, however, could see that she merely reveled in the feeling of being liked. If one were to categorize her, she was like a free-spirited butterfly, gracefully flitting through everyone's hearts without ever truly settling. Now, as she approached him with flirtatious remarks and invited him to play, it was simply because he had never shown any affection for her, not even the slightest hint of interest. Since Shi Huani's aim was to boost her favorability, Su Ning'an could maintain a suitable distance by displaying either affection or disdain. Thus, agreeing to play with her would not only avoid trouble, but also provoke speculation among other girls, potentially leading to their disillusionment with him. What is not to love? Can you play badminton? He handed him a racket, and Shi Huani gently inquired, Are you unable to play? No, he replied. Then allow me to teach you, shall I? Sure. The two took their positions on opposite sides of the net, and with just a few attempts, Su Ning'an swiftly grasped the fundamentals. Impressive. You're learning much faster than I did. This sentiment felt strangely familiar. As the game commenced, Shi Huani initially intended to let Su Ning'an score a few points to enhance his self-esteem. However, to her surprise, Su Ning'an played with such ease and confidence. Leveraging her physically enhanced abilities, she quickly took control of the match. She couldn't afford to outright defeat him, for if she did so repeatedly, he might simply give up. Yet, she couldn't play too weakly either, as that would only frustrate him. Thus, she resolved to maintain a level of play that would give him the impression he was on the brink of victory, yet never quite achieving it. At first, Shi Huani aimed to encourage him, but she soon realized that this seasoned player had yet to score a single point, though neither had she. After several exchanges, she felt an unexpected synchronicity between their skills. There was no need for her to hold back, and the pressure was absent, allowing her to rediscover the joy of playing badminton. After numerous rallies, she became engrossed in the game, forgetting all notions of encouragement and self-esteem. Now, her sole desire was to win a point. After a while, Su Ning'an feigned a mistake, and finally, Shi Huani managed to secure a point. You won, he acknowledged. A smile blossomed on her face as she experienced the long-lost thrill of competitive sport. Shall we continue? She asked, her anticipation palpable. Despite feeling a bit fatigued, she was becoming somewhat addicted to the game. As Su Ning'an glanced around, he noticed a few classmates had gathered, their gazes fixed upon them. His goal had been achieved. It was time for him to attend to his studies. I have other matters to attend to, perhaps next time, he said. What a pity, she genuinely lamented. Shi Huani, would you like to play? Li Yizhou, wearing black-rimmed glasses, seized the moment. He appeared quite eager. Naturally, as someone who wished to be liked by all, Shi Huani found it difficult to decline. Of course, she replied. A few minutes later, Li Yizhou leaped and executed a smashing shot. Smack. Shi Huani had already been defeated nearly 10 times. She forced a smile. I'm a bit tired and would rather not continue. Oh, then you should rest. Take care of yourself, Li Yizhou said, believing himself to be caring and considerate. Shi Huani managed to smile and quickly departed. Qian Juanhao observed the entire scene, suppressing laughter as he approached Li Yizhou and complimented. Those smashes were impressive. Not at all, Li Yizhou downplayed it. Yet in his heart, he fantasized that Shi Huani must surely admire him. In the classroom, only one girl sat by the window. She rested her chin on her hand, gazing outside at the vast, silent sky. Her cold, black hair cascaded like a tranquil pool, and her pale skin peeked through. Noticing the gaze, she turned her head, looking at Su Ning'an with a hint of confusion. Su Ning'an returned the puzzled glance. Taking his seat, he began to study. The aloof girl remained indifferent. Turning back to the window, earlier, it had been mentioned that there were two peculiar girls in the class. Shi Huani was one. This seemingly indifferent girl was the other. The term strange or unique referred to their lack of excessive attraction to Su Ning'an's charm, unlike most girls. In essence, their closer friendship would not lead to complications. If one were to seek female friends, they would be the top choices. With meticulous care, he recorded the solutions he had pondered during physical education class. The indifferent girl exited the classroom just as Qian Juanhao entered. Su Ning'an paused his writing and looked up, confronting the scheming expression of Qian Juanhao. Come clean. How many girlfriends have you had in the past? None, Su Ning'an replied. Qian Juanhao reacted as if he had just heard a thief deny their crime, incredulous. Not a single one. Not even half. None at all. Do you expect me to believe that? What about your childhood sweetheart? Even less likely. Oh, I see. Could it be that your childhood sweetheart was too strict, and that's why you couldn't find a girlfriend? Is that why you wanted to escape to the city? Something along those lines. Well, let me give you a heads up. Huani is not the type suitable for close relationships. Haven't you noticed that by now? She simply enjoys having others orbit around her. You might be the exception, but I wouldn't recommend pursuing it. I'm aware of that. Which is why I think she won't cause trouble. Qian Juanhao understood. Are you trying to use her? That seems rather malicious. Honestly, you could phrase that more elegantly. What about now? Without your childhood sweetheart overseeing you, you can freely seek someone, right? How long until you come of age? I haven't given it much thought. Probably less than a month. What about you? Su Ningyan answered 3 questions in succession, turning the conversation back towards Qian Juanhao. Well, I do have some thoughts, but... As he broached the subject, Qian Juanhao, usually so articulate, became unusually bashful. Turning to a fresh page, Su Ningyan began taking notes with a gel pen. I asked how long until you come of age. Are you trying to trick me? Isn't it someone from our class? Huh, what are you talking about? Qian Juanhao feigned ignorance, having learned to play dumb. Is it the one behind you? Qian Juanhao turned sharply, spotting the aloof girl. She had entered the classroom and cast a glance their way, appearing indifferent. Turning back, his face flushed crimson, he muttered under his breath, damn. It seemed Su Ningyan had indeed guessed correctly. The aloof girl collected her belongings and exited the classroom. Su Ningyan looked up, pressing the pen against the page. So it turns out it's Yin Yunan. Qian Juanhao attempted to act tough. What are you talking about? Please be clearer. Su Ningyan nodded, having heard the unusual request, and complied. He narrated as if providing commentary. Yin Yunan is truly remarkable, as beautiful as the first snow. Qian Juanhao appeared puzzled. Well, she is indeed pretty. Her hair is as smooth as silk, cascading like a nightfall over the wilderness. If one were to sit behind her every day. Qian Juanhao's expression grew increasingly uncomfortable then. What happens? Clearly, she is stunning, yet she drifts through the crowd like a cloud, appearing rather aloof. If only she could. Qian Juanhao fell silent. Unlike Huani, who sought the approval of others, Yin Yunan seemed more independent and possessed a stronger character. In other words, she maintained her integrity and avoided unnecessary interactions with boys. For some traditional students like Qian Juanhao, this was quite. Without hesitation, Qian Juanhao dropped to his knees, bowing deeply. Father, living father, please stop. I concede. Su Ningyan fluidly continued his note-taking. If you keep talking, I might just die to prove my point. He simply nodded, unsure if he was agreeing with Qian Juanhao's morbid sentiments, but he concluded his narrative mode. However, there is one thing I must know before I die, he declared. Where did you come to this conclusion? Did you read my diary? I did not write with such detail either. So, you kept a diary. How vexing. How did you come to know this? Of course, it was by reading your expressions. You cannot conceal anything, Qian Juanhao. How can my expressions be read like a book? Since that day, Qian Juanhao remained perplexed about how Su Ningyan had discerned his thoughts. After school, work, and dinner, Su Ningyan began his possession. His vision became clear as he sat by the window, gazing at the sea of flowers illuminated by the moonlight. A gentle night breeze brushing against him. You're here, Huahua. Yes. Would you prefer to eat first or study? Why do you sound as if you are inquiring about your husband's return home? Haven't you eaten? Well, eating alone lacks flavor. So I hope to wait for you to join me. Despite his attempts to persuade Jiang Muli, he was met with indifference. All right, let us eat first. Repeating the previous day's actions, he summoned the chef. Su Ningyan, having just finished a late-night snack, indulged in the pleasure of a sumptuous meal once more. Aunt Qin, the maid, was still pleased. The chef was even more motivated, and Jiang Muli gained emotional validation. Everyone was winning. After the meal came study time. Su Ningyan decided to practice drawing, starting with a self-portrait. Approaching the mirror, he prepared to sketch. Just as he was about to begin, a multitude of knowledge and techniques surged into his mind. This information was not only clear, but also included many concepts Su Ningyan had never learned before. What was happening? During the possession, did he not only enhance his talents, but also acquire the knowledge of the other person? Yet, when he played the piano last time, he had not gained any relevant knowledge. What were you just thinking? He suddenly asked. Huh, what is it, Huahua? Jiang Muli responded, somewhat bewildered. I just received some drawing techniques. Were they what you were thinking? Su Ningyan compared the new information in his mind with Jiang Muli's thoughts. After several tests, they concluded that when one of them relaxed and focused on a certain piece of information, assuming it could be transmitted, the other could acquire it. Once obtained, the information felt as if it had been copied and pasted, with nearly identical retention in their memories. That is wonderful. This will make your studies much more convenient. Jiang Muley genuinely rejoiced for him, not feigning her enthusiasm. Su Ning'an sensed her emotion. Indeed, it was a cause for celebration. Her significance had increased, reducing the likelihood of his abandoning her. Would you like knowledge about drawing? I can share everything with you. Jiang Muley's tone was alluring, reminiscent of a stranger attempting to entice a child home with sweets. You can give me everything? Generally, offering a little each day is the best choice, right? Like paying a deposit and the remaining balance upon completion. Wouldn't giving it all at once risk someone running away? Jiang Muley did not respond, and the next moment, a torrent of knowledge flooded in: balance, symmetry, and visual focus, texture representation, shaping volume and spatial awareness, multi-angle human quick sketches, rapid form capturing, and dynamic line scene sketches, motion trajectories and continuous action representation, aerial perspective, proportions of facial features and expression portrayal, facial muscles, and emotional conveyance. Although Su Ning'an had encountered some of this knowledge, it had mostly remained superficial due to his lack of relevant talent. Now, the information being transmitted came with Jiang Muley's understanding, akin to having a teacher reassemble the knowledge into a new system within his mind. This method of learning was exponentially faster than traditional reading and comprehension. Feeling his mind rapidly filled with valuable knowledge, a sense of satisfaction arose within Su Ning'an, leading him to revel in the experience. The joy transmitted to Jiang Muley, prompting her to transmit even more eagerly. However, at one moment, the flow of information abruptly ceased. Su Ning'an paused, sensing panic in Jiang Muley's emotions. What happened? Is something wrong? He should have anticipated that transmission would not be without limitations. Jiang Muley's response bore a tone of pain. Yes, I'm sorry, Hua. It seems my mental energy has temporarily run out. Let us halt the transmission for now. Are you feeling unwell? I feel a bit dizzy, with a slight headache. But it doesn't seem like resting would help. Hua, trust me. Her voice sounded faint, as if she were gravely ill. Su Ning'an suspected that if she expended more mental energy, she would fall into a near comatose state. Within the confines of his mind, the blue light orb grew faint and ethereal, resembling a light bulb with insufficient voltage, ready to extinguish at any moment. Jiang Muley was not feigning. She was genuinely drained. Su Ning'an sighed. I believe in you. Please rest. I am very worried about you. Initially, he had merely sought to take advantage of her talent, hoping for a mutually beneficial arrangement. Now, seeing her exert herself so fervently, he felt a pang of guilt. Fortunately, their emotional connection allowed unspoken feelings of apology and concern to flow between them, while Jiang Muley's reassurance and trust swiftly followed, dissipating any potential misunderstandings or barriers. Jiang Muley guided the blue light orb to rest quietly atop Su Ning'an's white light orb, recuperating her mental energy. Su Ning'an utilized this time to apply the abstract theories he had received to practical use, internalizing them as his own skills. His practical drawing capabilities were rapidly advancing. Furthermore, due to Jiang Muley's extensive knowledge in art, his improvement was comprehensive. Although his creations bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Muley's style, this was merely a trivial issue. Hua? Jiang Muley gently inquired while waiting for him to rest. What is it? Are you feeling better? Seemingly buoyed by Su Ning'an's concern, Jiang Muley became lively once more, as if she had fully regained her vitality. Yes, much better. The blue light orb had indeed become more tangible, indicating that mental energy could indeed be restored through rest. Su Ning'an's unease gradually dissipated. Is there anything you wish to discuss? I will do my best to answer. Jiang Muley's sincerity caused Su Ning'an to hesitate in deceiving her. Contrary to his expectations, Jiang Muley did not probe further into his personal information. Hua, I think I don't know much. No, you already know a great deal. You are a once-in-a-century genius girl. Su Ning'an thought this in his heart, yet only responded with a non-committal sound. In this way, one day, I may be unable to assist Hua, right? No, you are overthinking. Your talent is vital and irreplaceable. Su Ning'an merely contemplated this, but refrained from voicing it. Thus, I have decided that when Hua is absent, I will strive to learn new knowledge. Whatever you desire, feel free to tell me. Such a commendable notion moved Su Ning'an deeply. Thank you. Without the need for further words, their gratitude was mutually understood. So Hua, could you share an interesting story with me? I wish to hear tales I have never encountered before. I beg you. With her request, Jiang Muley began to charm him. Ultimately, it all seemed to circle back to him, didn't it? Su Ning'an let out a barely perceptible sigh, so subtle that even Jiang Muley did not notice. Do you truly wish to hear a tale that only I am privy to? Such a story belongs solely to our world. Is that acceptable? If you desire it. Su Ning'an calmed his mind, and began to envision a comic from a past life, transmitting the images to Jiang Muli. In 1890, an extraordinary long-distance horse race, Steel Ball Run, SBR, spanning 6,000 kilometers across North America, is about to commence. This is the narrative of the protagonist, Johnny Joestar. As he traverses adolescence and steps into adulthood, will there be a classmate resembling an ape in the art class? Steel Ball Run, SBR, is the 7th installment of the JoJo series, chronicling the journey of the paralyzed Johnny Joestar, who, in search of hope to rise again, participates in a cross-continental horse race alongside the spin-powered Euro Zeppeli. This story originates from the original Earth, in the parallel world of Blue Star. Existing in a realm of absolute obscurity, returning to his own essence, it was already past 4 o'clock. Each time he possessed another, especially after increasing trust levels, Su Ning'an's mental fortitude was enhanced. The result was an extended duration of possession and improved control over his original body. What was once merely a vegetative state of sleep now began to allow for movement. For instance, during this possession, after receiving a system prompt, Su Ning'an was able to sit up, lie down, and even perform simple walking actions while maintaining his possession state. With a few more trust level increases, it would not be long before he could control 2 bodies simultaneously. However, if next month the possession target were to refresh, did that imply he could gradually learn to control 3, 4, or even the entire world? Such a notion seemed outrageous and improbable. In the dimness of the rented room, Su Ning'an stretched his body, warmth enveloping him as expected. He felt as though he were submerged in a hot spring, every cell rejoicing in elation. His pupils rapidly adjusted in size, and the obscured forms in the darkness began to sharpen into clarity. His hearing became acutely sensitive, and his thoughts quickened. What about his physical condition? He rose and approached his desk, lifting one hand with ease, as if raising a book, feeling almost no strain. Gripping the edge of the table, he exerted a slight force. With a crisp crack, the wooden surface yielded like a biscuit, breaking off a piece. In the darkness, Su Ning'an gazed at the wooden fragment in his hand, rendered speechless. The furniture belonged to the landlord. He would need to glue it back or face financial repercussions. Just as he was about to resume his studies, Su Ning'an instinctively opened the system panel, curious if he had overlooked any information. Indeed, there was a notification. Trust level has increased twice. Only one more increase is needed to complete charging. What does charging complete imply? The first thought that crossed Su Ning'an's mind was of the pure white light sphere in his mind. It was indeed charging, yet its energy growth remained linear, showing no signs of acceleration or steep increase due to the rise in trust levels. The charging of the white light sphere likely represented the time until the next potential possession target could be retrieved. The system's countdown indicated that completion was still a distant prospect. Suddenly, Su Ning'an recalled that when trust levels increased, the azure light sphere above the white one, symbolizing Jiang Muli's mental strength, had brightened noticeably. Initially, he had assumed it was Jiang Muli's spirit lifting due to the rise in trust. Now it appeared that perhaps her light sphere was also in the process of charging. What would occur upon completion? Would she then be able to possess herself? Would he possess her, and she return to her original body in the rented room? Would that not directly expose his identity? Never mind. He could not fathom it for now. He would set his mind to studying. During the day, in summer, there was art class. In the art classroom, the teacher requested pairs to assist each other in drawing portraits. Su Ning'an had intended to partner with Qian Juanhao as before, but the latter chose to pair with another boy. Haha, I certainly do not wish to be depicted as an ape again. It seemed Su Ning'an's previous narrative had struck a nerve with Qian Juanhao, who attempted a childish retort. Su Ning'an paid little mind, though he had few friends. He could simply ask the teacher to reassign partners. The sunny and cheerful Shi Huani noticed his situation. After a moment's deliberation, she promptly approached the teacher. Teacher, my previous partner is absent. May I choose a new one? The young female teacher smiled and replied, that is acceptable, but, before she could finish her sentence, Shi Huani turned and swiftly positioned herself near Su Ning'an. The young teacher, realizing her intent, could only chuckle helplessly while covering her forehead. As Shi Huani began to utter the first syllable, another swift voice interrupted. Shi Huani, may I partner with you? Shi Huani's hand froze mid-motion. Li Yizhou emerged from her side, his face a mix of surprise and anxiety, likely having overheard her conversation with the teacher. Su Ning'an turned to witness this scene. Shi Huani remained silent, so he circumvented the two and prepared to inquire about his partnership with the teacher. In front of the crowd, Shi Huani found it difficult to refuse a fellow student without showing bias toward another. Thus, despite her internal reluctance, she smiled and acquiesced. That is fine. Ah, she is simply an angel, Li Yizhou thought as he gazed at her smile. Except for Su Ningyan, all other students had successfully paired up. As he walked toward the teacher, many eyes were drawn to him. The girls were eager to raise their hands and call out, "Please partner with me." Yet, they hesitated, considering their partner's feelings. Ultimately, Su Ningyan approached the teacher without incident. The young female teacher squinted, curiously assessing the youth before her. His features were soft and exquisite, akin to a beautiful jade naturally immersed in a crystal-clear spring. Her eyes sparkled as she covered her mouth and laughed. "Ah, Su, you have been left behind. How unfortunate. You must now partner with the teacher." The unspoken but that had lingered in her earlier words indicated that the remaining individual would have to partner with the teacher. Su Ningyan nodded in understanding. However, even for the teacher, capturing Su's essence perfectly in a portrait would be a formidable challenge. Though it promised to be a rather novel experience, given that it was the teacher's first time working with such a beautiful model. As she mused this, her cheeks flushed slightly, revealing a hint of excitement. Such flattering words were unnecessary. Let us commence swiftly. The teacher smiled gently, saying, "Considering this, having Su drawn as an ape is not entirely out of the question." "No, teacher, your expression seems a bit peculiar. Flirting with a student could lead to trouble, especially since Su Ningyan was but a month away from adulthood." He had forgotten. The old woman named Een had her quirks, and this art teacher seemed no different. Are all artists like this, unabashedly expressing their individuality without regard for boundaries? Although it was an undeniable fact that he had become known for his ape portraits, from this day forward, he would be reborn as a prodigy in art. At that moment, let the young female teacher realize his prowess. The classroom door swung open, and the entire class turned to look. Yin Yunan arrived fashionably late. She bowed slightly and apologized. "Teacher, I'm sorry for being late. I had something to attend to." Though she hurried, her demeanor remained composed. The female teacher, with a hint of regret, said, "Ah, it's all right. Since you're late, you can team up with this student, Su. Today, we will be drawing portraits." She turned to Su Ningyan, but before she could finish her sentence, he had already turned away from her. Initially, he thought Shirhuani was being rude, but now he finally understood. Clutching his drawing materials, he passed by Qian Juanhao, who shot him a glare that seemed to say, "You got lucky." It dawned on him that this fellow had a fondness for Yin Yunan. They sat across from each other, observing one another before commencing their artwork. The gaze from his counterpart provided Su Ningyan with a sense of comfort. Perhaps it contained admiration, yet it remained rational, always tinged with a touch of indifference and aloofness, akin to a brisk autumn breeze. She worked steadily, occasionally glancing at him. "Yesterday, you praised me in class," she suddenly remarked, not as a question, but as a statement. So she had heard it yesterday? Su Ningyan paused his drawing, fixing his gaze on the serene Yin Yunan, who sat upright like the tranquil clouds in the sky. He blinked, neither confirming nor denying. Yin Yunan chose not to speak further. It appeared she had completed a section and took a moment to rest. She picked up her thermos, unscrewed the cap, and gently blew away the steam, releasing a refreshing aroma of tea. "Su, do you believe in superhumans?" she asked. And without waiting for Su Ningyan's response, she began sipping her tea. "Of course, there is one right in front of you," Su Ningyan thought to himself. Yet he could never voice it aloud. He completed his drawing and glanced at the mirror on the wall, where the reflection of the person before him astonished even himself. "Could it be that I am a superhuman?" Su Ningyan spoke earnestly. Yin Yunan, with the last sip of tea still in her mouth, paused, her cool gaze turning somewhat serious, urging him to continue. "I believe my superpower is my handsomeness," she sputtered, spraying tea onto the portrait, dampening it significantly. "How impressive. Yin Yunan can even spray paintings." Coughing, she struggled with her laughter. The absurdity of his statement had evidently breached her usual composure. Their commotion drew the attention of their classmates and the young female teacher, who had been labeled as peculiar. Observing the portrait, which was quite good but now marred by tea, she couldn't help but chuckle. "Yin, is this your way of spraying a painting?" Yin Yunan's expression turned slightly embarrassed as she defended herself. "It was Su who said something strange to me." "How shameless. Misquoting me, are you? Is Yin Yunan part of the journalism club?" The teacher's mouth slightly agape. She turned to Su Ningyan with a look of disbelief. Su Ningyan continued to add details to his artwork, even though the model was absent. "It was Yin who asked me if there are superhumans in the world." The teacher, curious, inquired, "And then what? What did you say?" "I said I might be one, and then I mentioned my ability." "Come on, don't leave us hanging." The teacher's anticipation was palpable. "I simply stated, my ability is my handsomeness." The teacher erupted into laughter, mimicking Yin Yunan's previous reaction, though thankfully, she didn't spit out her drink. Yin Yunan's face flushed as she shot him a glare, surprised that the typically aloof Su Ningyan could deliver such a deadpan joke. Once the laughter subsided, The teacher concluded. Well, both of you share the blame. Yin Yunan, you were the one who first provoked Su Ning'an. Yin Yunan composed herself and nodded, seemingly accepting this verdict. Well then, Su, you must be punished by not telling cold jokes anymore. Had it really been classified as a cold joke? All right, it was all a misunderstanding. Since you two seem to have no hard feelings, let's continue drawing. However, Yin Yunan will need to redo hers, and Su Ning'an, you'll have to stay as well. Upon hearing this, Su Ning'an turned to see Qian Juanhao's gritting teeth. The latter peeked from behind his drawing board, mouthing the words, "Get out." Perhaps there was some misunderstanding. If it was up to him to remain with Yin Yunan, it certainly wasn't his doing. Su, Yin, both of you have started anew with your drawings, and you, Su, have finished already? The teacher's demeanor shifted from playful to serious. How could he be the first to complete his work? Moreover, he hadn't drawn a simple figure, but rather something quite beautiful. The image of a girl in a summer school uniform, vibrant with life, emerged on the canvas. Her face was undoubtedly that of Yin Yunan, yet her figure resembled that of another girl. The setting of the girl was a vast, cool-toned sea of flowers. Thin moonlight cascaded from one side, casting a silvery glow upon her. Faint petals floated, creating a hazy, dreamlike quality. In the painting, Yin Yunan resembled a letter forgotten in a mailbox before a storm, silent, devoid of the anticipation of being read. Quite remarkable. No, it should be said, splendid. How did you suddenly improve so much, Su? In just a week, you've evolved from a mere figure to a beautiful girl. This is an astonishing transformation that could overturn modern biology. Practice, of course, teacher. Su Ning'an replied calmly, his expression unwavering. He had come to understand that before anyone speculated about him possessing a system, they would first assume he was a temporarily overlooked genius. Oh, it seems Su was indeed a hidden talent all along. As expected, it must have been that you previously lacked direction, but after observing other styles, you suddenly found inspiration and discovered a painting method that suits you, correct? Could she really concoct such elaborate reasoning? Su Ning'an nodded, tacitly agreeing. The teacher smiled knowingly, her expression revealing that she had indeed anticipated this. I had a feeling. The cool-toned flower sea and the full-body portrait style were quite unique. I saw something similar in Haiqing, used by a once-in-a-century genius girl. Wait, how do we get back to Jiang Yuli? A thought crossed Su Ning'an's mind. Given that the teachers at Xia Hai are exceptionally talented, and Jiang Yuli's family likely employs top-notch instructors, it's plausible that the genius girl draws attention from those in related fields. Thus, Xia Hai's teachers might be aware of Jiang Yuli to some extent, associating her style with theirs. Hey, speaking of which, the Yin Yunan in your painting seems to have a physique somewhat resembling that of that girl. Is that so? Can you really see that? Did the teachers only focus on her physique when Jiang Yuli was present? This was indeed peculiar. Su Ning'an had previously been disinterested in observing Yin Yunan's figure hidden behind the board, while Jiang Yuli's style, which she had imparted to him, was indeed more suited for full-body portraits. He grew complacent and directly combined Yin Yunan's face with Jiang Yuli's body. However, the girl was paralyzed. Yet Su Ning'an portrayed her standing, which was rather inaccurate. Su Ning'an exhaled a sigh of relief, internally vowing to be more cautious in the future. After all, if Jiang Yuli were to catch him, it wouldn't be entirely unpleasant, would it? The drawing was commendable. Yin Yunan had appeared beside him at some point, offering her critique. Yet, she remarked, the proportions are incorrect. Mine are not so diminutive. Feeling offended on Jiang Yuli's behalf, Su Ning'an softly addressed Yin Yunan. You can't finish this alone. I must stay as well. I wish to take a nap soon. Please focus and put in more effort. Thank you. Yin Yunan took a deep breath and pursed her lips. Ultimately, she said nothing further and returned to her seat. The female teacher, already branded as a pervert by Su Ning'an, wore an ambiguous smile at the scene before her. In Jiang Yuli's villa, on the second floor, in her bedroom, she lay on the soft bed with the window wide open, allowing the gentle summer breeze to flow in. She touched her forehead with the back of her hand, the bright daylight indicating it was nearly noon. She had just awoken. Earlier, in the early hours, after Su Ning'an had left, she was still immersed in the story he had shared with her. The narrative was conveyed through a series of comics, complete with author and publisher details. Despite searching through her channels for several hours, she could not find any trace of them. It seemed, indeed, to be a tale from another world. Hua. Could it truly not belong to this realm? Confused, she unknowingly drifted back to sleep. In her dreams, she traveled in a wheelchair, encountering Hua, who rode a horse. Though she could not clearly see the face, she felt an urge to seek something, convinced that Hua could assist her, and thus she followed. Do you wish to embark on an adventure with me, young lady? It will be perilous, and the outcome is uncertain. Hua spoke. the voice oscillating between masculine and feminine, at times resembling a human and at others a cat. Yes, perhaps one must sacrifice everything. She seemed to possess much. Yet none of it held her interest. If your legs could be restored, but I would vanish, would you choose you or me? The dream abruptly ceased. The pure white curtains fluttered, the wind blowing pleasantly. She covered her eyes with her hand. Outside, the sound of flowers rustling resembled distant ocean waves rising and falling. I still feel a bit drowsy. I shall sleep a little longer, then rise to study. By nightfall, Hua Hua will return. Indeed, a nocturnal creature, it seemed. Like a small cat. Before noon, Yin Yunan managed to produce a reasonably decent portrait. In the empty classroom, the female teacher held the portrait in one hand while glancing at the two standing side by side. She displayed a peculiar smile, saying, "Well, though the process was arduous and winding, it has been accomplished. You two should go have lunch together." There was no need to emphasize togetherness, for they were not well acquainted. As Su Ning'an made his way to the cafeteria, Yin Yunan appeared to have taken the teacher's suggestion to heart, trailing behind him. Initially, he assumed they were simply heading in the same direction. Passing by the classroom, Su Ning'an stepped in to collect his belongings, and Yin Yunan did not follow. Thinking she had left, he was surprised to find her leaning against the door when he exited. He continued walking, and she followed closely behind. Su Ning'an halted and turned to gaze at her. Yin Yunan also stopped, standing still, arms crossed, akin to a dignified snow pine. "Are you truly intent on joining me for lunch?" If Yin Yunan were to treat him, it wouldn't be an issue. Rumors in class claimed her family was affluent, intricately linked to local aristocracy. A mere meal surely wouldn't be a concern for her. Yin Yunan shook her head, her tone calm. "What did you mean by those comments during class? What sort of question is that? Did she genuinely believe he possessed supernatural abilities? Or was she reproaching him for ruining her original drawing?" Yet, she was the one who spoke first. "I merely posed a standard inquiry. Do you consider your question to be standard?" How novel it was. She actually regarded the existence of superhumans as a normal topic. Yin Yunan paused for a moment, subjectively. "I take it very seriously. I could also subjectively believe that you were teasing me." She was momentarily taken aback. Teasing? She had not anticipated the topic would suddenly veer into such territory. Of course, that was merely his subjective interpretation. In reality, throughout nearly 18 years, Su Ning'an had endured far more teasing than her couple of remarks could ever compare. He simply sought a rationale to terminate the conversation. Much like many others who dislike being questioned by the opposite sex yet find it difficult to refuse directly, they often resort to a confession, concluding with a statement that they can be approached for inquiries in the future. In most cases, the other party would refrain from initiating further dialogue. However, Su Ning'an could not afford that. His confession would be tantamount to self-destruction, so he sought an alternative route. Yin Yunan stood there, gazing at Su Ning'an's remarkably striking face, and suddenly realized her earlier words might have been somewhat inappropriate. "I apologize for not considering thoroughly at the time, leading to your misunderstanding. I had no ulterior motives, merely inquiring." I didn't expect such a prompt admission of fault. It seemed Yin Yunan was merely a bit eccentric and hardly malevolent. "So, do superhumans truly exist?" Su Ning'an displayed a curious expression once more. Yin Yunan pursed her lips and suddenly smiled. "I want to tell you." Wonderful. He had no desire to hear it anyway. Finally, no one was trailing him, and Su Ning'an's life returned to its rightful course. Perhaps Yin Yunan had perceived something unusual about him from some unknown source. Or perhaps she was a hidden superhuman or a part-time magical girl. Yet, just as he refrained from reading others' love letters, he had no intention of listening to someone's innermost thoughts or extraordinary secrets. For once one hears them, one must bear the consequences. Now, having finally regained his freedom, he was reluctant to shoulder any more burdens. After lunch, by the green-shaded avenue beneath the teaching building, he encountered Yin Yunan once more. She knelt by the roadside, gently stroking a small black cat's head. Perhaps sensing something, she looked up and shared a profound gaze with Su Ning'an. They brushed past each other without exchanging words. That night, as Su Ning'an lay down and closed his eyes, he began to shift his consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself still resting on the soft bed. "Welcome back, Hua Hua." Jiang Muli's tone was gentle, lacking the exuberance of surprise, but imbued with a sense of anticipated happiness. I have arrived," Su Ning'an replied, unusually. And upon encountering an unexpected response, Jiang Muli perked up again. "Shall we dine?" "Yes." They repeated their previous routine, sharing sensory experiences and savoring a feast together. Back in the bedroom, Jiang Muli continued imparting her artistic knowledge, though now with the wisdom of experience, she knew when to pause, ensuring she did not overexert herself. Su Ning'an cast a glance at the small, dark room, The azure orb of light was indeed slowly charging. He wondered what would happen once it was full. Never mind. Practice comes first. With enhanced trust, Su Ning'an received even greater talent bonuses. If his previous abilities were akin to half of Jiang Muli's, then, now, he is indeed 2/3 as formidable as Jiang Muli. If he were to further enhance his trust level, would he not then be a mere replica of Jiang Muli? Or perhaps, the talents acquired through possession would permanently solidify within his original body, enabling him to become a genius without the need for possession in the future? It remains unclear, yet it is a prospect worth anticipating. Time for practice passes swiftly. Su Ning'an sets down his brush and instinctively stretches to relax. An odd sensation arises. No matter how he stretches his body, discomfort lingers. Alas, given that his legs are paralyzed, it naturally affects the muscles of his waist as well. He can barely endure a few hours each day. How did the girl manage to endure these past years? Speaking of which, did she not communicate with anyone besides the maid and the chef? What of her parents? And how did she become paralyzed? Initially, Su Ning'an had little desire to delve into these inquiries. The reason being, similar to when facing Yin Yunan. Once one learns certain truths, one inevitably bears the weight of knowledge. His initial thought was to treat possession as akin to surfing the internet. He and Jiang Muli would maintain a relationship akin to online friends, mutually beneficial without overly interfering in each other's realities. However, the emotional connection forged through possession exceeded expectations, drawing their hearts closer than anticipated. With this realization, he suddenly comprehended. The so-called trust level is not solely Jiang Muli's unilateral trust in him. It may also encompass his trust in her. What have you learned today? Upon speaking, he discovered that, due to his reluctance to initiate conversation, he hesitated even in choosing whether to address her as you or Jiang Muli. Jiang Muli paused momentarily, then joyfully replied, "A great deal. Regular courses in humanities and natural sciences, along with specialized classes in art and music. I even self-studied some information programming in between." Hua Hua's inquiry into her circumstances surprised her. "Do you not attend school? Wouldn't it be lonely to be alone?" After posing the question, Su Ning'an felt it inappropriate. What position did he hold to ask such things? Was he truly prepared to bear the consequences of knowing it all? Yet, the words had already escaped his lips. Jiang Muli spoke with a hint of laughter in her tone. "I used to go, but now I have Hua Hua with me. The reason for learning and going to school isn't because I enjoy it. It's merely to fill the hours of sleeplessness." Pausing for a moment, she added, "Now that Hua Hua is here, I've rediscovered meaning. These activities that once filled my time must now serve our evenings." Su Ning'an moved to the window. The night breeze carried a hint of moisture. Rain might be imminent. He asked, "What purpose do these activities serve? What are you waiting for?" If she felt that everything in the world was meaningless and that the future would likely remain so, then what indeed has sustained her until this day? If Jiang Muli could control her body now, she would likely shake her head, stating, "What am I waiting for? I truly do not know. At that time, I could never have imagined that Hua Hua would come into my life. So, is it simply a matter of waiting? Perhaps there exists a faint glimmer of hope?" Su Ning'an nodded her head. Yes, waiting and hope. All of humanity's wisdom resides within these 5 words. Waiting and hope. Propping his face against the window, Su Ning'an fell into a reverie for quite some time. Suddenly, Jiang Muli remarked, "Hua Hua, you can ask me anything you wish. I will answer." Su Ning'an shook his head. "Let us wait until you are ready. When the time comes that you must speak, then we shall talk. Shall we wait a few more days?" Only Jiang Muli knew that this time was not meant for her own preparation. She had long been ready, but rather for Hua Hua to acclimate. Initially, Su Ning'an's rejection and indifference were palpable to her. Now, with a turning point at hand, she could not afford to rush. As their conversation came to a close, Su Ning'an began to practice the instrument. His primary instrument for examination was the piano. There was no other reason, save for the foundation he possessed from his previous life in playing the electronic keyboard. Just as many in his past life chose English as a subject for college entrance exams, not out of love, but simply because they had been exposed to it throughout elementary and middle school. With a foundation in place, everything else would have to start from scratch. As he earnestly played the exercises of this world, Su Ning'an felt as though he were in his element, the experience flowing smoothly. His proficiency rapidly ascended, akin to stacking bricks to construct a towering edifice. Later in the night, the sound of rain drifted in from outside. The piano music did not cease. During a break, the rain subsided. Su Ning'an took a sip of water, only to realize that Jiang Muli had not spoken for quite some time. Something felt amiss. His attention waned as he entered the small dark room. To his astonishment, he witnessed an incredible scene. The system possessed a built-in modeling function. Within the small dark room, The azure sphere of light did not rest atop the pure white sphere as usual, but quietly lingered aside. No, it was not quiet at all. It resembled a blue slime, continuously twisting and contorting. Jiangmu Li seemed to be controlling her mental energy to mold it like clay, swiftly shaping a humanoid figure. This system even included a facial sculpting feature. Despite being his system, many functions were first discovered and further developed by Jiangmu Li. Perhaps she had invested all her energy into this endeavor, causing her to remain silent while Su Ning rested. Minutes passed, and the blue sphere had taken on the outline of Jiangmu Li herself. Yet, the figure remained entirely azure, its features crude, resembling a hastily crafted model from a small workshop. Having adjusted to the initial surprise, Su Ning continued to practice the piano without paying much heed to Jiangmu Li, who was diligently sculpting the face. As he reached the midpoint of his piece, the rain ceased. A profound sense of accomplishment surged within him. Had he succeeded? Su Ning halted his playing, his focus narrowing. Indeed, before him stood a replica of Jiangmu Li, her form no longer azure, but mirroring the intricate details and colors of reality, her features refined and naturally clear. Even replicating the outfit she wore. Was it not merely a smaller version of Jiangmu Li placed within the confines of his mind's small dark room? There, within his mind, Jiangmu Li sat dazed upon the floor of the small dark room, appearing devoid of intelligence, her eyes vacant. Yet soon, she made some adjustments, and her gaze and expressions became animated. Then, she leaped into the air, not with her feet, but while maintaining her seated position, as though her bottom were equipped with springs. Thus, aside from the difference in appearance, her essence remained that of a slime. As this thought crossed his mind, he watched as the airborne Jiangmu Li suddenly regained control of her body. She executed a graceful twist, her arms extending elegantly behind her, landing smoothly like a gymnast. Jiangmu Li extended her hand, touched her face, then moved her leg, taking her first step. While her personal feelings remained unknown to Su Ning, her gait appeared indistinguishable from that of any ordinary person. Joy and satisfaction welled within him, akin to a crystal-clear spring emerging from the earth in springtime, flooding his heart and momentarily leaving him entranced. Such was the extent of Jiangmu Li's happiness. Having acquired her new body, Jiangmu Li frolicked about the small dark room, waving her hands back and forth, strutting like a little swan. She appeared utterly adorable. Su Ning did not withdraw his spiritual energy, but quietly watched her bounce around. Once she seemed somewhat satisfied with her activities, she approached the pure white light sphere and sat down. Jiangmu Li's current physique was comparable to Su Ning's white light sphere, sitting before the luminous orb. She resembled a girl from another world seated before a colossal slime. She gently patted the white slime's head and couldn't help but laugh. Hua. Jiangmu Li enveloped the white slime in her embrace, releasing a contented sigh. I'm so happy. Despite being confined to the small dark room, she finally possessed a sound body and once again relished the joy of movement, which was indeed a cause for celebration. If you're happy, then I am as well. Su Ning spoke the absolute truth, for her emotions mirrored his own. Jiangmu Li tenderly stroked the white slime's head, and Su Ning felt an unusual sensation in his heart. Hua, would you like to give it a try? Perhaps modeling with the light sphere? Following Jiangmu Li's guidance, Su Ning promptly began to transform. He had no intention of manifesting his true form, but merely sought to create a tabby cat. However, he failed. Jiangmu Li patted his head to comfort him. It seems that if it's not your own body, shaping it is quite difficult. Must you ultimately reveal your true self? How could that be? I'll go back and research it myself. For now, I'll continue practicing. Tomorrow, I'll show you. Once he returned to his true form, he would locate a small cat and meticulously study its structure. Upon awakening in the rental apartment, it was already 5 in the morning. The duration of his possession had lengthened, indicating that his spiritual energy had indeed strengthened. However, the system provided no notification of increased trust. Rising, he opened the window, and the dim light of dawn and humid air flowed in. Su Ning briefly reviewed his studies, preparing to venture out in search of a kitten. The weather forecast indicated no rain during the day, though stepping outside would inevitably lead him through a few puddles. Whether due to the rain or not, he found not a single cat near the rental, nor even the faintest sound of meowing. When he had first arrived in Xiangqing, the outdoor cats had been incessantly vocal, their cries reminiscent of a wailing infant, quite bothersome indeed. Was it the case that when one wished for a cat, none could be found? After searching for half an hour with no success, he decided to head to school. He recalled that yesterday, while passing through the tree-lined avenue, Yin Yunan had been petting a small black cat. Upon arriving at the location, he searched high and low, disregarding the greetings from 4 female classmates from another class. and finally spotted the black cat beneath the flower bed of the office building. The black cat was curled up beneath a protruding concrete barrier, gazing at him curiously. Due to the dim lighting, its pupils were dilated, giving it a somewhat dazed appearance. Confirming that no one was around, Suningen switched to cat language. Meow, wanna play? Meow? Came a sound of confusion and surprise. It worked. Suningen gradually stepped back, and after a moment of hesitation, the black cat followed suit. Finding a drier, cleaner spot, Suningen locked eyes with the little black cat. With gentle movements, he touched the concrete ground, and the cat naturally approached his hand. Rubbing the small cat tenderly, it emitted a delightful purring sound. Cradling it in his arms, it obediently nuzzled against him. Excellent. Trust successfully gained. As he walked, Suningen studied the structure of the little black cat. Perfect, it's a female cat. Suiting my character design, no need to look further. While holding the cat, he unknowingly wandered to the area beneath the teaching building. Suningen felt a sudden intuition and looked up. Yin Yunan was peering down from the third-floor corridor, their eyes meeting fortuitously. How coincidental. Upon closer inspection, she was twirling a fountain pen in her hand. The pen sparkled with a brilliant silver light as it spun, appearing quite valuable. However, her hand was extended over the railing of the corridor. Was she not concerned that a mere slip could send the pen tumbling down? Suningen was not worried about her pen, but rather about someone passing below and potentially being struck. With this thought, he instinctively distanced himself, preparing to circle around to the eastern side of the teaching building, where an ancient banyan tree stood. This banyan had undoubtedly lived for over a century, its crown remarkably vast. Standing beneath it, one could not see a hint of daylight, only countless beautiful aerial roots hanging down. The tiled steps before the tree were pristine, showing no signs of moisture. Cats were not permitted in the teaching building. Suningen decided to sit beneath the tree and further examine the little black cat. As he approached, he sensed a peculiar gaze sweeping over him. After his spiritual energy had amplified, his perception of such gazes had sharpened. The source of this scrutiny seemed to emanate from the banyan tree. Was there a small creature hidden within? He continued to draw closer, largely indifferent. However, the black cat in his arms began to meow anxiously. It persistently nudged against his chest, its body trembling slightly, as if urging him to leave quickly. Suningen halted in his tracks, and a cool, youthful voice floated from behind him. It's scared. Don't go over there. Turning, he discovered Yin Yunan was less than 3 meters away. Her gaze remained as indifferent as ever, yet her hand continued to twirl the fountain pen, the silver glow reflecting off its surface fluctuating in intensity. When had she come to stand behind him? Surely, she couldn't have descended so quickly? Did Yin Yunan possess some sort of superpower? With 3 questions bubbling in his mind, Suningen watched Yin Yunan approach. She affectionately pressed her finger against the kitten's head and softly said, "Actually, in this world." Suddenly, Suningen outstretched his hands and placed the little black cat into Yin Yunan's embrace. "I have something to attend to. The cat is yours now. Please take good care of it. If there was something amiss with that tree, he would simply circumvent it." As for informing him about the existence of superhumans or monsters in the world, it was entirely unnecessary. He had no desire to hear it. Leaving Yin Yunan to hold the kitten alone, Suningen walked away with a nonchalant air, akin to a heartless person abandoning his family. What would happen after 3 increases in trust? That night, Suningen once again possessed his body. This time, when he opened his eyes, he found himself seated at the dining table. The table was replete with exquisite and tempting dishes. "Hua, are you ready to eat?" "Yes." In the small dark room, Jiang Muley, still maintaining a human form, joyfully wandered about. After she had sufficiently walked around, she embraced the white light sphere, which still retained its slime shape. After finishing the meal, Suningen began to practice calligraphy. The examination subjects for District 1's Qing Academy are primarily divided into 4 major categories. Core disciplines, 40. Artistic literacy, 25. Life and health skills, 25. And interdisciplinary comprehensive practice, 10. The core disciplines are similar to those of Earth in his previous life, comprising humanities, Chinese, philosophy, history, politics, economics, sociology, etc. 10. Mathematics, 10. Foreign languages, 5. And integrated sciences, physics, chemistry, biology, geography, 10. Along with information technology and programming, 5. Artistic literacy includes music, 8. Fine arts, 8. Drama and film, 5. And calligraphy, 4. The life and health component encompasses general physical assessments, 15. And various life skills, culinary arts, nutrition, first aid knowledge, etc. 10. Interdisciplinary comprehensive practices encompass a variety of aspects, teams undertaking interdisciplinary projects, social practices such as part-time work or volunteering, and research activities, among others. Su Ning'an's innate talent for calligraphy is average, yet he compensates for his shortcomings with diligence. Today, he absorbed the calligraphic experiences of Jiang Muli, and he felt a significant improvement. When he grew weary of practicing calligraphy, he would switch to music and art. Once fatigued again, he would indulge in historical films and dramas. As dawn approached, Su Ning'an's mental fortitude could still sustain him for another hour. He paused all his endeavors and approached the window. The sea of flowers swayed gently in the faint blue light of the morning, creating a serene and beautiful scene. A light drizzle began to fall, its soft patter inducing a sense of drowsiness. "Is it time for transformation, Hua?" Jiang Muli asked nervously. "Yes," Su Ning'an replied, recalling the meticulously memorized form of the black cat from the previous day. He had even visited the library during the day to peruse relevant texts. Lacking practical dissection experience, he felt he had acquired a substantial understanding of the black cat. Under Jiang Muli's expectant gaze, Su Ning'an manipulated the white light orb to reshape it. The outline of a pure white cat emerged. Once he finalized the details, he would apply color, completing the modeling of the black cat. Given the orb's size was comparable to hers, and with Jiang Muli's miniature version nearby for reference, the cat he conjured appeared almost tiger-like by comparison, seemingly capable of swallowing her whole. Jiang Muli mused, reaching out curiously to touch the large cat before her. Suddenly, the white light orb shattered, exploding into a puddle of spoiled slime. "Another failure," Jiang Muli exclaimed in terror. "Hua. It's fine. The transformation just didn't succeed," Su Ning'an reassured her calmly. Undeterred by the mishap, sensing his composure, Jiang Muli gradually relaxed. The puddle of white slime reformed, returning to its original shape. "Perhaps Hua should refrain from transforming," Jiang Muli suggested anxiously, worried that an erratic transformation could lead to unforeseen consequences. If Hua is reluctant to reveal its true form, she can choose not to look. "No, I have decided to approach this differently," Su Ning'an sighed. Thus, the question remained, should he ultimately transform into human form? The white slime began to reshape once more, this time at a much quicker pace. A humanoid figure soon took shape. Jiang Muli felt her heartbeat quicken, her gaze fixated. What does Hua look like? Su Ning'an's mental prowess far surpassed Jiang Muli's, and since the form was one he was familiar with, the transformation proceeded rapidly. The pure white figure gradually acquired intricate details. Jiang Muli widened her eyes, unwilling to miss a single moment of the transformation process. It appears to be about her height, likely due to the orb's volume. Oh, does it have long hair? Is it a girl or a traditional male figure? Upon completing the transformation, Su Ning'an replicated the colors and details flawlessly. Jiang Muli stared at the figure before her, momentarily speechless. The form that Hua had taken was, astonishingly, a reflection of Jiang Muli herself, with the only distinction being a demeanor that seemed slightly colder. In this possessed state, Jiang Muli's body was effectively equivalent to his own. Successfully modeling his own figure felt entirely natural. Channeling his mental energy, the second Jiang Muli in the dim room opened her eyes, facing one another. It felt akin to gazing into a mirror. After attempting to move, the motions felt somewhat stiff. However, she quickly acclimated to this new body. She raised her feet, stretched her hands, and examined herself. The sensation was slightly unreal, not quite matching the reality of her physical form. Yet, possessing any semblance of tactile sensation was infinitely superior to mere dreaming. Jiang Muli playfully pinched Su Ning'an's cheek, exclaiming, "So soft." Su Ning'an regarded her with a hint of exasperation, making no effort to resist. "Hua, your expression is rather indifferent." Despite her teasing, Jiang Muli was elated and embraced him. Su Ning'an reciprocated, wrapping his arms around her waist, their bodies pressed together. The experience of embracing oneself was peculiar. It felt less genuine than a real hug, yet more authentic than hugging a life-size doll. An intricate, prolonged sensation of pleasure and happiness enveloped him. Finally, Su Ning'an understood why research suggests that frequent hugging can significantly reduce the likelihood of depression. "Hua," Jiang Muli murmured, burying her head in his neck. The proportions feel slightly off here." She tightened her embrace around Su Ning'an, their two forms compressing against each other. The soft warmth was puzzling. How could a body derived from slime feel so real in this regard? Realization struck Su Ning'an regarding Jiang Muli's comment. "All right, I will adjust it shortly." Su Ning'an maintained his composure, seemingly unperturbed by the matter. Jiang Muli smiled, nuzzling his face like a small cat. Trust level increased. Jiang Muli's body flickered, as if an electric current surged through a light bulb. "What now?" Wasn't it said that it would only take one more time to reach full charge? What about the subsequent system prompt? Hua, what's wrong? Jiang Muley sensed Su Ning'an's puzzled mood. It seems the trust level has increased, Su Ning'an remarked, withdrawing his mental energy, leaving behind a somewhat dazed humanoid form. Jiang Muley seized the opportunity to embrace him, sitting on the floor of the dim room, much like a child with a life-size doll. Su Ning'an maneuvered Jiang Muley's body, attempting to create a piece of art. He concluded that his current talent indeed matched Jiang Muley's closely. And then, is that all? I have only been possessed for 4 days, with 26 days remaining until the next possession target refreshes. What further enhancements might await? A breakthrough in talent beyond previous limits? Or the emergence of new, peculiar abilities? The system remains unresponsive, leaving him to explore on his own. Do you feel anything unusual? Su Ning'an inquired of Jiang Muley. The movements of the light orb slime and the transformation into a human were orchestrated by Jiang Muley. Asking her about her sensations and conjectures might yield new insights. Feelings? It seems the azure light orb in my mind is fully charged. What does it feel like when it's full? Nothing much. Now that I concentrate, it feels like the orb is continuously absorbing something from the outside, but the sensation is quite faint. Upon hearing this, Su Ning'an contemplated deeply, realizing he shared a similar sensation. It resembled the comfortable feeling of dry skin absorbing moisture from the environment. Su Ning'an made his way to the study, retrieving several thick volumes, stacking them in his hands, and lifting them. His physical strength had indeed increased significantly. Oh, is my body this formidable? Jiang Muley possessed a profound understanding of her physical condition. If her original form were to lift such a multitude of books, it should not be so effortless. Oh, good news. Your physical prowess will gradually strengthen thanks to my magic, she remarked. This seemed to bring her a measure of joy, albeit not an overwhelming one. He couldn't help but think that perhaps her fleeting happiness stemmed from the prospect of living longer and spending more time with Hua. It appeared that she held no particular longing for her own enhancement. Su Ning'an, compelled by an unseen force, added, perhaps in the future, when my magic becomes more refined, I could heal your legs. At that point, you could stand on your own, and you would undoubtedly feel happier. And I would no longer be needed. He refrained from voicing this thought. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Muley embraced him in the dim room, resting her chin on his shoulder. She fell silent for a moment, not uttering a word. Why was she not pleased? Did she doubt his abilities? He, too, harbored uncertainties, as the system had not guaranteed any outcomes. What if I recover? Would you disappear? She asked, her tone heavy with concern. Was she truly worried about that? It seemed unlikely. The system had not provided any clues, and he was uncertain whether he could continue to inhabit Jiang Muley's body when the next host appeared. However, he was confident that she existed in Blue Star, in the coastal city of Zone 1. If all else failed, they could still meet, though only in the event of dire circumstances. Oh, she responded, her enthusiasm waning. Su Ning'an sighed. That will never happen. You need not worry. Sensing the firmness of his promise, her spirits lifted once more. What was happening? How had he so easily accepted the possibility of meeting her again in the future? Never mind. He decided to set his thoughts aside and prepare to return to his original form. Having spent considerable time modeling and researching the effects of trust enhancement, Su Ning'an felt a thirst creeping in. He reached for the teacup resting on the armrest of the wheelchair. After taking a sip of the warm tea, he pondered his future plans. Wait a moment, where did this tea come from? He dismissed the notion that he could have placed the cup on the armrest, as it was easily knocked over, and the fact that the tea was hot raised suspicions. The maids were resting on the first floor and would only come up when summoned via his phone. So, from whence had this warm tea originated? He turned silently. On the round table in the study, the teapot emitted wisps of steam, clearly having been heated only recently. What in the world? Who made this tea? The rain had intensified, and with the study window left ajar, the sound of the rain had masked the boiling of the tea, preventing him from noticing it earlier. Had a thief entered? Su Ning'an's heart raced as he reached for his phone in his jacket pocket. If his original form were present, he was confident he could strike down any thief with a single blow. Unfortunately, he was not there, and in Jiang Muley's body, he was no match for anyone. Hua Ti. A wave of pleasant emotion washed over him, while Jiang Muley remained blissfully unaware of the precarious situation. Just as Su Ning'an was about to quietly alert her, he noticed the teacup floating towards him, steam still rising from the liquid within. Hua, you don't think a thief has broken in, do you? Jiang Muley's voice was lighthearted, tinged with a hint of playful mischief. As she accepted the teacup, Su Ning'an felt the warmth radiating from it. Taking a deep breath, he realized this was not an intruder, but rather Jiang Muley awakening her extraordinary abilities. How unexpected that she had also learned to tease others. It had only been 4 days. From now on, she was indeed a superpowered individual. With that thought, he opened his eyes and rose from the bed. The time was just past 6 in the morning, and gentle rain fell outside. Su Ning turned to the desk by the window, where a cup levitated and landed steadily in his hand, as if an invisible force were assisting him. After the energy sphere was fully charged, Jiangmu Li had acquired this peculiar ability. Let's tentatively call it telekinesis. As her inhabitant, he quickly learned to utilize it under her guidance. Upon returning to his original form, the telekinesis remained intact. Moreover, due to his superior mental strength compared to Jiangmu Li, the intensity of his telekinesis far surpassed hers. Seated at the desk, Su Ning recalled the confirmed effects of possession. 1. A small black room exists in the mind, containing both parties' spiritual energy spheres, allowing for interaction, albeit with diminished senses and unaffected by the host's physical conditions, such as disabilities. 2. It enables sharing of the host's sensory experiences, mutual emotional resonance, enhancement of related talents, increasing with trust, and information transmission, active skill. 3. Each trust enhancement grants a strengthening of warmth upon returning to the original form, enhancing physical and mental power. The extent of enhancement is remarkable. 4. After 3 trust enhancements, the host's energy sphere becomes fully charged, and both parties gain supernatural abilities, the nature of which remains unknown. The strength of these abilities depends on mental power, while the host's physical condition gradually improves, akin to cultivation or absorbing ambient spiritual energy. 5. The host refreshes monthly. Yet it is uncertain whether the previous host can continue to be inhabited once a new one appears. As mental power strengthens, it becomes possible to control both the host and original body simultaneously, with future enhancements potentially allowing for multiple inhabitation. Having contemplated these 5 points, Su Ning took another sip of water. After washing up, he continued to expand on the aspects of his newfound abilities. Before returning to his original form, they had spent approximately an hour testing this power. The supernatural ability bestowed by JML, suspected, origin unknown telekinesis, provisional name. Possible sources, the system's energy sphere, most likely. Enhancement of mental power, less likely. Special constitution, less likely. Other possibilities. Main effect, a force generated by mental power that can interact normally with other objects. Within a few centimeters from the body, the conductive effect is strong, with an intensity roughly equivalent to that of the original body. The farther from the body, the weaker the telekinesis becomes. JML can extend it approximately 10 meters, current strength. Beyond 10 meters, even a teacup cannot be lifted. With this in mind, Su Ning maximized his telekinesis. He could pluck leaves from over 30 meters away. The distance at which he could lift a teacup was likely around 20 meters. Feeling quite hungry, he glanced at the clock and realized it was already 7 o'clock. This was the latest he had ever had breakfast. In the kitchen, he prepared a simple meal, eating while contemplating. His physique had undergone 3 enhancements and had fully transcended human limits. Yet, his daily energy intake had not significantly increased. Although he had grown slightly taller and gained a bit of weight, the changes were not substantial. His muscles and energy should not yield such immense strength. Thus, it seemed that the system's extraordinary enhancements were indeed at play. After finishing breakfast, the rain outside intensified, shrouding the air in a white haze. With the rain pouring, he was spared the need for morning exercise, which now seemed nearly futile given his current physical condition. Opening the window, he extended his telekinesis to prevent the rain from splattering inside. Across the way, a girl sighed as she opened her window. Oh, had I known, I would have gone out earlier. Her hair was tousled, and she appeared drowsy, yet she quickly noticed Su Ning. The girl was momentarily transfixed, gazing at his face in a daze. The singular thought of his remarkable appearance filled her mind, leaving everything else blank. It seemed to be their first encounter, as it was the first time Su Ning had stayed out so late. Hello, Su Ning greeted her actively. Despite the heavy rain, the girl heard him clearly. Ah, why you? Hello? She stammered, her face flushed with embarrassment, fearing that the sound of the rain had drowned out her response, which might lead Su Ning to think her rude. She cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, "Good morning." Her voice rang out loudly, clear even amidst the downpour, reminiscent of a victim's desperate last cry on a stormy night. What is going on? Is something wrong? Nearby tenants opened their windows, curious if a serious incident had occurred. The girl, feeling utterly mortified, swiftly shut her window. Su Ning wore a puzzled expression, unsure why she had shouted so loudly. On his way to school, he still needed to take the subway. Ordinarily, even clad in waterproof footwear and wielding the largest umbrella, the relentless rain would leave his pant cuffs and backpack soaked. However, Today was different. From this moment forth, he was a wielder of extraordinary powers. Affecting a casual demeanor while holding the umbrella, he actually exerted telekinetic force to repel the raindrops above and the flowing water beneath his feet. He remained completely dry as he entered the subway station. In truth, he could have walked without an umbrella. Yet, traversing through a torrential downpour without a single drop on him would undoubtedly attract attention online, possibly inciting scrutiny. Today, he had left home quite late and coincided with the subway's peak hours. The carriage was already crowded, and with the overwhelming charm Su Ning'an exuded, several women unconsciously gravitated towards him. Amidst the throng, he stood unwavering. The women, however, felt an invisible force pushing them away, preventing them from getting closer. Upon closer inspection, there was nothing to be seen, which was indeed perplexing. When the subway arrived at his destination, Su Ning'an did not need to elbow his way through. His unseen telekinetic force took on the shape of a sleek vessel, effortlessly parting the crowd. Those nearby could only approach him within a few centimeters before being halted. He arrived smoothly at the entrance of the summer high school, with still a few minutes before class. I didn't expect you to arrive so late. Even without turning around, he recognized the voice belonged to Qian Juanhao. It's raining, and I didn't plan on morning exercise, so I'm a bit late. This was merely a day late for him. Qian Juanhao was usually late nearly every day. Indeed, this rain is rather excessive, isn't it? Qian Juanhao began to complain. He had driven to school, and even after only a few minutes in the downpour, his pants were already soaked. Su Ning'an felt a pang of resonance and glanced in the opposite direction of the school gate. Yin Yunan was holding a petite black umbrella, moving gracefully through the rain while remaining completely dry. She quickly surpassed several classmates who were dawdling, fearful of getting their shoes wet, and spotted Su Ning'an. Their eyes met, and in that fleeting moment, they each registered the other's state of dry and wet. Her cool gaze suddenly sharpened. You truly are a wielder of extraordinary powers, seemed to be the implication of Yin Yunan's eyes. Su Ning'an feigned ignorance, returning her a look of confusion. As she attempted to approach him, he turned to engage in conversation with Qian Juanhao. Observing this, she halted, shifted directions, and headed towards the classroom. Su Ning'an understood that with others present, she would refrain from voicing anything peculiar. Listening to Qian Juanhao lament about last night's anime plot, he casually responded a few times. As they passed by the east side of the teaching building, he felt a peculiar gaze upon him. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a tiny figure with green wings, concealing itself with leaves, perched on the branches of a banyan tree. The tree's dense foliage shielded it from the torrential rain. This diminutive creature, no larger than a forearm, appeared utterly bored as it sat atop the tree, counting the students who passed by. Had his physical capabilities not been enhanced thrice, his keen eyesight would have failed to notice it. As if aware of his scrutiny, the tiny being abruptly turned its head, but only saw a flurry of colorful umbrellas moving sluggishly through the rain. Was it merely an illusion? It scratched its head and returned to counting the students. Upon entering the teaching building, Su Ning'an shook off the droplets from his umbrella. That was close. He nearly got discovered. What was that just now? A sprite? A creature of legend? Could it be that the owner of the gaze he felt beneath the tree was the same being? If that were the case, Yin Yunan must be aware of its existence. As he settled into his seat, Su Ning'an continued his studies, while Yin Yunan cast him numerous furtive glances. Yet she could not find the opportunity to speak. After completing Chinese and natural science classes, the final period of the morning was dedicated to cooking. The rain had ceased. On the way from the teaching building to the cooking classroom, Su Ning'an noticed no trace of the winged figure, but he unexpectedly encountered Yin Yunan around a corner. Hello, she greeted unexpectedly, without uttering anything peculiar. Hello, Su Ning'an reciprocated. They maintained a comfortable distance, arriving together at the cooking classroom. You rascal! Qian Juanhao exclaimed as he poked Su Ning'an hard upon reaching his side. It appeared he was displeased that Su Ning'an had entered alongside Yin Yunan. As they prepared the ingredients, Su Ning'an suddenly recalled that Yin Yunan had heard his compliment the other day, so she must already be aware of Qian Juanhao's secret admiration for her. The thought crossed his mind, prompting him to glance at Qian Juanhao. Why are you looking at me with such sympathy? It's nothing. Hey, did you do something to betray my trust? Speak up, you're imagining things. After a brief exchange of playful banter, the cooking teacher arrived. The cooking instructor was a robust middle-aged man. Although he bore no expression, he unintentionally exuded a warm demeanor, as if perpetually smiling. All right, everyone is here. Today we will prepare a standard Chinese meal, excluding rice. Any other dishes are welcome, and we will grade accordingly. I will demonstrate first. Su Ning'an often cooked at home, especially in the countryside, where he regularly took on the responsibility of preparing meals for several people. Thus, his culinary skills were quite proficient. Yet, the teacher's fluid motions and the delightful presentation of the finished dishes left him in awe, as expected of a teacher from summer high. To add a note, as lunchtime approached, and to avoid wasting food, students would need to consume their own dishes, which would be graded based on a single dish. Of course, the grading system would differ if one prepared multiple dishes. The teacher encouraged the students to sample his dish. Everyone used serving chopsticks to take a small taste. And soon the dish was devoured. Watching the expressions of enjoyment on his classmates' faces and savoring the exquisite flavors himself, Su Ning'an internally assessed, the teacher's cooking speed is impressive. And in terms of taste, it surpasses even the chef from Jiang Muli's household. It appears that my skills have not diminished, so everyone may commence. A reminder, if the dishes are well prepared and satisfy the other students, the scores from peer evaluations will also influence the final grade. Qian Juanhao observed Su Ning'an swiftly getting to work and discreetly sought help. Su Ning'an, save me. Su Ning'an was aware that this fellow struggled in the kitchen and could easily scorch the food. What can I do to assist you? The teacher is watching, he replied. In the senior year, there are 300 students, with 30 in each class. These 30 students are currently scattered throughout the classroom, and the teacher patrols to observe, rendering any act of cheating impossible to conceal. Sighing, Qian Juanhao understood that cheating was futile. He was merely jesting. Just pay attention to how I do it. Follow my steps, and you will learn. A good brother indeed. Regarding Su Ning'an's culinary skills, Qian Juanhao was uncertain, but assumed they were infinitely superior to his own. Once Su Ning'an arranged his ingredients, he waited for Qian Juanhao to prepare his as well. He began to recall the teacher's recent movements. And soon his hands were in motion. Many details of the cooking techniques employed by the instructor were easily overlooked by the average person. Only those who frequently cook or possess innate culinary talent could truly appreciate and learn from such nuances. Until today, Su Ning'an merely cooked often and was by no means a prodigy. Yet now, as he began to cook, he felt an exhilarating surge of inspiration and fluidity in his movements, reminiscent of a heightened state of creativity. It seemed that the culinary talent of Jiang Muli had merged with his own. Previously, he had failed to recognize his culinary aptitude, likely due to Jiang Muli's paralysis, which had hindered her ability to cook and reveal her skills. On the other side, Qian Juanhao, initially brimming with ambition to emulate Su Ning'an, found himself struggling to keep pace as Su Ning'an's swift and precise knife skills left him behind. During the subsequent stir-frying process, Su Ning'an's movements displayed a seamless grace akin to that of the culinary instructor, exuding an almost artistic beauty in their fluidity. How on earth am I supposed to learn this? Qian Juanhao felt a wave of despair. Seemingly too engrossed in his task, Su Ning'an completely forgot to assist him. Showing no signs of slowing down, the commotion drew the attention of other students and the teacher. The stainless steel countertop reflected Su Ning'an's tall figure, his fingertips deftly tapping the pork belly on the cutting board, the knife carving a silver arc. With 3 fingers poised on the blade, knuckles against the spine, his wrist was as steady as a mechanical arm. The rhythmic sound of the knife echoed like hoofbeats as the meat transformed into uniformly thin slices. The middle-aged teacher squinted, observing, is this student replicating my earlier techniques? With the pan heated and oil added, a flick of the wrist sent the meat slices gliding into the pan. A sizzling sound erupted as the fat turned into a golden mist. He tossed the ingredients with one hand, the meat pieces swirling like waves, their caramelized edges curling slightly, while minced garlic and ginger danced in the hot oil. He lifted the cooking wine bottle, flicking it into the air. The liquid arced gracefully into the pan, igniting a fleeting flame that startled those nearby. Yet, Su Ning'an remained focused, oblivious to the astonished gazes of those around him. The concentration displayed by Su Ning'an seemed to enhance his charm. A girl beside Shi Huan could not help but cover her face with her hands. Indeed, he was impressive. She smiled in agreement, her eyes sparkling. Yin Yunan did not look at him, engrossed in her own tasks. Does he not even need a measuring spoon? While others fretted over precise measurements, Su Ning'an's casual sprinkling of salt was as accurate and natural as a pianist's touch. With a gentle roll of his fingers, he perfectly seasoned the dish. The teacher approached, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Not bad. You possess considerable talent. Qian Juanhao, feeling lost and trembling, was relieved that no one noticed him, even though he stood beside Su Ning'an. Green peppers were tossed into the pan as the heat intensified. The iron spoon danced, intertwining vibrant green pepper slices with amber-hued meat. He ladled his homemade sauce along the edge of the pan. With a sizzling sound, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. The students in the front row inhaled deeply in unison. Su Ning'an paused, glancing at the teacher. The instructor nodded approvingly and, without hesitation, picked up a slice of meat with chopsticks. Under the lights, the meat glistened like crystal, evenly coated in sauce. A bite revealed a delightful contrast of a crispy outer layer and tender insides. The teacher's eyes sparkled. Excellent. I give you full marks. Would the other students like to try? Yes. Let me have a taste. Wait for me. I want to eat too. I absolutely must taste the dish made by Sue. It can't be worse than the teacher's. Though it may not surpass the teacher, it certainly exceeds the cafeteria's offerings. Wow. Sue made me a meal. How delightful. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Juanhao also grabbed a piece. He exaggeratedly lamented, "You rascal. With skills like yours, how am I supposed to learn?" While the other students clamored for his dishes, Su Ning'an shifted to another position and continued cooking. The ingredients used in this culinary class were of the finest quality, and it would be a waste not to utilize them. Since his cooking surpassed that of the cafeteria, he decided to indulge in his own culinary creations for lunch. Braised pork, sweet and sour potatoes, tomato scrambled eggs, and even sauerkraut fish with scallion tofu. The teacher, noticing Su Ning'an's impressive array of dishes, inquired curiously, "Do you often cook?" "Yes, I prepare my own meals in the morning and evening." "Impressive. Thank you, teacher." The enticing dishes lined up, causing other students to salivate with longing, eager to partake. "Quickly now, class is about to end. What about your dishes? Do you wish for me to give you a 0? The teacher efficiently shooed away the other students, safeguarding Su Ning'an's creations. Disappointed, the students returned to their stations, listlessly preparing their meals. Su Ning'an sighed in relief. Although he had intentionally prepared a generous amount of food, if every student rushed to taste, it would soon be depleted, leaving him with nothing. While the other students labored over their dishes, Su Ning'an enjoyed his meal while guiding Qian Juanhao. Good brother. In that moment, Qian Juanhao felt as if he had received divine assistance. Helping you makes me a good brother. Failing to help makes me a scoundrel. Is that right? After the cooking class concluded, Su Ning'an received permission to stay behind and prepared a few more dishes. One of these dishes, he felt, reached a level of brilliance that could evoke profound happiness in those who tasted it. After tidying up the classroom, he carried a plate of food and prepared to leave. Yan Yunan leaned against the doorway and suddenly turned around. "Your appetite seems quite substantial." She seemed to haunt him persistently. During class, Su Ning'an had not noticed how much he had eaten. He felt no fullness. As soon as the class ended, Yan Yunan approached him. Su Ning'an sighed and, with a pair of disposable chopsticks, swiftly picked up the brilliant dish, shoving it into Yan Yunan's mouth before she could continue speaking. Yan Yunan was startled. His speed left her no chance to resist. "But it's quite tasty. Having eaten my food, you may not speak." Yan Yunan frowned, yet continued to chew. "Would you like more?" "Yes." Her expression relaxed, and she decided to remain silent for the moment, not wanting to reveal his true abilities. He continued to evade the persistent Yan Yunan. As the afternoon progressed, the sunlight outside the window was bright, yet mundane. In class, everyone seemed somewhat drowsy. However, as soon as the lesson concluded, all were revitalized. The portrait paintings from the last session were distributed, along with the corresponding grades. The art class representative handed out the students' works. When Su Ning'an retrieved his, Qian Juanhao immediately leaned over. "Isn't it stunning?" he exclaimed, glancing at the large 99 on Su Ning'an's piece. Then at his own 78. Unable to restrain himself, he lamented, "How come you suddenly excel at both the piano and portrait painting?" "Perhaps my relentless effort has finally moved the heavens," Su Ning'an replied nonchalantly, puzzled as to why he did not receive a perfect score. Recalling the art teacher's ambiguous smile from the previous day, coupled with her slightly eccentric personality, Su Ning'an had every reason to believe it was some form of wicked humor on her part. "Wait." Qian Juanhao suddenly stood up, realization dawning upon him. "Isn't it troubling that your artistic weakness has now been remedied? You might surpass me." Qian Juanhao's rank hovered around 100, and it was a foregone conclusion that Su Ning'an would outshine him. Yet, he could not voice this thought openly. Su Ning'an reassured him. "As long as you dedicate your chatting time to studying, you should see significant improvement." Observing Qian Juanhao's habitual idleness, he suspected he did not take his studies seriously and was merely a product of raw talent. Though Su Ning'an possessed talent, it was not overwhelmingly strong. His admission to Xiaogao was primarily due to his unwavering diligence. Qian Juanhao's eyes took on a strange glint. "I have little leisure at home. School is my only chance to unwind. If you insist on me studying more, I might as well perish." "Do you even study at home?" Su Ning'an inquired, astonished. He assumed that individuals like Qian Juanhao spent their time playing after class, aside from attending lessons and completing assignments. Qian Juanhao rolled his eyes. "Am I some kind of genius? Do you think you spend your time playing at home?" "Without tutoring, He mused. He would likely rank around 270. Do others hire tutors? Isn't it obvious? Understanding dawned on him. As a rural dweller without the means to hire a tutor, he likely brought shame to Xiaogao. The difference in academic progress under the guidance of an experienced teacher versus self-study was stark. By the way, could I trouble you for a favor? Qian Juanhao suddenly appeared bashful. What is it? Could you give me that painting? He pointed to Su Ning'an's portrait of Yin Yunan. Certainly. I can simply give it to you. Su Ning'an could easily create numerous such paintings now. If Qian Juanhao had to pay for each, he would deplete his allowance entirely. Good brother, your kindness is beyond words. Qian Juanhao excitedly accepted the painting, eager to frame it at home. As Yin Yunan passed by, she glanced at it and suddenly asked, "Is this my portrait?" Qian Juanhao turned around, startled to see Yin Yunan. He momentarily froze, unable to articulate a response. Su Ning'an interjected, "It is not your portrait. It is a character study featuring your likeness." Su Ning'an, how can you be so impolite? Qian Juanhao managed to choke out after a prolonged silence. Su Ning'an regarded him with a look that implied, "You seem quite polite on a regular basis." Yin Yunan paid little mind to their exchange, merely inquiring, "This painting is lovely. May I have it?" How shameless. Even Qian Juanhao resorted to purchasing it. "Yen, are you not even as bold as Qian Juanhao? Of course, take it." Qian Juanhao generously handed it over, as if it were his own possession. "How generous of you. Qian, you are outdone even by Yin Yunan." "Thank you," Yin Yunan graciously acknowledged, directing her thanks towards Su Ning'an. Later that night, around 9 o'clock, Su Ning'an had half an hour left before finishing his shift. The convenience store was nearly devoid of customers. After completing his schoolwork, he began to read. Perhaps due to his precocious nature, he found it difficult to engage with typical recreational activities. Extravagant ones were beyond his means, leading him to choose reading as a highly cost-effective form of entertainment. He would delve into any book that offered substantial nourishment for the mind, which had resulted in his humanities scores almost rivaling his science grades. The mechanical chime of the store's entrance announced a customer's arrival. Su Ning'an looked up to see Yin Yunan, twirling the silver-white fountain pen he had seen earlier, her expression one of surprise at encountering him here. He surmised her next words would be, "What a coincidence. I didn't expect to find you working here, Su." Su Ning'an remained silent, sweeping her with a discerning gaze, akin to a tank commander assessing a target. "Su, why are you looking at me with such a lascivious gaze?" "Lascivious? It seems you are retaliating against my previous teasing remarks." Su Ning'an sighed. "I merely find it peculiar." "Speaking of peculiar, I find it strange that you haven't noticed. Our encounters seem to have increased recently. Do you believe it is mere coincidence?" "What do you mean? Does she think I am stalking her?" Su Ning'an doubted Yin Yunan would be so naive. "Perhaps it is because we are both classmates at the same school." Su Ning'an replied calmly. "Wonderful. Wonderful? I find this increasingly absurd." "Su, did you not just imply that it is not you stalking me? That is quite splendid. I retract my earlier statement. Your gaze hardly qualifies as lascivious. That is self-evident and does not require your validation." Yin Yunan continued to twirl her pen, her right hand seemingly detached from her body, showing no signs of fatigue. Was this her superpower, the ability to twirl a pen without tiring? She elaborated, "You might think I am following you, but I assure you, I am not. I simply act on instinct, and I only speak to you when we cross paths. Thus, these meetings are entirely coincidental." Entirely coincidental? To clarify, one might refer to it as a form of fate or attraction. Ah, fate and attraction. This language and terminology seemed reminiscent of the animated series broadcast during prime time on children's channels, sounding like something a typical middle schooler would utter. Su Ning'an could not grasp the intention behind her words. As another customer entered, she promptly fell silent. Once Su Ning'an concluded his tasks, she prepared to continue speaking. With a sudden clatter, her pen slipped from her grasp and fell onto the counter. Su Ning'an glanced at it, retrieved it, and handed it back to her. The silver-white pen felt slightly heavy in his hand and retained a warmth above body temperature. Yin Yunan did not take it, but instead smiled meaningfully at him. "You don't want it?" She did not respond, accepting the pen, then asked, "So, Su Ning'an, you can see it and even touch it, yes?" Su Ning'an pursed his lips. He should be able to see it, right? Was it not the case that normal people could not perceive her pen twirling or touch it? No wonder she was previously twirling her pen outside the railing, seemingly unafraid of falling and harming someone below. It turns out that this pen is indeed part of her extraordinary abilities. "Admit it, Su Ning'an, you are just like me." With a sigh, Su Ning'an responded, "Yes." "And then what?" "Those with superpowers are drawn to each other, a bond from which you cannot escape. One day, you may encounter a dangerous individual, unable to protect the things you wish to safeguard. At that moment, you will understand why I share these words with you." "Why?" he asked instinctively. Yin Yunan revealed a confident smile, reminiscent of sunlight reflecting after rain, dazzling in its brilliance. Because I have feelings for you. I can accept you. And we can support each other. Just as the workday was ending, Su Ning'an received an invitation from a beautiful girl who appeared to possess superpowers. Is it possible that superpowers can indeed manifest in such attractive forms? After 10 o'clock, Su Ning'an finished work. He and Yin Yunan visited a milk tea shop, each ordering a drink. So, you wish to invite me to join your team? Su Ning'an speculated, assuming Yin Yunan was part of a group of superpowered individuals. Within this team, there would be all sorts of eccentric characters, and now they had sought him out. That's the idea, Yin Yunan affirmed with a nod, as if praising his insight. What is the reasoning behind this? As I mentioned earlier, even if you wish to avoid the affairs of superpowered individuals, you will inevitably encounter them. It is a force of attraction, inescapable. So, since we are bound to meet eventually, why not now? We are familiar with one another, and can establish a foundation of trust. Su Ning'an found it hard to agree with the notion of being familiar, considering they had known each other for less than a month and had not engaged in any friendly exchanges. After a moment of contemplation, he articulated, "Are you suggesting we gather all the superpowered individuals we can, including myself, to combat those who pose a threat, thus ensuring our own safety? If that is the case, not joining might lead to becoming a target as well." Yin Yunan took a sip of her lemonade. "Approximately, that is the idea. I have questions. Ask away. I will share what I know. Are superpowered individuals truly that formidable? Can they contend with firearms? Can they disrupt the existing order? Is it necessary to establish such a group?" Su Ning'an had previously gathered information from Zhang Yuli and was aware that while extraordinary individuals existed, they had little impact in the modern world. "That is an excellent question, hitting the nail on the head," Yin Yunan complimented, rather than praise. "I would prefer a straightforward answer." Upon hearing this, Yin Yunan could not help but smile, reminiscent of a mother beaming at her child's achievements. "Thus, I have feelings for you, believing that should we be together, you would undoubtedly be reliable. By the way, you do not misunderstand my meaning of being together, do you? Then why not answer his question?" Su Ning'an took a deep breath. "No, please be swift. I have matters to attend to. Otherwise, we can discuss this tomorrow." All right. Yin Yunan chuckled helplessly. "Yes, there are superpowered individuals, but they are not particularly strong. However, strange occurrences and superpowered individuals are on the rise. Something seems to be awakening. I suspect." "You suspect?" Su Ning'an questioned the credibility of Yin Yunan's statements. "Well, the latter part is merely my speculation. But the former is based on solid evidence from reliable sources. Strange occurrences have indeed been increasing." "Reliable? How reliable?" "As dependable as the sun rising in the east and setting in the west." If her words were indeed truthful, then they were sufficiently credible. If that is the case, has there been no official response? Is it possible that there is an official shadow behind me? Then that official would be quite unreliable. For Yin Yunan does not seem trustworthy. "Very well. If I were to join you, what would be required of me?" Yin Yunan, taken aback, tilted her head in surprise. "No other questions? Have you made a decision already?" Shouldn't Yin Yunan be pleased about this? Details of what needs to be done will be shared later. First, we need to establish a new club at Xiaogao. Wait, is this club absolutely necessary? What's wrong? Does Su Ning'an have a penchant for secret societies? Did I not mention we have official backing? That is not it. Then what is it? I would like to inquire. Yin Yunan, what was I just doing? Working, I suppose. In that case, just quit. Su Ning'an remained silent, gazing into her eyes. He took a sip of his lemonade. What? Not happy? Do you think I work for what reason? Oh, don't be angry. Let me guess. You work for extracurricular practice credits? Well, it seems that Yin Yunan is even less tolerant of the poor than Qian Juanhao. Of course, I work for money. Working is for earning money. He had emphasized this statement for the second time in his life. Oh, is that so? Is your usual money insufficient? Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Su Ning'an, a poor soul from the countryside. Even if you say that, did you have a falling out with your family? What was the reason? Can you share it? Perhaps I can assist you. When it comes to lacking money, do you immediately think it is because the family has cut off financial support? How elite. I am the only one in my family. He believed he had made himself clear. Yin Yunan suddenly froze. In an instant, she comprehended the implication behind Su Ning'an's words. Was he an orphan? Her face flushed crimson, and she instinctively glanced around. Thankfully, there were few people in the shop. It seemed no one had overheard. She abruptly stood up, bowing apologetically toward him. I'm sorry. I didn't realize earlier. Su Ning'an had given her an impression of indifference, leisure, and a complete lack of concern for others. Nothing like what one would expect from an orphan. Su Ning'an nodded. It seems that Yin Yunan cannot be deemed a bad person. That's all right. I forgive you. He spoke calmly. Once she reseated herself, Yin Yunan struggled to return to her original conversational rhythm. She pondered deeply but could not think of a suitable remark to further the discussion. Yet, she felt compelled to say something. Su Ning'an? What is it? Why do you seem not to smile much? As soon as she said this, Yin Yunan felt a wave of embarrassment for choosing such a topic. Su Ning'an raised an eyebrow. I don't smile often, but it's not because I dislike smiling. She asked instinctively, then why? I could smile for you. But are you sure you want that? Can I? Yin Yunan's tone remained tense. But she felt a sense of relief within. Finally, they had passed the previous awkward topic, even though the current one was still somewhat peculiar. As you wish. Hearing this, Yin Yunan instinctively looked up at Su Ning'an. What is it? She acknowledged that Su Ning'an was indeed handsome. But Yin Yunan suddenly froze. His smile resembled the morning light breaking through dark clouds. Gentle, neither blinding nor scorching, imbued with the freshness of dew. The warmth of his smile lingered in the air. Akin to pearls hidden in mist, the fleeting moment of a butterfly alighting, a lake holding the essence of spring. She forgot what she originally intended to say or do. A gentle and ethereal warmth enveloped her, striking her heart as if it were being delicately tickled by a feather, leaving her in a state of near faintness. It was not merely handsomeness or charm, but rather a transcendence into the realm of pure beauty. Su Ning'an took another sip of lemon water, while Yin Yunan, as if awakening from a dream, slumped weakly over the table, gasping for air. How remarkable! Yin Yunan finally comprehended why Su Ning'an seldom smiled. Simultaneously, she began to believe that his extraordinary ability might indeed be his striking beauty. Eventually, they settled on a conclusion. Once Yin Yunan regained her composure, Su Ning'an sighed and returned to their earlier conversation. I understand now, he said. Yin Yunan rose solemnly, apologizing for not considering his financial concerns earlier. So, she inquired, I truly apologize for interrupting you today. Is this a sign of surrender? Have you simply given up? He asked, surprised. I sense that you are quite an independent individual. Yin Yunan replied, brushing her hair back and looking towards the door. Even if I suggested you resign from your job and receive the same pay from me daily, you would likely refuse. I would agree, he countered. If I could reduce my working hours by 5 each day, merely needing to replace them with 3 hours of club activities while still earning the same amount, I have no reason to object. Really? Yin Yunan returned to her seat, her voice uncertain. You would actually agree? Su Ning'an emphasized, provided that you truly offer me equal pay. That is certainly not an issue, she assured him. Taking a deep breath, the earlier shock of his beauty had given her a peculiar perspective on him. She had thought he was the type who, having grown up as an orphan, was strong and unwilling to accept charity or be indebted to others. This nearly altered her perception. Indeed, Su Ning'an's capabilities were impressive. Noticing that Su Ning'an had fallen silent, she suggested they conclude their discussion for the day. What is your ability? He suddenly inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. Yin Yunan nodded, retrieving a silver pen and producing a slip of paper from seemingly nowhere. With elegant strokes, she inscribed the character for ice. She affixed the note to the wall of her half-empty lemon water cup and touched it with her finger. A faint glow flickered briefly before vanishing. Su Ning'an rose to inspect the cup, astonished to find that the lemon water had frozen into ice. Yin Yunan turned her head and softly explained. It's akin to a written talisman. The words I inscribe manifest effects. The variety of outcomes is vast, though the intensity is limited. For instance, just now, I captured the sound of our table's conversation. Others cannot hear it, but it can only last a few minutes. Can you intercept sounds? Is it possible to block surveillance? In contrast to his extraordinary abilities, Yin Yunan's skills appeared more suited for prosperity in the modern world. Su Ning'an nodded and resumed his seat. Now, I will share my ability. Do you have a coin? Isn't handsomeness your ability? She teased. He shot her a glance before rummaging through his pockets. Why do you look at me as if I'm a fool? Besides, don't you have a coin yourself? Why ask me for one? Producing a coin. He held it between his thumb and forefinger before flicking it. The clear sound that followed confirmed its authenticity as a metallic object. If I used mine, you might suspect it was a prop. In an age where electronic payments were ubiquitous, few used cash, and even fewer employed coins. If Su Ning'an weren't a cashier, acquiring a coin could pose a challenge. I see. That is unnecessary. I maintain a considerable degree of trust in you, Su Ning'an. Thank you for your trust. Should I express that? It seems you are the one stalling, she retorted. Did you not mention having urgent matters to attend to? Let us get to the point. Under Yin Yunan's curious gaze, Su Ning'an gently applied pressure with his fingers. In a manner as simple as folding a cardboard, the coin transformed from a circle into a semicircle. Before Yin Yunan could fully react, he used both hands to morph the semicircle into a quarter circle. Presenting the deformed coin to her, she took it with a serious expression. It was indeed a genuine metal coin, yet she could not bend it back. As you can see, my ability enhances my physical prowess. Originally, he had intended to use the coin as a projectile for telekinesis, but he hesitated to reveal that aspect to Yin Yunan, as they were still getting acquainted. How impressive! Yin Yunan exclaimed, marveling at the quarter-shaped coin. A smile crept onto her face. Well, you've unlawfully altered circulating currency, Su Ningen. He tilted his head slightly. She swiftly pocketed the coin. However, since we shall be teammates, I certainly will assist you in concealing this criminal act. Perhaps I will destroy it? Very well. I have nothing else to say. I have nothing left to offer. Then, we shall meet again in class tomorrow. I will seek you out. By the way, how many individuals are currently in the group you mentioned? Just the two of us, he replied. What? She laughed. Do not cast such a dangerous look at me. Having just learned of Su Ningen's formidable strength, Yin Yunan wisely refrained from further jesting. So what is the actual situation? For now, it is just us two. Su Ningen inhaled deeply, feeling as though he had been played. Wait, let me finish. There are actually 5 members. But 2 are currently not in District 1 and are expected to return before the year's end. 1 is likely to become the president of our club, currently in Haiqing, and will be back tomorrow afternoon. Even with me included, there are only 5? Indeed, the club members total 5, but the president has an official background. So there are certainly many more involved, believe me. All right then. Farewell. Su Ningen stood and decisively turned to leave. We can discuss matters tomorrow. Goodbye. Due to their conversation, Su Ningen arrived an hour later than usual. The maid and chef waited anxiously, as Zhang Yuli had not touched her food, and no one dared to intervene. She sat at the dining table, expressionless, until the dishes had cooled completely. When Su Ningen arrived, the flustered chef prepared to remove the untouched food. No need, just reheat it. Once it's warm, I will eat. Noticing Zhang Yuli's tone had softened, the chef sighed in relief and hurried to warm the dishes. The maids exchanged glances, and finally, Aunt Qin, the personal maid, stepped forward. Miss, are you unwell again? No. I was just lost in thought and forgot to eat. I apologize for causing you trouble. We are relieved to hear you are well. The maids whispered among themselves, astonished that the normally aloof young lady from the Zhang family would apologize. After finishing the reheated meal, Su Ningen returned to the practice room. Since he had taken possession of her body, Zhang Yuli had remained silent, quietly embracing the form Su Ningen had taken. Are you not going to ask why I was late today? May I ask? She replied, holding the other body tighter. Yes. Then why were you late? I encountered another cat who wanted to discuss some matters with me. Does this other cat possess magic as well? Indeed, otherwise, I would not have been delayed. She confided in me about certain matters, and as Zhang Yuli's eyes sparkled with interest, Huahua's proactive mention of the subject suggested that the specifics could indeed be disclosed to her. What is it? She inquired. She revealed that the peculiarities and supernatural beings in your world are set to increase. Is that true? I replied, uncertain. Consequently, it was only natural that Sun Ningen once again utilized Zhang Yuli's channels to search for related information, yet he found nothing. There was no indication that the so-called supernatural beings, already in decline, were experiencing a resurgence. While there were a few strange occurrences, their impact was minimal. So Huahua, you've been deceived? Zhang Yuli comforted, gently patting the head of her other body. I'll verify this again tomorrow. Sun Ningen also felt he might have been misled. Another possibility loomed. The official forces behind the so-called president, as mentioned by Yin Yunan, could be far more powerful than Zhang Yuli's family. Choosing a direction for enhancement, Sun Ningen began his nocturnal studies by controlling Zhang Yuli's body. His fingers danced across the keys of an expensive grand piano, producing melodies more exquisite than ever before. Despite Zhang Yuli's leg disability, he could now press the pedals thanks to his newfound telekinesis. Halfway through practice, Aunt Qin ascended the stairs, bringing freshly brewed tea. Sun Ningen expressed his gratitude, sipping the tea, only to find Aunt Qin had not yet left. Aunt Qin, is something the matter? He inquired, recalling Zhang Yuli's words that she must be there to relay some news. Mr. Zhang mentioned he might come by tomorrow. Mr. Zhang? Is that Zhang Yuli's father? It seemed strange that Zhang Yuli, who could access the internet, required a maid to convey messages. When exactly tomorrow? In the morning, around 10. All right, I understand. Once Aunt Qin exited, Zhang Yuli spoke. Tomorrow morning, my father might come, possibly accompanied by others, to assess my progress during this time. So it was clear. Why had her father taken so long to visit his daughter? Was it merely due to a busy career? Why might he bring others along? What of Zhang Yuli's mother? Why was she not mentioned? These sensitive inquiries remained unvoiced by Sun Ningen. Zhang Yuli would naturally divulge more when the time was right. He did not wish to pressure her with forced responses. However, My daily possession might affect your responses later, right? Not at all. Huahua's daily studies are akin to my own, and she is far more diligent than I. There will be no impact. Besides, even if there is, it changes nothing. Jiang Muley quickly clarified, anxious that he might cease his visits. I meant, if I stay up all night tonight, won't you be quite tired tomorrow morning? Ah, no. I doubt it. Her tone bore uncertainty. Since I gained telekinesis yesterday, I feel significantly better and more energetic. It seems staying up all night won't affect me. How could that be? Sun Ning encountered, his mental acuity far exceeding hers, and he could not manage without sleep. Jiang Muley had only just gained a slight enhancement. How could an all-nighter not affect her? I believe it will have an impact, he asserted. Ah, Jiang Muley's voice grew faint, tinged with a hint of grievance. As if reproached by someone she trusted. I'll only stay for 2 hours today, and then I'll go. You should rest early. Oh, Jiang Muley replied, downcast. Sun Ning sighed. I'll return tomorrow morning. Really? Of course. I haven't exhausted my possession time today. I can come back then. However, your father may notice something unusual. No problem. Jiang Muley affirmed confidently, as he wouldn't know what I typically am like. It matters not, as long as you come. Did her father truly not know his daughter's usual demeanor? Such a parent seemed to have strayed beyond mere work-related neglect. However, blind speculation bore no fruit. Tomorrow's encounter would reveal all. Having resolved this minor interlude, Sun Ning resumed his piano practice. With only 2 hours remaining, he dedicated the first hour to earnest practice. The remaining hour was spent exploring the nuances of telekinesis. With his hands removed from the keys, he activated his telekinesis, causing the piano to play autonomously. In a pitch-black, unoccupied room, it would evoke a chilling atmosphere akin to a horror film. Sun Ning focused intently, performing unaccompanied, with several additional notes unexpectedly intertwining. Jiang Muley also engaged her telekinesis, transforming their duet into a four-handed performance, which brought her joy. Their faces were close together, and she finally interacted with Sun Ning in a different manner. A maid passing outside sensed something was amiss with the music, yet her limited understanding of the piano left her uncertain of the source of the peculiarity. She knocked on the door, halting their four-handed play. Come in, Sun Ning smiled. Inside the dim room, Jiang Muley pouted. Miss, I've come to change the tea. The maid entered with a tray. Thank you for your hard work. It's no trouble at all, the maid replied, her gaze lowered as she approached to arrange the teapot. Stealing a glance at Miss Jiang, she noted how different the young lady appeared at night, as others had described. Far from the icy demeanor of day, she exuded an alluring warmth. Sun Ning turned to meet the maid's gaze. I'm sorry, she stammered, flustered as she finished arranging the tray and hurriedly exited, her heart racing. Sun Ning tilted his head, puzzled by her apologies. Was there an unspoken rule in the upper echelons of District 1 that servants should not meet their master's eyes? How archaic. Upon leaving the practice room, the maid's face remained flushed. Once she tidied up, she pulled out her phone and opened a chat with a fellow maid. I just made eye contact with the miss. I don't know why, but my heart is racing. And my face is so red. Sounds like your lesbian attributes are bursting forth. Go away. Through various means of practicing telekinesis, Sun Ning distinctly felt his mental strength had increased before returning, and Jiang Muley experienced a similar sensation. It was akin to physical exercise. The more one practiced, the stronger one became. Yet, he wondered if it would reach a plateau, making further enhancement difficult. With his growing mental strength, the duration of his possession extended to 8 hours. Initially unaware of this capacity, it was the system that informed him. Mental strength has reached the limit. Can possess continuously for 8 hours. Please select the next enhancement direction. 1. Extend possession time while maintaining current control depth. 2. Strengthen control depth while keeping current possession duration unchanged. Sun Ning pondered for a moment, grasping the essence of both options. Choosing the first would allow him to exceed 8 hours of continuous possession, but would not enhance his ability to control 2 bodies simultaneously. The second option, conversely, would limit his possession time to a maximum of 8 hours while improving his control over his original body during possession. Presently, when he possessed Jiang Muley, her original body could engage in movement, running, jumping, walking, and even simple copying, but concentrating on reading or maintaining thought was challenging. Engaging in conversation with others may render one somewhat foolishly transparent, easily revealing one's true intentions. After careful consideration, he ultimately opted for the second choice, thereby enhancing the depth of control. Had he chosen the first, he would have enjoyed a more prolonged possession. But then what? If he were to continuously possess Jiang Muley, would he not completely usurp her body, despite her possible willingness? However, Sun Ning was unwilling, given that possessing another could confer extraordinary abilities. And Zhang Muli herself was growing stronger due to her own powers. It was inevitable that one day she would rise. At that juncture, she would desire her own life. Furthermore, as Zhang Muli also required rest, the duration of possession need not be excessively long. Control depth enhanced. Possession duration remains at 8 hours. Sun Ningyan glanced at the clock. It had just passed 2 in the morning, and the outside world lay shrouded in darkness. He would possess Zhang Muli during the day tomorrow, while his original self could languish in the classroom without concern. However, should Yin Yunan approach him seeking something, he would undoubtedly be unable to comply. Thus, he chose to inform her in advance. He picked up his phone, opened the social media app, and messaged his friend Yin Yunan. Sun Ningyan, I will be unavailable tomorrow after 10 until noon. To his surprise, a swift reply came. Yin Yunan. Yin Yunan, do you realize what time it is? Sun Ningyan, 2:12. I was referring to tomorrow. Yin Yunan, of course, I know you meant tomorrow. However, your message implies that this is an immediate concern. Sun Ningyan, were you awakened? Yin Yunan, otherwise, why would I be angry with you? Sun Ningyan, so you set me as a priority contact? There was no such setting. Messages received at this hour would not trigger an alert. Yin Yunan's status changed to typing, and then back to normal, oscillating between the two. Sun Ningyan, are you revising your message? Yin Yunan, if it's after 10, it's fine. Just free up the afternoon. For the morning, can you come earlier, around 5? Was she attempting to bypass what he had said? Sun Ningyan, actually, I can do it right now. Yin Yunan, you'd better. The rest of her message was unclear, as it transformed into message retracted. Yin Yunan, 6 o'clock. Sun Ningyan, all right, at 6 o'clock. Sun Ningyan arrived at the school gate. Before long, Yin Yunan appeared, her face weary. Sun Ningyan greeted her. Did you not sleep well? Thanks to you. They entered the school side by side. Officially, the school would not open until 6:30, but Yin Yunan must have said something to the gatekeeper, for they were allowed to pass smoothly. Just past 6, the summer morning scenery lingered in shades of gray-blue. The wide, tidy pavement stretched ahead, adding to the sense of solitude. Yin Yunan did not inquire why he would be unavailable after 10. She immediately got to the point. Yesterday, I mentioned 2 characteristics of superpowers. Do you recall? She spoke without looking at Sun Ningyan, fixated on the path ahead. Sun Ningyan, trailing half a step behind. Followed. Superpowered individuals are drawn to each other. Sounds reminiscent of stand users attract one another, but this world lacks JoJo. What else? Only superpowered individuals can perceive extraordinary phenomena. Ordinary people cannot see them. Such a statement further resembled the notion of stand users. Indeed, when you held Xiao He and approached that tree, you must have seen something, right? Referring to the small humanoid on the banyan tree, Yin Yunan clearly acknowledged its existence. Her demeanor suggested that this entity posed no threat. He nodded, suddenly asking, Xiao He, is that the black cat? What else? Did you name it? Her tone was nuanced, as though she were hinting at something improper, yet unspoken. Yin Yunan seemed to struggle with naming things. Yin Yunan halted, gazing at him. Sun Ningyan did not stop, surpassing her. She observed his retreating figure and suddenly smiled. Not satisfied? How about you give it a name? Upon saying this, she followed behind him. What about Xiao Yezi? Night as in the night. A voice came from behind Sun Ningyan. If she remained silent, he would take it as agreement. If she disapproved, she would surely mock the name. Even if she secretly found it quite good, she would never admit it aloud. By your reasoning, Xiao Yezi also possesses superpowers? Perhaps. Or Xiao Yezi might simply be exceptionally sensitive. After all, it cannot speak, and we do not know its true feelings. Excellent. It appeared that Yin Yunan had accepted the name Xiao Yezi. So what exactly is that humanoid entity? Perhaps a tree spirit? Harmless and friendly. If anything occurs at school, such as a fire, it might even help notify us. Perhaps. Arriving before the banyan tree, Sun Ningyan spotted the tree spirit. At first glance, it resembled a miniature human. With a well-proportioned figure, smooth, fair skin, and a gender-neutral, strikingly beautiful face. Clad in a short-sleeved top and shorts crafted from leaves, it indeed resembled a fairy from a tale. As the two approached, it seemed to have nothing to do, listlessly gazing at the empty space before the teaching building. Upon noticing them, it cast a fleeting glance, then returned its attention elsewhere. When they halted before the tree, it finally realized they had come to find it. The boredom that had previously clouded its expression dissipated, replaced by surprise and keen interest. Leaping down from the banyan tree, it darted in an arc like a child, moving with a grace that suggested it was almost weightless. It halted before them and spun around, speaking in the tone reminiscent of the river god questioning whether it was a golden axe or a silver one. Xiaonan, are you bringing your boyfriend to see me? At this, both fell silent. Did the tree spirit even know what a boyfriend was? Sun Ning'an turned to Yin Yunan, who also looked back. Their eyes exchanged unspoken words. Sun Ning'an, did you teach it that? Yin Yunan, how could that be? Oh, Xiaonan, you two are indeed quite in sync, not needing to speak at all. Yin Yunan sighed. His name is Sun Ning'an. He can also see you. I merely brought him to meet you. She added, nothing more than that. The tree spirit's expression was animated, asking, really, just that? Indeed. The tree spirit tilted its head, glancing at Sun Ning'an and then back at Yin Yunan. It suddenly comprehended. So, you haven't captured his heart yet, have you? She took a deep breath, emphasizing her words. Why can't it be that he hasn't captured mine? The tree spirit replied earnestly. Isn't it usually the good-looking one who gets pursued? Yin Yunan incredulously pointed at herself. Am I not good-looking? Her tone was astonished, as if questioning her own humanity. Sun Ning'an is good-looking. It seemed the tree spirit also had a knack for deflecting questions, but its taste was commendable. The tree spirit bounced and skipped, circling around the expressionless Yin Yunan before landing before Sun Ning'an. It extended its short arm. Hello, Sun Ning'an. Sun Ning'an extended a hand. Greetings, tree spirit? The spirit nodded in response. Filled with curiosity, Sun Ning'an inquired, what is your name? Yin Yunan maintained her impassive demeanor, replying, did I not mention? I am called Tree Spirit. Of course, Sun Ning'an remarked, glancing at the tree spirit, who appeared utterly fascinated. Did you choose that name yourself? It was given by Xiaonan, the spirit explained. Sun Ning'an stole a glance at Yin Yunan, reminiscent of an old-time silent film comedy. He pursed his lips and turned away. Unable to contain her feelings any longer, Yin Yunan candidly stated, Classmate Su, if you wish to laugh, feel free to do so openly. I assure you, I will not be angered. Sun Ning'an, taken aback, turned back, asking, are you certain? His inquiry was less about the truth of her lack of anger and more about whether he could laugh freely. Surely, Yin Yunan understood this nuance. Recalling the formidable power of Sun Ning'an's smile from the previous day, she began to regret her invitation. No, never mind, she declared, raising her right hand with the palm facing Sun Ning'an in a gesture of prohibition. You are not permitted to laugh, at least not at me. The tree spirit observed their interaction with great amusement. As the clock approached 10, it was time to attend foreign language class. The summer high school foreign language classes operated on an elective basis, with students moving between classrooms to study an array of exotic languages. Similar to the grading system of instrumental examinations, foreign language assessments had two distinct methods. The first method involved an in-depth examination of a single language, where even native speakers would struggle to achieve more than a passing grade. The second method encompassed multiple languages, with a lower depth requirement for each. The more languages one learned, the higher the score achieved, provided a certain proficiency level was reached. In his previous life, Sun Ning'an had mastered Anglo-Saxon, quickly adapting to it after his reincarnation. Subsequently, he completed his studies in Nihongo during his secondary education and was now learning Russian. Arriving early to the classroom, Sun Ning'an settled in. Meanwhile, Yin Yunan entered the classroom for Anglo-Saxon studies. A small figure dashed in through the door, immediately capturing her attention. With classmates around, she refrained from speaking, instead casting a questioning glance. The tree spirit hopped onto the desk, looking quite apologetic. I'm sorry, Xiaonan, I did not mean to disturb you. But I am truly in a hurry. Yin Yunan gestured with her eyes for it to continue. The tree spirit pulled several vibrant green leaves from its leafy attire and scattered them across the desk. Observing the reactions of her classmates, Yin Yunan noted that no one seemed to find anything unusual. It appeared to be a unique creation of the tree spirit, invisible to those without extraordinary abilities. Upon closer inspection, she noticed beautiful script in the summer language inscribed on the leaves, the handwriting too exquisite to have been penned by the tree spirit itself. Xiaoning has provided me with numerous name options, but I am uncertain which to choose. Xiaonan, could you assist me in selecting? Noticing Yin Yunan's unease, the tree spirit hastily waved its hands. It's not that your names are unappealing. Rather, they simply do not appear to be names at all. Forget it. Yin Yunan replied with a slight smile. I understand. I am not skilled at naming. Following that fellow's suggestions isn't a bad idea. Acknowledging one's weaknesses is indeed a commendable virtue. The tree spirit sighed with relief, and Yin Yunan pointed to one of the leaves. Let us go with this one. It resembles a human name and is rather neutral. The tree spirit glanced at the leaf, which bore the two-character name Lin Shi. Sun Ning'an found himself once again in the living room on the first floor, seated on a sofa before four unfamiliar adults, 2 men and 2 women. The man at the forefront sat directly opposite Sun Ning'an, as if he had just finished speaking. Hua, you've arrived, came Jiang Mu Li's joyful voice. Sun Ning'an nodded. You agreed? The man who had just spoken appeared astonished upon seeing Sun Ning'an's nod. Why does it seem as if my daughter has suddenly transformed? In demeanor, action, and aura? Suningen, perplexed, wondered what he had agreed to. The man before him had a stern profile, sharp brow bones, and faint dark circles under his eyes, suggesting a tendency to stay up late. Though he possessed a completely different aesthetic, it was easy to discern that he was Jiang Mu Li's father. His attire was impeccably pressed, and his tie was perfectly knotted, exuding an air of unapproachability that hinted at difficulty in social interaction. In Suningen's mind, Jiang Mu Li's voice echoed. Father just asked me to attend classes at school and make more friends, and he set a target. Suningen remained engaged with the individuals in the living room, where silence reigned. In such circumstances, he had no opportunity to inquire further. However, through their interactions over the past few days, Jiang Mu Li had a fair idea of what Suningen might ask. She continued, if you wish to know my opinion. If Hua Hua's time for possession does not diminish, I have no objections. So Hua Hua, can you? If so, move a finger. If not, move two. Sitting upright, Suningen subtly beckoned with his right index finger, indicating his agreement. Jiang Mu Li's father noticed the gesture and furrowed his brows. What? Do you have something to say? Speak up, we can negotiate. His tone was icy, lacking the warmth of a negotiable discussion. Suningen calmly shook his head. Jiang Mu Li's father appeared surprised. He had anticipated a cold rejection from his daughter. A gentle-looking woman beside him smiled warmly, offering an explanation for Suningen. Xiaoli may not have interacted with others for too long, which is why she seems reticent. Once she returns to school and meets her classmates, I believe she will improve. Jiang Mu Li's father nodded, his stern expression softening slightly. All right, so I now know that Jiang Mu Li's father is named Jiang Xiaohua. The woman seated beside him, speaking so kindly and defending Jiang Mu Li, should reasonably be her mother, yet she did not quite fit that role. Jiang Mu Li's cold tone interjected, she is my stepmother. Oh, so she is a stepmother. Instantly, terms like malicious schemes and inheritance disputes flashed through Suningen's mind. Even the recent compliments he had heard seemed to carry an undertone of sarcasm. Nonetheless, she appeared quite amiable, and Jiang Mu Li offered no further commentary about her. Perhaps this was not the cliché of inheritance disputes and mutual accusations. However, one question remained. What of Jiang Mu Li's biological mother? Noticing his daughter's prolonged silence, Jiang Xiaohua grew impatient. In any case, you are to attend school. That is settled. I have other matters to attend to, and today I will conduct a brief check. For the remaining subjects, you will participate in the school's examinations. Once the scores are out, I will find time to review them. His words were clear and swift, not allowing Suningen any time to react before he continued. The maids mentioned that you have recently taken to playing the piano. Go to the practice room and play a piece for me. Do you need preparation? If so, you have 10 minutes. I do, Suningen replied. Jiang Xiaohua nodded. Have Aunt Qin assist you. We will head to the practice room first. Returning to his bedroom, Suningen communicated with Jiang Mu Li. Wait. Will it be you or me? Ever since the light orb had transformed into a humanoid form, Suningen could retract his mental energy back into the manifested body. At that moment, Jiang Mu Li's spirit could return to her physical form, allowing her to regain control over her body. Jiang Mu Li shook her head nonchalantly. Hua Hua, you go ahead. It does not matter how well you play. All right. Just as he was about to head to the practice room, an unfamiliar maid approached the door. The maid had previously been in the service of the stepmother, and it seemed she was there to convey a message. Miss, she said, Madam wishes to hear a more challenging piece. Upon hearing this perplexing statement, Suningen felt a sense of confusion. Who was she? Identifying the gender was crucial. Although the context suggested that the maid referred to the stepmother, it was entirely possible that she deliberately omitted a title to sow confusion. The maid, indeed, showed no intention of clarifying and turned to leave. Come back. Suningen's voice was frosty. The unfamiliar maid froze, taken aback by Miss Jiang's sudden summons. Clarify who wishes to listen. Is it father or aunt? It's Mr. Jiang. The maid's voice trembled slightly, clearly aware that she had erred. Very well, you may leave. Suningen chose not to pursue the matter further and instructed her to depart. As they made their way to the practice room, Jiang Yuli explained. It is likely the stepmother's doing. She knows I am indifferent, even averse to her, so she might act in defiance. For instance, if she wishes to hear something difficult, I would likely play something simple. Suningen quietly inquired. And then? Then it could upset father. And after that, my chances of inheriting the family fortune diminish. Do you desire me to inherit more of the estate? If so, I shall strive for it. Suningen sighed, realizing that they were, after all, embroiled in the cliched narrative of a stepmother vying for wealth. Jiang Yuli had previously refrained from elaborating, indicating her lack of concern for the inheritance. Yet, even if she was indifferent, the so-called stepmother still sought to hinder her. Judging by Jiang Yuli's tone, it seemed she had encountered such situations numerous times before. What a wicked stepmother, Su Ning'an mused. By the way, how knowledgeable are your father and stepmother regarding piano pieces? Father is a novice, while the stepmother has attained a top-level certification. Understood. Aunt Qin assisted in opening the door to the practice room, and Su Ning'an maneuvered in, seated in a wheelchair. Now, the objective is clear. The stepmother is the antagonist in Jiang Yuli's life. To ensure her smooth progression, she must be overcome. Jiang Xiaohua glanced at his watch and began to urge, please be mindful of the time. Very well, let us commence. His icy tone was understandable, given Jiang Yuli's previous demeanor. Ignoring the stepmother's encouraging smile, Su Ning'an approached the black grand piano. A concise prelude resonated, causing the stepmother, who had passed the top-level certification, to pause. It seemed unfamiliar, not belonging to any piece she had heard before. Is this a mere cacophony? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she dismissed it. No, it is not a disarray. This is a remarkably intricate piano piece, and its difficulty is indisputable. The high notes rang clear and melodious. The sound of harmonics sharp and powerful, akin to the chime of bells. Indeed, as the stepmother sensed, this piano piece was titled The Bells. It was adapted from a violin composition by Liszt and marked its premiere performance on Blue Star. Even Jiang Xiaohua, regarded as an amateur, could discern the piece's exceptional quality. The notes were crisp and distinct, the timbre bright and translucent, with palpable granularity. The agile leaps between intervals, rapid repetitions of octaves, swift runs, alternating between hands, rapid octave shifts, and bouncing staccato notes. Together, they revealed the extraordinary difficulty of the piece. Gradually, Jiang Xiaohua became captivated by the superb technique, losing himself in the performance. As for the stepmother, her expression darkened, losing its previous warmth. Today's piano piece was particularly moving compared to her earlier impromptu performances. They would never know that it was Su Ning'an's newfound telekinetic ability allowing him to press the pedals while playing. As the bells reached its climax, it became more vibrant, ornate, and breathtaking. The concluding section incorporated variations and rondo elements, culminating in a lively dance-like finale. After playing the final note, Su Ning'an turned back, awaiting the audience's appraisal as if he had completed a masterpiece. Father, I have finished. Jiang Xiaohua led the applause, and the others had no choice but to follow suit. Well done. It is rare to see you in such good spirits. Su Ning'an was taken aback. His father was focused on the emotional delivery of the performance. It appeared he was not entirely indifferent to Jiang Yuli after all. This realization did not escape the stepmother's notice. Jiang Xiaohua's change in attitude, rather than being a mere shift, suggested deeper implications. He certainly cared for Jiang Yuli. Furthermore, it indicated that he might still favor his disabled daughter as his primary heir. Her expression began to betray her composure, fluctuating unpredictably. Although Jiang Xiaohua's reaction surprised Su Ning'an, he resolved to adhere to his original plan. He smiled gently. Father, are you pleased with this performance? Both his smile and the question were unexpected behaviors, plunging the practice room into a brief silence. The stepmother sensed that things were becoming increasingly unusual. There's no need to disguise with foreign languages, nor is it a neighboring table. Indeed. Jiang Xiaohua forced a smile, seemingly satisfied. It was evident he wished to smile, yet the effect was less than ideal. Jiang Yuli appeared relieved. I'm glad I clarified with the maid beforehand, otherwise. Upon uttering this, the stepmother felt a jolt of alarm, while Jiang Xiaohua looked puzzled. The maid behind them seemed to sense her impending fate, lowering her head in resignation. Jiang Xiaohua inquired, what did you clarify? The maid by Aunt's side informed me that someone wished to hear a challenging piece, but did not specify who. I initially thought it was Aunt who wanted to listen. The stepmother's face registered disbelief. She had not anticipated that the usually manageable Jiang Yuli would take the initiative. Moreover, her statement clearly indicated that if it were the stepmother's preference, she would not play it. However, the stepmother quickly regained her composure. She turned sharply to reprimand the maid. You couldn't even relay a simple message accurately? Implicitly, she placed the blame on the maid. The maid was on the verge of tears, realizing she would be the scapegoat, and said nothing in her defense. Oh, I see. Jiang Xiaohua remarked nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed. Seeing him unresponsive, the stepmother sighed. I will have her replaced. Jiang Xiaohua nodded, considering the matter settled. He briefly addressed Jiang Yuli. Even if it was merely your aunt who wished to listen, you must show her respect, do you understand? It was hardly a reprimand, merely a symbolic admonition. Jiang Yuli obediently nodded, understood. Observing his daughter's compliance, he felt a rare sense of satisfaction at this progress. Consequently, Jiang Yuli did not even offer an apology before Jiang Xiaohua rose to leave. Very well. Make sure to attend school properly tomorrow. Before next week's exams, at the very least, make 2 friends. That's all. I shall take my leave. The stepmother and 2 maids followed behind as they exited the practice room. Jiang Muli spoke. Hua Hua, why complicate matters? Simply showcase your talents and build connections. And you can effortlessly outshine her. No, she must have bullied you countless times. I will retaliate. Though that stepmother appears gentle on the surface, Su Ningyan discerned through her underhanded tactics that she likely engages in such petty annoyances frequently. Perhaps her profound insecurity compels her to continually test Jiang Muli's stance. Without that, she cannot find peace. Su Ningyan may not be well-versed in palace intrigue, but he understood that by adhering to his true nature, he would incessantly provoke the stepmother's nerves, prompting her to strike first. He merely needed to counter her moves as they came. Following Jiang Muli's approach would likely lead to his own torment at the hands of the malicious stepmother's harassment soon enough. Oh, I see, Jiang Muli said, taken aback by Su Ningyan's intent to retaliate. Her voice elongated. Today's events had already revealed some of her circumstances. She planned to seize this opportunity to share her past experiences. Please wait. I need to handle something. Su Ningyan suddenly interjected, and his consciousness returned to his physical form, granting Jiang Muli control of her body once more. As the wind swept through the window, Jiang Muli touched her face, feeling somewhat troubled. How should she articulate her thoughts? Time rewound slightly. At that moment, Jiang Xiaohua had just exited the practice room. In the summer high school's Russian language classroom, the students were now on break. With a somewhat dazed expression, Su Ningyan sat quietly in the back row, indifferent to the world around him. Beside him, a girl with shimmering silver gold hair leaned in closely. Classmate, are you here to learn Russian as well? Yes. I am quite proficient in Russian. Let me teach you. When meeting someone for the first time, you should greet them with I like you. Do you understand? All right. Repeat after me. I like you. The girl said, resting her chin on her hands with a smile. I like you, Su Ningyan repeated. His gaze suddenly clear as he turned to the girl. Beneath her luxurious silver gold locks lay skin as flawless as melting winter snow. What's wrong? Aren't you going to finish? Her gray-blue eyes blinked like a starry sky brightening after a winter's night. Would you like me to repeat it? I like you. Surely you don't believe I truly don't understand? Su Ningyan replied with a hint of exasperation. The girl tilted her head, peering up at him from her position. Of course not. I'm being serious, she insisted. You're making me uncomfortable. Glancing at the clock, Su Ningyan noted that the next class was about to commence. This Russian girl surely did not need to attend the Russian class, at least not with him. Oh, don't use you or your. Just call me you, she suggested. But we are meeting for the first time, and I don't even know your name. So, you're asking for my name? She replied, beaming brightly. Remember, my name is... Before she could finish, another voice, filled with fury, interrupted, Victoria Vladimirovna Dubrovskaya. Calling her full name, the voice sounded quite angry. Both turned to see Su Ningyan's Russian language teacher. Her name was Anna, hailing from the 3rd district. She was a young, vibrant, and charming teacher, typically friendly with her students, but now she was seething with anger. Victoria, are you here to attend my class? Don't disturb the other students. The girl's expression froze, and she replied in the summer language, You have mistaken me. I am not Victoria. My name is Si Yuming. Hello, teacher. Please leave. Anya, the girl, attempted to adopt a charming demeanor. Anya is a common nickname for Anna, often used affectionately in daily conversation, Anna remarked, taking a deep breath and casting an apologetic glance at Su Ningyan as she led the girl to the back of the classroom. In the rear of the classroom, they conversed softly in the Anglian language. Su Ningyan, with his enhanced physique, could hear their exchange distinctly. What do you want? Anna's voice was strained. Anya, how could you have such a beautiful student and not share her with me? Victoria, or Si Yuming, pouted. Share what? This isn't the 3rd district. Please do not act so provocatively. People from the 1st district are reserved. If you're caught, I won't save you. Anna raised her voice slightly. I just wanted to get to know her. Victoria resumed her charm offensive. Get to know what? I haven't even had the chance to get acquainted myself. Is that Anna speaking? Huh. Anka, how long has class been? Haven't you managed a few words yet? So, you want me to establish a good rapport first? What a collaborative tone this was. It seemed Anna's intentions were not entirely pure. Anna made every effort to appease Victoria, then turned to Su Ningyan to apologize. I apologize. The girl you just met is named Victoria, or Si Yuming in the summer language. She is of noble descent from the Russian community in the 3rd district and is studying abroad in the 1st district. We have known each other previously. She is also a student in the junior class at Summer High, in class 9, and means no harm. Why was she detailing her background? Su Ningyan understood it was a matter of cultural differences. He bore no resentment. Anna flicked her ash-brown hair and said, I'm glad you can understand. Suddenly inspired. She asked, in this scenario, what should one typically say? No problem, Anna Alexievna, Su Ning replied. Correctly addressed. In the absence of the other's consent. Directly using their full name is appropriate. Unlike those from the Summer Nation, who use teacher as a form of address, which is rather impolite, Anna added, helping Su Ning and recall a knowledge point. Noted. However, she suddenly felt shy. You can call me by my nickname, Anya or Eniaka, if you like. Calling you Anya is no problem, but Eniaka is typically reserved for either elders addressing juniors or for intimate relationships, is it not? Su Ning remarked, demonstrating his earnest study. Well, that's true, Anna said, slightly disappointed, yet smiling gently. She turned to head back to the podium. By the way, Anna turned back, puzzled. Anya. For my first foreign language, I chose Anglian. He subtly indicated that he could indeed hear them. Oh, in that case, your Anglian must be quite good. Initially, Anna did not grasp the implication. However, as her thoughts progressed, she suddenly realized he understood everything. Stunned, she approached the podium, her face flushed, feeling as though she had died 1,000 deaths. The students in front looked on, puzzled. Anna Alexievna, what's wrong? Regretting. Regretting what? Regretting not speaking in Fran. Oh. Regretting is pointless. Su Ning could easily understand Fran as well. 26 stories and future plans. The spirit of Su Ning returned to Jiang Muli, who was seated in a wheelchair, slowly traversing a narrow path amidst a sea of flowers. In the distance, a maid observed their situation. Su Ning touched his head, adorned with a white sun hat. A gentle breeze stirred the short white ribbons, causing them to flutter. Are you ready? Su Ning inquired. Yes, she replied calmly. I instructed the maid to keep her distance. No one should overhear us here. Despite her tranquil demeanor, an undercurrent of tension was palpable to Su Ning. By the way, Hua, I forgot to ask earlier, what was the name of the piece you just played? It's called The Bells, adapted from a violin piece. Is it a creation from your world? She asked, her emotions tinged with complexity. Yes, its composer is Liszt. To think, had my mental prowess not strengthened and my previous life's memories not become clearer, I might not have been able to replicate those compositions. By the way, while I was playing earlier, I employed telekinesis to press the pedals. Perhaps no one noticed at the time, but I should disguise it later. Otherwise, someone might detect the anomaly. Hua, shall I begin recounting my story now? Sure, I'm listening. Are we finally starting? Yes. Everything is quite chaotic, so I'll narrate it chronologically. That works, whatever feels comfortable. Well, when I was born, my mother passed away due to complications during childbirth. Su Ning was taken aback by the severity of the opening revelation. Yet Jiang Muli remained composed, perhaps having long accepted this reality. Despite my father's apparent indifference now, I've heard that he once loved my mother dearly. It's only natural he harbors resentment towards me, the one who inadvertently caused her demise. It's akin to a knife being crafted, even if it is not the knife's fault. The victim's families often develop an aversion to it. That seems somewhat understandable. As I grew, my father continued to distance himself from me. Though he never struck or scolded me, I could feel his disdain. Indeed, I could sense the general sentiment others held towards me with just a glance. Is it possible to gauge others' feelings merely by observing them? At times, that can be a curse. I had a few friends back then, but I found them rather immature. I was constantly striving to win my father's approval, which led to a gradual cooling of my relationships with them. As I matured further, I acquired a stepmother who brought along a pair of half-siblings. I could tell she feigned affection towards me while harboring deep-seated animosity. Those children were also fearful of me. I presumed they were favored by my father, so I did not reject them, treating them as mere heir. So I now have a pair of half-siblings, increasing the number of potential targets for hostility. This villa was once my mother's cherished abode, left unoccupied after her passing. Yet my father, unwilling to let it fall into disrepair, occasionally brought us back here to stay. One day, while at the villa, I suddenly developed a high fever. The doctors could do nothing, and I lost the use of my legs. From that point onward, I sensed my father's disappointment in me deepening. A sudden fever? That seems rather suspicious. However, perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. He showed me a bit more leniency, perhaps reminiscing that I am still his daughter. After my paralysis, he was not as cold. I remained alone in that place, with a vehicle provided for my school commutes. Post-paralysis, my already limited social interactions dwindled further. I felt the world had become devoid of meaning. I could perceive that even those who outwardly expressed sympathy often harbored thoughts that were either sordid, juvenile, or utterly mundane. I despised that, so I opted to avoid others altogether. I was perpetually vexed, unsure of my direction or the purpose of my existence. Medication proved ineffective. I could only distract myself with various activities to fill the oppressive void of time. Initially, I had hoped to return to school in search of something intriguing, only to encounter a slew of dull individuals and events, leading me to abandon that idea. Then one day, while attending class at home, I encountered you, Hua Hua. Well, it seems the storyline aligns closely with his expectations. It appears to be a fate steeped in tragedy, with no escape in sight. So, what are your plans for the future? Suningen asked. As he arrived, Jiang Muli seemed transformed, though the nature of that transformation eluded her. I do not know. As long as you are here, Hua Hua, I feel I can continue onward without questioning my destination. Even if it merely involves sitting by the window, feeling the breeze and daydreaming, it is infinitely more enjoyable than any previous moment. Is he viewing you as a form of antidepressant? I can relate to what you're feeling, Suningen remarked. Oh, I assumed you to be a remarkably strong individual, a formidable cat, impervious to emotional upheaval. Merely a matter of longevity and experience. I lack a defined goal, yet I find solace in immersing myself in various pursuits, deriving some semblance of enjoyment from them. If you were to inquire about my objectives, I would have none. I merely exist, day by day. Reflecting on his own life, Suningen realized it was much the same, directionless, merely getting by. Did he truly have aspirations? Perhaps, but they belonged to a time long past. A distant memory from his previous existence. As I matured, my mind became cluttered with various anxieties, followed by a profound disillusionment with the world around me. Turning back, I found myself at a loss for what was once considered enjoyable, losing the desire to act altogether. Reborn into a parallel world, the trajectory remains strikingly similar. Devoid of anything I wish to pursue. Striving to excel academically, seeking a better job, ideally one that allows for early retirement. And then, I do not know, nor do I care. I will address that when the time comes. Hua Hua and I seem quite alike, do we not? Not in the least. He is orphaned, impoverished, and lacks extraordinary talent, unlike you. His redeeming qualities are few. The profound strength derived from experiencing 2 lifetimes, the unwavering determination to strive continuously, and the inexplicable emergence of a system. May I inquire about your situation? Of course. How old are the 2 children your stepmother brought? They are a year or 2 younger than I. Oh, did your father remarry immediately? Were they born out of wedlock? It's hard to say. Jiang Xiaohua's feelings for Jiang Mu are somewhat ambiguous. All right, next question. Do you wish to grow stronger? To regain the use of your legs? Even if it comes at a cost? Jiang Muli did not respond immediately, but rather asked the question with a cool demeanor. The price is that you must interact with those you previously disliked. Naturally, I will assist you in this endeavor. And you must strive to live well and let time pass, he stated. Once your physical condition improves, your legs may regain their strength. Alternatively, I could inhabit another's body, manifesting a healing ability. Will you depart? No, he affirmed. Then I am indifferent to the state of my legs. Why do you sound so nonchalant about your condition? Very well, I will visit you intermittently, for a maximum of 8 hours each day. Good evening. Ensure you have a hearty meal, retire to bed at a reasonable hour, and attend school regularly. Should you need anything, feel free to call upon me gently. I shall hear you. Is it limited to a maximum of 8 hours? Jiang Muli expressed a hint of disappointment. At present, my magical abilities only extend to this extent. I see. Once my skills advance, perhaps I could even visit this world. Is that truly possible? Indeed, it is. The sun warmed my skin, causing a slight heat to envelop me. Suningen harnessed his mental energy, accelerating the breeze around him, instantly feeling a refreshing coolness. Lunchtime approaches. The sweltering summer is nearly at an end. Is tradition a relic or a treasure? The system's notification chimed. My physical and mental prowess surged once more, with a greater increase than before. After 3 enhancements of trust, will it then begin to elevate the so-called affinity? With my mental capabilities improving, Suningen gained a deeper control over his physical form. While guiding Jiang Muli back to the villa, he directed his own body towards the cafeteria for a meal. On the way, he encountered Qian Junhao, who greeted him amicably, and they exchanged pleasantries. Excellent. With this arrangement, even if Jiang Muli requires him to inhabit her during the day, his own presence would remain undisguised. In his leisure, he could manage 2 bodies simultaneously, doubling his efficiency. After finishing lunch, he returned to the classroom to rest. As the class hour approached, students concluded their midday repose and trickled back into the classroom. Suningen sat at his desk, organizing the stationery required for the lesson. Qian Junhao entered from outside the class and approached Suningen. Do you take your midday rest in the classroom every day? His inquiry was somewhat aimless, akin to someone asking about the weather. Indeed, Suningen nodded. Why not in the club activity room? Don't you have a club? Have you not tried the library? The sofas there are quite pleasant, and the occasional sound of someone flipping through a book can be quite soothing. However, that is a place for study. Many people sleep there, and besides, Su Ning raised a sheet of loose paper, tapping it rhythmically on the desk before securing it with a stapler. I mean, others need to study as well. Qian Junhao looked puzzled. Why would they be unable to concentrate if you were there? A girl once told me that whenever I arrive, everyone seems distracted. She was subtly advising me to leave. I feel you are the one misunderstanding. Why do you think a girl would suggest you depart? You are utterly foolish. He chastised the uncomprehending fool. In any case, it is a fact that my presence disrupts others' focus. Fine. Qian Junhao reluctantly conceded this point. He then raised another query. But if you remain in the classroom, wouldn't that prevent your classmates from concentrating? Some might have hearts racing during lunch, right? A girl passing by glanced at Su Ning and overheard Qian Junhao's remarks. She paused, dramatically placing her hand on her heart, nodding in agreement. Indeed. My heart races. I dread missing sleep and the dreams that accompany it. See. Qian Junhao laughed victoriously. He pointed at Su Ning and as if he had won a wager. It is indeed so. Knowing that he would remain in the classroom during lunch, the number of girls from both his class and adjacent classes opting to stay increased significantly. Some even timed their restroom visits to coincide with his, casually crossing paths with him in the corridor. Such occurrences were not isolated incidents, but rather collective events, peaking after the first week of school. A throng of girls approached from the opposite side, a veritable wave, blocking his path. He ultimately abandoned the idea of visiting the restroom entirely. To spare the unfamiliar students in the library, must I sacrifice the quality of my classmates' midday rest? You, Qian Junhao. How can you say such things about Su Ning? A girl passing by expressed her displeasure. What if Su Ning were not in the classroom? Indeed. Another girl chimed in. He certainly does not do it intentionally. A girl who had been quietly eavesdropping from the front joined in support. Absolutely right. Su Ning agreed wholeheartedly. Upon his utterance, the two girls blushed. Ah, how bothersome. Qian Junhao exclaimed, feeling exasperated. Why is it that every time I speak of you, there are always girls on your side? Even if one were a criminal, as long as they are attractive, there would be those who would speak on their behalf. Do you not understand this, Qian Junhao? Su Ning remarked. How could you say such a thing about yourself? Protested the passing girl. How can one compare oneself to a criminal? Another girl from the front added. How infuriating. I envy you even more. Qian Junhao felt genuinely hurt. Why isn't it ever a criminal who speaks to me? His statement, devoid of logic, elicited an odd silence from the two girls who had previously sided with Su Ning and confused Su Ning and wondered why they had fallen quiet. If it were truly the case, the girl in front suddenly declared with determination, I would willingly bear the punishment for him, confessing in court that it was all my doing. Qian Junhao and Su Ning exchanged startled glances, recognizing the shock in each other's eyes. No. How could one belittle the law? Countered the girl passing by. Qian Junhao's eyes brightened. Finally, a rational voice. I would gladly share a cell with Su Ning, even if it meant caring for him daily, living together in a cramped space for a lifetime. The marbles of their plan scattered, leaving Su Ning aghast, while it crushed Qian Junhao's spirit. Why has no girl ever spoken such words to me? In a moment of peculiar impulse, he suddenly blurted out, what if I were to kill someone in the future and end up in prison? As the words slipped from his lips, he realized the absurdity of his statement. The two girls cast derisive glances in his direction. Qian Junhao lowered his head, suspecting that his hair must surely be on fire. Otherwise, why would his face be flushed and burning? If I could pedal a sewing machine quickly enough, perhaps I could live to be 120 and atone for my sins, the girl in front remarked, her tone uncertain. Yet she seemed to accept the notion of being imprisoned for life. As long as you do not reveal I am your classmate, I could leave a small white flower on your grave each year on the anniversary of your death, the girl passing by suggested, implying that he would likely die alone. Qian Junhao felt a pang of sadness. Is discrimination truly so brazen now? He sorrowfully turned to Su Ning, seemingly hoping for him to offer some words of comfort. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ning replied, I believe if you truly were to commit murder, there must be a reason behind it. Good brother. Qian Junhao began to understand the meaning of true friendship in adversity. Oh, I never considered that. The previous girls felt a twinge of regret. Such heartfelt words. No wonder you are held in high regard. Su Ning hearing the praise directed at Su Ning, Qian Junhao suddenly felt that perhaps it would be better for a so-called good brother to meet his end. As the school bell prepared to ring, Su Ning seized the moment to head to the restroom. At this point, I presume no one will be waiting for me, right? Oh, now I understand why the teacher has placed you in the last row, Qian Junhao remarked. Why are you following me? Aren't you going to the restroom? I'll accompany you. There's no need. Together, Qian Junhao and Su Ning exited the classroom. He suddenly became agitated, whispering to Su Ningen. It seems Yin Yunan is coming this way. She must be here to thank me for the portrait I gifted her. No, she is here to find me. Su Ningen shattered his fantasy. Huh, why, don't you think? Because the painting was done by me. Just come up with any excuse to brush it off. Is it really that convincing? As Yin Yunan approached, Qian Junhao fell silent. Let us go, she said. Her tone succinct and devoid of unnecessary emotion. After she spoke, she turned and walked away. Su Ningen nodded and, under Qian Junhao's seething gaze, followed Yin Yunan. Qian Junhao returned to his seat, somewhat disheartened. As class began, the two had yet to return. Is Su Ningen going to be late for class? He is finally experiencing this, he thought. Time passed slowly. Something felt off. What were they up to? As the class neared its end, a dreadful suspicion emerged in Qian Junhao's mind. Generally speaking, the most attractive boy and girl in class skipping class together could only lead to one conclusion. No need to elaborate. The bell rang, and Qian Junhao felt utterly drained. He slumped over his desk in despair. His classmate Li Yizhou, who wore glasses, asked, "What's wrong? You look like you're about to wither away." "I think I'm heartbroken." "Oh, then find someone else." "That's right," Qian Junhao suddenly exclaimed, as if struck by a revelation. "I need to change my target." He seemed to have an epiphany, his entire demeanor shifting. Change to whom? There's a girl in class 9, named Si Yueming, with silvery golden hair. Are her eyes grayish-blue? Like the starry sky? Exactly. I can't believe you know her too. Huh, why does that sound oddly familiar? Following Li Yizhou's gaze, he saw a striking girl with magnificent silver hair outside the classroom window, inquiring about something. Her hair harmoniously contrasted with her fair skin, resembling a mysterious snow maiden from a fairy tale. The student being questioned stood up and glanced towards Qian Junhao before responding. "Su Ningen isn't here." "No way. This girl is also looking for Su Ningen?" Qian Junhao's jaw tightened. A girl nearby expressed her concern. "They've been gone for an entire class. They're skipping together." Someone remarked with a hint of jealousy. Hearing this, Victoria or Si Yueming sighed in disappointment. "So there are other girls involved." Yes. He has taken now. So let us not bother with him." However, she playfully twirled her exquisite hair, asking, "Is it customary for your district to have a harem?" What did she mean by that? What tradition? That's just nonsense. Qian Junhao wished he could broadcast this sentiment to the world. The journey to meet the club president in the afternoon class time continued. Sunlight blazed through one side of the corridor, casting half the polished floor in shadow. Yin Yunan and Su Ningen walked leisurely in the shaded area towards the activity building. It was around the hottest time of day, and Yin Yunan soon began to perspire. Behind her, her delicate, alabaster neck glistened. Su Ningen, having undergone multiple physical enhancements, exhibited a remarkable resistance to heat and felt no discomfort from the sweltering weather. "Do we have to go now?" Yin Yunan remarked. "I need to take you to meet our future club president this afternoon. It's said he is quite influential and powerful." Feeling the heat, Yin Yunan didn't bother to turn her head, continuing forward. "Are you really concerned about this afternoon's class?" "A little," he admitted. "If we skip, they won't mark attendance. Not every class is like that. It's just this afternoon's." Su Ningen nodded. "You make skipping class sound so casual." Yin Yunan halted and turned to face him. Su Ningen also stopped. Her fair, refined face was expressionless, with the sunlit track field glimmering behind her. She sighed. "Are you unhappy about this? We could have come after school. But you mentioned you were working. I thought even if you resigned, it wouldn't be that quick." "I'm going to resign today," Su Ningen replied. With that brief interlude over, they resumed walking. "Sorry, I was just trying to make conversation. I appreciate your concern for me." Yin Yunan couldn't help but look at him again. "I didn't expect you to be so willing to admit your faults. I'm actually quite pleased. But I have another question." "What is it? Do you usually talk this much?" "Not really." She suddenly smiled, a gesture she had performed numerous times. "So, you like me?" It sounded as casual as asking if he had napped during lunch. The question didn't even stir a ripple in Su Ningen's heart. He remained silent, merely conveying through his expression, "Are you serious?" "Well, actually, I was joking," Yin Yunan clarified. "But if you want to know the answer." "Know what?" "Didn't you just ask if I liked you?" "I said it was a joke. I thought you really wanted to know the answer. I wouldn't mind telling you." Su Ningen smiled at her. She turned her head. "Don't smile at me. It's so annoying. The weather is so hot. And your smile makes my heart race even more, causing me to sweat profusely." Su Ningen nodded. "Aren't you adapting quite well? At least compared to your previous bewildered demeanor, this is much better." Yin Yunan let out a soft huff. She suddenly said, "So? Is it because of my adaptability that you're talking so much?" "Classmate Yin, you're quite clever." I recall you ranked 150th in the last exam, right? A rather average number. While I may not be exceptionally bright, my rank is only a fraction of yours. 150th? That is hardly noteworthy, Su Ning'an thought. But looking at it this way, you're rather unfortunate. You have to constantly control your expressions and words, or else you'll attract trouble. Thank you for your understanding. Su Ning'an's gratitude was heartfelt, as few could comprehend his predicament. Well, as long as you protect us well, I can tolerate your occasional annoyances, of course. Limited to verbal ones. Protect? Aren't you quite strong? If danger arises, are you going to send me, someone who can only write on stickers, to handle it? What is so special about writing on stickers? She didn't mention it at all. So what exactly do you usually do to encounter such dangers? Didn't you mention having an official background? Calling in bodyguards should be simple, right? As expected of a student who ranked 150th. Do you think we need bodyguards just to come to school? So you're referring to school hours? What else? I've already said it's for club activities. Outside of class time, you're obviously free. Otherwise, what is the difference between you and hiring bodyguards? They needed to traverse an unshielded stretch of road, directly exposed to the blazing sun, leaving Yin Yunan with no desire to speak. Yet both quickened their pace. Upon reaching the club activity building, they entered the elevator. In the elevator, the air remained pleasantly cool, allowing Yin Yunan to regain a modicum of vitality. She observed that Su Ning'an was not sweating at all. How come you aren't sweating? Have you enhanced your constitution? Yin Yunan inquired, half aware of the answer herself. His response was quite swift. After all, she was the capable Yin Yunan, who ranked within the top 50. Why does it feel like you're being sarcastic? She questioned. No need for doubt. I indeed am. He replied. Narrow-minded, are we? She remarked. Just an eye for an eye, he retorted. Childish, she countered. Mutual, he concluded. Yin Yunan couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Su Ning'an asked. I thought of a brilliant retort, but I'll just say it directly. Rebound, 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 rebound. She stifled her laughter as she uttered the phrase. She awaited Su Ning'an's response, but when she turned to him, he regarded her with a look that seemed to question her sanity. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and she felt a wave of shame. Yin Yunan reverted to her previous expressionless demeanor. How infuriating. Wasn't the agreement to engage in banter? Why did he suddenly withdraw? Making it seem as though she were the one being unreasonable? Yin, do you know which animal becomes lethargic in high temperatures, but lively in cool, refreshing conditions? What? Huskies. She widened her eyes. When they bare their teeth, they resemble them even more. Yin Yunan let out a sigh. Never mind, she thought. The elevator reached the designated floor, and they both exited into the building. Conversing with you is surprisingly enjoyable, Yin Yunan remarked, her cheeks slightly flushed. What kind of person is the club president? Male or female? What is their personality like? Reveal some details so I don't inadvertently offend them. Su Ning'an brushed past her question. Yin Yunan took a deep breath, pressed her lips together. All right, she is a senior in the Intermediate Literary Society, surname Xia, right? Which Xia? He inquired, more concerned about the gender aspect. You'll find out when you meet her. By the way, let me pose you a simple question. How simple? Yin Yunan replied, perplexed. You say it's a simple question, yet you ask how simple it is? What is the difference between this and asking if a self-proclaimed killer finds their eyes sore? Apologies, please continue your inquiry. What is the political system of the first district? A knowledge even a primary school student would know? A constitutional monarchy, understood. So, our future president has royal lineage? The first district was formerly known as the Great Xia Kingdom, and the emperor of Great Xia has the surname Xia, still possessing significant power and being of a rather unique royal status. Therefore, you need not worry about resource support. Upon reaching the end of the hallway, they passed by the Literary Society, and next to it was the Comic Society, where Qian Juanhao participated. In front of them, in a prominent position, hung a plaque that read Book and Tea Society. The gilded lettering exuded elegance, and paired with the exquisite plaque, it was evident that it was of considerable value. Is our club named this? Su Ning'an asked, seeking further insights. The Supernatural Research Society? The president enjoys reading, relishing tea, and cherishing tranquility. Hence the placement adjacent to the Literary Society? You guessed correctly. Su, your intelligence could easily place you within the top 100. Thank you for the compliment. Enough talk. Let us go inside. Shall I go in first? She hesitated. Su Ning'an was not being coy. He merely considered Yin Yunan's feelings. He knocked on the door, and a remarkably clean voice emerged. Please enter. Is it a girl? Su Ning'an opened the door, with Yin Yunan following closely behind. The cool air from the air conditioning enveloped them, revealing a tidy and beautiful scene. Inside, a prominent long table occupied the center. One wall was adorned with bookshelves and a tea cabinet, while the opposite wall featured a large fish tank housing a few turtles and vividly colored goldfish. At the far end of the table, away from the entrance, stood a grand floor-to-ceiling window, providing a view of the expansive playground of Xiahai. Beneath the window, in the shadow of the curtains, a young girl set down the book she had been reading and turned to look at them. The girl possessed a serene and lovely countenance, her demeanor graceful and natural. Her beauty was on par with Yin Yunan's, not overwhelming, but radiating a gentle, harmonious charm. She was dressed modestly, which accentuated her tranquil and intellectual beauty. At first glance, Su Ning'an felt as though he beheld a crystal-clear ice cube under the summer sun, an image that evoked a sense of timeliness and refreshing delight. "Hello, my name is Xia Qingyan." She approached calmly, casting a brief glance at Su Ning'an before slightly bowing. Su Ning'an felt as though a breeze had swept past him. It seemed this young lady of royal descent preferred to eschew formalities. "Hello, I am Su Ning'an," he responded. Returning her courtesy, "Let us get to the main topic. You have officially become a member of our society. Since your joining poses challenges to your financial stability, the society is obliged to provide you with economic compensation," Xia Qingyan stated, her tone steady and her expression serene. Yet, her words were more stirring than a direct confession from a beautiful maiden. She glanced at Su Ning'an, confirming he had no objections. She continued, "Please do not misconstrue this compensation as akin to a salary for employment. It is merely compensation and nothing more. You remain free, just like any other student, with the right to choose whether or not to participate in the society's activities. Such generosity, and I can choose not to participate. Does that mean I can enjoy benefits without any obligation?" Su Ning'an looked toward Yin Yunan, expressing his astonishment. She sighed, saying nothing. "This is her own decision. No, I think it's excellent." Even if Xia Qingyan had framed it this way, out of a sense of conscience, he felt it unlikely that he would neglect the necessary duties of the society. "Are there any further inquiries?" Xia Qingyan noted their inexplicable exchange of glances, her expression still neutral despite her confusion. "None. Please continue. I am quite satisfied." "Very well. Regarding the specifics of the economic compensation, wasn't it agreed that it would be equivalent to a working wage? Previously, it was mentioned that participation in work was not mandatory. It wouldn't be a matter of earning based on how much one works, would it? Forget it. As long as it's commensurate with effort, it's not unacceptable. How about 2 times your wage, settled daily, regardless of attendance, until graduation or the dissolution of the society?" Su Ning'an was taken aback. To receive double the regular wage without any requirement for participation? Why should the society disband then? Wouldn't it be better to continue indefinitely? He would gladly remain in a club with Xia Qingyan for a lifetime. Observing Su Ning'an's puzzlement, Xia Qingyan proposed, not satisfied? "What about 3 times? Su Ning'an fell silent. "For times?" She inquired further. He glanced at Yin Yunan, who remained impassive. He blinked and asked, "Would 5 times be acceptable?" "Then let us make it 6 times, she replied. Su Ning'an noted that Xia Qingyan's tone and expression had not changed from their initial interaction. Did she possess no concept of money? Reluctantly, he decided not to push further. "All right, this arrangement is already quite favorable." The word loyalty suddenly surfaced in Su Ning'an's mind. In the face of future dangers, even if Yin Yunan could not evade them, he would undoubtedly protect President Xia Qingyan. Yin Yunan beside him let out a soft hum. Seemingly displeased, Su Ning'an confirmed that her irritation did not stem from reading his thoughts, so he paid it no mind. "It's fine, little Nan, after all. The money is inexhaustible," said Miss Xia Qingyan. "Wonderful. Since money is boundless, rather than squander it indiscriminately, I can alleviate my guilt about being a freeloader." Su Ning'an thought, "Is there no issue for you, Su classmate? What is our daily task, President?" The matter that concerned Su Ning'an most was this. If he were to accept money without fulfilling his duties, he would feel a twinge of guilt. Tasks. Although her expression remained unchanged, Su Ning'an could clearly see she was pondering. "It should be something akin to the name of our club, right? Reading books, sipping tea?" Xia Qingyan said uncertainly. Even though her tone was tentative, her expression and gaze conveyed sincerity. "Should it be?" Su Ning'an found himself confused. "Aren't we a club focused on superpowers?" He turned to Yin Yunan, who tilted her head and feigned innocence. "What are you looking at me for? I'm not the president." With Su Ning'an's reminder, Xia Qingyan revised her earlier statement. "Then, we usually read books and drink tea, and when we encounter strange occurrences, we'll investigate." Was President Xia seeking his opinion? Is there no long-term goal or any pressing tasks at hand? For the first time, a hint of perplexity appeared on Xia Qingyan's fair and delicate face, marking the most exaggerated expression she had shown in front of Su Ning'an. "Little Nan, didn't you inform Su classmate?" Su Ning'an turned back with skepticism. Yin Yunan pursed her lips and smiled subtly. I did, but perhaps I wasn't clear. Another deception? Did she not tell the truth before? All right, let me clarify. Xia Qingyin said as she bowed slightly towards Su Ning'an. I apologize for the confusion. Let me explain the situation again. All right, I am of royal lineage, a direct descendant of Emperor Qiming. Su Ning'an was taken aback. The notion of being a direct descendant of Emperor Qiming was no, not just rather. It was astonishing. Emperor Qiming, also known as Xia Qiming, was originally a prince of the Great Xia dynasty. In his time, the Great Xia had just passed its prime. Although it was no longer as glorious as before, it remained a formidable world power. He initiated an industrial revolution and later launched a civil war under the banner of Fengtian Jingnan, ultimately being supported to become emperor and ushering in a new era. Although the current emperor of the capital is not a direct descendant of Emperor Qiming, Xia Qingyin's background is indeed exceptionally unique. If she were an only child, it would not be inappropriate for people to address her as Your Highness. Xia Qingyin continued, due to various complex reasons within my family. They are allocating some resources to me for entrepreneurial development. Su Ning'an fell silent. She hardly seemed the type inclined towards entrepreneurship. I don't have a particular ambition. Coincidentally, Little Nan possesses superpowers, and research suggests that whether it be spiritual energy or something else, there is potential for enhancement. Thus I invested in this project. How casual it sounded, almost frivolous. Su Ning'an blinked. So, our club is part of the project? Yes, Xia Qingyin nodded. If we do not achieve results, it is of little consequence. Of little consequence? So, there wouldn't be any battles among superpowered individuals or crises to contend with. They only needed to read and sip tea daily, observing whether circumstances might change. He had prepared himself for upgrades in combat. Only to be told to continue with the mundane? It seemed rather pleasant, indeed. Yes, the likelihood of anything happening is minimal. Thus, the reading and tea club can be treated as a regular club. After all, I am not a superpowered individual. So my role is not essential? Not necessarily. Xia Qingyan pondered earnestly, attempting to justify to Su Ning'an that due to the club's membership requirements, at least 3 individuals were needed, and the other 2 wouldn't return until the end of the year. So, I am merely a filler? He was a superpowered individual, after all. Oh right. You are still a superpowered individual. Princess Xia Qingyan finally recalled this fact. Indeed. What is your superpower? I possess excellent physical capabilities. Great strength, swift speed, and formidable mental fortitude, far exceeding that of an average person. Ah, that's impressive. So, you can protect us if danger arises at school? Xia Qingyan's tone still bore a hint of uncertainty. It seemed she did not regard him as particularly formidable. Of course, I will do my utmost. Then, by signing this application form, you shall be considered a temporary member, and the aforementioned regulations shall take immediate effect. Xia Qingyan approached the long table, pulled out a sheet of paper, and handed Su Ning'an a pen. Just as Su Ning'an was about to sign, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Temporary member? Yes. Formal membership requires assessment. Would you like to be tested now? Xia Qingyan inquired. What is the difference between temporary and formal? Aside from the name and registration at school, there is no difference. Then, what does the assessment entail? Well, I filled it out haphazardly. Since this club must comply with legal and school regulations while minimizing the inclusion of unfamiliar students, the assessment is quite challenging. Challenging? Su Ning'an asked. From what I gathered from Little Nan, it is indeed quite difficult. Did Yin Yunan say it was difficult? This implied that Princess Xia Qingyan herself did not find it particularly challenging. Moreover, this statement seemed to carry another meaning. Su Ning'an turned to Yin Yunan, amusement shimmering in his eyes. So, does this mean that Yin classmate did not pass? Yin Yunan turned her head. It is indeed difficult. You'll know once you try. So, Yin classmate is also a temporary member? Yes, Xia Qingyan nodded. Yin Yunan let out a scoff. It seemed he had no choice but to give it a try. All right, I wish to attempt it. The rules are simple. I will assess your reading volume. If you surpass 1,000 books, you will be deemed qualified. The books must be those I have read. Rest assured, I have read the vast majority of valuable books in the world, some of which I have read no fewer than 10 times, so there is no need to worry about my judgment errors. 1,000 books? What do you mean by valuable books? Books published by reputable publishers, excluding magazines, well-known online literature, and approved textbooks also count. Su Ning'an glanced at Yin Yunan, who smiled back. What? Su classmate, why are you looking at me? Her smile seemed to convey an understanding of the challenges she faced. You haven't passed this either? Just kidding. President Xia, can we begin? Even in the highly prosperous cultural and educational realm of District 1, according to Xia Qingyan standards, very few individuals could read 200 books in a lifetime, especially under the heavy burden of academics. Those who could meet the standard were nearly non-existent. However, it was rather fortunate that Su Ningyan had a lifelong passion for reading. Even more fortuitously, Jiang Muley had read even more than he had. Moreover, she had conveyed a significant amount of literary knowledge to him through continuous exchanges of information. 1,000 books appeared daunting, yet it was merely an illusion. Yin Yunan's expression revealed skepticism. She believed that Su Ningyan might possess little understanding of 1,000 books. However, Xia Qingyan remained unfazed by her sentiments and simply stated, "Very well. Now, for each book title you mention, I shall randomly quiz you on related content, approximately 3 points per book. The questions may pertain to summaries, notable quotes, or your reflections after reading." Understood, Su Ningyan nodded. Please proceed with the book titles. Wuan. This is a renowned masterpiece from Blue Star, almost universally acknowledged. What is the synopsis? 3 prominent families vie for control over the territory of Wuan, which is said to be a crossing between the living and the dead. In truth, Wuan is a manifestation of collective memory. Su Ningyan responded smoothly, and Xia Qingyan deemed her assessment satisfactory. Yin Yunan discreetly scoffed. After all, what was so remarkable about a classic? Su Ningyan continued to name over a dozen books before delving into more obscure titles. When the Birds Drown. Yin Yunan felt it was a book that any literature enthusiast should have encountered, yet it did not impress her. What is the sentence that left the deepest impression on you? We are not incapable of flight. Rather, we have forgotten that the earth is, in fact, the inverted sky. After surpassing 100 titles, there were some books that Yin Yunan had only heard of by name, causing her demeanor to stiffen. Could it be that Su Ningyan truly possessed some ability? Rust-Colored Era, Night Valley, Silent March. Once she surpassed 400 titles, Su Ningyan began to mention some online literature. Yin Yunan had heard of many of these titles and was familiar with most of their names, yet her disdain for such works dulled her perception of Su Ningyan's prowess. No, she was merely deceiving herself. Yin Yunan sighed softly. After all, the first 400 books were all legitimate published works, each averaging over 100,000 words. The last few titles Su Ningyan mentioned were all peculiar books she had acquired from Jiang Muley. Supersymmetry, unresolved coupled states in particle physics and high-dimensional manifolds, wave function collapse, many-world interpretation and experimental validation in Hilbert space, and fugue and counterpoint, mathematical structure analysis of the well-tempered clavier. From the point of surpassing 100 titles, the pattern of inquiry between the two had become quite adept. Some books were even discussed in under 10 seconds. Leaving Yin Yunan oblivious to the criteria Xia Qingyan used to assess them. Sitting beside them, Yin Yunan listened numbly to their monotonous exchange. As they approached the end of the school day, the 1,000-book test finally concluded. "Well done, student Su. You have passed the test," Xia Qingyan remarked. Weariness evident in her eyes, though her expression remained neutral. Her health was not robust, and the prolonged questioning and cognitive assessment posed a significant challenge for her. Nonetheless, today's experience was refreshing for her and served as a means to review the books she had read previously. It was certainly not a waste of time. "Thank you for your hard work, President." Although the test did not hold substantial value in becoming a formal member, it required a considerable investment of time to complete. Perhaps it was merely for the sake of teasing Yin Yunan, which, while childish, was not without its charm. After all, it was a rare source of joy. "All right, student Su, you have not resigned yet, have you?" "Not yet. I will do so shortly. If you encounter any difficulties in resigning, you may consult Xiao Nan." "Thank you." He did not anticipate any challenges. However, if the manager were to be difficult, would Xia Qingyan not deploy some special influence? "Then I shall transfer today's earnings to you shortly." "That swiftly." "Indeed. Your Highness Qingyan, how magnificent you are," requiring no further elaboration. Upon exiting the club activity room, it was already dismissal time. Aside from those on duty, most students were flocking towards the club building. The two walked against the tide of students. Yin Yunan, ignoring the curious gazes of others, remarked oddly, "I did not expect you to have read so many books, student Su." "I merely exchanged general entertainment for reading," he replied. "I mean, it's surprising that despite reading so many books, student Su is still ranked only 150th. What does that indicate? Was she insinuating that he was not intelligent enough?" Su Ningyan responded earnestly, "This indicates that there are indeed issues with our education system." The words came from a renowned figure on Earth. Although he had not heard of the person, the weight of the statement was not diminished. Yin Yunan paused for a moment, stifling a laugh. "Next week's exams," Su Ningyan announced. "What about them?" Yin Yunan inquired. "If my ranking surpasses yours, then there must be an issue with the exam paper. The question setter should be executed." Su Ningyan seemed to have grown a bit fierce. As if the question setter were not a conservative aristocrat. Why don't you consider that perhaps the issue lies with you? What issue could I possibly have? Her tone was unequivocal. As long as you refrain from employing underhanded tactics. What underhanded tactics could I possibly use to lower student Su's intelligence? Yin Yunan's reaction was akin to hearing news of extraterrestrial beings arriving on Blue Star. Her first instinct was to find it laughable. If you were to use superpowers to write "become foolish" on a sticker and place it on someone else's back. Yin Yunan fell silent. Having never considered that superpowers could be employed in such a manner. You've never tried it? Su Ningyan found it curious. Such a wicked act could only be conceived by someone truly malevolent. She spoke with a tone that implied, as expected of you. All right, I am indeed guilty. Speaking of which, just this afternoon, I discussed criminal matters with a few individuals. The two bantered back and forth as they walked, entirely unaware of the peculiar stares from passers-by, as if they were witnessing a sensational news story. They were oblivious to a certain classmate named Qian, who hid behind the crowd, nearly grinding his molars to dust. After class, Su Ningyan returned to the classroom to gather his belongings, preparing to head to the convenience store. Resigning now might allow him to leave as early as tomorrow. His workplace was close to Qing Academy, bustling with activity, offering a high salary and favorable conditions. The manager had chosen him not only because of his identity as a summer high school student, where the school even provided subsidies for extracurricular work, but also due to Su Ningyan's striking appearance and demeanor, which attracted numerous customers simply by standing behind the counter. In recent days, some individuals had even come specifically to take candid photographs of him. Fortunately, no more serious incidents had occurred. However, all of that was now in the past. He would no longer have to work. The financial compensation provided by Xia Qingyan was substantial, requiring minimal effort on his part. He could now devote himself more fully to his studies and assist Jiang Muli. By the time he graduated from Qing Academy, he should have accumulated enough savings for university tuition and living expenses. If fortune favored him, he might not even need to attend college and could retire early, perhaps. The classroom was nearly empty, as Yin Yunan had gone to the cafeteria, and he too was ready to depart. Su Ningyan? A soft, sweet voice floated in first, followed by the charming and lovely Shi Huani entering the room. Is there something you need? Su Ningyan replied flatly. She approached, drawing close. Between the two individuals lay a mere quarter of a person's distance. Aren't you interested in joining a club? Would you accompany me for a game of basketball? She lifted her head, her smile illuminating her features, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Su Ningyan, maintaining a composed demeanor, discreetly distanced himself. I have other matters to attend to. Noticing the shift in his attitude, Shi Huani, however, remained undeterred. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, are you and Yin Yunan classmates in a relationship? The entire class was aware that the two had departed together before class and had not returned the entire afternoon. The circumstances surrounding this absence stirred the imagination. No, we are merely friends, Su Ningyan replied as he prepared to leave. Shi Huani, her tone buoyant, pursued him. Then can we be good friends? I truly enjoy your company. That is not possible, Su Ningyan firmly rejected her. Oh, Shi Huani stood frozen, taken aback. He actually turned her down? We are just friends, after all. Su Ningyan had initially held a neutral stance towards Shi Huani, allowing for closeness or distance as desired. However, circumstances had now changed. His relationship with Yin Yunan had grown significantly closer, perhaps excessively so. Anyone observing would likely perceive them as being in a romantic relationship. With Yin Yunan already serving as a shield, Shi Huani was no longer necessary. He preferred to maintain distance. After all, having too many shields could be counterproductive. Being close to just one girl would lead others to believe he was a steadfast romantic. However, being close to more than two would suggest he was indulging in a harem. If Su Ningyan were misinterpreted as the latter, it would not provoke disdain from other girls. Rather, it might incite their excitement, possibly prompting them to inquire if they could join in. Is it not permissible to simply be friends? Shi Huani persistently trailed behind Su Ningyan, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance. If you are friends, then what of Yin Yunan? Although the world lacks Confucius, the principle of repaying virtue with virtue is still understood. In that case, may I come to visit you occasionally? Once we grow closer, we can be ordinary friends. Would that be acceptable? Shi Huani persisted, unwavering. It was indeed peculiar. She seemingly harbored no affection for him, yet was so determined to enhance their rapport. Truly, the world is vast, filled with all manner of eccentricities. Su Ningyan halted and turned to face her. She had not moved closer this time, maintaining a distance of one full body length between them. The sunlight outside the corridor was not overly intense, yet its brightness remained striking. Her high ponytail glimmered with a sheen, and her fair, elegant neck appeared exquisitely captivating. Is that acceptable? It seemed she sensed a glimmer of hope, her beautiful eyes blinking. her long eyelashes fluttering. At this moment, Shi Huani resembled a suitor, eagerly awaiting a response from her beloved. Su Ningyan suddenly smiled. That would be fine. Shi Huani was momentarily stunned. It was her first time witnessing him smile, not a blinding radiance, but a warm, gentle glow, akin to the soft edges of petals swaying in the breeze, naturally and perfectly delicate. Subtle ripples emerged, reminiscent of sunlight dancing upon water, infused with vitality. Within her soul, it felt as though something was on the brink of breaking free. Regaining her senses, she found that Su Ningyan had already vanished from sight. She dazedly returned to her seat, resting her head on the desk. She could hear faint sounds and voices drifting from downstairs. Yet the louder noise was the frantic beating of her heart. What was happening? How could this be? Surely, it could not be affection? How could she possibly feel that way? Su Ningyan, with his bag slung over his shoulder, made his way down the street, garnering subtle glances from passers-by. A mere smile exchanged with Shi Huani might have altered her perception, urging her to reconsider her approach. Regardless of how Shi Huani's feelings towards Su Ningyan evolved, whether confusion, affection, fear, or wariness, she likely would not pester him frequently for the time being. Having resolved this matter, he proceeded to inform the store manager of his resignation. Although the manager expressed regret, no further attempts were made to retain him. The manager indicated that his wages could be settled the following day, as they would find a suitable replacement. It seemed today was indeed his final day of work. Upon arriving at the convenience store, he encountered the female university student with whom he worked part-time. She still wore her silver-framed glasses, reflecting light beautifully, and continued to be as bothersome as ever. With the evening rush yet to commence, the store momentarily lacked customers. The university student persisted in her relentless promotion of summer university, repeating herself ad nauseum. After all, they would not meet again. Su Ningyan reflected for a moment and replied, "Our teacher did mention summer university in class." The somewhat foolish university student brightened, as if she had received validation. "Indeed, our teacher said that if you do not study diligently, you can only end up at summer university." Oh, she paused, momentarily stunned. A customer approached to settle a bill. "10 yuan, thank you." Su Ningyan skillfully completed the transaction, watching the customer leave. His actions inadvertently turned him away from the university student. As expected, once the customer departed, she began to argue her point vehemently. Summer University is still among the top 10 universities in the district. The Enlightenment Emperor was its first president. Your teacher is being quite unreasonable for lacking respect for a school with such rich historical significance. While she had a point, Summer University certainly possessed historical depth, academic prowess, and prospects for employment. Its reputation paled in comparison to that of the prestigious Summer High Academy. The latter admitted thousands of students each year, while the former had only 300 slots annually, primarily in the Summer City area. Summer High Academy was considered the best option for the common populace, with most graduates advancing to the top universities in the capital or Haicheng. As for Summer University, it was merely a fallback for those who did not qualify for Summer High. Approximately 2 centuries ago, the Enlightenment Emperor successfully rose to power, establishing himself in Summer City, then known as Summer Capital. With the onset of the Enlightenment era, the Industrial Revolution gained momentum. As the first university, Summer University was once in its prime. Unfortunately, following the emperor's relocation of the capital and the rise of Haicheng, Summer University lost numerous resources. Its overall strength diminished due to various complexities. The establishment of Summer High Academy stemmed from the dwindling significance of Summer City, as local politicians sought to consolidate resources to maintain their status, undoubtedly drawing upon Summer University's resources. The university student could not continue her argument as the evening rush began. Once it subsided, she had classes to attend, casting Su Ningyan a lingering, resentful glance before quietly departing. Had Su Ningyan still needed to work long-term, he would have refrained from directly offending this female colleague, enduring her harassment in silence. Thanks to His Highness Xia Qingyan, we are now able to retaliate. Most importantly, during the night, Su Ningyan possessed himself as usual. "Flower, shall we dine?" In front of him lay a spread of prepared dishes, with the chef and maid standing by. Su Ningyan nodded slightly and began his meal. Returning to the practice room, he found himself alone and spoke. "From now on, at the very least, make sure to eat on time." Why does it feel like he has begun to resemble a caretaker? Without Flower around, he found it hard to eat, and Jiang Muley sighed helplessly. This tone of resignation seemed rather convincing. Yet, deep down, she was probably looking forward to his arrival, wasn't she? "I'll come when it's meal time." "All right. That is settled." From her words, it seemed if he didn't come, she would refuse to eat. Indeed, it felt like he was tending to a child. Su Ningyan sighed softly. Tonight, He planned to study for just 1 hour before ensuring Jiang Muli went to bed on time, as she needed to rise early for school the next day. During a break, his personal maid, Aunt Qin, came to refresh the tea and snacks. After studying for a while longer, Su Ning'an began to practice telekinesis. With his mental strength, he could effortlessly transport Jiang Muli from upstairs to downstairs. But such a spectacle would undoubtedly alarm the maids. Jiang Muli's mental capacity was far less than his, yet she could feign support with telekinesis, making her legs move superficially. All right, I'll head back now. Sleep early, and I shall return when school starts tomorrow. His tone was entirely that of a caretaker. Jiang Muli hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. Su Ning'an sensed her conflicted emotions. This time, her tone was genuine. What's the matter? Well, Flower, your daily practice is indeed quite monotonous. Is it bothersome? In the small dark room, Jiang Muli shook her head while cradling another body, feeling far from bothered. She merely thought there were many delightful activities yet to explore that Flower had not experienced. What activities? For instance, wandering through the flower fields at night. We could gaze at the sky and still see the Milky Way. Next time. But why not go now? It won't take long, just about 10 minutes. Jiang Muli playfully coaxed. If you go, I promise to sleep well and eat on time. She was negotiating with him now? Fine then. It's only 10 minutes. After all, he contacted Aunt Qin and descended to the ground floor. Su Ning'an maneuvered his wheelchair alone, while the maid observed from a distance, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. It seemed this vast expanse was privately owned by the Jiang family, alleviating concerns about wild beasts or intruders. Thus the maids were not overly tense. Jiang Muli had not deceived him. They strolled slowly through the flower fields, where the sky indeed showcased a beautiful, swirling Milky Way, something he had seen countless times in his hometown, but not since arriving in the metropolis. Yet, wasn't Jiang Muli residing in Ocean City? If it was close to the big city, why did the pollution appear less severe? Could it be that the Jiang family's villa was quite distant from the urban area? Flower, you are lost in thought again, Jiang Muli remarked, a hint of displeasure in her voice. Su Ning'an did not deny it. How strange. Didn't you promise to accompany me out? Why must you ponder over what I think? Isn't that tiring? Jiang Muli suddenly asked, her tone laced with concern, sensing Flower's ceaseless contemplation. Like a spinning top that never ceased to whirl. What a peculiar metaphor. Isn't it akin to you? Su Ning'an replied. Is it? Jiang Muli questioned, puzzled. You seem lively now, but when I'm not around, aren't you constantly preoccupied with activities to fill the void? Su Ning'an found it amusing. These thoughts were originally her own, yet now she couldn't grasp them. Indeed, a person's thoughts seem to remain only in resonance with their emotions. Once circumstances shift, feelings change, and previous notions become incomprehensible. So Flower also feels empty, hence the need to stay busy? In the small dark room, Jiang Muli, a bit dazed, lay down beside the other body. She had transformed Flower, yet what had she changed in him? Did she provide him knowledge, talent, and abilities? Was that truly what Flower desired? Su Ning'an controlled her body to sit up, as if a camera lens focusing on a picturesque scene. Then, his mental energy condensed into the body within the small dark room. Together, they lay side by side, able to witness the slowly swirling Milky Way through Jiang Muli's original form. Neither spoke, they simply lay there in silence. The moonlight was soft enough to wrap around one's fingers. The Milky Way flowed from the edge of the moon, akin to spilled milk seeping into a deep blue tablecloth. The wind rustled through the flower tips, causing the entire sea of flowers to tremble, dropping a few fireflies like fallen star dust. In the small dark room, Jiang Muli rose, gazing down at Su Ning'an. He lifted his hand and gently tapped her head. Jiang Muli cradled her head with both hands. Her cheeks puffed out as if she had been hurt. Yet, after just a couple of seconds of eye contact, she couldn't help but laugh again. Stop overthinking. Su Ning'an said, you've given me a lot. Did Flower guess what I was thinking? Jiang Muli feigned ignorance. Easier to guess than a fool reading a book. But what I've given you, Jiang Muli began, but did not finish. What is the most important thing when we possess each other, do you think? Su Ning'an inquired. There is something that is mutual during our possession. While giving, one also receives, and vice versa. So, what is the most significant thing? Jiang Muli tilted her head. Embracing him. You. Su Ning'an was taken aback. You are the most important, Jiang Muli reiterated. He had intended to say it was emotions, but never mind. That answer seemed quite fitting as well. Flower? No matter what, I want to see you. No matter what. There will be opportunities. I like you. So no matter what. But I am just someone who likes you, regardless of whether you are male or female, human or cat. Su Ning'an fell silent. This raised a philosophical question. Who was the true him? Was it the complete being of body and soul, or merely the spirit? Forget it. He decided not to dwell on it. After all, they would meet again in the future. The next day, which was Friday, Su Ning'an rose early to study, prepared breakfast, and arrived at school ahead of time. Ensuring his surroundings were safe, Su Ning'an activated the idle mode, allowing his original self to continue reading. Meanwhile, he possessed Jiang Yuli's body. Opening her eyes, he found himself in a luxurious vehicle, with the scenery outside rapidly retreating. Drowsiness overtook him. Perhaps Jiang Yuli's biological clock was off, causing her to feel somewhat sleep-deprived. "Good morning, Flower," Jiang Yuli greeted, her tone still spirited. Likely due to Su Ning'an inheriting her fatigue. Given that both the driver and maid were present in the car, Su Ning'an merely nodded. "Flower, it's still early. Why not sleep a bit longer?" Jiang Yuli suggested. Su Ning'an fumbled for his phone and began typing. "How long until we reach school?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yuli replied, "A few hours, I suppose." "A few hours? That's enough to traverse several cities." Traveling such a long distance to school consumes an inordinate amount of time each day, particularly since the school in Haicheng is already quite far away. If it were closer to the city, the severe air pollution would render the starry sky invisible, Jiang Yuli added. Su Ning'an typed, "So, are you wasting all that time on the road? Or do you only make this journey on weekends, staying at school or nearby during the weekdays?" "It's all right. I can't go anywhere anyway. Being on the bus feels no different from being at home or school," Jiang Yuli explained. Su Ning'an pondered this, realizing it was indeed the case. Moreover, his father's insistence on sending him to school was not primarily for academic purposes, as studying at home sufficed. The main intention was for him to socialize. Understanding this, he asked, "Is it acceptable to be late or leave early?" "Of course," Jiang Yuli replied. With that, he resigned himself to the situation. At this point, it seemed best to rest. Unable to stifle a yawn, Su Ning'an quickly guided Jiang Yuli's body into slumber. In this world, so similar yet distinct, granting Jiang Yuli a temporary reprieve from wakefulness allowed Su Ning'an's spirit to fully return to its own form. Peacefully engrossed in reading, he noticed the air outside growing warmer as classmates gradually entered the classroom. A gentle breeze, carrying a faint fragrance, brushed past Su Ning'an's profile. He looked up to see Shirhuani, hands clasped behind her back, her serene smile illuminating her features. "Good morning, Su Ning'an," she greeted, her eyes sparkling with joy at the sight of him. "Good morning," Su Ning'an replied flatly, somewhat perplexed by her demeanor, as if nothing had transpired the previous day. "Do you have time after school this afternoon?" "I was hoping." "No," he interjected firmly. "Ah, what a pity." Shirhuani's expression momentarily dimmed, but she quickly regained her energy. "Excuse me," she said before departing to greet other classmates. Su Ning'an cast a fleeting glance at her youthful figure, then turned his attention elsewhere, finding her intentions rather inscrutable. Yet, it hardly seemed significant. "Ugh, what a nuisance." A familiar voice, unmistakably that of Qian Juanhao, broke through the air. "Good morning," Su Ning'an replied. "Where were you yesterday afternoon?" Qian Juanhao inquired, his face a mask of sorrow. His ability to voice such a question suggested he might not be as concerned as he pretended. Only someone deeply enamored with a person or thing would feel such sorrow upon their loss, yet remain silent. Qian Juanhao appeared to be managing just fine. "Do you think it was a date?" Su Ning'an countered. "You just turned down Shirhuani. Are you not interested in pure love?" The logic seemed tenuous, a rather peculiar interpretation. "What makes you think that?" Qian Juanhao seemed to disregard the question entirely. "You should treat Yin Yunan well, otherwise, her affection will be wasted." Su Ning'an finished. At that moment, Yin Yunan, just entering, seemed to sense their conversation and cast him a distant, disdainful glare, crossing her arms. "Did she just hear that?" Su Ning'an mused, checking his belongings to ensure no sticky notes had been affixed by her. How had she managed to eavesdrop? "Enough. My heart aches." Qian Juanhao lamented dramatically, clutching his chest and feigning woe. Such exaggerated theatrics clearly failed to affect him. After all, he was Qian Juanhao. Su Ning'an nodded, returning to his book. "Wait. Are you really saying nothing at all?" Qian Juanhao's expression twisted slightly. "Did you not tell me to remain silent?" Su Ning'an replied, perplexed. Could it genuinely have been a date? I find that hard to believe. You see, deep down, you already harbor your own suspicions. Why not steadfastly hold on to them? I still wish to hear you say it. If I say it, will you believe me? Su Ning'an queried again. Qian Juanhao patted his shoulder. "I believe you would never stoop to deceit in such matters." "You guessed correctly." Su Ning'an expressed gratitude for his trust. "So, it's merely attending a club meeting. Not planning to work anymore?" Qian Juanhao was astonished, as he never perceived Su Ning'an as someone who would give up midway. I've been at it for almost 3 weeks. He replied vaguely, not entirely lying. Typically, 2 weeks of part-time work suffices to earn credit for extracurricular practice. Wait, which club requires an entire afternoon? The one adjacent to the literature club. Adjacent to the literature club? Isn't that ours? Yes. Did you pass the test? That's 1,000 books. It seemed Qian Juanhao had also discovered this club and inquired about the specific entry requirements. Merely 1,000 books, Su Ning'an shrugged. Having lived nearly 18 years. Over 6,000 days, averaging 1 book every 6 days. I still have hundreds of days left to spare. Unbelievable. Did you learn to read the moment you were born? Indeed, I did. However, Qian Juanhao's tone shifted as he grew serious. How many members does your club currently have? Only 3 for now, I believe. 3. His astonished exclamation drew the attention of other classmates, many turning to glance at Su Ning'an. 3. Qian Juanhao gritted his teeth. So if no one else joins, you could spend every day alone with Yan Yunan and Princess Xia, 2 stunning beauties? His tone brimmed with jealousy and regret, though it might have been feigned. The intensity of his feelings was undeniable, as if he regretted not having immersed himself in literature from birth. Yet, what truly piqued Su Ning'an's interest was another point. Princess? You truly don't know? Qian Juanhao's surprise was genuine. He glanced around and lowered his voice. Most people likely don't know that Senior Xia Qingyan from the intermediate class of Qingxue is a direct descendant of the Qiming Emperor. It's not excessive to refer to her as princess. No, I learned that yesterday. He was astonished that Qian Juanhao was aware. Yan Yunan mentioned that Xia Qingyan is concealing her identity. After all, nobles, politicians, or entrepreneurs typically send their offspring to private elite schools. Few manage to gain admission to public institutions like Qingxue. She enjoys reading quietly and prefers minimal disturbance. Thus, her identity should remain relatively obscure. Speaking of the affluent young ladies in our grade, they're S.C. Yueming from class 9, Wang Yueshi from class 5, and Shi Huani from our class. They are not only strikingly beautiful, but also come from extraordinary backgrounds. Any man fortunate enough to marry one of them would likely achieve a significant social elevation. As he spoke, Qian Juanhao grew increasingly resentful, realizing that the majority of the aforementioned girls were, to varying degrees, connected to Su Ning'an, especially Si Yueming. He couldn't help but wonder when Su Ning'an had formed a bond with her. Su Ning'an regarded him with suspicion. How do you know all this? Due to certain unique family circumstances, it's not convenient to disclose, Qian Juanhao stammered. You're not being urged by your family to seize opportunities to elevate your status through marriage, are you? Qian Juanhao's eyes widened in disbelief. It appeared he had struck a nerve. Qian Juanhao found himself at a loss for words, prompting Sun Ning'an to pat him gently. I never expected you to bear such a heavy burden. Qian Juanhao nodded, feeling somewhat bashful. Since you are already aware, why not lend a hand to your younger brother? I cannot assist with that, Sun Ning'an replied, withdrawing his hand and returning to his studies. Isn't that rather heartless? Such matters must be resolved independently. Sun Ning'an's advice was earnest, though he had no real solution to offer, as his methods were rather unscrupulous. A mere smile towards a girl could easily sway her heart. And thus far, there had been no exceptions. The class commenced, and it was history today. Perhaps by coincidence, the lecture focused on the Ming dynasty, naturally mentioning the Yongle Emperor. Sun Ning'an had devoted considerable effort to researching this historical figure and ultimately concluded that the Yongle Emperor, Xia Qiming, was likely a time traveler. Much like himself, hailing from Earth, although he seemed to have existed nearly 2 centuries ago on Blue Star. Numerous pieces of evidence suggested that he must have traversed time after the 2020s of the 21st century on Earth. Sun Ning'an had uncovered many internet memes in the publicly available diaries of the Yongle Emperor that only he could comprehend. The Emperor had even foreseen the animation adaptation of JoJo's 7th part, which was officially announced on April 12, 2025, on Earth. At the podium, the history teacher spoke eloquently. The Yongle Emperor not only pioneered the field of natural sciences, but also made significant contributions to the arts. For instance, I trust you are all familiar with the lines of Shui Diao Gatu? Indeed, the Yongle Emperor not only instigated the Industrial Revolution, but also dabbled in poetry and music, leaving Sun Ning'an no room to copy his work. Fortunately, the emperor appeared to be an engineering student, as his poems were primarily well-known pieces from the compulsory education curriculum. He had little knowledge of music theory, but managed to hum melodies, prompting court musicians to adjust them accordingly. Xiaoning, what are you pondering? Sun Ning'an looked down to find the tree spirit, now named Linshi, curiously perched on his desk, observing his surroundings. He noted that no one seemed to pay attention to this unusual sight. Those glancing in their direction wore no expressions of surprise, suggesting that others likely could not see the tree spirit, and probably could not hear it either. Sun Ningyan scribbled a note regarding historical matters. Yesterday, Xiaonan helped me choose a name. From now on, I shall be called Linshi, the tree spirit announced. Hello, Linshi, Sun Ningyan replied. Linshi beamed with joy, settling by the window and swinging its legs playfully. I hope I won't fall, it mused. When I first appeared, I seemed to have wings, but now they are gone. Sun Ningyan rested his head on his hand, gazing at the quietly swinging Linshi, lost in thought. In the distance lay the bright and spacious playground of Xiaogao, with Linshi's true form, a large banyan tree, casting a lush shadow. Beyond that stretched a refreshing tree-lined avenue, alive with the sounds of chirping birds and the fragrance of flowers. Suddenly, Sun Ningyan realized that even if the Yongle Emperor was an exceptional engineering prodigy, it was unlikely that he could single-handedly achieve an industrial revolution in such a short span of time. Perhaps he possessed a system, much like Sun Ningyan himself. However, the true circumstances remained a mystery. The once magnificent Yongle Emperor had long since turned to dust, while Sun Ningyan had yet to even reach the age of 18, and had awakened extraordinary abilities. Ah well, this life is reminiscent yet distinct from my past. There is no need to dwell excessively on what was. Could the tree spirit manifest in reality? Thanks to the enhancement of his mental prowess, even while distractedly gazing out the window, Sun Ningyan could still capture the crucial points discussed in class. Linshi continued to swing its legs by the window, and without needing to look, Sun Ningyan's right hand instinctively recorded notes. Xiao Ning, I sense that things will gradually become more vibrant here, Linshi announced, rising and approaching him. Sun Ningyan typed on his phone. Question mark. What I mean is, currently, the only people in school who can see me are you and Xiao Nan. However, I believe there will be more in the future. The tree spirit occasionally felt a tinge of loneliness, although it appeared as a small figure. Straddling the line between youth and adolescence, it was said that the banyan tree had been planted long before Xiaogao was established. It was uncertain when Linshi had awakened, only that it had likely spent a long time perched in the tree, observing countless passing students. Are you suggesting that the number of those with extraordinary abilities will increase? Sun Ningyan pondered, drawing a parallel to what Yen Yunan had mentioned. Yet, he was unsure if Linshi had sensed this independently or had learned it from Yen Yunan. I am convinced that will indeed be the case. Linshi strutted around his desk, pacing back and forth. I feel my absorption of spiritual energy is accelerating. At first, I couldn't leave the tree, but now I can venture to this building. Perhaps one day, I will be able to leave the school altogether, it expressed with hopeful anticipation. It seemed Linshi's mobility had its constraints, sounding increasingly like a guardian spirit of Xiaogao. Do you long to go outside? Absolutely. It can be rather dull here. I wish to explore new things and savor delicious food, Linshi replied, its tone entirely self-evident, as if proclaiming, all are born equal. Yet, it was not destined to be a guardian spirit from the very beginning. Can you eat? Sun Ningyan mused, realizing he had never witnessed Linshi consume anything or interact with physical objects. Not currently, Linshi replied, momentarily disheartened, but quickly regained its composure, declaring like a spirited protagonist from an anime. Once I grow stronger, I will be able to manifest for longer periods, and then I can eat, and others will be able to see me. So you are in a state of ethereal existence, capable of changing forms at will? Sun Ningyan recalled the small wings it had once possessed. During their encounter, he and Jiang Mu Li had also experienced transformation, but their transformation seemed entirely different from Linshi's. Indeed, right now, I am a spiritual entity, able to take any form, since no one can touch me. Don't believe me? Go ahead and try. Sun Ningyan extended his hand to touch Linshi's head, and it did not flinch. His hand passed through as if moving through a veil of mist. Yet, it was not without sensation. As if Linshi's passage left a faint shadow, Sun Ningyan felt a coolness as his hand moved through. See, you cannot touch me. I am not actually standing on the desk, but rather floating in midair, able to be passed through at any moment. You may consider this a manifestation of spiritual energy in some form, Linshi elaborated. Suddenly, Sun Ningyan recalled a question. How long have you known Yen Yunan? Oh, such a sudden inquiry, Xiao Ning. Are you feeling jealous? Linshi teased. I have only known Xiao Nan for about a month. Besides, as a tree spirit, I possess no gender. My appearance can change at will. I can transform into a cat or a dog. So why would you feel jealous? Sun Ningyan chose to ignore Linshi's peculiar tone. It seems that the time he became acquainted with Yen Yunan is roughly the same as mine. If Yen Yunan typically does not wish for you to seek her out, then had I been idly seeking her out daily, as is the case today, Su Ningyan would have already spotted me in the classroom. However, their meeting took place beneath a tree, indicating that I rarely approach Yen Yunan. Ah, you've guessed it. Xiao Ning. Xiaonan finds me tiresome. Linshi began to lament, though it was evident that she was not too heartbroken, as her acting skills were nearly on par with Qian Juanhao's. Why does she find you tiresome? She claims I talk too much and disturb her studies. Now, it indeed seems that I have spoken a bit excessively. And then what? What do you mean, and then what? Lin, she feigned ignorance. After that, she probably made some kind of agreement with you, right? Wow, you truly understand Xiaonan well. You even guessed that. Lin, she applauded him, and then sighed. Xiaonan said that if I wished to converse with her, I must exchange crucial information, such as problems at school, for instance, a fire incident. Or if His Highness Xia Qingyan from the junior class encounters any troubles or distress, or if something peculiar or supernatural occurs at the school. How does it sound? It seems that Yin Yunan is merely someone who knows how to exploit little spirits. Furthermore, why does she pay special attention to His Highness Xia Qingyan? So ruthless? Indeed. Indeed. Xiao Ning is the best. Lin, she began to praise him. What she meant was that you cannot disturb her during class unless it is of utmost importance. Su Ning'an promptly discerned the inconsistencies in Lin Shi's words and exposed them without mercy. Lin Shi appeared as if struck by lightning, utterly astonished. Xiao Ning, you and Xiaonan are indeed a pair. So I guessed correctly, didn't I? Lin Shi, resigned to being called out by Su Ning'an, nodded. He added, but still, you are the best, Xiao Ning. You haven't grown weary of my incessant chatter, which is truly commendable. No, he was already beginning to feel a bit bothered. If he were to possess Jiang Yuli's body and partition some of his spiritual energy, he would be unable to concentrate on class with Lin Shi's incessant prattle. So, the reason Yin Yunan approached me earlier was that you secretly informed her? Su Ning'an remarked. Noting that he had not revealed anything particularly special, yet had still attracted Yin Yunan's attention. Lin Shi muttered softly, feeling somewhat guilty. Is that so? He pondered, yet offered no reply. Whistling, he strolled to the window. Su Ning'an suddenly had a whimsical idea and blew a breath in his direction. He failed to blow him away. Haha, Xiao Ning, you're so foolish. How could you possibly move me with mere breath? Besides, even if you manage to blow me out of the window, I can still fly back up. Really? Unless your supernatural ability is such that your breath can affect spiritual energy, then it would only be spiritual energy. Oh. After finishing his text, Su Ning'an raised his hand, making a gesture as if to snap his fingers, aiming at Lin Shi. You still don't understand. You simply cannot touch me. Lin Shi pointed to his head, as if indicating for him to snap in that direction. The class bell rang. Su Ning'an suddenly spoke. What if I hit you and it hurts? Even if you were to disperse me as a spiritual entity, I would still be able to recover. The tree spirit Lin, she said confidently. Su Ning'an nodded, realizing that even if he were to send Lin Shi flying, it wouldn't lead to any significant consequences. Apologies. But in the next class, he must pay attention. Gathering his spiritual energy at his fingertips, he then flicked it. Bang. Ouch. Letting out a cry, Lin Shi was hurled out of the window. Yin Yunan, seated at the front of the classroom, seemed to have heard something. She turned back. Why hasn't Lin Shi come to find Su Ning'an? She thought she had heard his voice earlier. As the next class was about to commence, the tree spirit, appearing pitiful with its head cradled in its arms, rushed to her to lament. Xiao Ning hits hard. Why can he hit me? Yin Yunan wrote a note, blocking the sound, and spoke directly. His supernatural ability appears to be body enhancement. He can likely touch you with his entire body. Before she could finish her sentence, the sound blocking time expired, and Yin Yunan promptly fell silent. But when he first touched me, he couldn't even reach me. How is it that he can now? Yin Yunan cast a glance at her. Why don't you ask him? How would I know? Lin Shi timidly looked toward the back of the class, where Su Ning'an seemed to be lost in thought again. In truth, Jiang Yuli had already arrived at school. Haiqing Junior Academy. This is the most prestigious private junior academy in Haiqing, where the offspring of the wealthy and powerful from Haiqing and its surroundings, as long as they meet the passing mark, come to study. The junior class was just at the end of the period. A seat in the back row had become vacant, and several girls occupied it, seemingly treating the space as a communal leisure area. One girl hurriedly rushed in. Hurry up and clear out. She is coming back. The chatting girls froze, and someone inquired, Who is coming back? Before the girl who had run in could finish her sentence, a figure in a wheelchair appeared at the back door. Faced with the reality of her seat being occupied, Jiang Yuli said nothing. Yet, her expressionless face seemed to have truly frozen over. Her gaze remained steady, yet it exuded a faint aura of disdain. Especially with this expression, the owner of such eyes, a peerless beauty, intensified the pressure of her disdain to the point that it overshadowed her paralysis, leading others to instinctively perceive her as a formidable presence. Without a moment to apologize, the girls occupying her seat scattered like birds and beasts, leaving behind a disheveled arrangement of desks and chairs. Jiang Yuli did not summon her maid or driver, so she had to tidy up herself. Let me help you, the girl sitting next to her, a cheerful and lively young lady, offered, even though she had not participated in the occupation of the seat. Jiang Muley nodded indifferently, allowing her to assist while remaining silent. The neighboring girl sighed in relief, quickly finishing the tidying up, and even defended the group of girls. Well, they didn't mean anything by it. They just didn't know you were back. Oh, Jiang Muley replied somewhat awkwardly, her demeanor starkly contrasting with how she interacted with Su Ning'an. As class was about to begin, Jiang Muley took her seat at the back of the classroom. It seemed that all the classmates had become aware of her presence. The classroom atmosphere shifted, growing tense, and the teacher also noted the change but dared not say much or do anything, as even he felt nervous. Su Ning'an, who had been possessing Jiang Muley for a while, felt a headache coming on. Jiang Muley's situation was rather troublesome. It is essential to recognize that she is currently in a possessed state, sharing emotions with another. Furthermore, she is continuously receiving a tranquil emotional buff from Su Ning'an. Nevertheless, her interactions with her classmates remain tense enough to astonish Su Ning'an. Is Jiang Muley a formidable adversary? It feels as though she is singularly bullying the entire class. What would transpire if Jiang Muley entered the classroom, engulfed in confusion and agitation, without him? The ramifications seem even more unfathomable. Withdrawing into her small dark room, Jiang Muley relinquished control of her body to Su Ning'an. Instantly, the atmosphere in the classroom relaxed. Not only did the teacher's demeanor become considerably more at ease, but even the classmates who had their backs turned to her inexplicably felt a sudden alleviation of the pressure bearing down upon them. The classroom's liveliness was restored. Is it possible that Jiang Muley exerted such an overwhelming emotional weight? Could she truly influence the atmospheric pressure within the entire classroom so significantly? Back in her small dark room, Jiang Muley felt a newfound sense of comfort. Smiling, she embraced Su Ning'an's dazed avatar, akin to a child cradling their most cherished toy. Perhaps this is the optimal state, but it cannot remain this way. Su Ning'an picked up his phone and began typing to Jiang Muley. Why do they fear you so? Jiang Muley pondered for a while before responding. There are likely many reasons. Is it because you exude an overwhelming sense of pressure? That is indeed one factor. After all, I can not only perceive others' emotions but also transmit my own, which is rather difficult to control. I genuinely do not wish to affect others negatively. All right, I do not blame you. Yes, I understand. You are the best, Hua. Jiang Muley spoke as if sweetly professing her affection. Su Ning'an chose to overlook that for the moment and continued his inquiry. What about other factors? Additionally, they may be intimidated by my father, perhaps. Jiang Muley carefully selected her words, noting that most students at this school hail from affluent backgrounds. Their family legacies each more illustrious than the last. But why to the extent of fear? He sensed that Jiang Xiaohua was a bit cold, but it hardly seemed to reach the level of cruelty. Well, previously, a girl provoked me, and I ignored her, leading to some chaos. I fell from my wheelchair and even received a few kicks from her while on the ground. Jiang Muley recounted this incident with an air of detachment. Upon hearing this, Su Ning'an felt a surge of impulse to levitate that girl to the rooftop to let her experience a gust of wind. Sensing Su Ning'an's emotions, Jiang Muley's lips curved into a slight smile, and she tightened her embrace around his avatar. What happened next? Su Ning'an typed swiftly. Subsequently, I was assisted back to my feet and taken to the school infirmary, where no issues were found, not even a bruise. Initially, I did not inform anyone, but my father somehow learned about it. The next day, that girl was beaten. In this light, it appears that Jiang Xiaohua is genuinely concerned for his daughter. Jiang Muley? Yes. She was attacked by unknown individuals just outside the school gate and expelled the same day, with no further news from her family, nor any official announcement from the school. Following that incident, the way others regarded me transformed. It was not merely estrangement, but fear as well, Jiang Muley stated calmly. Su Ning'an had limited knowledge of Jiang's father through common channels. All he knew was that Jiang Xiaohua was quite renowned, a top-tier entrepreneur in Haicheng, with assets capable of forming a substantial monopoly. It was only after hearing Jiang Muley's account that he gained a clearer and deeper understanding of the Jiang family's influence, which enables them to navigate the elite school with relative impunity. Su Ning'an began to ponder strategies, recognizing that while the current situation was dire, it was not irreparably bleak. At the very least, he could initiate a transformation, easing the rigid dynamics. The challenge lay in ensuring that Jiang Muley could maintain this tranquility even after his departure. What do you know about this school, regarding people or events? Jiang Muley shook her head, indicating her lack of knowledge. It was reasonable. She likely had little interest in such matters. The girl sitting next to her seemed quite enthusiastic, Perhaps she could be persuaded to become the first friend. Given her cheerful disposition, it was likely she had numerous acquaintances, which could facilitate further expansion. Zhang's father likely urged Jiang Yuli to make friends, perhaps for her psychological well-being, to establish a network of beneficial relationships for the future, or simply to assess her capabilities. Su Ning'an, too, hoped she would forge friendships as preparation for her eventual return to a normal life. In this respect, his objectives aligned with those of Zhang's father. Thus, Jiang Xiaohua could be considered a formidable ally, making everything considerably easier. Bian Wanxiu, a scion of a declining noble family from District 1, barely managed to enroll in Haiqing Mingdaqing School with below-average academic performance. However, her striking beauty and cheerful personality made her popular among the young elite. She adeptly recognized her strengths and weaknesses. Her primary activities at school revolved around socializing, leveraging her resources to cultivate her advantages, all in pursuit of securing sufficient income post-graduation to maintain her family status. Today was a significant day for her, as her desk neighbor, the so-called terrifying witch Jiang Yuli, had returned. She proactively intervened to assist several disheveled girls, and even though she received no gratitude, she felt a sense of relief. Compared to before, Jiang Yuli seemed remarkably composed today. The underlying sense of agitation and frustration had dissipated, although her subtle disdain still lingered. Reflecting on this, Bian Wanxiu took a deep breath, resolutely deciding to focus on her studies. After all, exams were looming the following week, and although her strategic focus did not rest solely on academic performance, excessively poor grades were still somewhat unacceptable. As she listened, Bian Wanxiu suddenly sensed a profound shift in Jiang Yuli's demeanor. It felt as though she had transformed entirely into a different person. Was it merely an illusion? No, it was not an illusion. She distinctly felt the teacher's tone become more relaxed, the tense postures of her classmates easing, and the air in the classroom loosening. Confused by this sudden change, she was further taken aback by the next unfolding event. The teacher was explaining advanced mathematics and had posed a challenging question, inviting any students who understood to respond. All right, does anyone know how to solve this problem? As anticipated, the question was indeed difficult, with only one hand raised in the class, and it was alarmingly close to her. Wait, was that hand raised by Jiang Yuli? Although it was common knowledge that she was academically superior, her disdain for school was equally well known. It was rare for her to stay awake in class or even pay attention to the lectures, which was already a form of respect toward the teacher. How could she possibly raise her hand? Yet this was the undeniable reality unfolding before her eyes. Not only were the classmates adjacent to Jiang Yuli taken aback, but even the teacher paused for a moment, momentarily stunned. Fortunately, the teacher responded swiftly and chose to continue his lecture. He directly articulated his thoughts and solutions. The utterance of teacher was unmistakably in the voice of Jiang Muli. However, it lacked the previous disdain and aloofness. Instead, it was as refreshing as a gentle breeze, soothing and invigorating. At this moment, the mathematics teacher could no longer afford to overlook the consequences of negligence, which were likely to be dire. The entire class momentarily paused in astonishment, their gazes converging on the singularly exquisite figure seated at the back. Faced with the collective scrutiny of 30 pairs of eyes, Jiang Muli remained poised and unruffled, not as if she were aloof from the world, but rather viewing the situation as entirely natural and warranted. Jiang Muli, please. You need not stand up. A student from the corner could not help but chuckle. Many eyes instantly shifted towards him, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Yet, Jiang Muli seemed unfazed by the commotion. Thank you, teacher. The approach to this problem is. Did Jiang Muli just express gratitude? Moreover, her voice resonated with a delightful harmony. Although she had always been beautiful, the serene and gentle demeanor she now exuded radiated an unparalleled charm. In the end, the conclusion drawn was that this was my approach, albeit unconventional, yet it proved to be quite straightforward. Su Ning'an completed his explanation. He spoke the truth. He employed a method that diverged significantly from the reference answer, yet it rendered the problem simpler to solve. This left his classmates in a state of bewilderment. Only the mathematics teacher comprehended fully. The teacher, perceptive and discerning, offered praise and applause. Other students, still pondering the reason behind Jiang Muli's remarkable transformation, subconsciously joined in the applause. As the wave of applause subsided, the lesson resumed. Su Ning'an's deskmate, Bian Wanxiu, attempted to focus on her studies, but found it impossible. She continually glanced in Jiang Muli's direction, feeling an inexplicable pull drawing her gaze. Miss Jiang is truly beautiful. How had I not noticed before? It is such a pity about her legs. Otherwise, she would surely be even more radiant and cheerful, and perhaps would not have developed her previous disposition. Previously, Jiangmu Li had radiated negativity, and rumors concerning her father had further tarnished her reputation, resulting in little sympathy for her disability. Some even suggested she deserved her fate. Yet, Bian Wanqiu pondered whether sin came before reward or vice versa. Her thoughts drifted, and she realized she had been staring at Jiangmu Li for quite some time. Su Ning noticed her gaze and thought she had inadvertently caught the attention of a weapon's muzzle. He turned to her, feigning a puzzled expression. Bian Wanqiu met his gaze, but was a moment slow to react. Seizing this half-beat, Su Ning activated a smile through Jiangmu Li's visage. Bian Wanqiu suddenly shivered, as if a subtle electric current coursed through her. What was this sensation? Her face flushed as she averted her gaze, pretending to take notes, though her pen merely scribbled distorted lines on the blank page. Su Ning was quite pleased with this effect. While his smile might not be as overpowering as Jiangmu Li's true essence, it sufficed for garnering affection. Meanwhile, Bian Wanqiu felt as though Jiangmu Li had been watching her intently. She felt uncomfortable, as if flames were heating her cheeks. How strange that she would feel this way. Finally, the class concluded, and Bian Wanqiu leaned on her desk, feigning fatigue to rest. The sound of a mechanical wheelchair approached, and she mused, "Is Jiangmu Li heading to the restroom? No, she must have a maid to assist her." Previously, Jiangmu Li would always arrive late or leave early, only venturing to the restroom when her maid fetched her at noon. She would remain seated in silence otherwise. So, was Jiangmu Li coming towards her? The realization caused Bian Wanqiu's body to tense up. A melodious voice rang out. "That student, number 35, is eating." "That's Su Ning," she thought. Oh, Bian Wanqiu suddenly stood. "Is something wrong?" Su Ning inquired with a puzzled expression. "No, do you need something?" Bian Wanqiu felt anxious. Why was Jiangmu Li suddenly seeking her out? Was it because she had been caught staring during class, inciting her ire? Only a few classmates turned to look, while the majority continued to feign ignorance. After all, they had no idea what Jiangmu Li's situation was today and were hesitant to provoke her. "Earlier, you assisted me, and I have yet to thank you." Su Ning smiled. "Oh, I was merely doing what I should," Bian Wanqiu replied, somewhat dazed. Jiangmu Li's smile had a profound impact on her. "So, during lunch, may I treat you to a meal? The maid will bring delicious food. Think of it as my gratitude, if you will." Su Ning tilted his head slightly. The Mingda Academy also had its own canteen, which was quite good, comparable to Xiaogao's. Yet it could not rival Jiangmu Li's private chef. "Oh, that's unnecessary," Bian Wanqiu instinctively wanted to decline. After all, being alone with Jiangmu Li made her feel somewhat apprehensive. During class, Jiangmu Li had indeed seemed to have changed. However, Bian Wanqiu and the other students still viewed her as the fearsome sorceress she once was. Sigh, Su Ning sighed, and Bian Wanqiu genuinely felt the weight of disappointment. In that instant, she felt an overwhelming impulse to agree. Yet, she ultimately restrained herself. Su Ning raised his gaze, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Do you dislike me?" Bian Wanqiu was momentarily dumbfounded, unsure how to respond. "Do you have plans?" he inquired again. Yes," she glanced around. Her classmates turned to look. Su Ning's tone was inquisitive. "Yes, or perhaps not." Bian Wanqiu struggled momentarily before conceding that she indeed had no plans for today. "Very well, I shall seek you out at noon, and we shall dine together." Su Ning smiled warmly. Regardless of the method, he was determined to win over this desk mate. Upon seeing his amiable smile, Bian Wanqiu felt herself relax. Perhaps Jiangmu Li was not so intimidating after all. Maybe she genuinely wished to change and fortuitously reached out to her. Yes, that must be it. She would not wish to bully me, she reassured herself, gradually finding tranquility. At the end of the school day, Bian Wanqiu pushed Su Ning downstairs. Upon arriving at the school's reception hall, she felt a flutter of nervousness. Entering one of the private booths, the personal maid, Aunt Qin, had been waiting for some time. The booth contained a round table laden with an array of exquisite dishes, their colors, aromas, and flavors tantalizing. Bian Wanqiu was somewhat taken aback. This was exceedingly lavish. "Can I eat this as well?" she asked, somewhat dazed. Su Ning found her reaction curious. If she is attending this elite academy, her family must be quite distinguished. Is she truly so astonished by this feast? Or perhaps the Jiang family's dining arrangements are excessively extravagant. "Of course, you may, or rather, I shall mainly let you eat, as I have a small appetite." Su Ning replied, his tone gentle. In truth, he had a healthy appetite. Jiangmu Li's constitution has been gradually strengthening these days, allowing him to consume an increasing variety of foods. He stated this primarily to create an atmosphere of mutual obligation, suggesting that if one of them refrained from eating, it would be a waste. This was meant to reassure classmate Bien Wanxiu to indulge without hesitation. Swallowing hard, Bien Wanxiu felt immensely grateful for agreeing to share lunch with Jiang Muli. Seeing her eager yet hesitant demeanor, Su Ning prompted, "Shall we begin our meal now, Aunt Qin?" Aunt Qin nodded and handed each of them their utensils. Observing Bien Wanxiu's anticipation, he suggested, "Why don't you start?" I have a request." Bien Wanxiu suddenly spoke, but then hesitated, feeling it might be inappropriate. "What is it?" Su Ning turned to her, his eyes widening with curiosity. Jiang Muli, already strikingly attractive, radiated even more charm with Su Ning's clear and refreshing presence, surpassing that of ordinary beauties. How adorable! Bien Wanxiu felt her heart flutter as if struck by an unseen force. Her guard completely lowered. She revealed her earlier thought. "Well, could I film a video without capturing you?" Bien Wanxiu felt a twinge of embarrassment, thinking that someone of Jiang Muli's stature might find such behavior pretentious and insincere. Would her image in Jiang Muli's eyes diminish because of this? She felt a pang of regret. "Do you want to post a video?" "That is fine. I don't mind being in it," Su Ning replied. Having already sought Jiang Muli's consent, it was clear she genuinely didn't mind. "Really? Is it truly all right?" Bien Wanxiu asked, astonished. She had assumed Jiang Muli would be as proud as the other affluent youths, if not more so. "Of course, it's no problem. Do you enjoy making videos?" Su Ning asked, his tone innocently inquisitive. "Yes, I'm actually a video blogger," she confessed. "Ah, that is impressive." Su Ning smiled. "Is it really that impressive?" Bien Wanxiu was keenly interested in Jiang Muli's evaluation. "Indeed it is. To excel in any endeavor, one must resolve to overcome numerous challenges. Nothing worthwhile comes easily. Discovering your passion and persisting in it is indeed commendable," Su Ning stated earnestly. "Oh, I see now," Bien Wanxiu replied, a little dazed. In truth, the moment she received this recognition, her heart soured slightly. She belonged to a declining noble family, holding on to a hollow title without substantial assets. Attending Haiqingmingdo Academy was merely a stroke of luck. She had discovered her talent for video blogging, yet her family was critical of her pursuits. While classmates didn't voice it, their condescension was palpable. Jiang Muli, in her mind, held a status above the others, and yet now she found acceptance from her. Moreover, it felt sincere and genuine, not merely superficial flattery. Su Ning, perceptive to Bien Wanxiu's emotional shifts, seized the moment to add, "However, being a video blogger must be quite arduous, as catering to an audience is no simple task, and backlash is inevitable at times." "Yes, exactly. I must tell you," Bien Wanxiu exclaimed, immediately resonating with Jiang Muli's words. They conversed animatedly over their meal, and she relaxed, pouring out her troubles. Su Ning listened intently, his expression sympathetic, occasionally interjecting to show he was genuinely engaged. Aunt Qin, observing from the side, was astonished. "I never expected the young lady would undergo such a transformation to complete Mr. Jiang's task." After finishing their meal, Bien Wanxiu expressed her satisfaction. "This is the most delicious food I've ever had. I completely forgot to record a video." She felt an overwhelming sense of regret. "Don't worry. If you enjoyed it, you can join me for lunch every day," Su Ning said enticingly. "Wait, that sounds familiar." In the small room, Jiang Muli chuckled softly, surprised that Hua Hua would ever say such a thing to her. Bien Wanxiu, feeling slightly embarrassed, lowered her head. "Is that inappropriate?" "Not at all. I genuinely welcome a friend to share meals with," Su Ning replied with a smile, while Jiang Muli inwardly felt displeased. She harbored no longing for friendships, only a fondness for her Hua Hua. Nevertheless, Jiang Muli remained quietly cuddling her avatar, saying nothing. "Then I shall impose." Bien Wanxiu felt a vibrant new hue in her world. "May I ask you some questions?" Su Ning thought it was time to delve deeper, having just shared a meal with him. "Certainly." Bien Wanxiu, now fully sated, appeared somewhat dazed. Having gained her trust, she had already begun to consider Jiang Muli a friend, perhaps one of her few true companions. Would that be inappropriate?" Su Ning feigned hesitation. Bien Wanxiu, seeing his conflicted expression, recalled her own past. Suddenly, she blurted, "I can tell you anything, basically." "Really?" Su Ning's eyes sparkled with anticipation, tinged with an almost pitiful intensity. Bien Wanxiu, unable to refuse, affirmed, "Of course. I wouldn't lie to you." "Well, I feel a bit awkward discussing this, as it might touch upon your privacy." "Me?" Bien Wanxiu was taken aback, unable to fathom why Jiang Muli would be interested in matters pertaining to her privacy. Was she someone of great significance? "I'm just curious. It seems your financial situation is rather precarious. I apologize if you prefer not to discuss it," Su Ning said, though the statement was a guise. Should Bien Wanxiu choose silence, he might just become irate. Ah, has it become that evident? Bien Wanxiu responded with self-deprecating humor, tossing her hair lightly. I suppose my impoverished aura is now unmistakable. Jiang Li quickly reassured her, not at all. I merely noticed your surprise regarding the lunch spread and made an assumption. One's financial standing is insufficient to gauge their worth. Even those of modest means deserve respect. Su Ning'an spoke truthfully. After all, he was indeed from a humble background. Thank you. Bien Wanxiu felt genuinely touched. It wasn't he merely about agreeing with his words, but rather the fact that he proactively comforted her. Articulating such an extensive reply, taking a deep breath, she smiled. The reason is quite ordinary. My family is a fallen noble lineage, essentially reduced to a mere title. Compared to common folk, there isn't much difference. I see, Su Ning'an pondered thoughtfully. Alas, being fallen is one thing. But my family incessantly harps on about maintaining appearances, striving to enroll me in Mingda Academy, Bien Wanxiu sighed. That must place considerable pressure on you. As your values likely diverge significantly from those of your family, Su Ning'an observed. Bien Wanxiu paused, surprised that Jiang Li could empathize with her struggles. Indeed, Bien Wanxiu's voice trembled slightly, as it was the first time someone acknowledged her grievances. That group of people was the most bothersome. They lived off others, shamelessly participating in high society gatherings as if they were truly part of it. What was wrong with me earning my own living? They even claimed that my endeavors were beneath them. Yet, they hadn't provided me with any viable opportunities. My innate talent for studying is rather average, and I lack the resources to exchange favors with the privileged students at Mingda Qingshu. At school, I find myself merely trying to please others, which saddens me greatly. But why? Why am I like this? Bien Wanxiu cried out incessantly. Aunt Qin, perceptive as she was, stepped out of the booth, leaving the two alone. I apologize for burdening you with my negative emotions, she said, wiping her tears, hesitant to meet Jiang Lian's gaze for fear of seeing annoyance reflected in her eyes. Su Ning'an reached out and gently pinched her cheek, causing Bien Wanxiu to flinch. Jiang Lian in the small dark room let out a soft sound of displeasure. Ignoring Jiang Lian for the moment, Su Ning'an patted her head. Everything will be all right. Trust me, I will be your friend from now on. His tone was gentle, akin to a mother comforting a child saddened by a broken toy. Bien Wanxiu was momentarily taken aback, looking up at him. His expression was calm and serene, suggesting he was steadfast and trustworthy. Boo, she whimpered softly, kneeling and burying her head in Jiang Lian's embrace. Su Ning'an ran his fingers through her hair in silence. If his system were a traditional romance game, the panel would have popped up, indicating a dramatic increase in his progress with Bien Wanxiu. Yes, from now on, Shaoli, you will be my best friend. Bien Wanxiu expressed her feelings sincerely, and Su Ning'an felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that even in his absence, Bien Wanxiu would protect Jiang Lian. Allies. There were still undisclosed secrets that could be gradually uncovered from Bien Wanxiu's lips. The more pressing matter now was how to prepare her for the true Jiang Lian. Otherwise, when he left, and Jiang Lian revealed her true self, her disdainful gaze could leave Bien Wanxiu utterly perplexed, causing her affection to plummet. Wanxiu, may I call you that? Su Ning'an inquired softly. Of course, Bien Wanxiu replied, still leaning against Su Ning'an, nodding earnestly. I must confess something to you. Su Ning'an sighed dramatically. What is it? Bien Wanxiu asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Today's developments had exceeded her expectations, not in a negative sense, but in a surprisingly positive one. This unexpected goodness made her uneasy. She felt as though a price awaited her. Honestly, I didn't want to return to school, due to circumstances at home and my leg, you know, right? Su Ning'an's tone grew somber. Yes, I have learned a bit. Bien Wanxiu chose her words carefully. The personality I had before wasn't what I desired, but I couldn't control it. However, I've taken medication, and I feel somewhat better now. Su Ning'an smiled faintly. Really? I'm truly happy for you. Bien Wanxiu responded with a smile. Oh, no wonder Jiang Lian has changed so much. It turns out she didn't want to be that way either, and the medication helped her. Bien Wanxiu thought to herself, sensing something amiss but unable to pinpoint it immediately. Yet, Su Ning'an sighed again, interrupting her thoughts. Her heart sank with his sigh. But what? She asked, her voice tinged with unease. This kind of medication doesn't last long. It will eventually lose its effectiveness, and I will revert to my old self, Su Ning'an expressed with a sorrowful expression. Wah! Bien Wanxiu suddenly stood up, wrapping her arms around Su Ning'an, who was now nestled against her. I'm worried it might hurt you again. Su Ning'an insisted on finishing his line. But the medication lasts about 8 hours a day, so it shouldn't. Don't say that. Bien Wanxiu interjected sternly. Su Ning'an was taken aback, surprised by this side of her. Xiaoli, you've had it tough too, but you won't hurt me. You can rest assured. I'm not that fragile. So, didn't we agree to be good friends? Bien wants you asserted firmly. You support me now, so why can't I be there for you when you're vulnerable? Wants you. Please don't underestimate me. Bien wants you felt a sense of elevation. I'm so glad, Su Ning'an said genuinely, his happiness evident. After several hours, he had successfully helped Jiang Mulian find her first friend. He hoped she wouldn't reject it. In the small dark room, Jiang Mulian remained calm, holding on to her transformation. She neither displayed dislike nor joy, seemingly indifferent to it all. Wants you. What type of videos do you usually make? Su Ning'an casually inquired during the afternoon break. Bien wants you pondered for a moment. Well, some of it is meme edits, and I also express my views on current events. But mostly, I film my school life to maintain my persona. Although she felt a bit embarrassed discussing this in class, she suppressed her discomfort, reminding herself it was for something she loved. Do you film daily life at an elite school? Su Ning'an asked thoughtfully. Is it akin to crafting a persona for a noble young lady? This persona indeed attracted attention and enhanced various video activities. However, most of the time, it's just me filming. Only a few times have I gotten permission from classmates to interview them or film performances. Bien wants you sighed, likely having faced considerable judgment and mockery for her videos. Can you film me? Su Ning'an suddenly asked. His prior silence was a subtle way of seeking Jiang Mulian's opinion. She had no objections, willing to comply with whatever he desired. Film Xiaoli? Bien wants you was taken aback. Yes, I can do quite a bit. Like playing the piano or painting. Is that okay? Bien wants you felt a stir of excitement, yet remained hesitant. She understood that someone as beautiful as Jiang Mulian could easily garner a large following online just by showing her face. Not to mention, with her disabilities, multifaceted talents, and outstanding grades, she was bound to be a sensation. However, even if Jiang Mulian was willing, Bien wants you worried about how Zhang's father would react. She feared him greatly. What is wrong with that? Su Ning'an countered. Isn't it possible your father? No, he doesn't concern himself with those matters, or perhaps he actually welcomes it. Zhang Xiaohua hopes for Jiang Mulian to make more friends, likely with the intention of expanding her influence. Thus, having influence online would likely align with his wishes. The chances of opposition were minimal. That's wonderful. Bien wants you felt deeply moved. She believed Jiang Mulian would be indifferent to becoming an internet sensation. The reason for suggesting to shoot a video together was to assist her good friend, who truly needed it. As class began, Jiang Mulian smiled and bid her farewell. Returning to her seat, Bien Wanxiu also took out her textbook, feigning interest in her studies. She silently resolved to help Jiang Mulian in the future, refusing to let her friend bear the burden alone. On the other hand, Su Ning'an continued typing to Jiang Mulian, questioning, Hua, why agree to such troublesome matters? If you're looking to expand your influence, there are many simpler and more effective methods. Jiang Mulian's tone was one of confusion, yet she held no grievance. Merely offering a suggestion, it is to create opportunities for interaction and to enhance our rapport. Is Hua doing this for me? Jiang Mulian asked with a smile. Of course, came the reply. Rest assured, while I only have eyes for you, I understand your intentions are for my benefit, so I won't treat her harshly. After all, I must cherish your efforts. Jiang Mulian said this lightly, as if to imply that even though someone's cooking might not be to her taste, she would still appreciate the thought behind it. This exchange did not go unnoticed by their classmates, who began to sense a shift in their relationship. Jiang Mulian seemed suddenly more approachable, even forging a friendship with Bien Wanxiu, which was surprising given her previously aloof demeanor. What had transpired in Jiang Mulian's life to bring about such a change? Some were puzzled, some indifferent, while others took note. Meanwhile, in the summer class, it was time for the routine Friday meeting. The class teacher, Ms. Yu, stood at the podium discussing the plans for the upcoming week. As I'm sure you all know, we have exams next week. A collective sigh echoed through the room. Ms. Yu, a young and lovely teacher, smiled as she added, but once the exams are over, we can embark on our study tour. As soon as she finished speaking, the classroom erupted in cheers. How many days will we go? Asked Qian Juanhao. Where are we headed? Inquired a girl from the front row. Will we be staying together? Another girl chimed in, glancing back at Su Ning'an. He was puzzled by her gaze. Even if they were to stay together, it was clear that boys and girls would not be rooming together. Will our grade be going to the same place? Another boy queried. The students buzzed with excitement, and Ms. Yu raised her hand to quiet them. We haven't even taken the exams yet, so let us not rush. The school will confirm the details over the weekend, and I will inform you after the exams. She wore an expression that suggested she was at a loss with her students' impatience. Oh, what a letdown. Li Yizhou sighed. You've made me lose all motivation to study. The robust sports representative declared. I'll eliminate all the time from the exams until the study tour. Qian Juanhao proclaimed loudly. How strange. Does he know the powers of the Scarlet King's stand? Li Yizhou applauded. Just remember not to delete the weekend. A girl beside him laughed. The class burst into laughter. Ms. Yu once again raised her hand, her voice slightly quieter now. All right, be sure to rest well over the weekend. But don't forget to review. If your progress declines too much, you will be called in for a talk, she advised with a smile. And if we make significant progress? Someone asked. Of course, there will be rewards. She replied. Will it just be an increase in scholarships? Someone questioned. Su Ning'an thought that even an increase in scholarships would be a remarkable reward. Perhaps there will be public commendations or opportunities to speak on stage. Ms. Yu seemed uncertain. Is that all? A girl in the front row appeared disappointed. What else do you expect? Ms. Yu sighed in exasperation. If we are called in for a talk, will it be with you, Ms. Yu? A boy raised his hand. The other students laughed. Ms. Yu was easy to approach, and many students enjoyed chatting with her. So being called in for a talk was hardly a punishment. Ms. Yu pondered for a moment. It is possible it could be with the disciplinary director? The boy who had asked earlier looked bewildered. The disciplinary director was known to be a harsh and cantankerous woman, her personality sharp and fierce. Encountering her was akin to facing a wicked witch from a fairy tale. If caught, one might endure severe repercussions. Perhaps parents would even be summoned? Ms. Yu added. The entire class erupted in unison, their voices elevated. Ms. Yu wore a triumphant smile. So, everyone, let us work hard these days. Otherwise, you won't be able to enjoy the study tour. I'll stay up late to study. Qian Juanhao declared confidently. But didn't you just say you'd skip this time? The girl in front of him teased. Forget what I just said. Qian Juanhao had grasped the essence of a certain leader's philosophy. It seems I must also bring forth all my strengths. Li Yizhou declared dramatically. For an enjoyable study tour. The sports representative resolved. For fear of being caught by the wicked witch. For fear of being humiliated by our parents. For Su, let us stay together. Wait, did someone just mention Su Ning'an's surname? And it definitely sounded like a girl. In any case, everyone was highly motivated, and the classroom buzzed with excitement. Oh, cheers erupted from the neighboring class as well, though it was unclear at which stage their meeting had reached. All right, go on to your duties. Those without hygiene tasks. Head to your clubs, and then enjoy your weekend at home. Ms. Yu announced, her voice barely rising above the noise. Su Ning'an began to gather his things. Preparing to report to the club activity room. Qian Juanhao turned back to him, asking, where do you think we will go? Haicheng. Su Ning'an casually guessed a location. Recalling that Prince Xia Qingyan had just returned from Haicheng, the exam schedule was set such that the senior students would take theirs first, followed by the intermediate, and finally, the junior students like them. Xia Qingyan had likely already experienced the study tour, and it was very likely to be Haicheng. Haicheng is quite modern. But there isn't much to do. It would be better to visit somewhere with natural beauty, Qian Juanhao critiqued. Su Ning'an found himself at a loss for words. He was rather poor and had never been to Haicheng. Yen Yunan approached, seemingly looking for Su Ning'an. Qian Juanhao pretended not to notice her and continued talking about anime. She asked Su Ning'an, were you in the classroom during lunch? Referring to the lunch break. Qian Juanhao instinctively turned to engage in other activities. Yes. Su Ning'an was unsure of her intent in asking this. Qingyan prepared a reclining chair for the lunch break, the kind you can lie down on to sleep. She asked me to inform you that you can go to the club activity room during lunch breaks. Yen Yunan spoke in a flat tone, as if dealing with official business. The prince is indeed magnificent. Thank you, your highness. I almost slipped up, he thought to himself. Qian Juanhao shot him a jealous glare, baring his teeth. Su Ning'an feigned ignorance, returning an innocent look. A girl from the front row suddenly turned around and asked, Yen, are you and Su dating? Instantly, the noise in the classroom diminished significantly. Some individuals lowered their voices, while others discreetly glanced backward, seemingly eager to uncover the specific answer to a particular question. Qian Juanhao widened his eyes in disbelief at the audacity of a certain individual. After school, he arrived at the club, where Yen and Su were rumored to be in a relationship. The atmosphere grew considerably quieter. Yen Yunan remained silent. Prompting another inquiry from the girl nearby, Yen Yunan pursed her lips, gazing intently at Su Ning'an. Should I answer? Su Ning'an asked. And what do you say? Yen Yunan replied. With a sigh, Su Ning'an responded, no, we are not. So you are merely friends? Su Ning'an began to elaborate, but Yen Yunan suddenly interjected, Su, I don't recall us ever declaring that we would be friends. Su Ning'an fell silent, glancing up to see her enigmatic smile. Oh, Yen Yunan's unexpected remark hinted at a desire for him to propose friendship first. Did one truly need to engage in a game of precedence in such a setting? Her words caught everyone off guard. The questioning girl, Qian Juanhao, and even the other classmates eavesdropping from a distance. Had Su Ning'an misinterpreted the situation? Did he wish to be friends with Yin Yunan, only for her to decline? They could never fathom that Yin Yunan was merely being playful. She sought acknowledgement from Su Ning'an that it was he who first suggested friendship, and only then did she reluctantly agree. Yin Yunan chuckled softly, seemingly urging Su Ning'an to respond. He smiled back. Are you serious? You don't wish to be friends? Something felt amiss. He had become accustomed to smiling while pursuing Bian Wanxiu, and had momentarily forgotten to alter his demeanor. Yin Yunan's smile faded, replaced by a look of disbelief. If she felt this way, her classmates behind her were even more taken aback. The girls were momentarily stunned, their cheeks flushed as their hearts raced and breaths quickened. Even the boys, who had previously been indifferent to Su Ning'an, found themselves momentarily dazed. The once lively classroom had grown quiet, akin to a study hall. Recognizing the awkwardness of the situation, Su Ning'an feigned nonchalance and exited the classroom, followed by Yin Yunan, who soon regained her composure. It took some time for their classmates to awaken from their stupor. However, since they were captivated by their peers' reactions, they felt too shy to express their thoughts aloud. They could only whisper among themselves. He looks so good. I love Su Ning'an's smile. I just realized he never smiled before. What kind of being is Su Ning'an? I want to share a dorm with him. Ugh, how infuriating. Hey, aren't you just handsome? Yin Yunan asked as they walked. If you think so, then perhaps it is true, Su Ning'an replied. Today, in preparation for his pursuit of Jiang Muli, Su Ning'an had diligently studied how to smile to create a positive impression. Yet he had inadvertently applied it to his own situation. Just be mindful next time and refrain from smiling in public, Yin Yunan advised earnestly. It appeared she genuinely regarded handsomeness as a superpower. Does that mean I can smile at you privately? Su Ning'an retorted. Her resistance to his smiles had indeed diminished significantly. Are you a rogue? Yin Yunan rolled her eyes. It's merely a smile. How could that be rogue? Smiling is a fundamental human right. Don't you think it's rather pitiable if I were born deprived of the right to smile? Being good-looking is not a birthright, she countered. Are you suggesting that heaven opens one door only to close another? Are you admitting that I am better looking than you? Su Ning'an laughed. Yin Yunan pressed her lips together but did not turn away. She had indeed begun to grow accustomed to his smile. Although each time he smiled, she still felt as if feathers were gently tickling her heart. Where did I admit that? She denied. Her rebuttal lacked originality, leaving Su Ning'an disinterested in continuing the conversation. It seemed that Yin Yunan was still somewhat taken aback by the impact of his smile. Deciding to refrain from teasing her further, he fell silent. Yin Yunan remained quiet as well, continuing to walk ahead while Su Ning'an trailed behind. As they passed through a corridor bathed in both shadow and light and entered a sunlit area, they glimpsed students exercising on the playground before stepping into an elevator that took them to the appropriate floor. Upon reaching the level with air conditioning, the refreshing air enveloped them, prompting Yin Yunan to exhale in relief. Has your intelligence reclaimed its high ground? Su Ning'an inquired. What are you talking about? Yin Yunan replied with a playful blink, not answering directly. Strangely, if she did not comprehend his words, why did she smile? Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Reading and Tea Society, where there were still a few girls admiring the sign. Among them was a striking girl, reminiscent of moonlight in the night, named Su Wenying. From Qian Juanhao's account, she was from the neighboring literature club, making her presence here quite logical. However, Su Ning'an noticed that their encounters seemed to be increasing. As Yin Yunan had remarked, the doppelgangers, oh no, those with superpowers, are drawn to one another. Could it be that she possessed superpowers as well? Or perhaps the potential to become one? As they passed, the girls collectively turned their gazes towards Su Ning'an, while Su Wenying averted her eyes. Wow, that boy is handsome, exclaimed a girl of similar stature to Su Wenying, joyfully pointing at Su Ning'an. The surrounding girls nodded in agreement, affirming their thoughts. Why are you all silent? Don't you think he's handsome? The lively girl continued, nodding in agreement. They suddenly shook their heads again. Tong Tong, it's impolite to comment on someone's appearance in front of them. One girl interjected. And don't you feel any shame? Another girl added from farther away. But I was complimenting him. The lively girl protested, her tone bewildered. The surrounding girls fell silent and exchanged glances, as if pondering the validity of her statement. Eventually, they chimed in. Indeed, he is quite handsome. No, he's extraordinarily handsome. Super handsome. Before the girls could finish, Su Ning'an closed the club's door, effectively cutting off their voices. The soundproofing within the activity room was impeccable, severing sound as cleanly as a knife slicing through tofu. Standing before a massive fish tank, Su Ning'an observed a turtle and several vibrant goldfish swimming within. The turtle, a pig-nosed variety, had a gentle disposition and posed no threat to the goldfish, provided it was fed regularly. The two species coexisted harmoniously, with an oxygen tube steadily bubbling away, making the tank as clear as a gemstone. One side of the tank even featured a small artificial beach for the turtle to rest upon. Indeed, it is quite beautiful, Yin Yunan remarked, turning to him with a mischievous grin, mimicking the earlier girl's tone. It soon became clear that she was not referring to the fish tank, but rather to him. Su Ning'an shot her a bored glance in response. Hearing her movement, President Xia Qingyan looked up from her book. Apologies for the interruption, Su Ning'an said. Yin Yunan felt something was amiss. Why was Su Ning'an apologizing when it was her noise that had caused the disruption? It's nothing. It doesn't matter, she replied. President Xia Qingyan shook her head. Her voice crisp and clear like the sound of ice cubes clinking together. She continued to lower her gaze to her book. A familiar meow echoed as a small figure jumped out from behind the desk. Both Su Ning'an and Yin Yunan were taken aback. It was Xiao Yezi. How did it end up here? Upon seeing Su Ning'an, Xiao Yezi wagged its tail joyfully and ran over to nuzzle against his pants. Qingyan, are you planning to adopt Xiao Yezi? Is that its name? It's quite lovely. Yes, it was named by Su. It appears that His Highness Xia Qingyan is indeed well acquainted with Yin Yunan. I encountered it this morning. It is adorable and very clean. Yet it had no place to stay. So, I placed a cardboard box in the corner of the activity room for it to use as a cat bed. Xia Qingyan added. Yin Yunan nodded, sighed softly, and then turned away. Xiao Yezi lay comfortably in Su Ning'an's arms, purring contentedly. It really likes you, she remarked. Indeed. Children and cute animals tend to be very fond of me. How peculiar. Such notions of cuteness are inherently subjective. How can they be used to categorize animals? To say that adorable creatures are fond of him is, in truth, an assertion of his own affection for them. The temperamental young lady entered the practice room after school, accompanied by the reading and tea club. Cradling the obedient Xiao Yezi, Su Ning'an found a spot to sit. Xiao Yezi lay quietly across his lap as he gently stroked its fur. Yin Yunan cast a glance at him, but said nothing, opting instead to take a book and sit down to read. After a moment of silence, Su Ning'an broke the stillness. Are you really reading? What about the Superpower Club? Sensing something, although Xia Qingyan did not look up, she gently interjected. Su, you may help yourself to a book from the shelf. Are all of them available? He inquired. Everything is fair game. Please feel free, she replied. Nodding, Su Ning'an placed Xiao Yezi on the table and casually picked a book. He opened it to the table of contents. It was an obscure work, but it would suffice. Xiao Yezi slowly crawled back toward him, prompting Su Ning'an to extend a hand. One hand flipped through the book while the other scratched the little black cat's head. The evening sun lazily poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows. All three were engrossed in their reading. Even the cat lay quietly. At Haiqingming Ching School. It was also after-school club time. Bian Wanxiu was pushing Jiang Muli toward the piano practice room to shoot a video. Along the way, numerous students cast astonished glances. It seemed hard for them to believe that the previously aloof Jiang Muli would allow someone to push her. Some speculated that Jiang Muli had softened, willing to interact with others. Others believed she had enslaved Bian Wanxiu, compelling her to serve. Regardless of what passing classmates thought, none dared approach, fearing they might become targets of a fearsome witch's wrath. Upon reaching the piano practice room, Bian Wanxiu excitedly took out her equipment and set it up. She had already envisioned the video going viral. Wanxiu? Su Ning'an suddenly spoke. What's the matter, Shaoli? Could you help me place these beneath the 3 petals? Su Ning'an retrieved 3 small black boxes from his bag, made of plastic and shaped like a square. Bian Wanxiu curiously took them, asking, what are these? My specially crafted tools, equipped with AI, to assist me in engaging the petals while playing. In truth, these 3 boxes were merely empty shells, hastily assembled by him. He intended to use telekinesis to press the pedals, and with these, no one would suspect anything. Some pianos have specialized pedal mechanisms that connect to the backrest of the piano bench, allowing one to activate the sustained pedals simply by leaning against it. But that was too cumbersome. Did you make these yourself, Shaoli? That's impressive. Bian Wanxiu obediently followed his instructions. Simultaneously, she felt a pang of sadness for Jiang Muli, who could not use her own feet to engage the pedals. All right, are you ready to begin? Wanxiu, do you need to prepare anything? No, just filming normally will suffice. I will handle the editing later, Bian Wanxiu replied with a smile. Very well, Su Ning'an prepared to perform. Suddenly, a knock resonated through the room. Su Ning'an cast a puzzled glance, and Bian Wanxiu looked equally bewildered. I wonder who that could be. She dashed to the door and opened it, revealing a tall girl standing there. Bian Wanxiu was taken aback. Go away. The girl strode in with an assertive demeanor, pushing Bian Wanxiu aside as she entered the practice room. Bian Wanxiu barely had time to speak before the girl casually shut the door. locking eyes with Su Ning'an in a cold standoff. The girl was tall and slender, adorned in a red and black ensemble, her oval face framed by elegantly arched eyebrows. Her ivory complexion tilted slightly upward, exuding an air of haughty superiority. That's not what you think, Bien Wanqiu attempted to explain. Silence. The girl interrupted, her tone exuding a pressure cultivated from the highest echelons of refinement. Bien Wanqiu lowered her head in submission, hesitant to speak. If Jiang Muli's aura was akin to a stifling atmosphere that made it hard to breathe, then the girl before them radiated the sharpness of a glistening knife, striking fear into the hearts of those present. Who was she? She appeared formidable, yet the question lingered. Was it Bien Wanqiu or Jiang Muli she was at odds with? Jiang Muli's voice broke the tension. She must be Gu Miaoyin, a member of the Gu family, academically proficient yet with a notoriously difficult temperament. The fact that even Jiang Muli recognized her hinted at Gu Miaoyin's formidable background. However, Jiang Muli described her as having a vile character? Speak plainly, what do you mean? Gu Miaoyin crossed her arms, speaking coldly, undoubtedly addressing Jiang Muli. Su Ning'an felt baffled. What do you mean? At this moment, Gu Miaoyin was like an arrogant enigma. Observing Jiang Muli's reaction, Gu Miaoyin's eyes widened in astonishment. You've changed. It was as if she were astounded that a poor student had aced a test. Such a tone was undeniably rude. Given her demeanor, one might have assumed her to be well-mannered, but it seemed he had misjudged her. You might consider being clearer. Su Ning'an replied, his tone now less amicable. Why are you bullying her? Gu Miaoyin spoke directly, her gaze sharp, seemingly ready for a confrontation. Huh. Su Ning'an paused. Bullying whom? Bien Wanqiu? No, it's about Xiao Li. Bien Wanqiu, who had been looking down, hurriedly defended her friend, but Gu Miaoyin instinctively wanted her to be quiet. You. Gu Miaoyin, her phoenix eyes glinted with anger. As she spoke, she suddenly hesitated. Xiao Li? Oh. Bien Wanqiu lowered her head. Wait, please finish your thought. She sensed something was amiss. It's just that today Xiao Li, Bien Wanqiu sighed in relief, recounting the events of her making friends earlier that day. Upon finishing her words, Gu Miaoyin, having grasped the reality of the situation, revealed an expression of embarrassment. Su Ning'an, with a knowing smile, inquired, are you now aware of the circumstances? What has caused such a transformation in you? Gu Miaoyin feigned curiosity. Shouldn't your first course of action be to apologize to me? A hint of realization crossed her features as she added, ah, so you merely adopted a different form of malice? Su Ning'an was rendered speechless. How could someone like her dare to accuse others of being malicious? Very well, while the original Jiang Muli may have had her faults, he certainly did not. I'm sorry, Gu Miaoyin quickly uttered. The two syllables seemed to scorch her tongue, fleetingly slipping away. Su Ning'an feigned a moment of confusion, pretending not to have heard her clearly. Were you just insulting me? No. I was. What are you doing? Apologizing. Her voice dwindled once more. Oh, an apology. Su Ning'an responded, as if suddenly enlightened. Gu Miaoyin exhaled in relief. Yet he shifted the conversation. I don't believe you. You must be insulting me. Believe what you wish. She retorted. Unless you repeat what you just said. Gu Miaoyin took a deep breath, seemingly on the verge of a tantrum. Su Ning'an remained unperturbed. Now endowed with mental prowess, he could easily subdue her if he wished. Sorry, she articulated clearly, each word resonating with precision. Following her apology, Gu Miaoyin's demeanor appeared somewhat deflated, as if her pride had taken a blow. Su Ning'an flashed a gentle smile. Very well, I forgive you. It appears that Miss Gu is not as malevolent as she seems. Jiang Muli's enchanting smile left Gu Miaoyin momentarily dazed. Oh, she responded, seemingly acknowledging the forgiveness. So, can we be friends? Su Ning'an inquired with a grin. Although Gu Miaoyin was somewhat reckless, she ultimately seemed like a good person, just a bit clumsy. Gu Miaoyin furrowed her brow. What do you mean by that? Can't you express your concerns plainly or subtly? It's quite frustrating. Your manner of speaking is worlds apart from Yen Yunan's. Su Ning'an sighed. Will you agree or not? At this, Gu Miaoyin's frown deepened. She despised being pressured into anything. Yet, for reasons she couldn't quite fathom, she hesitated, unable to immediately decline. Do you still need to think it over? Su Ning'an's tone softened. Oh, Gu Miaoyin responded, neither accepting nor refusing. What did this string of and oh signify? Was it arrogance or mere shyness? Was she truly incapable of speaking without being confrontational? So, Miss Gu, do you have other matters to attend to? Wanqiu and I need to film a video, and my home is quite far from here. So I must return early. Are you not curious why I came to confront you? Gu Miaoyin suddenly asked. Su Ning'an blinked. He could surmise that she had heard from others about Jiang Muli bullying Bien Wanqiu and had come to her defense. However, Gu Miaoyin did not voice this thought, unaware that Su Ning'an had already guessed it. Thus, she must have assumed that in Jiang Muli's eyes, she was merely a reckless intruder stirring trouble. A notion she seemed unable to accept. Miss Gu was rather concerned about others' perceptions of her, which was quite endearing. Not curious, Su Ning'an smiled faintly, adopting an air of aloofness. Actually, I came to, not interested, Su Ning'an interrupted. Gu Miaoyin took a deep breath. She was genuinely on the verge of exploding with anger. Unless Su Ning'an speaks again. Unless what? Gu Miaoyin paused her fury, opting to inquire. Unless you agree to be friends with me. She was momentarily taken aback. Just like that? Indeed. So, will you be my friend? This time, Su Ning'an's inquiry was somewhat more relaxed. Can I say yes now? No. Huh. You said can as if it were a certainty. What if you deceive me? You might feign agreement while not genuinely considering me a friend, only seeking to clear your own name. Gu Miaoyin's thoughts raced in this direction, causing her to feel slightly guilty, which stifled her anger. Su Ning'an continued, You, indeed, seem to only think of yourself. Only think of myself. Gu Miaoyin widened her eyes in anger. How could that be? She protested, attempting to maintain her composure. How do you prove that you don't? How am I supposed to know how to prove it? Do you know? True friends share embraces or pats on the head. Su Ning'an casually remarked, while Bian Wanqiu looked on in astonishment. Casting a sidelong glance at Bian Wanqiu, he signaled for her to remain silent. Then turned back to Gu Miaoyin. The latter wore a skeptical expression. Are you trying to deceive me? Impossible. You must be deceiving me. Ask your good friend, and you'll find out. Wait, you don't have any true friends, do you? Su Ning'an feigned surprise. Surely not. Who says I don't have any? Gu Miaoyin hastily countered, even becoming flustered. Then hug me. Hug. Will you hug or not? I won't. Gu Miaoyin struggled to articulate. Su Ning'an smirked mockingly. Gu Miaoyin began to take deep breaths, this time not in anger, but in a desire to escape. Then come here, let me pat your head. That should be acceptable, right? Su Ning'an sighed. Gu Miaoyin began to squirm. Lu Sun once said that when you wish to open a window but are met with resistance, you can threaten to tear off the roof, and they will relent. Similarly, if one wishes to touch a girl's head, it may be prudent to first propose a hug or a kiss, thus increasing the likelihood of success. Gu Miaoyin lowered her head, remaining silent. Ultimately, she squatted down, slowly leaning towards Su Ning'an. The once commanding Gu Miaoyin, with her hair flowing defiantly, now crouched near the wheelchair, her long hair cascading down to shield her flushed face. Su Ning'an smiled. Under the bewildered gaze of Bian Wanqiu, he reached out to touch Gu Miaoyin's head. Bian Wanqiu appeared utterly confused. What were they doing? How did it suddenly escalate to head pats and hugs? Good girl, Su Ning'an spoke gently. Upon hearing this tone, not only did Bian Wanqiu tremble, but Gu Miaoyin could not withstand it either. What are you doing? She exclaimed, springing to her feet. Gu Miaoyin, flustered and her face aglow, demanded answers. With her hair disheveled and her cheeks flushed like a steaming kettle, she accused, You did that on purpose, didn't you? Gu Miaoyin herself couldn't comprehend why she had squatted down. She felt certain it was Jiang Muli, that wicked woman, intending to humiliate her. Su Ning'an continued to smile, unwavering as spring breezes against stubborn ice. Seeing that Su Ning'an remained silent, Gu Miaoyin resolved to flee the scene. In a flurry of urgency, she was about to open the door when Su Ning'an interjected, Aren't you going to explain? I am quite eager to listen. Gu Miaoyin's steps froze, and after a moment of inner turmoil, she transformed her stride into a halt and turned around. Please, do begin your explanation. I am all ears. Su Ning'an's smile remained unaltered. Gu Miaoyin closed her eyes, feeling that today was indeed a bizarre and dreadful day. The historical conundrum of Blue Star, though I have exerted considerable effort in its background exposition, must be addressed, albeit it may seem tedious. In Su Ning'an's perception, Xia Qiming was undoubtedly a time traveler, and there exists a substantial possibility that he was equipped with a system of sorts. This system must pertain to industrial matters. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for one individual, no matter how prodigious, to establish a comprehensive industrial framework from scratch within a single lifetime. Xia Qiming lived for over 90 years, paving the way for the great Xia to breach the gates of modernization and emerge as the world's singular superpower. Until his demise, he continued to make significant contributions to the cultural and educational landscape of the great Xia. After his departure, no one could rival even a fraction of his achievements, and he was revered as a sacred figure. The reverence the Xia people held for him endured for centuries. While this may sound splendid, it has left behind numerous historical dilemmas. During the era of Xia Qiming, the constitutional monarchy in District 1 was non-existent. He was the unequivocal architect of the great Xia's industrial system, and a centralized imperial authority was more conducive to accelerating industrialization. After his passing, the centralization among the Xia people relaxed somewhat, yet their faith in this system remained unwavering. However, his successors lacked systems and even struggled with their talents, barely managing to uphold the legacy of governance. While Xia Qiming was in power, he promoted modern scientific education while also disseminating rudimentary blueprints that even those without scientific knowledge could utilize to construct advanced machinery, provided there was absolute obedience from the subordinates, allowing productivity to leap forward. Yet, upon his death, his heirs found even calculus and classical physics to be formidable challenges. Naturally, they could not continue to guide the production sector nor comprehend the plans laid out by their predecessor. In this context, the Great Xia retained its centralized imperial system, leading to a significant regression in productivity. A dynasty that had not experienced revolution suddenly possessed immeasurable productivity, giving rise to colossal interest groups, the nouveau riches, that could not tolerate the constraints of the system. Some of these new elites departed from the central core, rapidly developing in overseas colonies without any restrictions, their capital even approaching that of the homeland. Others remained domestically, eager to sever ties with the traditionalist factions. A second civil war soon erupted, and overseas colonies seized the opportunity to declare independence. However, this was not without merit, as it ultimately established a constitutional monarchy. Xia Qiming had anticipated this outcome. Following the First Civil War, he ascended to the throne. Upon his coronation, he sighed and remarked to his loyal supporters, "You have truly put me through torment. I fear my descendants may find themselves on the guillotine." He had also broached the topics of constitutional monarchy and democratic republic. Yet in his quest for rapid industrialization during his lifetime, he reverted to centralized imperial rule, leaving the task of reform to future generations. Before his death, he issued a decree announcing to the world that should anyone rise in revolution, they could replace his descendants, but should not eradicate them entirely. His successors adhered to this, elevating the enlightened collateral branches of the Xia royal family that supported reform. The defeated direct descendants of Xia Qiming were relocated to Xia City, which had long ceased to be the capital. Thus, the enduring constitutional monarchy was established. As of today, has the nobility of District 1 been eradicated? Some have been removed, though remnants persist. Certain formidable nobles still wield considerable influence across various domains. Although the nobility has endeavored to modernize, engaging in industrial and commercial pursuits, they remain more concerned with maintaining their dignity compared to entrepreneurs lacking a noble lineage, who may prioritize profit over decorum. Even as the nobility has waned and continues to be assimilated by the nouveau riches, they stubbornly cling to cultural traditions, such as adhering to certain noble rituals and preserving the practice of having companions in education. The so-called companions, akin to having a servant accompany one in their studies, are viewed as provocative by the constitutionally inclined, who advocate for equality, though the latter do not take much offense. However, their children are still impressionable. At Haiqing Mingde Academy, students are broadly divided into two factions, the noble faction and the commoner faction. The noble faction requires no elaboration. As for the so-called commoner faction, it does not refer literally to the common people, but rather to those without noble bloodlines or heritage. As the pinnacle of the food chain at Mingde Academy, Zhang Muli could be considered part of the commoner faction by this definition. However, her indiscriminate disdain for everyone renders her outside any faction. The seemingly reckless Miss Gu Miaoyin also belongs to the commoner faction. Meanwhile, the classmate seated next to Zhang Muli, Bian Wanqiu, though a scion of a declining noble house, still qualifies as part of the nobility. Yet, due to her meager title and inheritance, the principal members of the noble faction do not associate with her. Moreover, despite being noble, she gained admission to Mingde Academy through a somewhat dubious method, entering as a companion. Companionship, as previously mentioned, is one of the cultural legacies of the aristocracy, yet it carries significant inequality and is thus scorned by commoner students. As a private institution catering to the nobility, Mingde Academy permits each student to bring a companion. The entrance requirements for companions are quite lenient, essentially rendering them akin to half-servants. Nobility almost universally has a companion at their side, whether during study, daily activities, or various events, serving as a remnant of an era gone by, a display of arrogance in the face of modernity. Conversely, the commoner faction generally eschews companions, emphasizing independence and autonomy. Nevertheless, the linchpin of the commoner faction, Gu Miaoyin, is an exception. She does have a companion, namely Bian Wanqiu, a member of a fallen noble family. The arrangement of having Bian Wanqiu as a companion serves merely to facilitate her admission to the academy. allowing her to engage in her studies and life independently, far from the role of a conventional servant. In this sense, Gu Miaoying acts as a benefactor to Bian Wanqiu. However, today, news reached Gu Miaoying that her companion had been usurped by Jiang Muli. It was rumored that Bian Wanqiu had even been reduced to a wheelchair-pushing servant. Thus, Gu Miaoying stormed into the practice room, seeking an explanation. With a sigh, Gu Miaoying lamented, "Initially, I thought Bian Wanqiu had been coerced by you, which is why I did not intend to listen to her." Su Ning'an blinked. "So you consider yourself a good person?" "Of course," Gu Miaoying nodded, albeit somewhat awkwardly. "Oh, what does that mean?" Gu Miaoying felt that Jiang Muli did not believe her. "It means I understand now," Su Ning'an replied thoughtfully. "What are you pondering?" "I am contemplating which companion would be more suitable," Su Ning'an stated honestly. "Since Jiang Muli has no companion, perhaps selecting a suitably aged little maid as a companion would naturally yield a friend." Progress and friendship, automatic level 1. Although it was a bug, Jiang Xiaohua must have been pleased to see his daughter adapt so flexibly. Gu Miaoying was incredulous. "How can you, being a commoner, choose a companion for study? If you can, why can't I?" Su Ning'an retorted. "How is it the same? I am facilitating Bian Wanqiu's admission, treating her equally in our daily interactions. And she is a little aristocrat who can even strike back at the opposing faction. The commoners support my actions." Upon hearing this, Su Ning'an glanced at Bian Wanqiu, who appeared embarrassed. Gu Miaoying, however, was completely oblivious to the inappropriate nature of her words. It seemed that Gu Miaoying truly lacked the ability to articulate her thoughts. "I also need others to push me. Otherwise, even going to the restroom is a challenge." That's true. Gu Miaoying suddenly remembered that Jiang Muli was disabled. And wasn't it said that both factions dislike me? What does my choice of companion have to do with them? Su Ning'an found it quite strange. Gu Miaoying was at a loss for words. She racked her brain and added, "But if you were to become normal, both factions would surely pay attention to you. At that point, they would come to test, woo, or even attack you. So, are you inviting me?" Su Ning'an had heard similar arguments before. Yin Yunan had once said something akin to that, and he had believed it then. Gu Miaoying was reluctant to admit any notion of invitation. "If you are determined, swearing to be my lifelong friend, and striving towards that goal from this moment on, I will agree to ally with you," Su Ning'an stated. In truth, it was redundant. Being friends naturally meant being allies. Who would want to be your lifelong friend? Gu Miaoying stammered, her cheeks flushed. "If you don't want it, why are you blushing?" Su Ning'an merely nodded. "I hope you will consider it carefully." "Who is considering?" Gu Miaoying began to protest. "I really want to be your friend," Su Ning'an quickly added. Her words were interrupted. The initially assertive Gu Miaoying had transformed from being aloof to bashful. Su Ning'an speculated that this personality trait might have been shaped by someone she valued at home. "I remind you, a student transferred from the imperial capital has begun to emerge as a leader of the aristocrats. She may not care about your past, but might seek you out." Gu Miaoying abruptly changed the subject, showing neither agreement nor disagreement, which satisfied Su Ning'an. "So, she will come to threaten me?" Su Ning'an smiled. Gu Miaoying stared at his smiling face, replying, "Yes, you might want to be cautious." "Thank you for your concern, Miaoying." Su Ning'an, controlling Jiang Muli's body, flashed a sweet smile. She shyly lowered her head, not pursuing the issue of his address. "By the way, I want to film a video with Wanqiu playing the piano. Would you like to stay and listen?" Gu Miaoying slowly moved to the side, ensuring she was not in the frame. Bian Wanqiu appeared slightly bewildered. Why was the usually proud Gu Miaoying suddenly so compliant? "Wanqiu, are you ready?" Su Ning'an approached the long-awaited grand piano. "Oh, yes, I'm ready," Bian Wanqiu replied. Su Ning'an was unconcerned about the aristocrat from the imperial capital, whether friend or foe. It was better to have enemies. With adversaries, he could rightly seek out the enemies of his enemies and thereby naturally become their ally, accelerating his progress in finding friends. Up until now, although it seemed like playing house, these actions were essential for re-establishing Jiang Muli's social connections, ensuring she had good friends to interact with for at least 3 years. After a moment of contemplation, he placed his fingers on the keys and began to play Liszt's La Campanella. After a concise prelude, the frenzied display of skill commenced. The two girls in the practice room widened their eyes. This piece, unexpectedly, what a name it had. Xia Qingyan raised the teapot, pouring with precision. The water struck the leaf buds, releasing a fragrant aroma. As she filled the cup, she lightly tapped the spout 3 times. The surface of the tea steamed as she held the lid, skillfully skimming the froth with a delicate wrist motion. Tilting the lid, the tea flowed into a fairness cup. Pouring the tea, she used a glass spoon to fill it to 7/10 full, ensuring no stains on the rim, with each cup being filled to the same height. Xia Qingyan appeared serene, offering the first cup to Su Ning'an. "Thank you," he accepted graciously. Xia Qingyan nodded and then served Yin Yunan, preventing the curious Xiaoya from getting too close. Su Ningyan observed the tea, which was a pale golden amber, Bai Hao Injin, an exceedingly precious tea. Its taste was smooth, with a sweet aftertaste and a lingering fragrance of orchids. In short, it was delightful. It resembled green tea, but it was evidently superior, not only due to the tea's rarity, but also because of the brewer's exceptional skill. On the first day at the club, Su Ningyan finally experienced both reading and tea tasting. Among the three, only Xia Qingyan had been practicing tea art since childhood. She naturally brewed tea for everyone without any airs of aristocracy. While his main body enjoyed tea at the Xiaohai Club, Jiang Muli was simultaneously playing the piano at Mingde Qingxue, reflecting on Gu Miaoyin's comments about the conflict between the aristocrats and the commoners. Su Ningyan felt an odd sense of unreality. Wasn't Xia Qingyan considered noble? How could she be so approachable? Or perhaps she was unique in that regard. It was likely for this reason that she rejected the private aristocratic academy to attend Xiaohai instead. Su Ningyan savored the tea slowly, comforting the eager Xiaoya as time gradually passed. The club session came to an end. There were no tasks or conflicts among the superhumans. Just a quiet reading of an obscure book while enjoying the tea brewed by the princess. Indeed, joining this club felt like the right choice. At 7 o'clock, Su Ningyan still had time to eat at the cafeteria before heading home. Passing by the convenience store where he had once worked, he noticed a female university student laboring with a distressed expression. Beside her stood another young man, seemingly eager to converse, while she appeared quite weary of the interaction. The foolish university student likely began to empathize with the feelings Su Ningyan had experienced before. As the last rays of sunlight faded, Su Ningyan disembarked from the subway, returning to his rented room. The hour had not yet reached 8, allowing him 4 to 5 more hours of study. Meanwhile, Jiang Muli bid farewell to the two girls and got into the car heading home. Since Su Ningyan could only inhabit his body for 8 hours, Jiang Muli preferred not to waste time on the drive and asked him to return to his original body, planning to rejoin at 10 o'clock. Sitting in the back seat, Jiang Muli wore a stoic expression, gazing out at the flowing evening streets. Up front were the driver and Aunt Qin. Aunt Qin began reporting to Jiang Xiaohua on her phone, detailing everything Jiang Muli had done, who she had been with, and her overall condition, all meticulously conveyed. Jiang Muli was aware of her reporting, but paid it no mind. Out of sheer boredom, and not wishing to read, she took out her phone. Bien wants you had sent numerous messages. Shaoli, has the video been posted? It seems to have garnered a lot of attention already. So many comments. Everyone is praising you. It's not just about your looks. They're also impressed by your piano skills. Some are even asking who Liszt is. Is he the composer you know? Everyone is so curious. Shaoli, we are going to be famous. Jiang Muli observed the messages with indifference, feeling no emotional stirrings within her. Without uttering a single word, she turned off her phone and commenced her slumber. At 10 o'clock that evening, Su Ningyan arrived as scheduled, with only an hour left to spare. Hua, shall we dine? Jiang Muli had scarcely spoken a word throughout her day at school. Upon returning to the villa, a familiar sensation enveloped her. Didn't you just eat before leaving school this afternoon? How about a late-night snack? Could it be that she was beginning to indulge? Perhaps she merely wished for him to eat or had simply grown accustomed to this hour. Su Ningyan approached the dining table, and after finishing his meal, he wandered through the sea of flowers. The summer night breeze was gentle, and the distant presence of rivers and forests rendered the air in the flower garden refreshingly cool. The maids continued to observe from a distance. On my way home, I told my father I was looking for a study companion, he said. To his surprise, Jiang Muli was quite agreeable, which alleviated many of Su Ningyan's concerns. What did he say? He mentioned he would help me choose a clever young maid from tomorrow's selection. Is it one of your maids? It's uncertain. It could be from my father's side, or perhaps my stepmother's. I see. Generally, at this juncture, the stepmother would start causing trouble. Let us wait for tomorrow. We can address any issues as they arise. Is there anything else? Su Ningyan inquired. No, Jiang Muli shook her head. Very well then. Su Ningyan smiled helplessly. He retrieved his phone and opened a social media application. On Bien Wanxio's page, Jiang Muli had indeed not replied. Su Ningyan remained silent, beginning to respond to each of her messages individually. For every message Bien Wanxio sent, he replied in kind. In the end, he explained, sorry, the medication wore off, and I had no desire to do anything, hence the delay in my response. The reply came swiftly. Shaoli. Make sure to rest well and sleep early. See you tomorrow. Jiang Muli responded. Fool, tomorrow is Saturday. Bien Wanxio, Shaoli. It's such a pity you didn't join the club. Jiang Muli, do you want to see me? Bien Wanxio's typing indicator flickered repeatedly. suggesting a tumultuous internal struggle. Ultimately, she sent a simple message, Jiang Mu Li. This week, 1T work. I have other matters. After my exams next week, I'll consider joining a club. Su Ning and indeed had matters to discuss, particularly concerning Jiang Mu Li's apparent dissatisfaction with his attempts at courting young maidens. Additionally, he needed to familiarize himself with and train the selected study maid. Bien Wan Xiao, all right. I'll go with Xiao Li. Jiang Mu Li. Good night, Wan Xiao. Bien Wan Xiao. Good night, Xiao Li. Closing the chat with Bien Wan Xiao, he opened the conversation with Gu Miaoyin. There were no messages. The latest being Gu Miaoyin's automated reply, "We are now friends. Come chat." Su Ning had added her after school. But the proud classmate had not responded at all. It appeared he would need to take the initiative. Jiang Mu Li Miaoyin. Do you know what one must do to become good friends before going to bed at night? After a brief wait, the response came. Do what? Jiang Mu Li guess. If you guess correctly, I'll have a reward for you on Monday. Gu Miaoyin. Who needs your reward? How delightful, was it not? Jiang Mu Li. Then good night. Gu Miaoyin. Su Ning smiled slightly. She was undoubtedly curious and likely desired the reward. He typed deliberately, I'm off to sleep. See you on Monday. A minute later, the reply came. Gu Miaoyin, good night. It seemed it took her a minute to type, just 2 words. Su Ning chuckled softly. Jiang Mu Li. Miaoyin guessed correctly. I'll give you your reward on Monday. Gu Miaoyin. So the answer is good night? Su Ning chose not to reply further, simply closing the social media application. Gu Miaoyin, hey? Gu Miaoyin. Is it or isn't it? Gu Miaoyin, Jiang Mu Li. Gu Miaoyin. Angry, furious. Gu Miaoyin. Will you really give it to me on Monday? Anticipating Gu Miaoyin's predictable barrage, Su Ning lost interest in continuing the conversation. He maneuvered his wheelchair to a stop, surrounded by the fragrant blossoms. Adjusting Jiang Mu Li's position to face the starry sky, Su Ning retreated into his small dark room, controlling his avatar. He held Jiang Mu Li's hand as they lay together, sharing vision and sensation amidst the floral breeze under the starlit night. You've worked hard, Hua Hua, he said, turning to see her smile at him. By the way, the two of us share emotions. When I pursued her, I didn't involve too much feeling. And she must have been aware of that. Thus, Jiang Mu Li likely would not misconstrue his affections. The system's capabilities were indeed remarkable, Su Ning marveled. Not at all taxing, Jiang Mu Li replied, sitting up and leaning over towards him, propping herself up on the floor of the small dark room, gazing down at him. With a smile adorning her face, she blocked his view, evoking a sensation akin to being cornered. But why do you understand so well, Hua Hua? Jiang Mu Li inquired with curiosity, her tone reminiscent of an anime heroine questioning. Why are you so adept? Fortunately, Jiang Mu Li was not demanding. Human thoughts were easily decipherable, and Su Ning had no intention of revealing the truth. Responding to such inquiries would not even cause the slightest fluctuation in his emotions. So is what you said true? She pressed again. What do you mean? Su Ning feigned ignorance. I mean, if we want to be true friends, we should hug or pat each other's heads. Was she genuinely so concerned about that statement? It seemed plausible. Su Ning was not entirely sure. Well then, Hua Hua, let us hug. Jiang Mu Li pulled him up, opening her arms in invitation. Oddly, it was not their first embrace. Though perplexed, Su Ning complied and wrapped her in his arms, mirroring the way he had comforted Bien Wan Xiao earlier, gently patting Jiang Mu Li's hair. It feels unreal, she suddenly remarked. What? The embodiment of spiritual power felt somewhat insubstantial. It hinted at her desire to meet his true self. We will meet. But I'm merely a cat. So, when that time comes, will it be me holding you? Jiang Mu Li asked with innocent anticipation. On Saturday, the 7th day since acquiring the system, Su Ning rose from his slumber. Whether due to the repeated enhancement of his spiritual power, he found that to fall asleep. He merely needed to close his eyes and reopen them, arriving at the following day without dreaming at all. In truth, even if he were to endure several days of intense study without rest, it would not pose a significant challenge. Nonetheless, he opted for a regular sleep schedule. Prolonged wakefulness would invite a sense of existential weariness that could affect his state of mind. After breakfast, he pondered briefly and resolved to attend the club. Though he could study at home, it could never compare to the atmosphere of the club's activity room. The activity room is spacious and bright, adorned with various delightful decorations, offering complimentary, exquisite tea. Furthermore, there are 2 enchanting young ladies whose mere presence brings joy. Most importantly, attendance guarantees a remarkable 6-fold salary. Today, with no classes scheduled, Su Ning moved deliberately slow, avoiding the morning rush. As he followed the sparse crowd into the subway, he contemplated his future plans. Previously, his schedule had been tightly packed, dedicating all his time outside of work to studying, which felt insufficient. However, the situation had changed. His study efficiency had significantly improved, resulting in more available time. Last night, he completed all the courses of the beginner level at Qingxue. He could easily progress further. Yet it seemed unlikely that the knowledge acquired at this stage would sustain him for long. What comes next? University studies? And after that? Never mind. He would cross that bridge when he came to it. Seated on the subway, he had long grown accustomed to the occasional glances directed his way. However, there was one aspect he found difficult to adjust to: the sharp click of a camera shutter, accompanied by a flash. There was no pretense anymore. Su Ningyan feigned ignorance and looked up. Seated across from him was a young girl, her face flushed, yet she dared to meet his gaze. It was evident she was being intentional, attempting to lure him into a conversation about having her delete the photo, hoping to spark a story between them. One could only say that her flirting skills had improved. For instance, the girl before him was filled with both anxiety and anticipation. Like a student ready to answer a question posed by a teacher, brimming with excitement, yet maintaining composure. Su Ningyan was indifferent to whether the girl was discreetly capturing his image or not, as long as she did not physically intrude upon him. He could treat everything around him as mere air. After all, engaging in conversation required energy and could lead to trouble. Preferring to avoid interaction, he maintained eye contact with the girl and began to drift into a daydream, a strategy he had learned from Jiangmu Li. The silent exchange, paired with his impassive expression, inadvertently became a source of undue pressure for her. As expected, she could not bear it any longer, her gaze dropping and her eyes reddening, her shoulders trembling as if burdened by a guilty conscience. When the next station arrived, she covered her face and fled. Victory belonged to him once again. He sighed, feeling a sense of ennui. Upon entering the summer campus, his gaze immediately fell upon a familiar figure, with a fair, delicate face tinged with weariness. She seemed as if she might be swept away by the wind at any moment. Her dark hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, accentuating her fragile stature, as though she could topple with the slightest touch. Was it Su Weiniang again? Although they were in neighboring classes and clubs, their encounters had become rather frequent. Having surpassed 3 meetings, it was time to take measures to test the waters. Hey, Xiaoning, what are you looking at? A playful voice chimed from below. Su Ningyan lowered his head slightly. Lin Shi, a small figure, stood with hands on her hips, gazing up at him. Before he could respond, Lin Shi sprouted a pair of wings and soared into the air. Once her gaze aligned with Su Ningyan's, she hovered steadily above. Let me see. That girl is indeed quite beautiful. She paused, leaning closer to Su Ningyan's ear, whispering, even more so than Xiaonan. Su Ningyan turned to her. Do you think she will hear that? Probably not, Lin Shi replied, her eyes widening with a hint of concern. Oh, so you're unsure too? Enough of that. Tell me more about that girl. Lin Shi perched on Su Ningyan's shoulder. What do you know? He quickened his pace as he asked. Well, I pay attention to the attractive students in school. Her name is Su Weiniang, and she shares your surname. Share something I don't know. For instance, is she a superpower user? How would I know? Oh, have you encountered her frequently lately? Yes. Xiaonan did mention that there would be mutual attraction, but wait. Why did you just approach her directly? Lin Shi balanced herself on Su Ningyan's shoulder as they walked together, watching as he hastened to catch up with Su Weiniang. In no time, they were within 2 meters of each other. Xiaoning, you're not going to ask her directly, are you? With the distance closing, he remained silent. He approached her from behind, aligning himself beside her. At that moment, Su Ningyan utilized his telekinetic ability to give Su Weiniang a gentle nudge. She gasped softly, leaning toward him. He quickly supported her shoulders. Are you all right? Blushing, she shook her head. I'm fine. Thank you, she replied. Su Ningyan nodded and walked away. Xiaoning, you're so mischievous. Doesn't this mean you can casually flirt with girls now? Lin Shi remarked with a tone of disbelief. In truth, he had no need to flirt. Do you have any clever strategies? Su Ningyan countered. You won't figure it out this way. She seemed to overlook you. If she were a superpower user, she should have noticed me and certainly would have been astonished. But Su Ningyan had observed the girl's gaze just moments ago. Beyond a sense of relief and gratitude, she exhibited little fluster, let alone astonishment. Wait, in Su Weiniang's eyes, there didn't seem to be any awe or admiration? Being able to maintain composure in front of him led Su Ningyan to believe that perhaps, given the right opportunity, they could become friends in the future. So, you couldn't just let me test the waters? You had to trip her? The tree spirit Lin Shi quipped. Do you think I could not gauge her response? Are you implying I am foolish? That's merely your misconception. Arriving at the club door, Su Ningyan gently knocked. Come in. The clear, melodious voice of Princess Xia Qingyan resonated once more. Su Ning'an opened the door, ushering Lin Shi inside before closing it behind them. The fish tank was transparent and bright, with turtles and goldfish coexisting harmoniously. Princess Xia Qingyan was engrossed in her reading, while Yin Yunan, who was busy with her phone, looked up. The disparity between the two was stark. Unaware of her own inferiority, Yin Yunan smiled at him. I thought you wouldn't show up, Su. In truth, attendance on weekends was not obligatory, and his salary would still be credited. Yet, he chose to come. Meow? As if sensing Su Ning'an's mention. The agile Xiaoyuzi leaped onto the table. Spotting Su Ning'an, it joyfully scampered over. As it approached, he prepared to catch it. Meow? Suddenly, it puffed up, arching its back, gazing fearfully at Su Ning'an's shoulder. The transformation into its spiky dragon form was likely due to the presence of the tree spirit Lin Shi. Oh dear, I've been disliked, Lin Shi lamented with a hint of resignation. Another day of studying and sipping tea. In the study and tea club, Su Ning'an embraced Xiaoyuzi, soothing it. The little black cat still trembled, its head retreating into Su Ning'an's embrace, its tail no longer waving. Lin Shi stood helplessly beside Yin Yunan. It seemed the little cat could not see the tree spirit, but could sense its presence vaguely. Is this the tree spirit that Xiaonan mentioned? Princess Xia Qingyan inquired, directing her attention to Lin Shi. It's Lin Shi, not a tree spirit, it corrected. Princess Xia Qingyan seemed not to hear, her delicate face turning towards Su Ning'an. In a moment of reflection, Su Ning'an remarked, Your Highness cannot see or hear you. Lin Shi, puzzled, responded, But she is looking in my direction. That is because a faint shadow resides near you, Yin Yunan explained. Understanding dawned upon Lin Shi as he nodded. Curiously listening to their exchange, Xia Qingyan inquired, What did it say? It just mentioned to Your Highness that it is called Lin Shi, not tree spirit, Su Ning'an replied. Xia Qingyan nodded slightly. Another name chosen by you, Su? Su Ning'an glanced at Yin Yunan, who sighed in response. So your naming abilities have indeed flourished, Su Ning'an teased. Silence. Yin Yunan shot back with a glare. Yes, he confirmed to Xia Qingyan. Xia Qingyan extended her hand, lightly brushing the area above the shadow, feeling a chill. What does it look like? She asked. It resembles a small person devoid of clothing, with well-proportioned features, yet shrunken to about the size of my forearm. Not wearing clothes. In actuality, it is clothed, made of leaves. Ah, I see. Su Ning'an and Xia Qingyan continued their dialogue, while Lin Shi, feeling bored, strutted over to Yin Yunan. Noticing the shadow's movement, Xia Qingyan's gaze followed suit. Yin Yunan was engrossed in her phone, watching videos, which piqued Lin Shi's interest. Xiaonan, I wish to play on your phone too. Yin Yunan replied coolly, You cannot touch it. Xia Qingyan only caught the latter part, and turned to Su Ning'an. Lin Shi expressed a desire to play on the phone. I can purchase one for it. Lin Shi suddenly leaped in front of Xia Qingyan, gazing at her with hopeful eyes. Your Highness, you are truly a kind person. Su Ning'an conveyed its gratitude. However, recalling Yin Yunan's earlier words, Xia Qingyan remarked, Lin Shi, you cannot interact with physical objects at present, correct? It nodded, stating that when Your Highness can see it, it will be able to touch things. Then let Lin Shi convey its needs to me directly, she suggested, to which it nodded in agreement. Su Ning'an paused, then added. It also mentioned wanting the latest gaming console, the clearest television screen, the highest spec graphics card for a computer, and the best cuisine from the Summer City's restaurants. Realizing Lin Shi had divulged too much, Su Ning'an decided to refrain from further relaying. Moreover, how does it know about all these things if it cannot leave the school? Xiaoning, why have you stopped? Please continue. Lin Shi bounced in place. Yin Yunan remained silent, tearing off a sticky note, her silver pen gliding across the paper. A shimmering sticker was affixed to Lin Shi's forehead. Xiaonan, it cannot speak now. Tree spirit Lin Shi has been silenced for 5 minutes by Yin Yunan. You possess such an ability? Su Ning'an expressed surprise. Compared to the dumbing effect mentioned by Su, this particular effect is considerably easier to achieve. Yin Yunan replied with a hint of amusement. So have you tried it? If you, Su, are willing to volunteer, I could give it a shot. Can't we find death row inmates or similar individuals for testing? Would they honestly cooperate? Yin Yunan's words hinted at the moral implications. So, in your eyes, I am unfit for humane treatment? Only regarding cooperation. Suddenly, Xia Qingyan stood up. I shall prepare tea for everyone. Yin Yunan fell silent, casting a glare at Su Ning'an. Su Ning'an apologized as Xia Qingyan approached the cabinet. I'm sorry to have disturbed Your Highness. Yin Yunan sighed. My apologies, Qingyan. It's quite all right. Your conversation does not impede my reading, so there is no need to feel constrained, Xia Qingyan reassured them as she retrieved exquisite tea utensils. I merely thought you two had engaged in a quarrel. Not at all, Su Ning'an clarified. Indeed, Yin Yunan concurred. As Xia Qingyan skillfully brewed the tea, she remarked, "When you both apologized, I sensed a certain bond between you." Lin Shi, despite being unable to speak, nodded vigorously, in full agreement. "Far from it," Yin Yunan retorted, her cheeks slightly flushed. It remained uncertain whether her blush stemmed from shyness or a rush to deny. Given Yin Yunan's denial, Suningen playfully continued, "Well, I suppose I must indulge you." "Oh, do you harbor feelings for me, Su?" Yin Yunan quirked an eyebrow, smiling as she scrutinized him. "Very well. Your quick smile indicates you are not shy. It depends on your attitude towards me," he replied. "What do you mean?" she asked, perplexed. "I mean, I am indifferent to the distance in our relationship. Whatever you say, I shall not deny, provided you first acknowledge that distance." "Pretentious. You mean, if I claim our bond is 100, you would nod in agreement, indicating you share the same sentiment? And if I claim it is non-existent, you would concede? You are quite astute, Yin Yunan." "Humph," she scoffed, casting him a sidelong glance before turning away. "So you are Tsundere?" Her gaze seemed to convey such a sentiment. The action of turning away appeared to express a degree of disdain. Suningen remained unfazed, indifferent to the situation. The tea was ready. Today, Xia Qingyan had prepared black tea, which brewed swiftly. After allowing it to cool slightly, she presented the cup to Suningen with both hands. Yin Yunan had no objections to this order. After all, she and Xia Qingyan were childhood friends, intimately close. Suningen was the most distant guest. "Thank you, Your Highness." Suningen accepted the cup. Her expression was serene, her gaze tranquil as a still pond, appearing unruffled even by the strongest tempests. This imparted a sense of comfort and ease. The tea was rich and vibrant, and he savored it slowly, relishing its sweetness with a hint of fruitiness. Lin Shi gazed longingly. "I wish to drink too." "Then you may only wish." Suningen thought it better for Lin Shi to focus on cultivating its form rather than wasting time expressing desires. He then offered a cup of tea to Yin Yunan. While Xia Qingyan returned to her seat, quietly resuming her reading, Lin Shi sighed, pacing back and forth on the table. "I have made a decision," it declared suddenly. Yin Yunan, sipping her tea while watching videos, and Suningen, who was petting a cat, both turned their attention towards it. "Your Highness treats me so well. I must repay her kindness." The little tree spirit clenched its tiny fist, seemingly making a vow. Seeing no immediate response, both returned to their previous activities. "Hey, I am serious," Lin Shi called out loudly. No one acknowledged it. "I shall deploy my army of animal and plant allies to act as my eyes, safeguarding Your Highness from potential dangers in the Summer City." Its declaration became more specific. While Yin Yunan continued watching videos, Suningen appeared intrigued. He beckoned Lin Shi over, who hurriedly approached, shouting, "Do you support me?" As it drew near, little Yezi began to tremble. Suningen took out his phone and typed, "Can you control animals?" "It is not a matter of control. Rather, I possess a profound affinity for animals, as I am akin to a spirit of nature, hence they willingly serve me." Su Ningen displayed a skeptical expression. "Do not doubt me, Xiao Ning. I speak the truth." "Then why is Xiao Yeko so afraid of you?" "Perhaps it possesses an extraordinary talent, allowing it to perceive me more acutely?" Su Ningen sipped tea, opting not to comment further. "Trust me, if I interact with it amicably for a while, it will soon acclimatize to my presence." Su Ningen lifted Xiao Yeko and placed it on the table, casting a glance at Lin Shi. "Then begin your friendly interaction." The little black cat sensed a formidable presence nearby, yet could not see it. It trembled, yearning to return to Su Ningen's embrace. However, Su Ningen relentlessly pushed it away, offering an encouraging gaze. "Meow?" Xiao Yeko felt disheartened. Would the unfortunate maid ever regain her luck? Time rewinds slightly. Upon awakening, his essence also inhabited Jiang Muli's body. "Good morning, Hua Hua." Jiang Muli greeted him energetically. "Good morning," Su Ningen nodded. He surveyed the surroundings. They were in the study, and she was painting. As upon his initial arrival, she was crafting a seascape, maintaining the same cool color palette. Observing it, Su Ningen felt discomfort and casually altered a few strokes, softening the overall tone. "Hua Hua, the maid chosen by father has arrived." "Ah, so soon." Su Ningen paused his brush. "Yes, she just arrived downstairs." "Very well, I shall descend. By the way, which side is the maid from?" Aunt Qin specifically mentioned that she was from father's side, yet the stepmother chose her with father's consent, leaving a note stating that if I felt anything amiss, I could change her. What does that imply? The stepmother indeed participated, but merely selected someone from Jiang Xiaohua's side? Su Ningen had assumed she would select someone from her own side to act as an informant. He traversed the wheelchair-accessible pathway to the first floor. Maid Aunt Qin was conversing with a young maid. Upon Jiang Mu Li's arrival, Aunt Qin and the young maid bowed. "This is the young lady." "Hello, young lady." The young maid's eyes sparkled, exuding vitality. Why the sparkling eyes? Is there truly something amiss? Su Ningyan scrutinized her, noting how the young maid stood upright in compliance. She appeared nearly the same age as Jiang Mu Li, with a round, fair, and adorable face, possessing soft baby fat. Her large eyes blinked animatedly, her slightly upturned nose lending her a mischievous air. Her black hair fell to her shoulders, slightly naturally curly, held loosely with a plain hairband, though rebellious strands stubbornly curled at her ears. Her maid outfit diverged from the traditional black and white style, featuring a light gray and cream modification. The skirt was slightly shorter, adorned with extra pockets for practicality. The collar and cuffs were embroidered with the Jiang family crest. By the way, what is your name? Su Ningyan realized he did not yet know her name. The young maid winked at him. I am He Si Ling, young lady. She seemed quite cheerful and lively. How old are you, and how are your grades? He inquired. I will turn 18 by the end of the year, young lady. As for my grades, Mr. Jiang has assessed me and stated that I could attend a top public school. Then why not go? Su Ningyan asked, puzzled. A premier public school would rival the private elite schools. If He Si Ling truly possessed such capability, she would undoubtedly outshine 90% of the students in private institutions. He Si Ling bowed slightly. I am an orphan. Mr. Jiang raised me, and I wish to serve the Jiang family. Ah, so you are an orphan. In such a circumstance, she would likely be quite loyal. Then, for the next few days, assist me, and if deemed suitable, I shall take you to school on Monday. The Jiang family had already informed the school, and she could enroll on Monday as per the young lady's directives. He Si Ling nodded obediently, though her expression reflected some hesitation. Noticing her hesitation, Su Ningyan asked, is there something else you wish to express? You may speak freely. Well, young lady, my luck seems to have been rather poor lately, He Si Ling confessed nervously. Poor luck? Is that something worth noting? He inquired, perplexed. I used to have good fortune, whether it was in the lottery or while drinking beverages. Though I never won the grand prize, I often received small rewards. However, recently, I have been quite unfortunate, tripping on flat ground and breaking several plates and cups. Things like this never happened before, He Si Ling lamented. If her words held truth, it was indeed peculiar. Moreover, whenever abnormality arose, he instinctively speculated if the stepmother was involved. However, luck was a fickle thing, unless the stepmother possessed supernatural abilities. Su Ningyan maintained a composed demeanor, maneuvering his wheelchair closer to He Si Ling, now quite near her. The young maid remained still, allowing him to scrutinize her. Upon calming his mind, he truly sensed something amiss. After the trust level had risen thrice, Jiang Mu Li had developed supernatural abilities. Concurrently, her body began to automatically absorb a certain substance from her surroundings, gradually enhancing her physique and mental strength. If one were to liken that substance, Su Ningyan would refer to it as spiritual energy. Now, as he approached the young maid, he discovered a fluctuation in the surrounding spiritual energy, which was certainly not instigated by Jiang Mu Li herself. With a thought, Su Ningyan released his mental energy. He became increasingly sensitive to the surrounding spiritual energy. He sensed that it was gradually converging towards He Si Ling. Was she also a supernatural being? No. If she were absorbing spiritual energy, why did he feel almost no change in the concentration of spiritual energy on his side? Once more, he channeled his mental energy. The stationary young maid felt a breeze approach, brushing over her entire being. She found it odd. How could there be wind in the room? Is it the air conditioning? In Su Ningyan's perception, the young maid, He Si Ling, resembled a magnetic pole. The surrounding spiritual energy surged towards her, yet was expelled from the back of her head. Moreover, based on the subtle variations in the amount of spiritual energy, he estimated that He Si Ling expelled more than she absorbed. Young lady? From He Si Ling's perspective, Jiang Mu Li had been in a daze for quite some time. It is nothing. Please fetch me a cup of tea, and remember to brew a new pot. Certainly. Aunt Qin stepped aside, and the young maid briskly yet steadily approached the tea table. She appeared to walk quite steadily. However, as her maid's shoes scraped against the ground, the carpet she trod upon suddenly ripped, causing her to stumble. Though she was somewhat cautious, she could not prevent her fall. She collided with the nearby tea table, and a porcelain cup was on the verge of crashing onto her head. Su Ningyan's mental energy stirred, slowing the cup's descent, allowing it to gently land beside her forehead and rest upon the soft carpet, unharmed. Ah, such good fortune this time. He Si Ling rose, only to bump into the table once more. Oh no. The remaining cups clinked against each other, producing a cacophony. Yet she stood again, without further misfortune. In truth, it was Su Ningyan who had used his mental energy to support the tumbling cup, and all of this transpired within mere seconds. Confronted with this series of events, Aunt Qin was momentarily taken aback before hastily approaching to investigate. He Si Ling was not seriously harmed. The most severe injury was merely a small bump on her forehead from when she had stood up. Upon further examination of the carpet, Aunt Jean could not fathom why it had suddenly torn. Perhaps it was a quality issue? But would the Jiang family use inferior products? It seemed rather implausible. He sighing, feeling despondent, lowered her head and stood still, as if she had committed an unforgivable error. Aunt Jean approached Su Ning inside and whispered, "Miss. She appears to have a rather unsettling aura," subtly implying that Su Ningen might consider replacing her. Su Ningen did not respond, but leaned closer to He Siling. The latter instinctively took a step back, seemingly worried that her misfortune might be transferred to the mistress. A wave of psychic energy emanated from Su Ningen, gently brushing against the back of He Siling's head. He Siling froze momentarily, feeling an inexplicable chill. To her surprise, the flow of spiritual energy ceased once her head was enveloped in the psychic force. What a fortuitous outcome from such a casual attempt. The little maid also sensed something amiss, touching her own head. Did she feel a newfound sense of clarity? She retrieved a die from her pocket and tossed it casually into the air. With her eyes closed and her pinky finger raised, she managed to catch it effortlessly. The die seemed to adhere to her finger, maintaining perfect balance with every seemingly random movement. After several more throws, the die never once touched the ground, each time landing with a 6 facing up. "My luck is back," He Siling exclaimed, astonished. So her supernatural ability was simply an enhancement of her fortune? Su Ningen found the situation rather intriguing. Although Aunt Jean suggested Su Ningen find a replacement, he ultimately decided to retain He Siling. Intrigued by the prospect of observing a suspected superpowered individual. During the morning, He Siling pushed Su Ningen through a sea of flowers. The day was overcast, with a pleasant temperature and a gentle breeze that made the flowers sway gracefully. As they wandered, she cheerfully hummed a tune, the sunlight appearing all the brighter. "Oh dear. I don't know why, but as soon as I get close to you, I feel my luck returning." "Is that so?" Su Ningen feigned surprise. "Indeed." The little maid nodded earnestly, likening her previous stuffy nose to a complete blockage that was instantly relieved by the warmth of her mistress's presence. "It's a rather peculiar metaphor. The moment I stepped away, that stuffy feeling and my bad luck returned. So, you must be the one destined for me to serve." "Certainly not. The misfortune upon distancing is merely due to the weakening of my psychic energy. If it becomes too weak, it cannot prevent the loss of your spiritual energy." By the way, Su Ningen pulled out her phone to check the message from Aunt Jean. It indicated that the little maid would be assigned to the last class. Meanwhile, Jiang Muley would be in the first class, making it impossible for Su Ningen's energy to reach her. "If you and I were in the same class or adjacent ones, would you find that agreeable?" Su Ningen inquired, looking at the humming little maid. "Of course. Being closer would make it much easier to take care of you." He Siling tilted her head, her slightly curled hair cascading down. She appeared puzzled as to why he would pose such an obvious question. "However, you may need to remove someone and face certain adversities. Will that affect you, miss?" she asked, genuinely concerned. "It won't. It's entirely up to you," Su Ningen replied, sensing a sense of déjà vu in their exchange. "That's fine then. I'm quite lucky," the little maid declared, patting her modest chest. Su Ningen nodded and sent a message to Aunt Jean. He Siling pushed Su Ningen around, seemingly enchanted by everything in sight. She marveled at the neatly arranged pebble paths, admired the distant rolling hills, and gazed in awe at the clear streams along the flower's edge, her energy seemingly inexhaustible. What a magnificent sea of flowers. How is it cultivated? Are there blooms in every season? Su Ningen remained silent as she received another message from Aunt Jean. Following Mr. Zhang's instructions, Jiang Muley was to negotiate with the school herself, perhaps to hone her negotiation skills. Using the contact information provided, Su Ningen made the call. Noticing her making a phone call, He Siling instinctively stepped back, bending down to inhale the fragrance of the lovely flowers. Occasionally, a butterfly would alight on her head, eliciting her delightful laughter. As the ringing tones ceased, Su Ningen focused, surprised that even on a weekend, someone promptly answered. "Hello. This is the High City Mingda Academy Student Council office," a male voice stated. Momentarily taken aback, Su Ningen quickly regained her composure. In private academies, students' rights are almost equal to those of teachers. Thus, many matters require the student council's consent. The Jiang family must have handled the teacher's responsibilities, leaving only the negotiations with the student council for Jiang Muley to resolve. "Hello, I wish to address matters related to the admission of a companion student," she said. "Certainly. Please hold," came the response, followed by a change of voice. A womaness. "Hello, may I ask who you are?" "I am Jiang Muley," she replied calmly. Upon hearing the name, the other party was noticeably taken aback for a moment. "Oh, we were previously informed that you are indeed selecting a companion student," and have prearranged the admission process. We just need to fill in the specific details. So have you chosen your candidate? Although momentarily stunned, the other party quickly regained her composure, responding appropriately. Yes, I have indeed made my selection. Oh well. You can send the specific details directly, she continued. I have other matters to discuss. I wish to change my companion's class. Su Ning'an stated directly. The other party initially expressed surprise, then hesitated. However, each class has a fixed number of students. Currently, only the last class has openings. Su Ning'an interrupted. I recall a girl had withdrawn, correct? She had learned that the girl who bullied Zhang Muli was in the adjacent class. By mentioning the withdrawn student, there was an implicit threat in her words. The other party paused for 2 seconds. Yes, but the vacancy has already been filled. Is it the transfer student from the capital? Su Ning'an had anticipated this. Yes, the girl on the other end hesitated, clearly feeling considerable pressure. Does she also have a companion? Su Ning'an inquired, knowing that companions are a standard for the aristocracy. She is indeed accompanied. The implication was clear. Feigning ignorance, Su Ning'an pressed. So, is she, or isn't she? She has made a reservation. Oh, so, the position is occupied even before her arrival. Is that it? Su Ning'an's tone was indifferent, with a hint of malice lurking beneath. Indeed, the other party sighed, abandoning the pretense. But I can bring my companion for reporting right now? She insisted. It is Saturday. The girl attempted to divert the topic. I believe you understand my intention, Su Ning'an stated. Unsure of what she had just articulated, but feeling it was appropriate to voice. A prolonged silence ensued. I apologize, but the other party made a reservation first. It is the school's policy. What if they cancel the reservation? Well, in that case, it can certainly be arranged according to your wishes. The girl on the other end exhaled in relief. At least for now, Zhang Muli's attention was no longer directed at her. Please inform the transfer student. They should agree. Just let me know when it's done, preferably before Monday, Su Ning'an stated. As the leader of the noble faction, he should welcome the commoner's choice of companions. Understood. I will make sure of it. Thank you. Goodbye. Goodbye. The call ended. In the dim room, Zhang Muli found herself almost amused. Hua, how foolish. Truly not adept at negotiations. Was his earlier performance, in Zhang Muli's eyes, so riddled with flaws? Confident that He Ling could not overhear, Su Ning'an feigned continuing the call. Ultimately, did we not succeed? He murmured. Encouraging the other party to seek out the transfer student should yield results, right? Su Ning'an deemed it a success. Then why did Hua not approach the transfer student for negotiations from the outset? The shortest shortcut is often a long detour. It is the detours that serve as my shortcuts. Su Ning'an quoted Jiro's dying words from Wild Horse Boy, attempting to salvage his dignity. What a considerable roundabout journey it has been, Zhang Muli replied with a smile. Does classmate Zhang Muli wish to execute the golden spiral as well? Su Ning'an sensed Zhang Muli's teasing, albeit in a friendly manner. Then you may handle the negotiations from now on, Su Ning'an suggested. I would frighten them away. Zhang Muli declined with a shake of her head. And now you say he did well? As their conversation drew to a close, the little maid seized the opportunity to return to Su Ning'an and sighed. Miss, you were so cool just now. He Ling leaned closer to Su Ning'an. Her eyes filled with admiration. She had been observing the Miss's demeanor and found her quite impressive. Su Ning'an patted her head. See? Even the little maid thinks you are cool. What are you saying, miss? Oh, just complimenting you. Su Ning'an smiled. Oh, He Ling, now closer. Thought the smiling miss to be the most adorable in the world. Unable to resist, she nuzzled her face against Zhang Muli's. Miss, you are so cute. He Ling even embraced Su Ning'an and gently pushed her away. Do you lack all sense of propriety? Shouldn't a maid from the Zhang family have been thoroughly trained? Of course not. The little maid explained without flinching. I follow my instincts. My luck is quite good. So the miss does not reject me. I can sense it. What kind of logic is that? You mean you often rely on instinct in your work? Indeed. When I feel right, I do not offend others. After finishing her explanation, the little maid squatted down, placing her face in Su Ning'an's palm for him to stroke. He Ling sighed contentedly. My intuition tells me that the miss is very easy to get along with and has a strong affinity. I want to be close to you. Oh, are you certain? Su Ning'an asked, half smiling. Absolutely. The little maid was utterly convinced. Very well. Su Ning'an withdrew his mental energy, allowing Zhang Muli to reclaim her true form. A cold and distant demeanor suddenly radiated from her. He Ling was startled, immediately springing up to stand aside. The surrounding flowers swayed, yet she stood tall and still. Zhang Muli said nothing, casting no glance her way. However, the little maid inexplicably sensed a wave of pressure. How could the once adorable and gentle miss suddenly turn so frosty? Confused, she dared not speak. Her instincts advised her that the best course of action was to remain silent and stand still. Inside the dim room, Su Ning allowed Jiang Mu Li to lean against his shoulder in a daze. He observed as the little maid appropriately guided Jiang Mu Li back to the villa. Throughout the entire process, she remained silent, dignified, and courteous, a stark contrast to her earlier exuberance. It seemed she truly relied on her instincts to read others. Si Ling's abilities appeared quite formidable. Su Ning wondered what her superpower might evolve into. At the first gathering of the 47 Club, as noon approached, all members of the Reading and Tea Society decided to head to the cafeteria. Su Ning was the first to step outside, where the chatter of other students seemed to materialize out of nowhere, as if someone had pressed a switch on a loudspeaker. The soundproofing of the club's door was remarkable. He heard Qian Junhao's voice. Tomorrow, there might be members of the student council coming to inspect, so everyone should try to, Why is it suddenly quiet? Qian Junhao turned, puzzled. Being able to make such a rallying statement indicated that he was well regarded in the comic society. Su Ning nodded in greeting. Upon seeing the two extraordinary beauties behind him, Qian Junhao displayed an exaggerated expression of distress, akin to one who had just heard Yoda confess to being Luna's Agni. Yet, it was merely a meal they were going for. Was it truly that dramatic? The trio from the Reading and Tea Society proceeded together, passing the Literature Society, Comic Society, and Film Society. Each time they walked by, the once boisterous students fell silent, as though they were notorious bullies. Fortunately, the gazes directed their way were filled with envy rather than fear. The girls envied Yin Tong and President Xia, while the boys envied Su Ning. Everyone seemed to have equal and fitting companions. Upon reaching the cafeteria, the trio separated to queue. The cafeteria at Xia Hai could not compare to Jiang Mu Li's family chef, who was, in turn, not as skilled as the cooking class instructor. Even so, the cafeteria had its merits in innovative dishes. For instance, Su Ning chose a limited edition dish today, fruit glazed green dumplings. The translucent, jade green exterior shimmered like glass, encasing a filling of osmanthus honey pomelo, adorned with edible flower petals and fruit bits, presenting an appealing sight. At a 4-person table, he gathered with the two beauties, sitting in the center opposite them. As the plates were set down, all three noticed the fruit-glazed green dumplings on each other's plates simultaneously. Quite the unspoken understanding. Yin Yunan smiled. Although she referred to a matter involving all three, her gaze was solely directed at Su Ning, especially since the limited edition tag was prominently displayed. Indeed, Su Ning acknowledged. Prince Xia Qing Yin, he added, nodding slightly, uncertain of which side to agree with. Suddenly, a girl appeared beside Su Ning, expressing astonishment. She seemed to have sprung up from the ground unexpectedly. Yin Yunan glanced over. Is she someone you know? Su Ning shook his head. Upon closer inspection, he recalled her as the girl who had complimented his looks yesterday after school at the club entrance. Seemingly named Tong Tong. Tong Tong. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Su Ning turned to find it was Su Waning, her expression carrying a hint of exasperation, indicating she had come with Tong Tong. Excuse me, is this item available in the cafeteria today? Tong Tong eagerly inquired. How familiar she was. Yes, and it's limited edition. Su Ning confirmed. Upon hearing that it was a limited edition, her eyes widened in surprise. This is serious. Xiaoying, we must hurry. If we delay, there may not be any left. The girl quickly turned back, grasped Su Wanxing's hand, expressed her gratitude, and dashed off to join the queue. Being pulled along, Su Wanxing could only manage to cast an apologetic glance in her direction, reminiscent of a neighbor apologizing for their overly mischievous pet. Turning back, Su Ning discovered Yin Yunan watching him with a bemused smile. What thoughts occupy your mind, Su classmate? She teased. What? Su Ning replied, perplexed. Feeling a bit disheartened that two girls you encountered have shown no interest in your charm? She inquired, referring to Su Wanxing and Tong Tong. How can you ascertain such a lack of interest, Yin classmate? His question was not a retort, but a genuine inquiry. He lowered his gaze and poked at the dumpling with his chopsticks, noting its delightful elasticity. Yin Yunan could clearly discern his doubt. Isn't it evident? Knowing what affection feels like naturally allows one to recognize indifference, she retorted. Su Ning nodded. It appears you have deduced your conclusion through comparison. But I wonder, who is the subject of your comparison? Is it perhaps you, Yin classmate? Yin Yunan tilted her head slightly, a smile gracing her lips. Her laughter was both unrestrained and elegant. Are you implying that you have feelings for me, Su classmate? At her words, the surrounding chatter hushed immediately. Just as Su Ning was about to respond, Prince Xia Qingyin took a bite of the dumpling and remarked, quite delicious, indeed. Even the prince finds it delectable? They fell silent, each savoring their dumplings. It truly is quite good, akin to what a culinary instructor would produce, Su Ning commented. Perhaps it is crafted by the culinary instructor, hence its limited availability, Yin Yunan suggested. After all, human energy is finite, Su Ning added. One can only wonder if there will be more in the future, Yin Yunan mused. Maybe they will offer different varieties daily, Su Ning speculated. Or perhaps only once a week, Yin Yunan replied. The scene before them appeared harmonious, their conversation flowing pleasantly. Suddenly, Xia Qingyan looked up. A hint of confusion in his eyes. What is going on with you two? Is everything all right? Isn't this perfectly normal? Su Ning questioned in bewilderment. Weren't you two just conversing quite amiably? Xia Qingyan remarked. So, when the prince interjected to say it was good, wasn't he trying to end our banter? Yin Yunan pondered aloud. I merely expressed my enjoyment. It was a simple observation, Xia Qingyan confirmed. Indeed, it was as Yin Yunan had surmised. You fool, she said, casting a glance at Su Ning. Su Ning raised an eyebrow. You're hardly any better. How infuriating. At the adjacent table, Qian Juanhao suddenly stood up. He was engaged in conversation with his fellow manga club members. I can't believe teacher by Mo Haiguang has halted updates over such trivial matters. His expression was one of profound frustration, akin to someone who had just received devastating news. Perhaps a beloved collection of comics had been stolen, or a cherished work had been publicly derided. Is it really necessary to be so vehement, Qian? One classmate questioned. Indeed, it's just a week off, isn't it? Another chimed in. You simply don't understand, Qian sighed. The others truly did not grasp the gravity of his feelings. Su Ning understood, recognizing that Qian was indirectly expressing his grievances. While he listened and pondered, his gaze fell upon Yin Yunan's plate. Unsurprisingly, she noticed his scrutiny. With a playful smile, she tilted her head. Su classmate, are you longing for my dumplings? Su Ning met her gaze, contemplating her face for a moment. Yes. Is that permissible? He admitted candidly, given her prompt. Of course not. Yin Yunan maintained her smile, pulling her plate slightly away. Another plate was placed at the center of the table, with only one dumpling missing. Both paused in surprise. Xia Qingyan's expression remained calm and pleasant. If you wish to have some, Su classmate, you may have mine. A moment of silence ensued. She assumed he was hesitating, and added, I haven't touched them. Very well. The prince is indeed the best. Do you dare to accept? This time, it was Yin Yunan who glared. Xiao Nan, you are welcome to share. It's perfectly fine, the prince reassured her. How aggravating. One doesn't need to guess who that is. In the afternoon, upon returning to the club activity room after a morning of shopping with someone, Su Ning took a brief rest on the reclining chair. Later, he reviewed practical art with Jiang Muli, while simultaneously studying theoretical content at the reading and tea club. As he diligently reviewed his errors, the air conditioning hummed softly, and a little cat slept soundly on his lap. Are you studying for the exam? Yin Yunan inquired. Inching closer, her intention was likely to speak quietly enough not to disturb Xia Qingyan, who was absorbed in his studies. Su Ning did not respond, but retrieved his phone. She understood. Su Ning, I'm reviewing. Yin Yunan, do you have confidence in your performance? Su Ning, what about you, Yin classmate? Yin Yunan, if I maintain my ranking, it should be fine. Su Ning, then I might surpass you. Yin Yunan, that would be wonderful. That doesn't seem right. At this point, shouldn't she be teasing him? Su Ning, taken aback, glanced at Yin Yunan. She mimicked his gesture, tilting her head in curiosity at his expression. All right, I get it. Su Ning. So, do you need something from me? Yin Yunan, after the club, are you free? Su Ning, no. Yin Yunan, let us go shopping together. Su Ning, are you initiating this? Yin Yunan, though your words are unkind, one could say that. If one were to inquire about the rationale behind Yin Yunan's invitation, one must first eliminate any notion of her having feelings for him. The remaining explanation was rather clear, because super beings attract one another. A little excursion might yield unexpected results. Finally, the Superpower Club had an earnest task at hand. Given that he had been studying excessively lately, a shopping trip could indeed be refreshing. Su Ning. So, your visit to the convenience store the other night was also a result of your wandering about? Yin Yunan. Just to clarify, it wasn't a search, it was merely a chance encounter. Su Ning. Could it also be interpreted as mutual attraction? Yin Yunan. So you enjoy this kind of ambiguous phrasing? Su Ning. To begin with, you were the one who introduced this notion. Yin Yunan. So, are we going or not? Su Ning. Just the two of us? Yin Yunan. Qingyan is heading home. Lin, she can't leave the school. It will just be us. Su Ning. Is it merely a casual outing? Yin Yunan. We might even grab a bite along the way. Su Ning. I'll need to think about it more. Yin Yunan. I'll treat you. Su Ningyan. All right. When do we leave? Yin Yunan. After dinner at the school cafeteria? How naive. After finishing dinner, did he truly believe he could not eat anything else? Even after consuming a meal meant for 5, he felt no sense of fullness. As the clock struck 7, the two bid farewell to Xia Qingyan. Watching the prince depart in his private car, Su Ningyan and Yin Yunan wandered aimlessly through the streets. Do you have any destination in mind? He inquired. Sensing their meandering was devoid of purpose. It feels like we are simply walking without aim. Or perhaps we have a goal, but we are unaware of it. Yin Yunan replied. So, we are following our instincts. Su Ningyan thought of esiling. The young maid's so-called good fortune was likely a product of some intuitive guidance. Student Su is quite perceptive, Yin Yunan remarked appreciatively. They arrived at the nearest commercial street to Xiagao, bustling with life and noise, where neon lights and shop displays created a dazzling spectacle. Gazing up towards the city center, they could still see the towering transmission tower. Countless faceless figures rushed past, their silhouettes merging and separating. As they ventured deeper into the street, their striking appearances drew numerous gazes. The crowd thickened, slowing their pace considerably. Hello, you two? A lively, urgent female voice called from behind, prompting them to turn around with caution. It appeared to be a glamorous female host, adorned in a sparkling dress that glimmered even under the night sky, accompanied by a male photographer. Wow, both of you are incredibly attractive, especially this young gentleman, the host exclaimed, exuding admiration and excitement. May I interview you? It won't take long. They could easily refuse, but their faces had already been captured on camera, making a hasty exit seem futile. Su Ningyan and Yin Yunan exchanged glances. What do you think? He asked. It doesn't matter, she replied. After their silent exchange, Su Ningyan nodded. Oh, a silent understanding. How harmonious. So, are you a couple? The host raised her microphone. No, not at all, they replied in unison. The host seemed momentarily taken aback. Are you two out shopping together then? She asked with uncertainty. Sort of, Su Ningyan affirmed. More like companions, Yin Yunan added. I see. But you two look so well matched that it's easy to mistake you for a couple, the host noted, her expression revealing understanding. The viewers in the live stream envied the duo and hoped to find their own compatible companions. May I ask how you met? She inquired. We are classmates, Yin Yunan responded. Ah, then you will likely have plenty of time together in the future. Are either of you interested in developing a closer relationship? Yin Yunan seemed to ponder for a moment and then smiled slightly. You might want to ask this student. His answer should be quite intriguing. The host seized the opportunity to lean closer to Su Ningyan, almost thrusting the microphone into his mouth, eager to close the gap further. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, it seemed as if an invisible force repelled her, which was rather peculiar. What should I call you? She asked. I am Yi Fan. Su Ningyan spontaneously fabricated a name. Yin Yunan turned to him, a smile playing on her lips, though she remained silent. Very well, Yi student. What are your thoughts on the earlier question? You should direct that to the young lady beside me. Huh. The host appeared bewildered, but she asked me to inquire of you. The implication was clear. It depended on her attitude. The host was astonished. Is that what you meant? If she expresses affection, then you will reciprocate? Indeed. It is as you have surmised, Su Ningyan acknowledged graciously. I envy this young lady. What should I call you? My surname is Su. Yin Yunan beamed brightly. How rude of you to use Su Ningyan's surname. Had I known, I would have claimed my surname as Yen, he mused. All right, Su student. What are your thoughts on this? I have no particular feelings about it. It is what it is, he replied nonchalantly. Yin Yunan smiled subtly, appearing unperturbed. But Yi student is exceptionally handsome, with a remarkable aura and an air of scholarly sophistication. Does Su student not find him appealing? The host questioned, her tone skeptical, as if asking someone if they disliked money. As long as he recognizes me as a friend, I would say the same. Yin Yunan smiled faintly. Such a statement could easily lead to misunderstandings, the host remarked. Really? She seemed surprised and turned to Su Ningyan. Yi student, may I be your friend? We could exchange contact information. No, he promptly declined. Oh, I am so disappointed, the host sighed dramatically, although she had anticipated rejection. Hearing it from the handsome youth still evoked a pang of disappointment. Could you share your criteria for choosing friends, Yi student? She asked, her expression turning hopeful. Yin Yunan interjected. His standard is that one must not have feelings for him in order to be considered a friend. Huh. The host felt this was rather cheeky. To not have feelings makes it quite difficult, doesn't it? Once friendship is established, if the other party expresses affection, he would acknowledge it in kind. But the prerequisite for friendship is that the other person does not harbor feelings for him. What a fantastical condition. She gazed at Yin Yunan with admiration. It seems Su's student is quite extraordinary. Yin Yunan nodded in agreement, feeling quite proud of herself. However, spending time with Yi student may inadvertently lead to liking him, right? Is it possible that Yi student's goal is to make everyone in the world fall for him? Su Ning'an offered no response. Yin Yunan lifted her head with a hint of pride. As of now, I do not see any sign of losing. Oh, does Su student consider developing feelings for Yi student as a loss? The host subtly sighed. Just as Yin Yunan was about to continue, the host abruptly turned back. Facing the camera, she struck a fist pose and declared emphatically, "So, love is indeed a battle." Though she wished to continue interviewing the pair and was curious about whether they would end up together, she acknowledged that she had already taken up too much of their time. Let us find our next target. Farewell, and best wishes to you both. With that, the host, accompanied by her photographer, hurriedly departed. She's rather peculiar. Doesn't she care about her viewership? Clearly, continuing to film would be more beneficial for the livestream. Yin Yunan remarked. Are you still intrigued, Yin classmate? Su Ning'an mused. It's apparent that the host was considering your feelings, not wanting you to speak further. Yin Yunan instantly grasped his meaning and laughed. What? Do you think I will regret saying those things later? If you are currently averse to the thought of liking me, you must have a great deal of confidence in your appearance. Su Ning'an chuckled quietly. His smile seemed to dim the surrounding lights of the night. Yin Yunan was momentarily taken aback. It seems it is not a big deal after all. Yet, the onlookers around them remained in a state of surprise. To avoid complications, the two decided to leave the area hastily. Indeed, regarding their recent live broadcast, you will manage it, right? At the very least. Please ensure the screen recording does not circulate. Su Ning'an suddenly remembered. Yin Yunan feigned ignorance. What do you mean by managing? I am merely an ordinary student, devoid of such power. Su Ning'an halted, his gaze penetrating. He had been outsmarted. She had just indicated that the interview would not affect her. He presumed she would find a way to handle it. In truth, she was indifferent, hence her assertion that it bore no impact. Are you angry? Yin Yunan turned around and noticed Su Ning'an still standing in place. Su Ning'an nodded. Indeed, he was incensed. Should the screen recording from the broadcast gain traction online, it would not merely invite past troubles. That was secondary. Zhang Muli might very well recognize him through various means. Apologies. I shall treat you to some snacks. Very well. Su Ning'an forgave her. The previous troubles had faded. Should they resurface, it mattered little. If Zhang Muli happened to recognize him, so be it. The two resumed walking side by side. The central city's transmission tower shimmered with enchanting hues against the backdrop of a somber orange sky. However, you must finish what you have in hand before purchasing more snacks. Are you worried I might order recklessly and lead you to bankruptcy? How could that be? I simply loathe wasting food. I still have plenty of pocket money. How much? Enough to buy out the entire snack street. Yin Yunan suddenly recalled something. Wait, your superpower. Su Ning'an's superpower was physical enhancement. Surely he could not consume an excessive amount. She had indeed overlooked this detail. Finally, Yin Yunan remembered. You might actually devour me into bankruptcy. Having second thoughts? Su Ning'an inquired. Not to that extent. Worst case, I could borrow from Qing Yan. I could buy out the entire snack street. Then it loses its charm. Su Ning'an sighed lightly. Oh, spending my money is exhilarating, but spending Qing Yan's feels burdensome? Yin Yunan's tone was peculiar. It is different. I have fondness for His Highness, Su Ning'an replied. Yin Yunan halted, her gaze deepening as she scrutinized him. Are you serious? What would I gain from deceiving you? She sighed again, suddenly smiling. Su Ning'an, you are rather casual with your affections. However, I shall relay your feelings to His Highness. Oh, Su Ning'an seemed indifferent. They continued walking, and Yin Yunan could not resist asking. Do you truly have feelings for Qing Yan? Does Yin classmate lack an answer in her heart? Do you not like me? She dared to pose this question. To ask such a question indicates a touch of excessive confidence. I recall having answered this question before. I know I did. Yin Yunan sighed. I cannot think of a name. Upon arriving at the snack street, to prevent someone from borrowing money from His Highness, Su Ning'an restrained himself while eating. Even so, his appetite left Yin Yunan astounded. Is it truly that terrifying? Su Ning'an finished the last skewer. With your strength, you must consume a substantial amount daily, correct? Indeed, hence the consideration for a raise. We'll discuss that later. The two departed from the snack street, wandering aimlessly. As the night deepened, they moved away from the bustling commercial district, approaching the riverbank. Numerous couples and night runners appeared, seamlessly blending into the scene. A refreshing breeze swept across the river, while a large cruise ship radiated colorful lights. Laughter and conversation from the passengers created a harmonious nightscape. What are your plans for the future? Yin Yunan suddenly inquired. Why the sudden question? Su Ning'an did not respond. I am bored and somewhat curious. Yin Yunan spoke candidly. So, you also find it dull? No wonder you sought me out. Su Ning'an sighed. There is no choice. We must engage in some activity. Yin Yunan's tone carried a hint of resignation. What is it? Do you also feel life lacks purpose? Not to that extent. My goal is simply to follow Qing Yin, whatever she wishes to do. I shall accompany her. It seems rather passive. Yin Yunan turned. Do you know? I do not. Su Ning promptly replied. Yin Yunan paused, then covered her mouth as she laughed. Forget it. Stop laughing. You should speak instead. Su Ning pursed his lips. Hearing her laughter felt peculiar. She often laughed at seemingly random moments. Well, it's rare that you wish to listen. Qing Yin is a direct descendant of the Emperor Qi Ming. Our Yin family is also quite prominent, historically linked with Qing Yan's family, serving as a sort of generational retainer. However, Qing Yin and I are childhood friends, and our relationship is quite equal. With this familial background, my so-called mission becomes clear. Whatever Qing Yin wishes to pursue, I shall follow her. It sounds like some anachronistic duty. This goal feels somewhat illusory, Su Ning candidly remarked. Haha, her laughter seemed to mock, and that was the better outcome. Otherwise, what would it be? The pursuit of wealth? Fame? The aspiration to rise above others? If one were to treat such pursuits as goals, life would indeed appear bleak. Yet, the majority of humanity seems to set such ambitions: birth, education, advancement, employment, marriage, and then death. Su Ning nodded in agreement. Not necessarily death by old age. It could be by illness, or perhaps being struck by a vehicle mid-journey, Yin classmate added with a smile. Or perhaps being found by a superhuman and killed. Or even scared to death, Su Ning implied. Are you subtly pointing at me? It seemed Yin Yunan was aware of her dubious methods to infiltrate the superpower society. Of course not. Although I am a superhuman, I wouldn't kill anyone. Yin classmate replied, though her tone lacked certainty. But I do threaten people subtly, Yin Yunan unabashedly admitted. I can relate, Su Ning nodded. As a first-hand witness, he could not agree more. After walking along the riverbank for a while, they prepared to ascend the cross-river bridge. On the other side, the neon lights of the bustling city reflected upon the water, shimmering like a dream. An airplane soared overhead, passing above them and vanishing into the distance. The roar of its engines arriving moments later. As they stepped onto the bridge, the warm yellow streetlights cast their glow. We've digressed. Let us return to the previous topic. Your plans? Yin Yunan continued to inquire. I simply feel that the two goals discussed earlier are unsatisfactory, which leaves me with a sense of aimlessness. Well, looking on the bright side, Su classmate, at least you've risen above base interests. Why does it feel as though a noble class is critiquing the common populace? Huh. Yin Yunan displayed a look of surprise. How do you know the term noble class? Isn't that language from those private elite schools? Oh, I certainly heard it from Zhang Muli. Why shouldn't I be aware? Su Ning encountered with a tone of incredulity. Weren't you studying in the countryside before? You've only been in Xia City for a month. Did you investigate me? His expression was filled with suspicion. Yin Yunan averted her gaze. All right, we straight off topic again. What do you plan to do in the future? As I mentioned earlier, I've only been in the big city for about a month. I've never seen such a bustling place before. So, you are quite generous. At least you've opened my eyes as a poor soul. Su Ning's words carried a hint of mockery, but Yin Yunan did not focus on that. She pondered, this seemingly indifferent boy, who must have been struggling due to poverty, likely never had the opportunity to appreciate the beauty of the world. It is precisely for this reason that he may find himself lacking a goal for the future. Contemplating this, she suddenly looked up and asked, so, will you still accompany me on outings in the future? Did Yin, the student, find aimless wandering to be amusing? Su Ning's inquiry was one of genuine curiosity, not a rhetorical question. It seemed Yin Yunan did not hear his question. Also, after graduation, we could visit the university where Qing Yin is studying. Do you enjoy spending time with me? His tone suggested pure curiosity. She did not nod but voiced her response. Su Ning turned his head. Being with you is quite delightful. It feels very comfortable, Yin Yunan replied with a smile. Is this your way of confessing your feelings to me? Do not misunderstand. Enjoying your company is distinct from having feelings for you. Is that so? Of course. I relish dipping Xilong Bao in chili sauce. Yet I cannot say I like the Xilong Bao and chili sauce separately. That is the essence of my meaning. All right, you have persuaded me. Your reasoning is quite logical. So, what about Su's answer? She paused, her hands behind her back, slightly bent at the waist, tilting her head, her eyes sparkling beneath the warm yellow light. Please ask the question again. Shall the three of us share our daily lives together in the future? Was that what she had meant? It felt as though she had rephrased her statement. Well, okay, Su Ning responded with a slight smile, releasing a breath. The surrounding clamor, colors, warmth, and humidity faded away, leaving only the youth's smile, as if he were the very essence of this world. Yin Yunan lowered her gaze. attempting to calm her racing heart. She had thought she was nearly immune to his smile, yet she found herself momentarily entranced once more. Indeed, superficial beauty is not daunting. What is more difficult to resist is the urgent cry for help. Help! Someone quickly! The frantic shouts drew a gathering of onlookers. Yin Yunan, as if roused from a dream, saw Su Ning'an had already rushed ahead several steps. She hurried to catch up. A group of people had gathered by the railing of the cross-river bridge, one person desperately calling for help. Another peered down to assess the situation, while several others were dialing emergency services. Yin Yunan followed closely behind Su Ning'an. What is happening? Someone explained. A man just jumped into the river. Another interjected. Nonsense. He was live streaming and accidentally fell off the railing. A third person remarked. Fortunately, he entered the water at a good angle and didn't die instantly. He is still flailing about. The one on the phone stated, the fire department will take a while to arrive. He must be injured and won't last 5 minutes. Who will go save him? A bystander jeered. How can we save him? Jump in after him? At the very least, we could call someone on the riverbank for help. Or perhaps a nearby boat. Does anyone know how to dive? Someone frantically inquired, possibly a friend of the drowning man. Su Ning'an also spotted the person in distress, still thrashing about in the river, not yet submerged. Should we save him? She asked. She did not inquire if it was possible to save him, indicating her trust in Su Ning'an's abilities. If I save him and then disappear, will you manage? No problem. By the time we return home, your clothes won't even be wet. So, her superpower could also dry clothes. Su Ning'an nodded, leaping over the railing and plunging into the water. Nearby, both onlookers and Yin Yunan were momentarily stunned. Others had not anticipated anyone would jump in, while she was surprised by Su Ning'an's decisive action. Another one has jumped in. Someone sighed nearby. Yin Yunan pursed her lips, preparing to descend the bridge to reunite with Su Ning'an. Finally, she had utilized her superpower. Directly beneath the cross-river bridge, the man who had just fallen into the water was struggling in despair. He could barely keep afloat, but was unable to move. The height from the bridge to the water was considerable, and he had been fortunate to enter at an optimal angle, avoiding death. However, his leg was broken, preventing him from holding on much longer. As his strength waned, he hoped his companions would summon help quickly. Yet, deep down, he understood he might not last until then. Plop! A soft sound suggested something had fallen into the water. The struggling man paid little attention. After all, he was fighting for his own survival. He had no time to consider whether it was merely a figment of his imagination, or if someone else had jumped down from the bridge. Besides, even if someone did jump, he doubted it would be of any assistance. The height was too great, and anyone who jumped would likely be incapacitated. Suddenly, he sensed something was amiss. Although his strength was fading, he had not begun to sink. Before he could ponder this, he realized he was moving. It was as if something was tugging at him, and his speed began to increase, propelling him toward the shore. It dawned on him that he was being rescued. That sound of splashing must have been someone coming to save him. Who could possibly leap from the cross-river bridge and manage to pull him along at such a speed? Surely not even a world champion could do that. After plunging into the water, Su Ning'an submerged without surfacing. With his current physique, holding his breath for several dozen minutes was no challenge. He did not swim. Instead, he used telekinesis to draw nearer to the man. There was no need to physically grasp him. With the power of his mind alone, they began to move together. Driven by his formidable telekinesis, their speed in the water gradually increased. To onlookers, it appeared as if the man was half erect, gliding through the water like a shark fin. The waves parted around him as he advanced. Perhaps realizing that their speed was astonishing, Su Ning'an intentionally slowed slightly, so it appeared to observers that he was becoming fatigued. Those on the bridge hurried down to the shore where the man was set to arrive. Feeling as though he had been pushed, the man rolled uncontrollably onto the sandy bank. He did not complain about Su Ning'an's roughness, for the latter had saved him. Brother Yong, are you all right? His companions called from a distance. Damn it, my leg feels like it's broken. What do you mean? I'm fine. The man cursed. Hey, you can still curse. That means you must be all right, someone remarked. As the group reached the man and helped him to his feet, the ambulance and fire department had yet to arrive. Their gazes lingered on him, filled with a hint of sympathy. However, their sympathy was short-lived as curiosity shifted toward the identity of the rescuer. Brother Yong, where is the person who saved you? Yeah, where did my savior go? Brother Yong, as if awakening from a dream, wanted to see the brave soul who had rescued him. Yet, as everyone searched around, no one could find anyone who had reached the shore. Some even went to the riverbank to look, but the water flowed steadily, giving no indication that anyone was swimming nearby, unless they had submerged completely. Could it be they saved him and then vanished? Not concerned with fame? Someone speculated. Surely they wouldn't have dived to escape? Another questioned. Damn it. The one who saved me couldn't possibly be a ghost, could they? Brother Yong was bewildered. However, after his moment of confusion, he began to chastise himself. What am I thinking? Even if it were a ghost, it would be a benevolent one, my savior ghost. Stop hitting yourself, Brother Yong. There really was someone. We all saw someone jump off the bridge. His companion reminded him. Indeed, it was a strikingly handsome young man. Earlier, there had also been a beautiful girl by his side. Where had she gone? They left early, presumably having agreed to do good deeds anonymously. Eventually, both firefighters and rescue personnel arrived to take the injured man away. No one knew the identity of the young hero who had saved him. On the other side of the river, Su Ning'an climbed ashore, drenched. Yin Yunan had been waiting on the bank, where almost no one was present. Su Ning'an sighed. Had I known, I would have arranged a meeting point with you. Well, didn't I find you? Yin Yunan winked at him. I found you right away. But you kept moving until now. Initially, Yin Yunan had no idea where Su Ning'an would come ashore, which made her quite anxious. However, she suddenly thought that if she stood still, perhaps Su Ning'an would find her. All right, let us find a secluded spot. I can use my powers to dry you off. Where? A public restroom? After a moment of contemplation, Su Ning'an posed a dilemma. Should we go to the men's restroom or the women's? It was a conundrum. If they entered the women's restroom, Su Ning'an would be seen as a pervert. If they entered the men's, Yin Yunan might be mistaken for a boyish girl. Men's restroom. For some reason, Yin Yunan readily agreed. Could it be that she wanted to see? Can you turn invisible? Su Ning'an asked curiously. If she could, Yin Yunan could observe freely. Let your imagination run wild. Perhaps Yin Yunan has already used invisibility at school, allowing her to enter and exit very private places without any reservations. I can, but if I become invisible, I won't have the energy to dry you. Besides, if I can turn invisible, why would I need to hide in a restroom? I see. As they walked, Yin Yunan took out a silver pen to write and draw. The night had deepened, and the area they were in was dimly lit, so no one noticed that Su Ning'an was soaked. By the way, does writing a talisman consume spiritual energy? Su Ning'an took the heat character Yin Yunan handed him. Of course, it depletes energy. Will it consume energy again afterward? Yes. Can I use it directly? Su Ning'an inquired, intrigued. Yin Yunan paused her writing and looked over. I haven't tried it. Why not give it a go? Su Ning'an pressed the heat character against himself, and upon mental contact, he suddenly felt it merge with him. The paper talisman glowed, and warmth enveloped him, making Yin Yunan feel as though she were standing beside a furnace. A small sun appeared out of thin air. Quick, extinguish it, Yin Yunan exclaimed in a flustered tone. Without needing her to say it, Su Ning'an cut off his mental energy. The small sun gradually dimmed, and the talisman turned to ashes. Su Ning'an sighed in relief, glad that no one nearby had seen. However, such a conspicuous sun should have attracted attention. Yin Yunan sighed. I used an invisibility talisman, and now I'm out of energy. Thank goodness. By the way, how is your spiritual energy so strong? Perhaps I am exceptionally gifted? That is possible. Your spiritual energy might be several times greater than mine. So, the effect I just had shouldn't have been that powerful? If a talisman meant for drying clothes has such potency, I could probably easily destroy the entire school, Yin Yunan explained. Indeed, the previous power was somewhat excessive. Su Ning'an realized that due to his physique and the soaked clothes, he felt fine, but Yin Yunan, on the other hand, was not only smelling burnt fabric, but also had reddened skin, seemingly suffering multiple burns. Did I hurt you? I'm sorry, Su Ning'an said, feeling a bit guilty. It's nothing. It's not your fault. Yin Yunan shook her head. An idea struck him. Can you write healing and let me use it? I'm not sure. Simple single-character elements can be effective, but complex effects are difficult to produce. For instance, dumb and healing may be too weak due to my insufficient spiritual energy. Is that so? How did she silence Lenshi then? Should we give it a try? He suggested. Yin Yunan nodded. Her multiple burns were now painfully itching. It was only her exceptional willpower that allowed her to refrain from moaning. In truth, tears were already welling up in her eyes. Quickly writing the characters for healing, she exhausted her remaining spiritual energy. Su Ning'an took the paper and pressed it to Yin Yunan's forehead. Upon contact, a significant portion of his spiritual energy was absorbed. The vibrant green light representing life glowed brightly. Yin Yunan's burns rapidly eased, her fair skin healing anew. Not only that, but many of her discomforts were also quietly mending. Yin Yunan could feel an overwhelming sense of joy spreading throughout her body. Ah, stop, she managed to say, her words laced with gasps. The sound was somewhat peculiar. Su Ning'an quickly withdrew his mental energy, and the healing talisman turned to ashes. The pleasant moans, why does it feel worse after you stopped? Don't make such strange sounds, Yin Yunan. From a distance, a passerby heard, and left with a complex expression. Ah, young couples these days. Yan Yunan's face flushed, glaring at Su Ning'an. Fine, it's my fault. He sighed. This is also your fault. What do you mean? It was already quite late, and both were preparing to head home. Before parting, Su Ning'an asked, could you spare me some of your written talismans for backup? What do you need? Yan Yunan inquired. The invisibility talisman would be best. One that can block cameras would suffice, Su Ning'an replied. Given his current level of mental energy, he could have flown long ago. However, in Xia City, where cameras were ubiquitous, flying would lead to capture. If Yan Yunan could provide talismans that would render him concealed, his abilities would be fully unleashed. Are you going to do something clandestine, Su Ning'an? Yan Yunan teased. With superpowers, what can be done that is suitable for public view? Su Ning'an retorted. All right. Come to the club tomorrow, and I'll give you some. Yan Yunan readily agreed. All right, goodbye. Su Ning'an turned to leave. You just agreed, and now you're leaving? How rude. Su Ning'an paused, looking back at the girl illuminated by the streetlight a few steps away. Her face was softly illuminated, adorned with an inexplicable smile, appearing serene and lovely. What would you like me to say? He asked directly. For example, it's quite late. Is it proper for a girl to go home alone? How about I escort you? She suggested with a smile. That sounds rather good. You've conveyed your request quite clearly. Would you like me to escort you? Su Ning'an replied in a tone that lacked enthusiasm. No sincerity, try again. The girl insisted. I'm worried you might encounter trouble on the way. So I'll take you home, he said. I appreciate that you've expressed a reason, feeling your sincerity, albeit just a little. She smiled brightly, playfully gesturing with her fingers. So, Su Ning'an sighed. But I refuse. My relationship with you, Su Ning'an, isn't close enough for me to share my home address. I appreciate your kindness. Yan Yunan's smile turned mischievous as she waved at him triumphantly. Goodbye. Remember to come early tomorrow. Goodbye. He had anticipated this outcome long ago. The moment he stepped out of the subway station, a thought suddenly struck him. The recent farewell was entirely unnecessary. It merely showcased the whimsical nature of a young girl. Yet, he mused, it was rather amusing to have someone share a jest or two with him. At the Jiang family villa, the young maid had been treading on eggshells for quite some time. Ever since the young lady had adopted this frigid demeanor that morning, her behavior had only slightly improved during meal times. For the rest of the day, she seemed too intimidated to revert to her lively character. Why, oh why, had the young lady transformed into this? It was terrifying, distressing, and utterly unsettling. Where had the gentle and warm-hearted young lady gone? Internally, she fervently wished for Jiang Mu Li to return to her former self, while on the surface, He Ling maintained an air of composure. Her movements remained brisk, her posture elegant, and her service impeccable. Meanwhile, Su Ning'an had returned home and was now in control of Jiang Mu Li's body. Just as he exhaled, having just taken charge of the young girl's physique, a figure darted towards him. Initially taken aback, Su Ning'an nearly used his telekinesis to push the person away. Young lady, sob, you finally returned. He Ling exclaimed, abandoning her previously dignified demeanor as she knelt before the wheelchair, grasping his hand and weeping in distress. Remarkably, she had sensed his presence the moment he possessed the body. Her perception was indeed astute. What's this about not transforming? We are both one and the same, Su Ning'an remarked, gently stroking her wavy locks, which felt pleasantly soft to the touch. Having already learned from other maids about the young lady's unpredictable personality shifts, He Ling was not particularly surprised. However, her lack of surprise did not equate to ease of acceptance. I understand, but I still adore the current young lady. You are the gentlest now, and I truly like it, the young maid confessed, her words bordering on infatuation, prompting Su Ning'an to lightly tap her head. Ugh. He Ling puffed her cheeks, pretending to be pained as she rubbed her head, though her smile remained unwavering. Young lady, I heard you used to be quite cold, but it seems you've improved recently. This indicates that your condition is getting better. Su Ning'an cast a subtle glance at her. And so? Thus, if we continue with the treatment, the young lady will remain gentle forever, He Ling suggested, wrapping her arms around his legs. The implication behind her words was quite clear. She truly detested the authentic Jiang Mu Li. Su Ning'an glanced at the girl in the small dark room. Her expression showed no sign of change. She continued to hold his transformation with an air of nonchalance, seemingly indifferent to the conversation. After all, she had previously stated that the only person she cared for was Su Ning'an, and Su Ning'an's expression grew serious. That is not permissible. He Ling whined playfully, twisting in her seat. Why? Let me provide an example. Listen closely. Su Ning'an lifted her by the back of her collar, raising her entirely. Young lady, how can you be so strong? The young maid's eyes widened in astonishment, impressed by his strength. Are you listening? His tone carried a hint of reproach. I'm listening, I'm listening. Young lady, please don't be angry. He Ling complied, lowering her head obediently and standing straight beside him. If a person is very poor, yet they are on the verge of becoming wealthy, and you develop feelings for them, wishing to assist their ascent, that's perfectly fine, correct? Su Ning imposed. Yes, yes, yes. He Ling nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. But if, due to circumstances beyond their control, they are destined to remain poor, would you still harbor those feelings? Su Ning inquired. Young lady, how can you curse yourself? He Ling's eyes widened like a little goldfish. First, answer whether you would continue to like them. I would definitely remain by the young lady's side. But that doesn't conflict with supporting her treatment. The young maid was somewhat bewildered. She was destined to misunderstand. She believed that poverty and wealth were opposing states. If one loved someone, then helping them escape poverty and move towards wealth should not pose a problem. This limitation also applied to Su Ning, and he could not openly express that he was another person possessing this body, and thus, he was perceived as the better version of Jiang Mu Li. Conversely, Jiang Mu Li was regarded as the lesser version of herself. Sighing, Su Ning began, Come here. Let me speak honestly. The young maid, He Ling, blinked in confusion but obediently approached him. To facilitate their conversation, she knelt on the carpet, resting her head on Jiang Mu Li's unresponsive lap, her face serious as if she was about to hear a life-altering revelation. Actually, I have a split personality. The current me and her can be considered two separate individuals. If she were to disappear or perish, I would vanish as well. He Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Ning lowered his gaze, gently caressing her cherubic cheek. He spoke as softly as he could. Indeed, she and I can still communicate. And we both care deeply for one another, wishing for the other's well-being. This afternoon, I did not intend to tease you by letting her take over, which indicates that we can control who governs the body. I see, He Ling replied, dazed. Su Ning nodded, ruffling her hair. Thus, she is also me. And I am her. We cannot simply discard one of us, understand? When I am not present, treat her well, all right? All right. He Ling's voice was soft, but unwaveringly resolute. And others may think my personality switch is merely the result of medication wearing off. Do not disclose the true situation to anyone. Is that clear? Absolutely. The young maid nodded emphatically. He Ling was indeed easy to manage, possessing an innate loyalty. Su Ning smiled with satisfaction, pulling her head into his embrace and gently comforting her, enhancing her fondness towards him and encouraging her to share that warmth with Jiang Mu Li. Feeling elated, He Ling savored the rhythm of the young girl's breathing within his arms as Su Ning contemplated future matters. Suddenly, the young girl's breath hitched. What's wrong? He Ling's voice trembled slightly. Can the other young lady hear what I just said? Indeed, Su Ning smiled. Ah, He Ling covered her face, leaping up and dashing out of the room. Moments later, the sound of hurried footsteps approached again. She re-entered, solemnly declaring, regardless of which young lady it is, I will serve wholeheartedly. After her declaration, still feeling a tinge of embarrassment, she dashed out once more, covering her face. Her antics were so comical that Su Ning couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that, at least within the villa, it would not remain too desolate. Hua hua. Jiang Mu Li tilted her head in the small dark room. What is it? Su Ning inquired. I am so happy, she replied with a smile, kissing the side of his transformed face. Is that so? Su Ning surmised it was because someone was willing to accept her. Because Hua Hua just said she loves me. Her face lit up with a long-lost expression of joy. Oh, indeed, we can communicate, and we both love each other, hoping for one another's prosperity. Was it this sentiment that brought her happiness? Shall we share this moment together? After calming her emotions outside the room, He Ling re-entered. Su Ning was still present, practicing a piano piece. Not only was he preparing for an exam next week, but Jiang Mu Li herself had an upcoming test as well. After entering the academy, the young maid He Ling was called over by Su Ning, who had paused her piano playing. Okay, He Ling replied cheerfully, noticing that her mistress still possessed a gentle demeanor. Can you play? Su Ning gestured toward the piano nearby. I can only play children's songs. The young maid scratched her head, appearing rather silly. I forgot. Perhaps your major instrument isn't the piano, Su Ning mused. What is your major instrument? Electric guitar, He Ling exclaimed, mimicking playing with her hands, her back slightly arched, as if strumming an imaginary guitar. That is awesome, she added, grinning and playfully rubbing her thumb against her nose, glancing up with a cool expression. Did you bring your guitar? No, not yet. Then choose one from the practice room. It will be yours from now on. Long live the mistress, He Ling exclaimed, and eagerly went to select a guitar from the wall. The practice room at Jiang Yuli's house was stocked with a variety of instruments, a veritable cornucopia. Before long, He Xiling had chosen her companion. This one, just as stylish as Dark Spirit. She picked up a mint green electric guitar, featuring a classic double-cut body made of linden wood, coated in a matte finish. The body transitioned from a light mint green to a deep navy blue at the edges, adorned with semi-transparent fluorescent green binding that emitted a faint glow in the dark. But what should I name it? The young maid pondered, a look of distress on her face. Do you need to deliberate for so long over a name? Su Ningen inquired. It's very important. I thought for a week to name my previous one Dark Spirit. How about calling it Green Water Ghost? Su Ningen suggested, glancing at the guitar's appearance. While the name might coincide with a famous watch on Earth, it mattered little, as Blue Star had no Rolex. How cool. He Xiling's eyes sparkled. She bent down, caressing the electric guitar. From now on, you'll be called Green Water Ghost. Let us work hard together. She truly treated the instrument as a companion. Can you play a piece? Of course. She bit down on a black pick, adjusting the effects pedal. The metallic knobs clicked softly as she pressed her ring finger down on the 7th fret, strumming fiercely with her right hand. The distorted tone erupted like a blade slicing through the air. Is it starting? The young maid held her head high, brimming with spirit. MHM. Su Ningen smiled and applauded her. Seemingly spurred on by the encouragement, He Xiling's expression turned serious. Her right hand ring finger struck the strings while her left hand pressed and rolled them. 2 strings vibrated, creating a harmonious dual tone, as if 2 currents intertwined in the air. The right hand pressed down on the whammy bar, sending bright notes plunging into the depths. A meteor fell into a deep pool, the low-frequency rumble echoing. She lifted her wrist, letting her nails graze the strings, producing a shriek. Her fingertips danced among the strings, the pick lightly touching them, striking the pickup. A sound reminiscent of a church organ poured forth, as though a sacred hymn thundered down from the vaulted ceiling. Reaching a climax, she employed a finger-picking technique, alternating strikes with her middle and ring fingers. The final long note concluded as she pressed her palm flat against the vibrating strings. The cacophony ceased abruptly, and the reverb from the amplifier hung in the air like mist. Clap, clap, clap. Su Ningen applauded her. That was indeed an impressive solo. He Xiling chuckled foolishly, scratching her head. While music is no issue, what about art? Su Ningen inquired further. Is there an exam? He Xiling's silly smile froze on her face as painful memories surged back. Yes, the exam is next week, not just in the arts, but also in science and culture. I haven't studied since the college entrance exam, He Xiling replied weakly. You must study. When school starts on Monday, I'll have you join another student for tutoring, Su Ningen insisted. It just so happens that Bien Wanchio's grades aren't too good either. You two can study together. Do I really have to study? He Xiling asked somewhat reluctantly. Although she excelled academically, having the ability did not mean she was willing. Diligent studying felt quite tedious. If you don't study, how will you get into the same university as me? Don't you want to take care of me in the future? Su Ningen smiled. I see. He Xiling's spirit lifted at the mention of caring for her mistress, her reluctance vanishing completely. I will start working hard right now. She clenched her fists, a surge of enthusiasm coursing through her. Very good, Su Ningen praised. Hearing the compliment, she beamed and reached out for a hug. While stroking the young maid's head, Su Ningen took out her phone. She hadn't yet checked in with Bien Wanchio and Gu Miaoying today. Bien Wanchio's chat window had unread messages, while Gu Miaoying's remained empty. First, she replied to Bien Wanchio, informing her about their study plans for the following week. Naturally, Bien Wanchio agreed enthusiastically. Moving on to Gu Miaoying, Su Ningen typed, Have you missed me? Gu Miaoying. Jiang Yuli. Don't you have any feelings for your friends? Gu Miaoying. Jiang Yuli. So have you missed me? 2 minutes passed before Gu Miaoying replied. Gu Miaoying. I have missed you. Jiang Yuli. I miss you too. Good night. Gu Miaoying. Gu Miaoying. Wait, I still have something. Gu Miaoying. About the gift for Monday? Gu Miaoying. Jiang Yuli. Are you there? Gu Miaoying. Angry. Gu Miaoying. After 2.5 minutes, she finally sent a message. Gu Miaoying. Good night. Jiang Yuli. Very good. Gu Miaoying. Are you still awake? Are you messing with me? Angry. Gu Miaoying. Jiang Yuli. Reply. Su Ningen turned off her phone, a smile gracing her lips. It was time for bed. This so-called bedtime was for Jiang Yuli, not He Xiling. He Xiling had been yawning for a while, yet still struggled to stay awake. You should sleep too. Go back and rest, Su Ningen suggested. He Xiling shook her head. The mistress has difficulty moving. I'll just rest on the stool in the room. After becoming his companion reader, He Xiling began to fulfill the role of a personal maid, practically replacing Aunt Qin. With Jiang Yuli's limited mobility, someone needed to be nearby, Otherwise, she would have to call for help just to use the restroom. Then why don't you come sleep with me? Su Ning'an lifted a corner of the blanket. Jiang Muli's bed was enormous. So spacious that 5 people could easily turn over without issue. Is that okay? He Xiling wasn't necessarily eager to sleep in the bed. She simply wished to be closer to Su Ning'an. It's fine. You can take care of me better this way. Okay. He Xiling removed her maid's uniform, donning only a thin layer of undergarments, before snuggling under the covers. She smiled brightly as she embraced Su Ning'an, her face pressed against his. Hee. The mistress is so cute. Holding him was akin to cradling a beautifully crafted doll. Try to smile a little less like that. Why not? It doesn't T look smart. I want T smile for others. As long as you don't mind, mistress. No, I do mind. Su Ning'an feigned distaste. The little maid elongated her voice, nuzzling against his face. Sleep now? Su Ning'an gently patted her cheek. The little maid immediately quieted, closing her eyes to drift into slumber. Su Ning'an too shut his eyes, lying together with Jiang Mu Li in the dim room. Hua, we didn't go out to see the stars tonight. Jiang Mu Li expressed a hint of regret. I was delayed by some matters, but there will be plenty of time in the future. However, today Hua said she loved me, which makes me quite happy. And what about in the future? Su Ning'an suddenly inquired. What do you mean by in the future? Jiang Mu Li replied, puzzled. Will we still be happy then? Hua must say she loves me every day. Well, if that's what it takes, then so be it. As the night wore on, Su Ning'an automatically disconnected, allowing Jiang Mu Li to take control of the body. Although the little maid lay comfortably, her mind remained alert, ever watchful for any emergencies, leading to a restless sleep. Upon Jiang Mu Li's switch, the subtle shift in her aura startled He Xiling awake. She was frightened and instinctively tightened her embrace around the person in her arms. Jiang Mu Li felt a twinge of discomfort. Get up, go outside, she said in a calm tone. While she neither disliked He Xiling nor held any affection for her, if she were to cause discomfort, Jiang Mu Li would keep the little maid at a distance. I'm sorry, He Xiling exclaimed, hastily getting out of bed and standing by. Though Jiang Mu Li instructed her to leave, He Xiling chose to remain indoors to care for her. Jiang Mu Li understood that she had not gone outside, but it did not affect her, and she feigned ignorance. The little maid, feeling drowsy, sat on a nearby stool, her head drooping with fatigue. Jiang Mu Li, however, was quite alert, having rested for a considerable time, mostly under Su Ning'an's dominance, which left her mental energy largely untouched. The thought of Hua's declaration of love brought a sense of accomplishment to the little maid, whose affection had been hard-earned. Suddenly, Jiang Mu Li spoke. You may come to the bed to sleep, provided you do not touch me. Startled, the little maid shook her head. I'll stay seated, it keeps me awake. You should sleep, Mississippi. In truth, she sensed Jiang Mu Li's aversion and understood that the invitation to join her in bed was not an acceptance of her presence. To ensure her mistress's comfort, she was willing to endure a night on the stool. Jiang Mu Li did not insist further. She surmised He Xiling's thoughts, but remained indifferent. Even if the girl sat there all night, she would feel no guilt, for He Xiling did not occupy a significant place in her heart. She closed her eyes. As dawn approached, Jiang Mu Li opened her eyes, feeling a heaviness enveloping her. The little maid had wrapped herself around her like an octopus, still deeply asleep. It seemed she had misjudged the little maid's audacity, or perhaps it was merely somnambulism. Jiang Mu Li used her telekinetic power to gently push the sleeping little maid off the bed. Thud! The maid hit the floor. Ah, I almost died, she exclaimed instinctively, her voice laced with lingering fear, unaware of what dream He Xiling might have been entangled in. The first experiment of the Superpower Society took place on a Sunday. Su Ning'an rose at his usual school time for breakfast, heading to Xiagao without encountering any surprises. Hey, Xiao Ning, Lin Shi suddenly appeared, landing on his shoulder. With someone beside him, Su Ning'an refrained from speaking, instead releasing his mental energy. Through his psychic perception, he noted that Lin Shi was absorbing spiritual energy, albeit without any leakage, only intake. It seemed that He Xiling's situation was indeed quite unique. Lin Shi voiced. What is it? Su Ning'an gently inquired. It feels a bit odd, yet not entirely. Lin Shi replied, puzzled. Su Ning'an nodded, realizing it had yet to detect the anomaly, greeting familiar faces on the way. He deftly avoided a collision with Qian Juanhao and entered the society's activity room. Meow? Xiao Yezi cheerfully scampered over, slowing its pace as it sensed Lin Shi's presence. After circling a few times in hesitation, Su Ning'an crouched down, scratching its chin, and it obediently leapt into his arms. Yin Yunan was engrossed in her phone. She glanced up. Why does Xiao Yezi like you so much? I've mentioned this before. Cute creatures, including human infants, are naturally drawn to me. I've known this since childhood, Su Ning'an replied, settling down with Xiao Yezi in his usual spot, while Lin, she perched on the table. He extended his mental energy, brushing over Yin Yunan and the prince, leaving no creature unexamined. The outcome revealed that only Yin Yunan was absorbing spiritual energy, with no signs of leakage. It confirmed that He Si Ling's case was indeed exceptional. Yet, he wondered if it might be the work of a stepmother. In truth, Yin Yunan had intended to speak, but only managed to start. Actually what? Su Ning'an queried, confused by her reluctance to finish her thought. It's nothing, she dismissed. As long as one is human, not just infants, most will naturally be fond of you. Such sentiments were not suitable for her to voice. By the way, about yesterday, Su Ning'an mentioned. Summer Qing Yan, who had been reading, set her book aside to focus on the two. It was as if they were conducting a transaction with her as the notary. I informed the prince, and she said there was no issue. Yin Yunan produced a piece of talisman paper and handed it to Su Ning'an. After a quick inspection, he noted 6 invisibility talismans and 3 healing talismans. Thank you for your hard work, Su Ning'an expressed his gratitude. Just don't use them for mischief, Yin Yunan warned with a smile. What mischief could I possibly engage in? Su Ning'an feigned innocence. By the way, could you perform that again? Yin Yunan retrieved another healing talisman. Perform what? Su Ning'an asked. Yin Yunan approached Summer Qing Yan, placing the talisman on her forehead. The latter maintained her composed posture, remaining still as the paper adhered. Had Su Ning'an not known she had been seated quietly all along, he might have suspected that the prince had been ensnared by the wicked intentions of Yin Yunan. After I returned home yesterday, I underwent a health check, and I feel much healthier now. The speed at which my physique and mental energy have enhanced has also accelerated. Yin Yunan explained. So, you wish for the prince to try as well? Su Ning'an understood. He glanced at Summer Qing Yan, who nodded, indicating her prior awareness of the matter. Yes, that's the idea. Hurry up and come over, Yin Yunan urged him, wearing an inexplicable smile of anticipation, as if something delightful was about to unfold. Su Ning'an was suddenly reminded of the disturbing sounds Yin Yunan made while receiving treatment in the small grove outside the public restroom the previous night. However, he merely nodded, feigning ignorance. Approaching the prince, he extended his pale, slender fingers. Summer Qing Yan regarded him calmly, her gaze as clear as autumn's stream, flowing through his fingers. Upon contact with the healing talisman, it felt like a typical sticky note. His telekinetic powers surged forth, infused with mental energy, and a green luminescence flickered. Yin Yunan watched the prince with eager anticipation, while Su Ning'an cast her a curious glance. Why are you looking at me? Look at the prince, Yin Yunan replied. Su Ning'an turned back. Xia Qingyan's face was flushed, her eyes slightly narrowed, seemingly in a state of delight. Her breathing was merely a tad hurried. Yet she emitted no peculiar sounds. Your Highness, how does it feel? Su Ning'an inquired. Xia Qingyan struggled to open her eyes, feeling somewhat comfortable, akin to being immersed in a perfectly suitable hot spring after a day of exhaustion. Indeed, it was quite pleasant. Yin Yunan had anticipated an extraordinary reaction from Xia Qingyan, but none came. The green luminescence gradually faded, and the prince's expression returned to tranquility. Qingyan, if you feel any impulse, do not suppress it, Yin Yunan advised, her eyes reflecting a sense of regret. You truly have ulterior motives, Su Ning'an remarked. What are you talking about? Yin Yunan feigned ignorance. Xia Qingyan, with a puzzled expression, responded, there is no impulse. I simply wish to remain still. If there is any impulse at all, it seems to be just the act of squinting. Truly, the prince was a demure and pure maiden, entirely unlike Yin Yunan. Ah, how curious, Lin Shi commented. Upon her arrival, the little cat Yaziko curled its head, though it had become much more accustomed to her presence than before. Su Ning'an patted its head, and the feline purred affectionately, temporarily disregarding Lin Shi's influence. See, Xiao Ning. After a friendly exchange, the little cat is no longer afraid of me, Lin Shi proclaimed, standing atop the table with her hands on her hips, exuding pride. If you consider merely standing by and doing nothing to desensitize it as friendly exchange, Su Ning'an retorted. I also want to try that talisman. Lin Shi, having just boasted, now sought a reward. I haven't tried it yet. Su Ning'an retrieved a healing talisman and affixed it to her forehead. Yin Yunan set down her phone, her eyes gleaming as she focused on Su Ning'an. Only the prince continued to read quietly. Why are you looking at me? Su Ning'an hesitated to activate the healing talisman. Not looking, Yin Yunan shook her head. She picked up her phone, switched to camera mode, and aimed it at Su Ning'an, her face hidden behind the device. You may begin. This is a serious superpower experiment and must be documented, Yin Yunan stated, as if this behavior was of utmost seriousness. Unbeknownst to Su Ning'an, a playful smile appeared behind the phone. You simply want to see me make a fool of myself, Su Ning'an discerned. and record it to use against me in the future. Xia Qingyan looked over with curiosity. Will there be a blunder? Yin Yunan quickly denied. Of course not. Suningen is just joking. Otherwise, why didn't you record when His Highness used the healing talisman just now? Suningen lifted the sticky note from her forehead. Gazing directly at Yin Yunan's camera, Yin Yunan discovered that even in the phone's original camera, Suningen remained remarkably attractive. Qingyan is the president. Her actions are confidential. How could I record them? Yin Yunan countered with this reasoning. Well then, I am merely an employee. Suningen nodded, directly channeling her mental energy. The healing talisman glowed, its effects manifesting swiftly. Hey, why didn't you say anything? I almost forgot to press the record button. Yin Yunan complained. No rush. There will be plenty of opportunities for such things in the future. Enough of this. Let us discuss your current feelings, Suning. I feel nothing. Just like when I'm showering, with hot water cascading over my body, Suningen replied, her face untouched by blush. She speculated that perhaps the earlier enhancements from the system had eliminated all her hidden injuries and discomfort, making the current healing effect nearly negligible. I see. Yin Yunan could not hide her disappointment. Did it mean that the only one destined to embarrass herself was her? Xiaoning, I want to try too. Lin, she exclaimed eagerly, bouncing with excitement. Why do you seek him out and not me? Yin Yunan asked expressionlessly. Lin, she fell silent. Because, only Xiaoning can activate these talismans, right? Otherwise, why don't you try it yourself, Xiao Yunan? You guessed correctly. Yin Yunan nodded impassively. Xiaoning, can I? Lin, she turned back to inquire. No, my healing talisman has other uses. Go ask Yin Yunan for one. If you get it, I'll help you try it. Suningen had yet to experiment with whether these talismans could be used on Jiang Muli, as well as on the maid He Siling's leaky physique, which also warranted investigation. Xiao Yunan Lin, she turned back with a pitiful look. Not possible. Yin Yunan continued to scroll through her phone. I was wrong, Xiao Yunan. It's not that I refuse you. It's just that I have no mental energy left. She had nearly exhausted her mental energy the previous night. This morning, she had only recovered a bit, and now she had to prepare talismans for Suningen. Then wait for me to recover. We shall see how you perform. I'm off to stand guard. I need to find something to do. Lin, she leaped out of the window. 54 was unexpectedly inspected by the student council. She indeed left the activity room. It remains uncertain whether she truly went to stand guard. Xia Qingyan resumed her reading. Yin Yunan returned to her phone, and Suningen began studying. With Lin Shi absent, Yaziko leisurely wandered about without making a sound. It moved gracefully, occasionally leaping onto another table to observe the goldfish and turtles swimming in the aquarium. Eventually, it returned to Suning and sighed, quietly dozing off. Time passed, and the surroundings grew eerily quiet. The room was almost silent, and the distant sounds from outside reached Suning and's ears. A strange male voice introduced himself as Vice President Li. Please call me President Li, another somewhat formal voice responded. Apologies, President Li, our club members. I recall your club has attendance requirements on weekends, correct? Yes, but I arrived early. Are there members who come for a while and then leave immediately? That is essentially absenteeism, isn't it? Yes. In such cases, either you punish the relevant members and report the process to the student council, or the student council will reduce your club's funding. After all, if your members are not present, where does the excess funding go? Understood. All right. I'm heading to the manga club now. From this dialogue, Suningen gathered a general understanding of the situation. The student council representative, Vice President Li, was inspecting club activities on weekends, checking attendance and related metrics, and penalizing clubs that did not meet standards. The other male voice must belong to the president of the movie club. Following this, they would visit the manga club, where Qian Juanhao was, then the literature club, where Su Weining was, and finally to their own reading and tea club. The previous day at noon, Qian Juanhao had specifically mentioned the student council's inspection matters. It seemed the manga club would not have any issues. A few minutes later, as expected, your club seems quite impressive. All members are present, activities are diverse, and every expense is recorded, with the budget well prepared, Vice President Li's voice echoed. Thank you for your praise, President Li. We will continue to strive, Qian Juanhao's voice replied. I see your club is developing well. Coincidentally, some clubs are underqualified today, and I have reduced their funding. How about allocating some to your club? Vice President Li inquired. Thank you, President Li, but the manga club does not have high funding requirements. The funds allocated to us are essentially idle. It would be more prudent to allocate them to clubs in greater need, suggested Qian. Suningen speculated that perhaps it was not that he was unwilling to accept the funds, but rather that accepting them would inevitably offend other clubs suffering from budget cuts. Vice President Li likely intended to create new beneficiaries to help shoulder the resentment brought about by the budget reductions. Unfortunately, Qian was not so naive. I recall you are still a junior in the student council, correct? Vice President Li inquired. Indeed, Qian responded. The president is nearing graduation and intends to delegate some responsibilities to us. My role in representing the club is also an exercise in development, Qian Juanhao explained. To his surprise, Qian was performing remarkably well. It seemed that the presidency of the manga club would soon fall directly into his hands. You are quite impressive, Vice President Li remarked blandly. Suning remained focused on solving a challenging problem, momentarily blocking out external distractions. The enhancement of his mental acuity and physique not only improved his auditory perception, but also augmented his brain's ability to filter and shield information. Once he resolved the problem, the surrounding chatter had grown loud enough for both Xia Qingyan and Yin Yunan to hear. Xia Qingyan set aside her book, and Yin Yunan diverted her gaze from her phone. Even the sleepy Xiaoye raised her head curiously, facing the door of the club activity room, exhibiting a distinctly human-like bewilderment. Was it not agreed that club funds could be utilized according to each club's plans? Questioned Tong Tong, the girl from that day. However, your current situation is quite irregular. Vice President Li appeared somewhat irate. What is irregular? Everyone in our club is present, all accounts are meticulously recorded, and our expenditures align with the club's theme. Tong Tong retorted sharply. Her calm interjection was supported by a steady female voice, presumably the president of the literature club. Oh, then do enlighten us on what you intend to use the saved funds for? Vice President Li asked. We plan to use the remaining funds for a trip for all members of the club, the composed voice replied. Oh, but you are a literature club, Vice President Li stated with a tone of incredulity. Such activities are generally only approved for outdoor clubs, are they not? Is that so? What do you think? Came the hesitant response from another male voice, likely Vice President Li's follower. Did you hear that? Vice President Li's words were laced with a triumphant tone, as though he had emerged victorious. To read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles. Traveling is also connected to literature. The voice of the literature club president attempted to counter. Ah, you even invoked the words of the Emperor Qiming, Suning in thought, almost envisioning the nonchalant demeanor of the speaker. Moreover, to read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles is not an original phrase of the Emperor Qiming. I stand by my assertion, the steady voice declared, unwavering yet calm. If everyone adopts such reasoning, then the student council's regulations would become entirely obsolete, laughed Vice President Li. I recently returned from Haiqing, and the circumstances there are vastly different from here. Suning was taken aback. Had the person just returned from Haiqing? Yin Yunan seemed to grasp the implications as well, and explained, I have seen this individual. He is somewhat of an official sycophant who enjoys posturing. Now that he has returned from Haiqing, having encountered certain people and situations, he wishes to make a name for himself, naturally seeking to target some individuals. Her tone was dismissive. Suning nodded, deducing that the literature club had not truly erred, but had merely coincidentally become scapegoats for his political ambitions. Precisely, Yin Yunan smiled, snapping her fingers. Are we implicated in this? Suning asked. Setting aside other considerations, their club consists of merely 3 members, barely above the threshold for club establishment. With no significant activities and attendance rates that are hardly scrutinized, their overly casual name, the reading and tea club, and their unconventional use of the activity room, housing fish, turtles, and cats, along with the conversion of a wall into a floor-to-ceiling window, make it implausible for them to avoid scrutiny, she assessed. Yet, Yin Yunan tilted her head slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. Does he dare? Such a bold stance, Suning mused, feeling reassured. What has transpired? If there is something to discuss, let us do so amicably. Qian Juanhao's voice re-emerged. Your timing is impeccable. Qian, what is your perspective on this matter? Vice President Li smiled. I need to first understand the circumstances. Qian Juanhao replied uncertainly. Very well, here is the situation. Vice President Li succinctly outlined the events. The literature club faced no issues in other areas, but a significant portion of their allocated funds remained unspent. Excess funds would be considered as over-reporting and would violate regulations. They could either return the surplus to the student council or spend it per their original plan, though the latter would breach student council rules and lead to penalties. The situation was clear. It was merely the vice president seeking a pretext. Ah, Qian Juanhao clapped his hands. I am undoubtedly in support of the student council. You are commendable. Vice President Li beamed. You. Several girls exclaimed in unison. It is peculiar. Qian Juanhao does not strike me as a sycophant, one mused, sensing he was concealing ulterior motives. However, Vice President Li, there is another club that blatantly violates student council regulations. Qian Juanhao began to pivot. Upon hearing this, Suning immediately surmised what he was alluding to. Oh, is this true? Vice President Li inquired with interest. Indeed, their club name is exceedingly casual, and they consist of only 3 members, having even significantly remodeled their activity room, Qian Juanhao detailed. At this point, it was evident to all whom he referred to. Qian Juanhao had previously introduced Xia Qingyan to Su Ningyan, confirming he was well aware of her background. This indicated that Qian intended to utilize the princess's influence to teach Vice President Li a lesson, or perhaps to rescue the literature club in the process. Is that so? Vice President Li reacted, his tone shifting. Had I known of such a non-compliant club, I would not have been so stringent earlier. If it weren't for the need to meet certain benchmarks to showcase his achievements, he would hardly bother to nitpick, as it is both time-consuming and attracts resentment. Indeed, I trust that Vice President Li, with his integrity, will uphold the standards. Qian Juanhao began to flatter him. Why do I sense something amiss in your tone? Vice President Li began to feel uneasy. Why does it seem like Qian Juanhao is subtly encouraging me? To be candid, Qian Juanhao lamented, feigning deep sorrow. The students within that club carry quite the influence. They possess significant connections? What is there to fear? Vice President Li scoffed. Upon hearing Su Ningyan's words, a glimmer of amusement danced in his eyes as he turned to Yan Yunan. Did you not assert that he lacks the courage? He inquired. Yan Yunan retorted. Just wait and see. Classmate Qian Juanhao interjected. Moreover, there is a strikingly handsome boy in their club. Why mention him? Su Ningyan pondered for a moment, affirming that he was indeed the only male in the book and tea club. What was this about looks? Vice President Li appeared equally perplexed. If you don't believe it, just ask the others present, Qian Juanhao suggested. Is what he says true? Vice President Li seemed to be seeking confirmation from the surrounding students. Girl A exclaimed, I can attest, he is truly handsome. Girl B added, I've seen him too. It's hard to describe. Girl C queried, I've never seen how handsome he is. What is the extent? Girl D responded, let us put it this way. Imagine the most handsome boy you've ever seen. He surpasses that by double, if not triple. What nonsense is this? Vice President Li's tone reflected his exasperation. Are you still at school? Do you know the details? His companion appeared momentarily stumped by the question. I'm not too clear on that. Well, this is the last club I haven't checked out. If you're not lying, it must be this one, right? Book and Tea Club? What a peculiar name. How did it pass the review? Vice President Li's voice drew nearer, approaching the door of the club's activity room. Qian Juanhao's voice emerged. We can't say much. No need for your words. I can see it for myself. My eyes are not deceiving me. He likely gestured towards the plaque. Such extravagance. They even hung up a sign. One might mistake this for a royal palace. His curiosity piqued. He intended to discover which student possessed such influence. Upon hearing this, Su Ningyan felt a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of a noble confronting authority. How had they become the tyrants here? A series of impatient knocks echoed against the door. The visitor didn't wait for a response and barged in. Chest puffed out with confidence. Su Ningyan observed that the newcomer's face was unnaturally pale, akin to having been painted, with an ostentatious slicked-back hairstyle. And impeccably dressed in formal attire. There's even an aquarium. Before he could finish, Yan Yunan sneered, Li Hongyu, is that your name? You truly carry an air of authority. Upon seeing Yan Yunan, Vice President Li was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. Before he could utter a word, he naturally noticed another beautiful girl in the room. Your Highness. In full view of everyone, the imposing President Li unexpectedly knelt on the ground. Su Ningyan was astonished. He had not anticipated the name Your Highness wielding such power. The once arrogant vice president now knelt humbly at the door, albeit on one knee, which was a gesture of submission. Nonetheless, the shift from arrogance to deference was comically stark. Vice President Li lowered his head, silent, cold sweat trickling down his brow. His entourage remained outside but could see the spectacle of his submission. Do you have something to discuss? Princess Xia Qingyan inquired, her tone devoid of fluctuation. Well, I'm here for a routine inspection, the vice president stammered. I suspect you're here to flaunt your authority and seek accolades, aren't you? Yan Yunan's tone was quite confrontational, likely spurred by her recent assurance to Su Ningyan that he would not dare cause trouble, only for him to intrude nonetheless. Yan Yunan was determined to reclaim her dignity. It's all a misunderstanding, the vice president surrendered. So, are we in violation of any rules? The princess's voice was soft, and despite the interrogative phrasing, it felt more like a genuine inquiry. No, Your Highness, you may do as you wish, the vice president replied, his words dripping with humility, leaving his followers in disbelief. Weren't you just saying we must strictly adhere to the regulations? Weren't you claiming to be unafraid of the powerful? Why are you submitting so quickly? The vice president's followers were bewildered. However, I also heard that the literary club had issues, and our club faces similar challenges. Xia Qingyan stated, presenting the facts objectively. Upon mentioning the literary club, the girls outside became anxious. They were unaware of Xia Qingyan's background. But witnessing the vice president's unhesitating submission made it clear, this princess could effortlessly resolve their club's crisis with a mere word. Does the princess still have unspent club funds? How do you intend to use them? The vice president contemplated, realizing that agreeing with whatever Xia Qingyan proposed would be prudent. I plan to use the excess funds to take everyone on a trip, she declared. Really? Vice President Li was caught off guard. A trip? How does that align with the literary club? Yay! Hooray! The girls from the literary club cheered. They understood the implications. Either the student council would penalize the literary club alongside the princess, or everyone would be spared. The vice president's countenance darkened. If he acquiesced, it would be tantamount to slapping his own face. What's the matter? Do you have objections? Yin Yunan questioned, her tone menacing. No, the vice president sighed. As long as the princess is willing. He ultimately capitulated. Yay! The girls outside rejoiced once again. Is there anything else? Xia Qingyan inquired. Nothing more, the vice president nodded. Farewell. Goodbye, Your Highness. He and his companions departed, heads bowed in humiliation as they hastily exited the club activity building. Yet, the door of the book and tea club remained ajar. Qian Juanhao, with a nervous demeanor, ventured inside. Su Ningyan surmised he had come to apologize, as Qian Juanhao had also leveraged Xia Qingyan's influence. Your Highness, I apologize for involving your club, he began, and at that moment, Yin Yunan's skeptical gaze shifted to Su Ningyan. Did you reveal Qingyan's identity? She pressed. Su Ningyan shook his head. How could that be? Yin Yunan nodded, reassured by his response. Just as Xia Qingyan was about to speak, the girls from the literary club squeezed in. This classmate, Qian, only acted to assist our club. If he is to be punished, let us all face it together, asserted a girl who seemed to be the president of the literary club. Indeed, the other girls echoed in unison. Qian Juanhao's efforts were finally recognized, and everyone expressed their gratitude. Furthermore, what punishment? The princess isn't that severe. Su Ningyan surveyed the crowd. Qian Juanhao sought his eyes for reassurance, to which he responded with a reassuring glance. Meanwhile, the literary club was not solely comprised of girls. Although they were in the majority, the boys had remained silent or spoke too softly during the previous debate. Now, they crowded at the door. It was, of course, the girls who were at the forefront, not solely out of camaraderie, but because they wished to glimpse Su Ningyan. The girls at the door, including the president, were magnetically drawn to Su Ningyan, their gazes unwaveringly directed towards him, as if compelled by an invisible force. Amidst the keen attention of Su Ningyan, the student Su Weinian cast a few fleeting glances his way. Her gaze soon shifted to the small figure of Xiaoyan nestled in his arms, then to the elegantly beautiful goldfish swimming gracefully in the aquarium. Tong Tong was openly watching him, secretly smiling and waving. Xia Qingyan spoke calmly. It's all right. They were always going to try to make things difficult for us. This reassured the group of girls. Qian Juanhao quietly expressed his gratitude, a reaction somewhat uncharacteristic of him. After observing for a moment, Su Ningyan discerned the reason for his discomfort. He had previously harbored a crush on Yin Yunan, and it was uncertain whether those feelings still lingered. He likely knew that Qian Juanhao was also fond of Yin Yunan, prompting him to inquire, I am curious. Isn't there a study tour planned? Why the need to save money? The president of the Literature Society replied, well, the members of our society are not in the best financial situation. Such trips are generally difficult to undertake. We only have one study tour each year. Understanding dawned on Yin Yunan as she nodded. Indeed, much like Su Ningyan, those who cherished reading as their foremost passion often found themselves in modest circumstances. With the exception of the prince. When the time comes, may our society join the trip as well? Xia Qingyan asked. I couldn't wish for anything more, laughed the president of the Literature Society. The girls eagerly turned their attention to Su Ningyan, and frustration welled up in Qian Juanhao. He felt aggrieved. After all, he was the one trying to rescue them, while Su Ningyan merely sat in silence. On the other hand, Su Ningyan had already taken possession of Jiang Yuli early that morning. The examination week in Haiqing mirrored that of Xiaqing, with 2 days of self-study followed by 3 consecutive days of tests, written examinations for the first 2 days, and practical assessments on the last. Starting from that very morning, the little maid still had a maximum of 3 days to study. In the study, Su Ningyan controlled Jiang Yuli's body as she browsed through the written exam questions. While the little maid, He Siling, sat beside her, struggling to study. Having only 2 weeks since the start of Qingxue as a potential superpower wielder, she was fully capable of catching up. Whenever she slacked, Suning-in would release the telekinetic pressure on her head, causing her to revert to her unlucky state. This repetitive cycle allowed her to discern a pattern, prompting her to study even more diligently. If you neglect your studies, misfortune will befall you, Suning-in warned her. Yi-Siling nodded solemnly. So my previous misfortunes stemmed from not studying since the college entrance examination? Not quite. It doesn't really relate to that, Suning-in mused, perplexed by why she would exude spiritual energy from the back of her head. Initially, he suspected it was the doing of her stepmother. However, based on Yi-Siling's account, her streak of bad luck had begun even earlier. Her stepmother could not have predicted his choice to select a companion reader and subsequently caused Jiang Xiaohua's maid to encounter misfortune. Was it mere coincidence? Suning-in did not dwell on it further and continued to sift through the questions. A vibration from his phone interrupted him. A call was incoming from the student council of Mingda Qingxue in Haiqing. Hello? Jiang Muli answered. Oh, as expected. However, they also requested that we convey a message. Suning-in promptly hung up. In the small, dim room, Jiang Muli smiled. Hua Hua, are you not going to negotiate with them? Suning-in typed. I shall pretend that you were the one responding just now. He could hardly admit to lacking the talent for negotiation and simply disregarding their call. Oh, Hua Hua is so clever. Jiang Muli's words dripped with affection and praise. Why does your tone seem strange? Although their shared emotions indicated everything was normal. Then what would you like to hear, Hua Hua? Is Hua Hua foolish? Jiang Muli inquired, her tone still laced with mirth. How did she manage to make both compliments and criticisms sound flirtatious? In the reading and tea society, only 3 members remained. The prince had spent the day reading, while Suning-in had reviewed diligently, and Yin Yunan had indulged in her phone. You truly aren't going to review? Suning-in asked. Oh my, is Su classmate concerned about me? Yin Yunan beamed. Not at all. I merely worry that when the results come out, if I rank above you, you might claim your performance was unstudied and thus not count. Have I ever made a bet with Su classmate? Yin Yunan queried, intrigued. No, not at all. Then that is good. Are you implying that Su classmate wishes to prove his intelligence through rankings? I simply do not want you to use your grades to taunt me again. Ah, such strong pride. Yin Yunan covered her mouth, seemingly stifling a laugh. Xia Qingyan listened to their daily banter and found it rather pleasant. At least it was an improvement from before when she and Yin Yunan would spend hours in silence. Oh no, oh no. Xiao and Ning. Lin Shi hurriedly climbed through the window, prompting both to turn their gazes towards her. What is it? Xia Qingyan asked, puzzled by their attention. It's not you, Qingyan. It's Lin Shi who has arrived, Yin Yunan clarified. So what exactly is wrong? Suning-in inquired. Someone just saw me. Lin Shi exclaimed. Someone saw Lin Shi? Suning-in and Yin Yunan exchanged glances. A new superpower wielder. The young man from the 56th Security Department? The 3 exchanged looks, bewildered. Yin Yunan was the first to speak. Please, tell us what happened. Lin Shi nodded and jumped onto the long table. Xiaoya sensed something amiss and quietly distanced herself. Initially, I was wandering around Xiagao. My main form is relatively close to the school gate, allowing me to venture out a little. I usually enjoy watching the food stalls near the entrance. As the end of the school day approached, I noticed a stranger among the school security team, very young, quite handsome, perhaps 1/3 as attractive as Ning. Yin Yunan instinctively glanced at Suning-in previously. A girl from the Literature Society had remarked, Suning-in is 2 to 3 times more handsome than the most attractive boy one might encounter. Thus, 1/3 of Suning-in's allure would still be remarkably striking. He was exceptionally noticeable, with a distinctly different aura from the others. While the other guards were slacking off and chatting, he appeared particularly earnest. I wanted to observe him more closely, but when he turned my way, his expression revealed surprise. He saw you? Suning-in inquired. Xia Qingyan, unable to hear Lin Shi's words, relied on their snippets of conversation to gauge the situation. However, she remained calm and unperturbed, patiently awaiting their account. At that time, I couldn't be sure, Lin Shi recounted. I turned around and hid for a moment. When he was busy writing something in the booth, I suddenly passed through the wall and startled him, causing his pen to drop. He must have seen me. You used a frightening approach to test him? Yin Yunan continued. And then, I asked him, can you see me? What is your name? What is your superpower? Lin Shi stated. That's rather direct, Suning-in mused. He didn't respond. At first, when he noticed me, he pretended not to see anything. It was unlikely anyone would answer when confronted by a supernatural entity asking such questions. Lin Shi nodded vigorously. Exactly. He picked up his pen and continued writing as if nothing had happened. Yin Yunan pressed on. Did you see what he was writing? It was just a typical security department log, nothing out of the ordinary, merely very neat and legible handwriting, Lin Shi replied. And then you returned? Suning-in inquired. Indeed. I hurried back to convey the news. Lin Shi placed her hands on her hips, her face adorned with an expression that seemed to beckon praise. The two momentarily disregarded her demeanor, both deep in thought. Have you finished your discussion? The inquisitive Summer Qingyan, devoid of superpowers, inquired. Yes, we have. Su Ning'an succinctly explained the situation to her. Noticing that everyone was ignoring her, Lin Shi sought out Xiao Yezi once again to enhance its desensitization abilities. Upon grasping the general situation, Summer Qingyan displayed a look of understanding. She turned to Yin Yunan, asking, Xiaonan? Yin Yunan nodded, seemingly aware of what she intended to convey. We must certainly engage, as we are within the confines of the school. Are you going? Su Ning'an asked. Last time, I approached you alone, Su classmate. Besides, I am not alone this time. You are with me, right? If danger arises, you will protect me, won't you? Yin Yunan smiled as she spoke. Su Ning'an nodded, of course. However, should such risky matters not be initially addressed by bodyguards or the like? Why does it seem as though you are quite timid, Su classmate? Yin Yunan's smile carried a teasing undertone. It is not timidity. In unavoidable circumstances, I would not hesitate. However, given the multitude of choices available, it is prudent to approach this with caution to avert unnecessary peril. I sincerely hope you can appreciate this, Yin Yunan. Su Ning'an replied in a calm tone, unfazed by her provocations. I concur with Su classmate's perspective. Summer Qingyan raised her hand, her expression remaining largely unchanged, exuding a somewhat dazed cuteness. Indeed, your highness is the most reliable. Well, Yin Yunan sighed lightly, finding it somewhat amusing. You two have joined forces to lecture me? She turned to Su Ning'an, explaining, I merely intended to tease Su classmate earlier. To be so forthright in admitting you only wish to tease is quite surprising. Additionally, I believe Yin classmate should be mindful of the occasion. Matters concerning superpowered individuals warrant a more serious demeanor, Su Ning'an remarked with a hint of exasperation. I am certainly not so foolish. I will first investigate that person's background. As Yin Yunan spoke, she retrieved her phone, swiping and tapping. Soon, the information regarding the individual Lin she mentioned was dispatched to Su Ning'an and Summer Qingyan's phones. Su Ning'an was astonished. I never imagined Yin Yunan could find information so swiftly. It seems her phone must be rather special. Did I misunderstand her previously? It appears she spent the entire day on her phone, while actually managing various affairs. You may review the information later. I will summarize briefly for now. Yin Yunan remained focused on her phone. Yu Tsuni, male, 28 years old, a graduate of Summer City University, graduated from the Summer City Senior High School. She looked up. He graduated from Summer High? He graduated from Summer High and returned to work as a security guard? That sounds rather absurd. The emphasis was on his exceptional academic performance at Summer High, consistently ranking among the top 20, never falling below 30. With such achievements, he could have chosen any university in District 1. Esteemed institutions in the capital and Haicheng were practically vying for him. Yet he still chose Summer University? Su Ning'an remarked, hinting at the university's less prestigious reputation. Only those at the bottom of Summer High would attend Summer University. Yin Yunan nodded. At that time, he was even interviewed. And his reasoning was, it is close to home. A rather compelling reason. Is his family harmonious? Su Ning'an, being an orphan, was particularly sensitive to this inquiry. The information indicated that his family life was indeed pleasant and affluent, making him, without a doubt, a winner in life, possessing a beauty that rivaled Su Ning'an's. Then, his motives are quite suspicious. Could it be that there is something he desires within Summer High? Su Ning'an speculated. It is quite possible. A life winner and a superpowered individual. Peculiar behavior often hints at some unique need, Yin Yunan conjectured. Summer Qingyan listened to their speculations, nodding. What could attract a superpowered individual? Their gazes converged on Lin Shi, who was busy chasing after Xiao Yezi. Although her highness could not see it, she noticed the small black cat. Lin Shi sensed something amiss and halted her pursuit. Meow, Xiao Yezi softly called out, appearing somewhat aggrieved as it scampered into Su Ning'an's embrace. Su Ning'an cradled it, offering comfort. Why is everyone staring at me? Lin Shi questioned, perplexed. Could it possibly be for your sake? Su Ning'an replied. It is highly likely, Yin Yunan concurred. Me? Lin Shi exclaimed incredulously, pointing to her own face. Both nodded in agreement. After all, its true form was a grand banyan tree that had lived for countless years, making it the most conspicuous presence. Why couldn't it be that you all are drawn to me? Lin Shi instinctively countered. Did not Xiaonan say that superpowered individuals attract one another? That does hold some merit, Su Ning'an nodded. Then let us proceed to engage with that individual, Yin Yunan suggested. Let us bring Lin Shi along. Su Ning'an agreed. Isn't that a bit risky? What if there is danger? Lin Shi expressed concern. Isn't your true form a tree? If he is unaware, then what danger could you possibly fear? Yin Yunan retorted. I am worried about you all, you fools. Lin Shi exclaimed. What must it be like to be concerned for you by a tree spirit? At present, his profile indicated that he was a very gentle individual. However, one could not dismiss the possibility that he harbored malevolent intentions. As she spoke, Yin Yunan looked towards Su Ning'an. Su Ning'an sighed. I will accompany you. I will protect you. Yin Yunan could not help but smile. How brave, Su classmate. What is your current level of strength? Without any peculiar abilities. Even if someone surpasses human limits by twice, I should be able to contend with them, Su Ning'an estimated. So impressive. Lin Shi gasped in surprise. Indeed. It seems you are quite dependable. Yin Yunan smiled even more warmly. Why does it feel as though her smile is mocking? When shall we go? Su Ning'an showed no reaction to her praise. Shall we go now? Qing Yan, find an opportunity to contact the bodyguards. If the situation turns unfavorable. The previously quiet Summer Qing Yan stood up and approached Su Ning'an. Your Highness? Su classmate, please ensure to protect Xiao Nan. A look of earnest plea graced Summer Qing Yan's face for the first time. I certainly will. It is a promise I shall not break. Very well. Upon your return, I shall increase your salary. Her Highness spoke with determination. He must demonstrate his true capabilities. As they bid farewell to Summer Qing Yan, the two made their way to the school gate. The evening was approaching, yet students participating in clubs had not yet dispersed in large numbers, leaving the campus still somewhat desolate. The orange-yellow sunset bathed the ground, creating a scene of warmth. Descending from the teaching building, they navigated through the tree-lined avenue, leading directly to the school gate. This stretch was neither particularly short nor long. However, if the two engaged in conversation while walking, it would likely pass in the blink of an eye. Yin Yunan suddenly asked, what if there is real danger? Su Ning'an shot her a glance. Are you afraid? She closed her mouth, smiling brightly, yet remaining silent. Do not fret. If it comes to that, in an emergency, I can whisk you away. If it truly comes to that, I would no longer need to conceal my telekinesis. How impressive, Su classmate, she replied, her tone laced with mirth. Akin to a child boasting. Her demeanor was markedly different from usual, indicating that she was indeed somewhat anxious. What has changed since the last time you were out alone and came to find me? Yin asked. The difference was, of course, significant. I knew you before and was certain you wouldn't engage in any wrongdoing, Yin Yunan replied. It was appropriate to express gratitude for Yan's trust. However, can one truly discern a person's character at a glance? Su Ning'an glanced toward the security booth not far off. Sometimes, silence was the best option. They had arrived. Yin Yunan cast a glance over her shoulder. Lin Shi lingered not far behind them, hesitating. Have you two made a decision? She inquired. It's only a matter of time, Yin Yunan replied. Even if we don't confront it now, we will eventually. Su Ning'an nodded. Lin Shi sighed. All right then. You two pretend to be a couple and face that way, while I float behind you. The two nodded and followed her instructions. Approaching the booth manned by the security guard, they found a young man inside, engrossed in writing something. He was robust and handsome, a true embodiment of both intellect and strength. He must be Yu Tsuni, a graduate from Xiagao and Xiada. Should we hold hands? Su Ning'an suddenly asked. That might make us appear more like a couple, and neither of us would feel too uncomfortable. Startled by his suggestion, Yin Yunan turned to shoot him a glare, but did not respond. As he spoke, he had already extended his mental energy, covering the surrounding area. He could swiftly suppress any unusual movements. Their pause in front of the booth naturally drew Yu Tsuni's attention. He looked up, initially wary, but relaxed upon seeing two exceptionally attractive students. It seemed they were simply a slightly awkward couple. The two lingered before him, seemingly facing some dilemma. He leaned forward with a smile. Are you encountering any difficulties? Do you need help? Su Ning'an turned to exchange glances with Yin Yunan. Did you notice anything? He asked. He seems like a good person, Yin Yunan replied. Su Ning'an nodded, yet his mental energy remained vigilant. He nudged Lin Shi, who was hiding behind them. Got it. Lin Shi whispered. Yin Yunan spoke up. Could you step outside for a moment? What is the matter? Yu Tsuni asked, puzzled, but complied. He thought perhaps the two were having a quarrel and needed him to mediate. The younger generation of couples these days. Lin Shi then jumped out, placing her left foot on Su Ning'an's right shoulder and her right foot on Yin Yunan's left shoulder. She amplified her voice. We wish to speak with you. Do you have a moment? Upon seeing the tree spirit, Yu Tsuni froze, yet felt he could not retreat back into the booth. Pretending nothing was amiss, he continued. What can I assist you with? You saw it, didn't you? Su Ning'an asked directly. Yu Tsuni fell silent for a few seconds, the atmosphere thickening. Yin Yunan's breathing quickened. I understand. The young security guard nodded, appearing resigned. We are likely of the same kind, but I mean no harm. Where do you wish to discuss this? Yin Yunan felt relieved. His willingness to cooperate was undoubtedly a positive development. Let us go to an empty classroom, she suggested. Do we need to request time off? We can help with that. You can assist with that? Yutsuni was taken aback. He thought these two must have some extraordinary status. Then he smiled lightly. It's all right. I can manage the request myself. Su Ningen nodded. Then we will wait for you nearby. All right. Yutsuni glanced at Lin Shi once more before turning to leave. Do you think he might take this chance to run away? Su Ningen suddenly asked. Yin Yunan pondered for a moment. That is indeed a possibility. Fortunately, such a scenario did not unfold. Yin Yunan also contacted His Highness Xia Qingyan to report their safety. Before long, the three of them, along with the tree spirit, arrived in the empty classroom. Yin Yunan handed Su Ningen a talisman, and he understood immediately. Channeling his mental energy into it, a white glow emanated. Yutsuni grew alert, his muscles tensing as if bracing for the unknown. Fear not. We are merely soundproofing this classroom to prevent our conversation from being overheard, Yin Yunan clarified. Yutsuni was astonished. What an impressive ability. Su Ningen added, the soundproofing should last for over an hour, approximately. This time, it was Yin Yunan who looked at him, astonished. However, recalling how he had conjured a small sun in the grove with this mental energy, everything began to seem plausible. What would you like to learn? Yutsuni took a deep breath. The negotiation process would be entirely entrusted to Yin Yunan. Su Ningen was tasked with vigilance, serving as a bodyguard. We have official backing. So Mr. You need not be afraid. Whenever we encounter someone with extraordinary abilities, we always engage in discussions. Yutsuni's expression shifted to one of understanding. So it's from the authorities. Su Ningen thought to himself. He had once fallen for such a ruse. Who would have guessed that the so-called official backing stemmed from a royal prince who, having received entrepreneurial resources from both the government and family, had decided to invest in the superpower project? If possible, we would like to know what your superpower is and how you acquired it. Of course, this is not mandatory. You have the right to keep it confidential. Certainly. My superpower is spirit communication, which I accidentally awakened while studying the relics of my elders 2 years ago. Spirit communication? Could you elaborate on your ability? It consumes mental energy, allowing me to see spirits and communicate with them, gaining information. And I can also touch certain things to acquire some abilities. So, it seems there isn't any direct harm involved. Even its offensive capability appears minimal, leaning more towards an informational skill set. Yin Yunan recorded this information on her phone and then glanced at Su Ningen. He nodded, indicating that everything remained within manageable limits. She continued, what a fascinating ability. However, we also wish to know why you chose to return to Xiaogao for employment. This was a crucial question. Yutsuni appeared surprised at first, then relieved. If I said it was out of sentiment, you surely wouldn't believe me, he chuckled wryly. Yin Yunan nodded, unsure whether to believe it or not. She made a mental note of his statement. I returned to Xiaogao out of personal desire, wanting to accomplish something, he said. Lowering his gaze, his tone growing somber. Yin Yunan looked up, and Su Ningen moved a bit closer to her. The shift in Yutsuni's emotions felt off. He needed to be cautious of any potential eruption of violence. I came back here to understand something, and, incidentally, to deal with someone. Yutsuni suddenly raised his head, his eyes reddening. His expression was a mix of sorrow and anger. What caused such a sudden change? Who is the person you wish to deal with? Yin Yunan instinctively asked. My former homeroom teacher, Gu Mingrui. The reason behind his sudden elevation and subsequent drop in tone was the tragic death of a girl he had pressured, though he had been carefree until now. Lacking any evidence against him, both individuals gazed at the somewhat disheveled Yutsuni, exchanging a glance, as if the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Based on Yutsuni's narrative, they began to piece together the events. Not long ago, during Yutsuni's time in high school, there existed a charming girl in his class. Gentle and well-liked by everyone, including Yutsuni, who had developed a fondness for her. However, her family circumstances were dire, her academic performance poor. While Yutsuni excelled in his studies, she often sought his assistance with her schoolwork, which naturally deepened their bond. Yet, one day after school, she appeared despondent, seemingly wanting to confide in Yutsuni, but ultimately refrained, her eyes reflecting deep sorrow. Yutsuni sensed something was amiss. Knowing her family situation was grim, though she never spoke of it, he had surmised its connection to her distress. He had hoped that through continued interaction, she would accept him and seek his help, allowing him to seamlessly integrate into her life and assist her in overcoming her struggles. Unexpectedly, matters took a drastic turn when the girl ceased attending school and did not respond to calls. The day she returned, Yutsuni instinctively felt a sense of foreboding. Instead of continuing her lament, she greeted him with a smile, claiming that her issues had been resolved and that she could now live without worry. This sudden shift seemed illogical, yet she insisted it was nothing, handing him a letter with the instruction not to open it yet. Surprised, He inquired when he could read it, to which she replied that he would know soon enough. The fateful day arrived swiftly. That afternoon, the girl jumped from a building. Upon receiving the news, disbelief enveloped the entire class. Only Yutsuni felt his earlier unease validated. Yet, this did not diminish his sorrow. At that time, Summer High had gained a reputation as the district's foremost academic institution, and a student suicide was an enormous scandal, prompting investigations by both the school and authorities. The homeroom teacher, Gu Mingrue, cooperated with the inquiry while attempting to console the students. It was during this period that classmates learned of the girl's shattered family, an alcoholic and gambling father, a mother with intellectual disabilities, and a brother who led a wayward life. The girl not only had to manage her academic responsibilities, but also work to support her mother and brother. Sometimes, debts incurred by her father would further burden her. With the situation explained, the classmates expressed uniform sympathy, shifting societal focus from the school to the girl's family. While they lamented her fate, they all agreed it was beyond their control, a sentiment Yutsuni shared. But then, he recalled the letter she had entrusted to him, still unopened amidst the shock of her death. Upon reading it, disbelief washed over him. The responsibility for her demise fell significantly on their seemingly righteous homeroom teacher, Gu Mingrue. Had it not been for Gu, the girl might not have taken such a tragic step. Anger welled within Yutsuni, rendering him momentarily speechless. Yin Yunan and Su Ningen exchanged glances. What does the letter reveal? May I inquire? Yin Yunan asked. Of course, forgive my emotional outburst. I should have disclosed it sooner. Yutsuni replied, apologetically. It's quite all right, a natural response, Yin Yunan reassured him. The letter conveyed that she could have traversed her difficulties with the aid of school scholarships. However, applying for such assistance required approval from their homeroom teacher, Gu Mingrue. Under his intimidation, she ultimately succumbed to humiliation, ending her own life. Yutsuni inhaled deeply, while Yin Yunan instinctively glanced at Su Ningen, who was bewildered. What does this mean? Su Ningen asked, perplexed. The teacher from our class, Yu, is quite kind and aware of his situation. He has been supportive. Unlike Gu Mingrue as described in the letter, Su Ningen noted. Yin Yunan acknowledged. Now the scholarship process has changed, removing the need for homeroom teacher approval. It was only after that incident that the change occurred. Yutsuni exclaimed. When society began investigating her financial situation, it was revealed that while there was a scholarship, all the money had been stolen by her gambling father, leaving her unable to afford schooling or support her family, leading to her devastating choice. However, the letter contradicted this narrative. Yin Yunan raised a crucial point. Following that incident, the school altered the scholarship acquisition process. Is it possible that the school was aware of some circumstances? Certainly. There is a strong likelihood that the school colluded with that old scoundrel Gu Mingrue. To preserve the school's reputation and Gu Mingrue's influence, they opted to report a sanitized version of events that we now see online, Yin Yunan concurred, documenting the conversation without passing judgment. She did not fully trust his assertions, but intended to verify through her own channels after this meeting. I am curious. Did you originally intend to seek revenge? May I use the term revenge? Was this your plan all along? Or did you acquire the courage to act only after discovering your abilities? Yin Yunan continued her inquiry. Certainly. It was only after awakening my powers that I dared to return, Yutsuni replied with a wry smile. I had previously attempted to subtly challenge Gu Mingrue, but he warned me off. Our family's influence is modest, unable to rival Gu Mingrue's ties to Summer High. I possess only that one letter as evidence, and no one would believe me. Yutsuni sighed. Could you share your plan? Perhaps we can assist you, Yin Yunan offered. Yutsuni hesitated, assessing them with a scrutinizing gaze. Forgive me, I would first like to ascertain your capabilities. After all, this specific plan is of great significance to me. If your evidence can convince me, I can have someone apprehend your homeroom teacher and send him for a reckoning, perhaps even discreetly teach him a lesson, Yin Yunan declared. Su Ningen looked at her in shock, surprised by Yin Yunan's audacity. It was no wonder that the vice president had knelt upon entering earlier. Are you serious? Yutsuni's eyes widened in disbelief. I can send you all the information on your family and your homeroom teacher right now, if you wish to see it. Yin Yunan smiled. No need. I trust you. Yutsuni appeared resolute. My supernatural ability, spirit communication, allows me to access the memories of the deceased and designate someone to perceive this information. I can also, at a cost, allow souls possessing certain talents or abilities to inhabit my being. For instance, if I relinquish control of my body for several months, I could channel a deceased martial arts master to assist me in combat. How remarkable. It seems the previous concerns about potential dangers have been rendered moot. If you were to channel a top-tier spirit, the destructive power could be immense. Yutsuni sighed, Acquiring fragments of memory is ultimately of little use. It merely clarifies the situation without altering the outcome. My initial plan was merely to find an opportunity to have a formidable spirit possess me and resolve matters physically. He smiled again. However, as long as you understand the truth, this matter can be resolved, correct? After saying this, he stood and bowed to Yin Yunan, expressing his gratitude. Yin Yunan rose as well, declining his gesture. I have yet to do anything. You may thank me once I have provided tangible assistance. She shook her head. Then, when do you intend to take action? What is the specific plan? Su Ning'an inquired. Let us set it for tomorrow. The 15th is approaching, and there will be a full moon. The spirits will surely be more active then, right within Xiaogao. Inside Xiaogao? Indeed. At the very spot where she leapt to her demise, I can still sense her presence there. However, due to the passage of time, her spirit has fragmented, and we need to locate the items to which she was attached to piece her essence back together. And then what? Once her memories are restored, I shall package them and send them to you, and you will naturally comprehend the circumstances. Su Ning'an regarded Yin Yunan, who fell into silence for a moment. Very well. Tomorrow evening at Xiaogao, correct? What time precisely? She nodded, indicating her agreement. After the departure of Yutsuani, the two remained in the soundproof classroom. What are your thoughts? Yin Yunan asked Su Ning'an. I am somewhat skeptical, Su Ning'an replied. They turned their gaze toward Lin Shi, who stood atop the table, gazing at the setting sun. What are you looking at? I'm simply observing. Lin Shi declared, hands on hips, exuding confidence. Are you not? As a tree spirit or a manifestation of spiritual essence, able to perceive the spirits he mentioned? Su Ning'an questioned. No, not at all. I can't even see a ghostly shadow. I am alive, not dead. Lin Shi shook her head vehemently, dismissing Su Ning'an's conjecture. Then it appears we must await tomorrow's visit to the school. Yin Yunan smiled. I will accompany you, Su Ning'an sighed. Of course. Yin Yunan beamed brightly, as if it were she who had made the promise. School is over. Let us rendezvous with His Highness, Su Ning'an suggested. Yin Yunan hesitated momentarily before smiling and saying, when I met Yutsuani earlier, Su classmate mentioned wanting to hold my hand, did he not? With that, she raised her delicate, lovely right hand before Su Ning'an. Upon witnessing this, Lin Shi pouted and quietly slipped away. To hold hands? Yin Yunan blinked, her lashes fluttering just right. The circumstances have changed, Su Ning'an refused. The earlier hand-holding was merely for the sake of the act, for business. Now it's just a whim of yours. At a nearby bubble tea shop, the trio convened once more. The number of students was sparse, but other patrons were present, their attention drawn to the trio. Yin Yunan handed Su Ning'an a sheet of soundproofing talisman paper, which he utilized. This will last for over 10 minutes, he stated. Is Su classmate running low on energy? Yin Yunan teased. I merely believe our conversation won't extend for that long. Otherwise, once we finish, this place remains soundproofed. And we risk attracting the attention of other customers, so we should wait a while before departing, Su Ning'an explained. Yin Yunan sighed. I truly do not understand how your spiritual strength is so profound. Of course, he could not disclose that it was due to system enhancement. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. Yin Yunan briefed Xia Qingyan. Xia Qingyan tilted her head. Is there anything you need me to do? Qingyan. You simply need to await news at home, Yin Yunan replied. Xia Qingyan nodded but appeared somewhat disappointed. No, your highness is indeed quite significant. It would be best if we could lock down the school. We will need your highness's assistance to find a reason to disperse the students ahead of time. Su Ning'an stated. Though most non-boarding schools close their gates at night, Xiaogao is not an ordinary institution. The library and gymnasium remain open and illuminated throughout the night, attracting even a few students. Not to mention, some students sneak into the campus at night for peculiar endeavors. Indeed, it would be prudent to find a reason to secure the school, Yin Yunan concurred. Very well, let us move past this topic, Xia Qingyan nodded. Now, let us address the matter of Su classmate's salary increase. Finally, they arrived at the subject most concerning to Su Ning'an. That night, in the Jiang family villa's study, the little maid toiled endlessly, her eyes heavy with fatigue. Fortunately, she had absorbed enough spiritual energy to bolster her stamina. Miss, I can't study any longer. May I take a break? He Ling genuinely felt exhausted, struggling to focus on her reading. Su Ning'an, controlling Zhang Muli's body, set the book down. Of course, I shall practice the piano now, and you may go out and play. Hooray! He Ling instantly revived, planting a kiss on Su Ning'an. Having restrained herself all day, she longed to run freely through the moonlit flower fields. Originally, she detested exercise, but after sitting for so long, movement felt like a blessing. The little maid departed, while Su Ning'an entered the practice room, preparing to play. Hua Hua, are you not coming out to stargaze with me? Zhang Mu Li inquired with anticipation. There's no rush. We have plenty of time. I shall play a piano piece unique to our world. Unique to your world? Zhang Muli asked with curiosity. Indeed. It is called Sonata Pathetique, composed by Beethoven. Outside, in the flower fields, the little maid wandered about. Yet, she discovered that if she strayed too far, misfortune would befall her. Either a flying insect would strike her face, or she would trip over a stone. What is happening? I've been diligent in my studies. He Ling felt somewhat aggrieved. However, as she neared the villa, her luck seemed to improve. The clever little maid, through repeated experiments, discerned a pattern. It appeared that the closer she was to the practice room, the better her fortune became. She approached, hearing the sound of piano music, like raindrops gently caressing leaves, like silver light cascading down. The low notes surged with hidden currents, and the whirlpool in the abyss never ceased. The chaos resembled the tinnitus before a storm, clear as the sound of raindrops piercing brittle leaves. The tonality drifted in the dim light, as if the candlelight flickered on the verge of extinguishing after the tempest. The movement concluded abruptly, like a storm tearing through the clouds, only to freeze suddenly. Sparks flew from the ashes. After the downpour, what remained was a chilling pain. The flow of sound persisted, intertwining despair and hope, dissolution and reconstruction. The storm howled. Waves shattered. The little maid stood dazed by the window, listening until the very end. It was time for bed. The little maid nestled back into Su Ning'an's embrace, who absent-mindedly stroked her head. Sleep now, he murmured. Oh, the little maid complied, lying beside him, holding him close. As night deepened, the peacefully slumbering little maid sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Su Ning'an had disconnected again. Miss. He Ling felt a twinge of unease. Sleep, she replied flatly, not pushing her off the bed. The little maid sighed with relief. The next morning, upon awakening, the little maid once again locked Zhang Muli away. Zhang Muli sighed and used her telekinesis to pry herself free and push her off the bed. I truly cannot eat another bite. Who knows what dream she had just endured? Bang! She fell to the floor once more.